Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to prevent a revolution with just two weapons, an old beat-up railroad timetable and an empty matchbook. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to South America.
Well, what do I do when I get there?
I don't know.
You don't? Hey, let me have that again.
You heard me. I don't know. It's a very nasty mess. That's why I'm sending you.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not. Okay, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Take a look at this map of South America, Steve.
Yeah?
See these two countries?
Uh-huh. What about them?
One of them's friendly to us. The other, well, not so friendly. And right now, they're accusing the friendly country of plotting against them with our aid.
What? Now, look.
Sure, it sounds crazy, but unfortunately, there seems to be some pretty damaging evidence in existence.
What kind of evidence?
Some letters supposedly written by General Avila, the president of the friendly country. Plans concerning this plot are discussed in those letters.
Are they genuine?
Well, that's one of the things you're going to find out. General Avila, of course, denies ever writing them, but officials of the other country who now have possession of the letters say they're genuine without a doubt.
How'd this other country get their hands on these letters?
Last night, President Avila's son-in-law was found in a town across the border, murdered. The letters were on his person. The theory is that he had double-crossed his father-in-law and was on his way to peddle the letters to this other country.
Well, where do I fit in this charming little deal?
Tomorrow morning, a meeting is scheduled in Sonoma, the capital of the friendly country.
Uh-huh. Why hold a meeting? Why not publish the letters?
The meeting is to determine whether or not the letters are genuine. Representatives from both countries will be there. Now, Steve, the whole situation is very explosive. Get down to Sonoma. Work with Colonel Peralta of the military there and try to get to the bottom of this whole mess. And above all, see that our name is cleared. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of getting dropped into a South American powder keg with people on each side of it holding matches in their hands. A real cinch. Well, it's Friday when my plane lands in Sonoma, and I head for the office of Colonel Peralta.
I am most happy you are here, Senor Mitchell. And I trust that working together, we will be able to clear both my country's name and yours in this unfortunate situation.
Look, as I get it, the country across the border from here claims to have in their possession some letters written by your president, General Avila.
Si, senor. They also claim that in these letters is evidence of a plot against them, a plot involving the support of your country.
Yeah? Have you seen these letters?
Well, no, senor. They are in the custody of Senor Barrero, the representative from the other country.
Do you think your president actually wrote them?
Oh, I cannot bring myself to believe it, senor. General Avila is an old man in a wheelchair. What designs could he have on another country, particularly a country which is more powerful than we are?
I don't know.
Senor Mitchell, as second in command of my government, this places a heavy responsibility on me. I must either accept the proof or accept the consequences.
Well, I guess the first step is to get a look at these letters, Colonel.
Si, senor. And that we will be able to do shortly. The meeting will take place in 1 hour at the villa of Baron Ludwig.
Who's Baron Ludwig?
An ex-German nobleman who has been living in this country for several years.
How does he figure in this deal?
Oh, because of his interest in diplomacy and international relations, he has been selected as, what you might call a referee in this dispute. Come, we will drive to his villa.
Okay. brother, some joint. This Baron Ludwig must be a well-heeled gent.
He seems to be quite well, sir.
Who all's going to be at this meeting, Peralta?
A delegation from the two countries, Baron Ludwig, and a few press correspondents. I believe that is Senor Barrero's suite there at the head of the stair there. I suppose I must compose myself before we enter.
What? What do you mean?
This Barrero, the representative from the other country, I find it exceedingly difficult to control my temper in his presence. Naturally, he and I are, what you might say, on opposite sides of the fence in this matter, but beyond that, I dislike the man intensely. I do not trust him.
I see.
Enter. Ah, Colonel Peralta.
Good afternoon, Baron Ludwig. And Senor Barrero.
Peralta?
May I present Senor Mitchell from the United States?
Herr Mitchell. We've been awaiting your arrival so that the meeting could be opened.
I understand you're acting as a sort of referee in this deal, Baron Ludwig.
Yeah, I'm a student of politics, Herr Mitchell, and so it was with great delight I learned I'd been selected as arbiter by both countries.
And you, Senor Barrero, you're the one who has the letters in his custody, huh?
You're quite right, Senor Mitchell, and I assure you will find it difficult to explain your government's unsavory position in this matter.
Oh, now, look.
You profess a policy of non-intervention, yet these letters will show your intention to furnish direct military aid to Colonel Peralta's country.
Senor Barrero, you have no right to talk like this. Nothing has been proven, nothing.
I assure you, Colonel Peralta, every word I utter is backed by the most undeniable proof.
Barrero,
and you have no right to...
Gentlemen, please. These are matters to be discussed calmly over the conference table, not heatedly here in Senor Barrero's suite.
Look, Barrero, so far I've heard a lot of talk about these letters, but I haven't seen anything of them.
I see you would call me a liar.
I wouldn't call anyone anything until I've seen the letters, and maybe that should go for you, too.
Very well. You shall see the letters. I have them in an envelope in this wall safe. I see it is necessary to convince these wishful skeptics of the very existence of the letters. So, I have them in this envelope. I will take them out and hold them for you.
Trusting soul, aren't you?
Your government has shown it cannot be trusted. Why should I trust one of its representatives?
Look, Barrero, I'm getting a little tired of your...
See, they make very interesting reading, don't they?
I cannot believe it.
That is enough for now, gentlemen. The letters will be read in their entirety at the conference. I merely wish to satisfy you of their existence.
But, Senor Barrero, there is no point in locking the envelope up in the safe again. We're all here. We may as well proceed to the conference room next door.
Very well. I will bring the envelope.
Come on, Peralta.
Si, senor.
Herr Barrero, as long as I will be presiding over the conference, perhaps it would be fitting for me to carry the letters into it myself.
Gracias, Baron Ludwig, but I will carry the envelope.
As you prefer. Come along, gentlemen.
So, Peralta, you seem strangely quiet. Is it perhaps that you are worried now that you have seen that the letters really do exist?
Maybe Peralta is wondering, like I am, if those letters are genuine, Barrero.
Colonel Peralta, you have undoubtedly seen many samples of General Avila's handwriting.
Will I...
Have you not?
Well, of course I have. Barrero, I refuse to be cross-examined this way.
Would you say that the letters in this envelope are forgeries?
Gentlemen, I suggest that we postpone further discussion until the conference begins.
Very well. I am sure Peralta would prefer that, the way he is squirming.
Barrero, I warn you.
And as for you, Senor Mitchell, perhaps you will be interested in knowing that there are 3 handwriting experts waiting inside this room.
Good afternoon, Baron Ludwig.
Barbara, my dear, we were just going into the conference room. May I present Herr Barrero?
Hello.
How do you do?
Colonel Peralta?
What is this, senor?
And Herr Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Hi.
Gentlemen, Fräulein Dawson from the Hemisphere News Service.
Oh, Hemisphere News Service. You're here to cover the conference, Miss Dawson.
Mm-hmm. From what I've heard so far, there should be a few headlines in it.
You sound pretty happy about it.
Oh, I hope everything turns out okay, of course. But a gal has to make her living, you know.
Let us go in, gentlemen. I believe the other delegates are already inside. Yes. After you, my dear.
Thanks, Baron.
Peralta,
Si, senor.
you didn't seem to have much to say when Barrero asked you if those letters looked genuine, do you?
Mitchell, I am no handwriting expert, but I have seen many samples of our president's handwriting, and those letters look like the same writing.
That's not good.
No, Senor Mitchell, indeed, that is not good. It is very bad.
Please be seated, gentlemen. And we will open the conference.
We sit down at a large round table, all except Colonel Peralta, who remains standing. Barrero is in Baron Ludwig's left, and a couple of other delegates, Barbara Dawson, the newspaper correspondent, and myself. As Ludwig goes through the opening formalities, Barrero opens the envelope and glances inside. Peralta, who's standing behind him, cranes his neck over Barrero's shoulder, then gives me that sick look again. Barrero closes the envelope and places it beside him on the table as Ludwig motions for him to speak.
I shall make my remarks brief. I have in my possession letters which prove conclusively that the government headed by General Avila and represented by Colonel Peralta has been negotiating a secret agreement with the United States which constitutes a direct plot against my country. Furthermore...
Oh,
What is it, Barbara?
nothing. I feel a little faint.
Barbara!
All right, now. I just lost my balance for a moment.
You knocked my envelope to the floor.
I'm sorry. I'll get it.
Here, let me here.
Here. It went under the table. I've got it. Here you are, Senor Barrero. I'm sorry.
Please continue, Senor Barrero.
Very well. As I was saying...
I demand that this meeting be stopped. It is an insult to my father.
What is the meaning of this, Senora Margarita?
Oh,
Who is she, Peralta?
General Avila's daughter.
let go of me.
Senora, please now.
Watch out the table!
Senora Margarita, you will do your father the most good by returning to the palace at once.
Oh, but Colonel Barata, this meeting...
This meeting is necessary and in order, Senora. I beg of you, return to the palace.
Very well, Colonel. You would let me know the outcome.
At once.
Come, Senora.
I'm afraid this outburst did not do our cause any good, Mitchell.
No.
Now, gentlemen, I believe we may continue.
Baron Ludwig, I do not feel it too much to ask that this conference be spared from further interruptions of this nature.
I trust we will. Please continue with your remarks, Senor Barrero.
Very well. As you know, the letters in this envelope before me were found on the body of General Avila's son-in-law, the late husband of the young senora who burst in here so dramatically a moment ago. Our theory is that...
Look, Barrero, suppose we get down off that theory cloud and start.
Oh, yes. You wish facts, Senor Mitchell. Very well. First, I will show these letters to the handwriting experts. Then I...
Barrero, what is the matter?
It is not possible.
What's not possible?
The envelope, it is empty. The letters have disappeared.
In all the strange and far-off places in the world, wherever there is mystery, intrigue, and romance, there you will find The Man Called X. Herbert Marshall stars as The Man Called X in just a short while over most of these NBC stations. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels the world over on missions of danger and counter-espionage. Tomorrow night, there's an hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama, all wrapped up in one big, wonderful program. Tomorrow and every Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC with Tallulah as MC. Tonight, it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, The Big Show, right here where you hear the chimes. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
I hold you responsible for the disappearance of these letters.
Barrero, I have had enough of your accusations. I had nothing to do with it.
Where's the phone?
I am sorry, Senorita Dawson, but I forbid it.
This is news. It's important.
It is more important that those letters be recovered. No one is to leave this room.
Oh, that's great.
See here, Peralta,
Since this incident has occurred in my country, I must take charge. I will post guards around this villa, and no one will leave it until those letters are recovered.
Might be a good idea if we were all searched, Peralta.
Si, senor. And I insist on being searched first.
Okay, Colonel, that sounds fair enough. And after you've been searched, we'll all follow suit.
All of us, Steve?
Yeah,
Looks like I'm sort of a complication, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So what do? Draw straws to see who gets the honor?
Well, I'll furnish the straws.
I do not think that will be necessary, Barbara, my dear. If it's satisfactory with all concerned, My wife will search you in the next room.
Oh, shucks.
Now, gentlemen, if you will line up next to the wall, we will begin.
So everybody gets frisked, but the letters aren't on anybody. Pretty soon, Barbara and Ludwig's wife comes back in the room, and Ludwig's wife reports no letters on Barbara. Barrero looked like he's on the verge of apoplexy and keeps throwing nasty glances at Peralta, who at this point is squirming like a worm on a hook. Finally, he motions me over to one corner of the room.
Mitchell, who could have taken those letters?
Search me. Well, no, you already have.
Huh?
Oh, skip it.
Oh, we must find out. This whole affair is playing right into Barrero's hands. My government is being dishonored.
Look, let's go back over everything that happened.
Very well. Barrero brought the envelope into the room.
Yeah.
As you remember, he opened it and glanced inside briefly as the conference started.
Yeah, you were standing behind him. I saw you craning your neck over his shoulder.
Yes, senor. At that moment, the letters definitely were in the envelope. I saw them.
Then he closed the envelope again and put it on the table beside him. He started to talk and... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Barbara Dawson, remember? She started to the water cooler or something.
And suddenly lurched into the table.
Yeah, and knocked the envelope to the floor. I wonder if she...
Talking about me, Steve?
What? Oh, Barbara. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was talking about you.
No, I'm flattered.
You shouldn't be. What I was thinking wasn't good.
Why, Stephen, I didn't realize you knew me that well.
Well, I was thinking that fainting spell of yours came at a very convenient time.
Oh, that. I don't know what hit me, Steve.
Well, whatever it was, you sure snapped out of it in a hurry, didn't you?
Look, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that maybe it wasn't just an accident you're knocking that envelope off the table when you did.
What do you mean by that?
You could have switched envelopes under the table when you reached down to pick it up.
Mind telling me why I'd do a thing like that?
I can think of one good reason. Those letters right now are worth a lot of money to both countries.
I see. Play one against the other and sell to the highest bidder, huh?
It's an interesting theory, isn't it?
Oh, very interesting. But there are just a couple of little things wrong with it.
For instance?
In the first place, you're giving me credit for a lot more interest in this deal than I have.
Exactly what is your interest in this matter, Senorita Dawson?
I'm a reporter, pure and simple. Well, simple anyway.
And you have no connection with any of the parties involved?
Of course not. And here's the other little thing wrong with your theory, Steve. I was searched too, remember? No letters.
Yeah. Well, Colonel, looks like we better go into a huddle again.
Si, senor.
Well, let me know if you round up another suspect. I'm still looking for a headline.
Mitchell.
You're probably thinking the same thing I am, Colonel Peralta.
What do you mean?
I can tell by your face you just remembered another incident that took place in this room before the letters turned up.
Why,
Now, wait a minute. General Avila's daughter came bouncing into the room.
Oh, but surely, Senorita, Margarita is not...
She could have staged the whole deal to give her an opportunity to switch envelopes.
Oh, Senor Mitchell, you must realize I cannot go to the palace and make such an accusation.
You don't have to go, I will. Just write me out a pass to get through your guards. Peralta hands me a relieved look and a pass, and I head for the palace. On the way, I pick up enough remarks from the townspeople to tell me that the news of the letter's disappearance has spread fast. They're beginning to gather in street corners, and what they're saying is not good. I show my pass to a guard, and he takes me to Senora Margarita's suite on the second floor.
What do you wish, Senor Mitchell?
The letters have disappeared, Senora.
What?
That surprise you?
But of course. Why shouldn't it surprise me?
I was sort of wondering if you're the one who took them.
Senor, you're joking.
Pretty bum joke. Look, I know you want to help your father, to shield him if you can, but...
Shield him? I don't have to shield him. He's innocent. He never wrote those letters, I'm sure of it.
Oh, is that what he said?
My father would consider it beneath his dignity to say anything about it.
I see.
It is true that he is not well liked by the other country. He has more than once refused to cooperate with them. But it is always in the interest of freedom for his people that he did so.
Look, I'm afraid this is all a little beside the point right now. Those letters are still missing.
But I did not take them...
Wasn't it your husband on whose body the letters were found in the first place?
See, it was. But I think somebody placed those letters on my husband's body after they had killed him.
Oh?
My husband was a good man. Weak? See, the kind of weakness that led him to such people as that woman, that Senorita Dawson. But
wait a minute. You mean Barbara Dawson, the press correspondent?
I do not wish to speak further of it, Senor. These are private matters.
I see.
You have said I would like to help my father, and you're right. There is nothing I would not do to help him. But do you not see that if I had taken those letters, I would be hurting him far more than helping him?
Yeah, I see that perfectly, Senora. I just want to be sure that you see it, too.
You must believe me. I do.
Okay. I guess that convinces me. It also leaves me right where I started, in the middle of nowhere. But you have given me one lead, and a pretty interesting one at that. I think I better follow it up. So I leave the palace, shove my way through the gathering crowd back to Ludwig's villa to have another little chat with Barbara Dawson. Then, as I'm walking along a dark street, I pass a car parked at the curb. I get down the sidewalk away when I realize that the car has started up and is following me slowly with the lights off. I speed up. The car does likewise. I scramble around the corner and hit the sidewalk. Slug hits the building behind me. By the time I get to my feet, the car is halfway down the block, so it looks like someone figures I'm getting warm anyway. I get back to the conference room at Ludwig's villa. The others are still there. I motion Colonel Peralta over to a corner.
What did you find out, Mitchell?
Senora Margarita says she didn't take the letters, and I believe her.
Mitchell, quite frankly, I don't know what to do. I cannot hold Barrero in check much longer. He's getting uglier about this by the moment. There has always been a rift between General Avila and Barrero's country. If those letters are not recovered quickly, that rift may turn into war.
Yeah.
Have you no theory at all as to what might have happened to those letters?
Matter of fact, there are a couple of theories pecking away at my brain, but they're pretty wild.
Tell me what they are. Perhaps they are not as wild as you think.
Well, one of them we'll let ride for the moment.
Not the other.
Barbara,
Oh?
would you come here a moment?
Sure, Steve. Not another suspect, Steve.
Yep. You again.
What? Now, look, we've been all over this before.
You told me earlier that you didn't know any of the parties involved, but I just found out from Senora Margarita that you were pretty well acquainted with her husband.
What?
Look,
You didn't tell me that. Why not?
are you kidding? You got a glimpse of that little Spitfire in action. I'm supposed to go around spreading the news that her husband bought me a drink or two?
Well, it looks like somebody killed him and planted the letters on him. That somebody could have been you.
Look, I was 100 miles away when he was killed, and I can prove it. And as far as my stealing the letters, Baron Ludwig was right beside me when I picked them up.
Yeah, that's the point, and it was Ludwig's wife who searched you, wasn't it?
Why, yes, but...
What are you...
What are you trying to say, Herr Mitchell?
Well, those letters are worth a lot of money to either side, Ludwig. Enough money maybe to make a two-way split worthwhile.
Indeed? Ah, yes. I think I see your line of reasoning. And I must admit it would appear logical. Barbara takes the letters, then my wife searches her in the next room and receives the letters from her. Quite sound, except for one thing.
What's that?
Motive. I've never had an active interest in the affairs of these two countries. And as to the money involved, I'll be glad to show you my bank book, Herr Mitchell. Then I think you will see that any amount I could realize from the letters would be, as you might say, but a drop in the bucket.
Okay. So the letters come into this room, then they disappear, and they're not on you or me or Barbara or Peralta or Barrero, so I suppose a little bird flew in the window and carried them out. Either that or...
Colonel Peralta!
What is it, Sergeant?
There is trouble at the palace.
Trouble? What trouble?
An angry crowd has gathered outside. They are shouting that General Avila and the United States are dragging them into war, and they are throwing rocks at the window.
I must get there immediately and safeguard the president. I will see you later, Mitchell.
Okay.
Peralta!
Where's he going?
To the palace, Barrero. There's trouble there.
Gentlemen, this whole affair has dragged on long enough. I can wait no longer. I must make full representation to my government of the entire matter.
Oh, let's get this thing settled one way or another so we can go home. I'm sick of this joint.
No sicker than I am, Barbara.
Got a cigarette, Steve?
Sure. Here's a match.
Your matchbook's empty.
Oh, yeah. Wait. I think I got another one. Yep, right here in the same pocket.
What's the matter?
Looks like Peralta was right when he said my theories might not be so wild after all.
What are you talking about?
Let's skip it.
I'm going to my suite to dictate my report.
That's a good idea. Come on, I'll go with you.
Let me assure you I do not need your help, Mitchell.
Come on, outside.
Mitchell, what is the meaning of this?
I've got to talk to you, Barrero, and your suite is a good place.
Talk to me. What about? The time for talk is past.
Here we are.
Mitchell, will you be good enough to explain what this is all about?
Sure. You see, I'm like you are, Barrero. I don't trust any of the others.
Quite flattering that you should select me to trust, particularly when I do not trust you. But I still do not understand what you have...
I've got an important piece of evidence in my pocket, evidence that'll unravel this whole deal. I want you to lock it up in your safe for me.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
Here, lock it up right away.
Why, this is only a railroad timetable.
I know, but there's a code in it.
Code?
Believe me, I know what I'm talking about, Barrero. It's got to be locked up.
But... very well. I still do not understand this, Mitchell.
It doesn't matter whether you do or not at this point, Barrero.
There. The safe is open, Mitchell. And in it, A gun.
That doesn't surprise me.
Get back!
You can't shoot with a wrist lock on you. Drop it or I'll break your arm.
No, I drop it. I will not.
Barrero slumps to the floor, trying to plug me. He's done likewise to himself. I fish in the safe and pull out another envelope. This one's got the letters in it, right where they've been all the time. 5 will get 10 they're forgeries, but that can be checked later. Right now, I've got to get to the palace before the mob gets General Avila. I head there in a hurry and up the back stairs to General Avila's suite on the second floor. The general's sitting in his wheelchair with his daughter standing beside him. There's a large flag draped over the balcony rail, and behind it stands Colonel Peralta trying to quiet the angry, shouting mob below. Then I wait for Peralta to finish his speech.
Listen to me! We want peace! This matter will be settled peacefully. I, Peralta, pledge to you that there will be no war! Everything will be settled. Go to your hall.
That was quite a speech, Peralta.
Oh, Mitchell. Well, I did what I could. General, I'm afraid the feeling against you is quite intense. I feel it necessary to ask for an order giving me control of the militia. For some reason, the people seem to be looking to me to preserve order and peace.
Does that surprise you, Peralta?
What?
Isn't that just the way you and Barrero planned it?
Mitchell, what are you saying?
I'm saying that this whole deal with the letters was rigged between you and Barrero's outfit as an excuse for you to stage a coup and take over the government.
No, that is a
with
lie.
the support of the people who would figure you were saving them from war.
Peralta, traitor.
General, do not listen to Mitchell. He is insane.
Am I? The whole deal depended on our believing those letters actually came into the conference room. You said you saw them when Barrero opened the envelope. You lied.
No, I did not.
The letters were in the safe all along. That was an empty envelope Barrero took out of the safe. Just like the empty matchbook I took out of my pocket.
I tell you that...
Great time to be without a gun, isn't it?
I have a knife.
You had a knife.
He's going out into the balcony. Do not let him get away.
Don't worry.
My bare hands are enough for you, Mitchell.
Try one of mine.
The flag!
Brother, right over the rail.
Senor Mitchell, you are all right.
Yeah, I guess I can't say as much for Peralta, though.
Oh, look at him. Lying down there, dead.
Yeah, he got tangled up in the flag and lost his balance.
And now the flag he was trying to betray is his shroud. Quite fitting, senor.
Yeah, I guess it is. Funny. Peralta figured he was really going to be riding the gravy train. I guess he didn't realize it's just like any other train. There's always the chance it can get flagged down.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. In all the strange and far-off places in the world, wherever there is mystery, intrigue, and romance, there you will find The Man Called X. Herbert Marshall stars as The Man Called X tonight and every Saturday on NBC. For music on Saturday, it's your hit parade, bringing you the top tunes in the land with Raymond Scott's orchestra, Snooky Lanson, Eileen Wilson, and the Hit Paraders. The big show's tomorrow. Now enjoy The Man Called X on NBC. The Cavalcade of America.
At Thanksgiving time, when our nation and our people reflect on the many things for which we should be thankful, we cannot fail to include thanks for the American spirit of self-reliance, which is so well illustrated by tonight's episode in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, one of America's oldest industries. And this same self-reliance that Americans have shown in generations past is duplicated today in chemical research laboratories, like those of DuPont, where patient scientists work constantly to create better things for better living through chemistry. The action of this evening's first episode takes place at sea in the year of 1620 on board the Mayflower as it neared the end of its historic voyage to the New World. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with excerpts from the overture to Wagner's opera, The Flying Dutchman, in which the composer portrayed the stormy voyage of his legendary hero.
From the early days of our country, America and her communities have been solving their own problems without asking for outside aid. Let us go back to the year 1620. For 65 days, the good ship Mayflower has been buffeted by seas and winds. On board are 102 brave souls seeking a home in the New World. They have planned to land somewhere along the Delaware River,
but waves and weather have carried them far off their course. When on November 9th, the Pilgrims finally sight land, it proves to be not the shore they are seeking, but the rock-bound coast of New England. So southward the Mayflower turns, but only for a short time.
Let go your foretop. Ease your helm.
Captain Jones, what is the meaning of this?
We're putting back, Master Carver.
Putting back to England?
Hardly, sir. To the land we just sighted, Cape Cod.
But our land lies to the south of us.
And so do shoals and reefs, Master Brewster.
Surely we can skirt about them.
I'm taking no chances. I've managed to bring this ship 3,000 miles, and I'm not seeing her go to the bottom within sight of land.
Oh, the captain is right. Listen to those breakers.
We're putting into the first harbor we find. And there you're landing.
Well spoken, Captain. So say I. Let's have done with argument and land.
We have no authority to land in New England. Our patent is from the Virginia Company.
Patents be hanged. We want to get ashore.
But don't you understand? The Virginia Company has no jurisdiction as far north as this.
So much the better, Master Brewster. We can do as we please.
What say you, Master Carver? It has been a long journey. Our food supplies are low. I like not landing without authority. But it does seem the only thing to do.
Well, who wants authority? Not I.
We had our taste of that in England.
Freedom, that's what we're after. Liberty.
Every man his own master. His master ashore, maybe. But not while you're aboard this ship. I'm the master here, and I'm giving orders to put back to Cape Cod. Now, stand by to go about.
That same day, as the Mayflower slowly beat her way up around Cape Cod, the leaders of the Pilgrims gathered in the cabin in sober conclave.
Master Carver, I'm worried about some of our company. Did you hear their boastings this morning? How they said they would take advantage of their liberty once we landed?
Aye. An unruly lot, these London men. Cut them a different pattern from our Leiden folks. Aye. Give them a free hand, and there'll be naught but trouble in the settlement.
Had we only been able to secure a charter from the king, giving us the right to govern ourselves.
In a crisis like this, my friend, there's nothing to do but to take matters into our own hands.
My army number's only a dozen men, sir. But we stand ready to enforce order.
Thank you, Captain Standish. If military measures become necessary, we will call upon you. But 'twas not that I had in mind. A civil government is what we must create. You are right, Master Carver. Let us straightway appoint some of our own number here as a governing body. What governors our little colony has must be chosen by common consent. But our boasting friends on deck will never consent to any rule. Then they will not be permitted to land. We will draw up a covenant, which every man must sign tomorrow, before he leaves this ship, agreeing to abide by the common will. In this way only can we be sure of law and order. Day, just before the Mayflower dropped anchor in the lee of Cape Cod, an order went forth for all her passengers to assemble in the cabin. The tiny, stifling room was packed to overflowing as John Carver rose and addressed them. My friends, we find ourselves for the first time in our lives subject to no law, nobody to rely upon but ourselves. It is a strange situation for folk who have lived always under an established order. For this reason, we have drawn up a covenant. I will read it to you. Having undertaken, for the glory of God and advancement of the Christian faith and honor of our king and country, a voyage to plant the first colonies in the northern part of Virginia, we do by these presents solemnly and mutually in the presence of God and of one of another, covenant and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic for our labor, ordering, and preservation, unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. In witness whereof we have hereunder subscribed our names at Cape Cod, the 11th day of November, in the year of the reign of our sovereign Lord, King James of England, Anno Domini 1620. 41 men we number in our company,
41 signatures, then, are required.
What about women? Aye, they're the troublemakers. They should be made to sign.
You know full well that females put not their names to documents. The time is short, my friend. Captain Jones is preparing to anchor. If you will step forward one by one and sign your names, over here on this table I have ready ink and quill. If you will please, step this way.
I'll put my name to no such papers. All right.
That's the fear.
Laws, constitutions. We're well rid of them. All right. We'll not subscribe.
I hear you refuse to sign?
Aye, you heard us.
Then you remain aboard the Mayflower.
Huh?
No man in this company will be allowed to set foot ashore until he has subscribed to this covenant.
You think you'll keep us from landing after coming all this way?
I am sure of it, unless you sign.
We thought this was a free country we were coming to, where a man could do as he pleased.
No man, my friend, can be a law unto himself. Authority, there must be.
In England, maybe.
In any place where men would live and work together. Make your choice. Sign or remain aboard.
It's an outrage.
Tis for your own protection.
Come, let's go on deck and view this new world.
You who have not yet signed the covenant, stay. What is your decision?
Must it be made now?
If you wish to land. I'm signing. Good. And you, sir?
Well, if there must be laws here, at least we'll have a voice in making them. Where's the quill?
Here. And you, sir?
I subscribe.
The Mayflower Covenant is complete.
Thus, even before they set foot on soil of America, our forebears displayed the spirit of self-reliance and as a community successfully faced the problems that confronted them without seeking outside aid. And these same brave pioneers, when they established the Day of Thanksgiving that we observe tomorrow, left us the priceless heritage of resolution and courage with which we face our own problems. Before we go on to this evening's second episode, our Cavalcade Orchestra will play one of Victor Herbert's loveliest melodies, Indian Summer.
American cavalcade moves onward. The spirit of resourcefulness still lives in the hearts of our people. They face hardships today with the same courage that helped our forefathers snatch civilization from the wilderness. The years go by until we reach another November. It is in the Blackhawk Valley in the state of Vermont, November 3rd, 1927. November the 4th, to be exact, for the clock in the kitchen of the Sherburne's farmhouse has already passed midnight. In the bedroom off the parlor, John and Jenny Sherburne are lying awake, listening to the downpour outside.
John, you awake?
I ain't been asleep.
Oh, me either. Wonder what time it is.
12:30. Last time I got up to look.
If we could only open up the window, Mike, so it wouldn't be so close in here.
Open up a window and we'd be soaked. Rain's coming from every which way.
Yeah, I thought it'd let up by now.
It's coming down harder, if anything. Just listen to that. Getting colder, too.
I hope to goodness this don't turn into snow.
It'll be a blizzard if it does. Walloper.
But at that, it's almost time for snow. It's only a few weeks till Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Oh, we got a lot to be thankful for this year, too.
Yeah, we ain't done so bad.
See, the farm's paid for itself for the first time since we bought it. And by next year, John, we ought to have some money laid aside.
Yeah. I guess I'll get up and take a look outside.
It's pitch dark, John. You couldn't see a thing. Oh, lay down and try to go to sleep.
I can't sleep. That river making so much noise.
Well, you've slept by that river all your life.
I never heard a roar like this before, though. I wonder if the cows is all right.
Oh, the barn's tight as a drum.
Yes, but it's down low there in the holler.
John, you don't think...
Listen. Listen to that river, Jenny. She's rising fast.
Well, she rises every year in the spring, and we never...
Way up over the high mark for spring. She was over that when we went to bed. I tell you, I'm uneasy about them cows.
Don't know what to do. Bothering with them because the springtime... The telephone. Gracious, John. Who can be calling anybody at this time of night?
Somebody sick, most likely.
Well, whose ring is it? Listen. It's the general party ring. Father, answer it quick.
Yes, I'm going.
Oh, what's out in the dark there, Father?
Yes. Hello? Hello? Yes? Yeah? From Barry. Yes?
Who is it, John? What's happened?
Randa Goshen. That bad, is it?
John.
All right. Thank you. Gosh, all hemlock.
John, what is it?
Just what I was afraid of, only worse.
Tell me.
Flood.
Oh.
Yep, the Winoskis on the rampage.
Oh.
Carrying away buildings, knocking down bridges, washing out roads. Montpelier and Barry's already bad hit. We'll get it before morning. They're sending word all the way down the line, warning folks.
Oh, John.
Get the lantern lit, Mother.
Oh, yes.
Well, I get some clothes on here.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get the cows out of the barn and drive them up the hill pasture.
Do you want me to come and help you?
No, you stay here. There may be more messages. Central said they'd keep us posted as long as they could. No telling when the wires will be down.
Oh.
Now, where's my boots?
Here they are, Father. And here's the lantern.
Thanks.
What do you suppose could have started a flood at this time of year? There's no snow.
Result of unprecedented precipitation. That's what the report said. Unprecedented precipitation.
Well, what in the world does that mean?
Means that it's raining like all tarnation.
For 2 days, the waters rise with unabated fury. Houses are carried away. Telephone and telegraph wires are down. Roads are swept away by the angry waters. The worst flood in the history of Vermont. The capital, Montpelier, is cut off from the rest of the state. In the city of Rutland, many miles away, the town clerk is receiving all communications.
Any further reports, Jim?
The entire town of Ludlow's been abandoned. Every last soul's moved out. Town's underwater.
Any casualties?
We don't know. Hardest thing in the world to get anything definite from any of those sections that are hard hit with wires down, power off and all.
How'd you get this much?
Just by luck. By radio.
What?
Some amateur operator down that way. Just happened to pick it up.
Good work.
Another batch of telegrams addressed to the governor.
I'll take them.
Mostly offers of help. Everything from airplanes to aspirin. Here's a telegram from Governor Smith in Albany, offering help from the state of New York. Food, clothing.
Let me see it. Say, I'd like to get this to Governor Weeks himself if I could.
Montpelier's still cut off.
Nothing getting through?
Not a thing. They're trying foot messengers now. They may be able to make it.
We can't wait to forward messages like this for foot.
Well, how else will we?
Radio. They can still pick up messages in Montpelier by radio. I'll wire Governor Smith and ask him to broadcast his telegram to Governor Weeks. Take this message to Governor Alfred E. Smith, Executive Mansion, Albany, New York.
Still the flood rages. Still the city of Montpelier is cut off from the outside world. On November 6th, in the Executive Mansion, we find the governor of Vermont speaking to his secretary.
Get word to Major Perkins in Rutland. Tell him to open the state armory for refugees.
Yes, sir.
Burlington is rushing food and blankets.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
What about all these messages, sir?
Messages?
These offers of help from the outside. They're pouring in every hour.
Oh, yes, I know. Amazing, the generosity of folks at a time like this.
Well, they all want to know what they can do for us, what Vermont needs in the way of help. They're waiting for an answer, sir.
I will tell them. I'll issue a statement to the whole country.
Yes, sir.
Have the following message radioed to all states, cities, organizations, and individuals who have offered help.
Yes, sir.
Please accept the thanks of the people of Vermont for all the generous offers of sympathy and assistance which have come to us. If we find the situation beyond our control, we shall be glad to call on outside help. Until then, Vermont will do as it has always done and take care of itself.
The worst flood in the history of Vermont. 125 killed. Over 16,000 homeless. Total property damage estimated at $25 million. In the general store at Williston, in the Winooski Valley, a little group of Green Mountain folk stood talking a week later. Among them is John Sherburne.
Morning. Well, it sure feels good to get in where it's halfway warm.
Move up the stove. We got room, I tell it.
Thanks. Glad to find some of you men together here. I'm a reporter from the New York Times.
Yes, sir.
I came up here to get a story.
Story, huh?
Yeah, about the flood.
Oh, yes. Kind of late, ain't you?
Well, I don't mean regular news. It's a human interest story I'm after.
Oh, yeah.
You folks all live right around here, I suppose.
Yes.
You're here during all the trouble?
Yes, we was.
Well, I wish you'd tell me something about your experiences.
Well, our experiences is like everybody else's, I guess.
I'd like to be able to report how you're getting on.
We're getting on fine.
Now, some of you have lost your homes, haven't you?
Lots of us. We've lost our homes, lost our stock, and our pasture lands and our buildings. But you can go back home, young man, and tell your paper that we certainly appreciate your interest, but nobody needs to worry about the folks of Vermont. We're still eating regular.
Thursday, November 24th, 1927. All through the devastated regions of Vermont, folks gather for Thanksgiving dinners provided by more fortunate communities. At John Sherburne's farmhouse, a group is assembled around the table.
Friends, before we set ourselves down to the turkey and fixings, I'd like to suggest that we pause for just a moment and give thanks to the Lord for our blessings. We got a lot to be thankful for, you know, in spite of what's happened. We've got fine medical care for those that's sick or injured. We've got up-to-date scientific knowledge to help us rebuild and get going again. We've got the assurance of financial backing, those of us that need it. The state of Vermont has worked out all that, and we've got friends all over the country wishing us well. Compared with our forefathers who observed that first Thanksgiving, I'd say that we was mighty well off. Now let's all join together in singing the doxology. All right, Jenny?
And let us give thanks for that great American trait, the self-reliance of our communities, their ability to weather storms and surmount catastrophes, smiling, unflinching, today as in the pioneer hours of the cavalcade of America. Although Americans are quick to rebuild after disasters, it doesn't take a catastrophe to create the urge for improvement. Whether it's a matter of tearing down an old building and putting up a new and better one, or simply the improvement of machinery and materials, the chemist plays an important part in this rebuilding by creating new and better products. One example is found in the improvement in paints and enamels. For many years, DuPont chemists have devoted intensive research to the creation of better finishing materials. One example of their work is Duco, already familiar to most of you as the outstanding finish for use on automobiles and many articles used in the home. A later development is Dulux, also the result of scientific chemical research. In describing this revolutionary finish, one has to use a curious combination of examples, because Dulux resembles more closely in feel and hardness the qualities of ivory than any other material, and yet at the same time it has an unusual flexibility. Dulux is used on many of the new streamlined trains and on some of our largest ocean liners. This product of chemical research also serves homes throughout America, for millions of refrigerators have been finished in Dulux. When you see how chemical research improves articles used daily, indoors and out, you can readily understand the full meaning of DuPont's phrase, better things for better living, through chemistry. Next Wednesday at this same time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, the time is June 25th, 1962. The place, a lonely beach. The story, Saucer of Loneliness by Theodore Sturgeon.
My name is Jason Beniades. I'm a newspaper reporter, 31 years old. I write poetry, but I don't show it to anybody because they might laugh. And the things I write about are very important to me. I was an only child. I never went with girls much because I'm too ugly and too sensitive, and they used to hurt me. I live alone. It isn't much fun. I'm not painting this picture of myself to get sympathy. I don't need it. But it's important that you should know the kind of person I am. Otherwise, you won't understand what I'm going to tell you. It happened tonight, the thing I'm going to tell you about. Tonight. The 25th of June, 1962. I was down on the beach.
Hey, mister! Hey, mister!
What is it, kid?
You seen a cop around any place?
On this beach?
I found this pile of clothes down near the rocks. The lady's dressed in shoes.
Well, did you see anybody? A girl?
Well, I think so, but she was running along the sand in the moonlight. I yelled to her, but she just kept running, and then I found these.
Look, kid, you go try to find a cop someplace. I'll see if I can find the girl.
Okay.
I thought to myself, she's dead. I'll never find her now in this white flood of moonlight with the surf seething in over the pale sand. I ran and ran until my knees buckled and went down in the swirl of it. The sea on my lips, with the taste of tears, and the whole white night shouted and wept. And then I saw her, waist deep, walking into the surf. Stop! Stop it! Come back! Come on, come on.
Let go. Let me go.
Don't do it. Please don't.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I'm going to have to hit you. Forgive me. I hit her in the neck with the edge of my hand, and she slumped. I brought her ashore and carried her to where a dune was between us and the water. Then I rubbed her wrists. She had a pale, beautiful face with ancient, bottomless blue eyes. She opened them and looked at me after a moment. It's all right. Here, put my coat over you.
Why couldn't you leave me alone?
I couldn't.
Why?
Because it's important to me.
I suppose you want to know why I did it.
If I told you I understand, would you believe me?
How could you understand?
Maybe I know what it means to be lonely. That's it, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm so terribly tired.
Put your head against my arm and just stay. Don't be afraid. I've been looking for you for a long time.
Looking for me?
All my life.
How did you know? I don't believe you.
It's true. I found your message.
Oh?
So you see, there's nothing to be afraid of. Not anymore. Just rest. The moonlight is terribly white.
Yes. I'd like to rest for a while.
She didn't remember it, of course. But I was one of the reporters who had covered the story when it first happened, 5 years ago. I'll never forget that day. I was working the police blotter. It was a quiet summer afternoon when they brought her in. 2 big cops in blue uniforms.
Come on now, girlie, come on.
Let me go. I haven't done anything.
Take it easy now.
What's the trouble, Connolly?
Disturbing the peace, Sergeant.
Is this that Central Park call?
Hey, this is it.
I thought you radioed that there was a near riot up there.
Oh, you should have seen the place.
All right, give me the report.
Well, me and Bennett got up there, and there was a mob of people all surrounding this girl, see? So we bust through, and there in the middle of maybe 600 people, she's lying there, sort of in a faint. I asked a couple of people what the difficulty was, and they tell me it's the flying saucer.
The what?
The flying saucer.
What flying saucer?
Let me finish, Sergeant. What flying saucer, I ask. And then they says that this girl was standing on the green, and suddenly the saucer comes down and starts whirring over her head like a halo.
What is this, miss? A gag?
It happened.
It did, eh? Well, now suppose you tell me your version.
I was standing in the park, and I looked up, And there it was.
Describe it.
It was beautiful. It was golden with a dusty finish, like an unripe Concord grape. It made a faint sound, a chord of 2 tones. And it circled over my head like some great round hummingbird.
Go on.
Well, other people must have seen it because they were all looking at me and pointing. I saw one man cross himself. And then it came down and touched me and spoke to me.
This flying saucer spoke to you?
Yes.
And, just what did it say to you? I said, what did it say?
I can't tell you.
A secret, huh?
Yes.
I see. Connolly, this girl is for Bellevue.
Well, Sergeant, the plain fact is that it happened just like that. And 10 witnesses all agree it did.
Are you trying to tell me that there was such a thing as this whirring hummingbird of a saucer?
Oh, there was that, Sergeant.
And just how do you know, Connolly?
Well, we've got the thing out in the squad car.
You what?
Bennett's bringing it in right now, see? About 36 inches across it is. And covered with strange markings.
Great, Mother. Did you call the bomb squad?
I didn't think of it.
Well, think of it, man. This may be some kind of atomic weapon.
I'll turn it over to ballistics.
Never mind about ballistics. Call the FBI and tell them we've got this thing.
Yes, sir. What about the girl?
We'll book her on disturbing the peace. I've got a feeling the government men may want a word with her.
Sergeant.
What is it, Beniades?
I'd like to do a story on this for my paper. Could I have a look at the saucer?
We'd better clear it first.
Well, could I talk to the girl?
After she's been booked.
Connolly, is the crowd still up at the park?
Very likely.
Well, I'll run up there and get some eyewitnesses. Then I'd like to come back and talk to the girl. Up at the park, they were still buzzing about it. Some said she was a communist agitator. Some said it was a flying saucer from Mars, and she had stepped out of it. Others said she was a saint, and it was her halo. I took some notes, phoned the paper, and went back downtown to talk to her. But there were a couple of agents with her, and they wouldn't let me in.
Now then, miss, you told the sergeant this saucer spoke to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did it speak to you in English?
I don't know.
You did understand it, though?
Yes.
Do you speak any other languages?
No.
Tell me, what message did you receive from this instrument?
Wasn't anything, really.
Suppose you tell me.
I'd rather not.
Miss, let me be very frank. I'm not a policeman. I'm a security agent. That means that I deal with problems that affect the security of our country. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, we've examined this flying saucer enough to know that it is not of American manufacture. It also possesses an extremely high radioactive count. Now, that means that it was made in an area where radioactive materials are in great abundance, such as an area where atom bombs are made. That's why we want to know the message you received from the saucer.
There was no message.
You just made it up.
Yes.
I'm afraid you're lying. Suppose we have some soldiers bring the saucer in here and hold it over your head. Would you object?
I don't care what you do.
All right, boys, bring it in. Now, when I tell the men to hold it over your head, you try to recall what it said.
I don't know what it said.
Lift it up, boys. Hold it right over her head.
All right.
It's talking to you now, isn't it?
Yes.
What is it saying? What did it say? All right, boys, crate it up and send it down to the National Research Laboratories.
Right. What about the girl, sir?
We'll get nothing out of her. I don't believe she really knows what that humming noise is. Better have a psychiatrist examine her.
Yes, sir.
They took her to the city hospital, and she had a room to herself. Whenever the door opened, she could see the policeman outside. The door opened quite often. There were a lot of important people, some in army uniforms, who came up from Washington just to see her and talk to her. Apparently, they had analyzed the flying saucer and discovered something that made this girl about the most important person in the country. I used to stand outside, and I could identify the heads of certain security agencies, but nobody would answer the questions that the reporters shot at them. Sir, excuse me?
Yes?
I'm Jason Beniades from the Trib.
I've been assigned to this flying saucer story as chief of the security...
I'm sorry, I have no comment.
Can you tell me how long the girl will be held?
That's a matter for the civil authorities.
Well, have the psychiatrist...
Excuse me, Mr. Benides. My car's waiting.
A few days later, she was released from the hospital and returned to the court to be tried on the disorderly conduct charge. They found her guilty and fined her $15 and turned her loose. When she walked out of the courtroom, she was handed a subpoena to appear before a congressional committee in private session. She answered all their questions except one. My paper sent me over to cover the hearings.
Now, young lady, I want to remind you that I'm a senator of the United States and empowered by the people of this country to ask questions relating to matters of security. You understand?
Yes,
Your name is Janet Boyce, is it not?
I told you that.
Now, at an earlier session, you testified that as a young girl, you were a member of a certain organization in your neighborhood. Would you name it?
The Rinky Dinks.
Who comprised the Rinky Dinks, Miss Boyce?
It was just a bunch of girls who got together to play field hockey and listen to recordings.
Any particular recordings?
Mostly Eddie Fisher.
I see. Now, this flying saucer, you said it talked to you. You did say that, didn't you?
Yes.
And then you denied it.
Yes.
Why?
Because I was tired of answering questions.
Young woman, let me put something to you squarely. Oh, by the way, I think that there are members of the press here. I can divulge a rather spectacular piece of information to you. This flying saucer has been thoroughly examined and analyzed, and I wish to inform the people of this great nation that it definitely, I repeat, it definitely did not originate on this planet. Now then, Miss Boyce, consider that it is possible that our Earth might be attacked from outer space by beings much stronger and cleverer than we are. And consider that perhaps you have the key to our defense against those beings. Don't you owe it to the world?
I don't think I owe anything to anybody.
Even if the Earth was not attacked, just think what an advantage it would give this country over its enemies. Young woman, I ask you, what did that flying saucer say to you? Do you know that what you are doing is tantamount to working for the enemies of your country? I will give you one more chance. What was the message?
It was personal.
Gentlemen, I move that Miss Janet Boyce be cited for contempt.
The furor was fantastic. The chief of security blasted the senator for divulging secret information about the origin of the flying saucer, and the senator said the people had a right to know, and besides, he was just guessing anyway, and happened to guess right. Meanwhile, the press printed the girl's picture all over the front page and ran banner headlines such as, "Girl refuses to betray Martian secrets. Flying saucer girl won't talk, cited for contempt." The contempt trial was equally spectacular. She didn't plead any amendment or anything. She just said the saucer was talking to her, and it was nobody else's business. She was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Boniades. Yes, Chief. For the Sunday supplement? What do you think there's anything in it? Okay, whatever you say. Mike, get me everything you can on that flying saucer girl, will you? Yeah, the one that was sent to jail about 4 years ago. See if you can find out what she's doing now. She was released about 6 months ago, I think. Uh-huh. Yeah, the boss wants a feature for the Sunday supplement. Okay. I found out she had gotten a job cleaning at night in offices and stores down near the beachfront. There weren't many to clean, but that meant there weren't many people to remember her face from the newspapers. I tracked her down and caught up with her in a one-armed coffee joint about 4 in the morning.
Excuse me, miss. Do you mind if I sit here?
No.
Nice night, isn't it? Moonlight and everything.
Which are you? Security, newspapers, or just somebody out for a good time?
You're pretty bitter, aren't you?
Shouldn't I be?
Yeah, I guess you should. My name is Jason Beniades. I'm with the newspaper.
It's been nice meeting you. I have to go now.
Just a minute.
Please.
I can't blame you.
How did you find me?
One of the leg men located your mother. I talked to her earlier tonight.
Oh. How is she?
Still hitting the bottle. The way she knew where you were, you sent her some flowers on her birthday, remember?
Yes. She wouldn't talk to me. Said she didn't want a daughter who was a jailbird.
Tell me how it's been.
So you can write about
I
it?
promise you I won't write anything you don't want me to write.
Okay. You want to know how it's been? Right after I got out of jail, I met a man at a restaurant. Nice man. He asked me for a date. I spent every cent I had on a red handbag to go with my red shoes. They weren't the same shade, but anyway, they were both red. And I was very excited about the date. We went to a movie. Afterward, he didn't even try to kiss me or anything. He just wanted to know what the flying saucer had told me. Didn't say anything. I just went home and cried all night.
And that was it.
No. I had another date. I get pretty lonely. This time they arrested the man I was with. He was a Russian agent. On Christmas Eve, 4 men called me up and sang me a song. Would you like to hear the words?
It doesn't matter.
They go, the flying saucer came down one day and taught her a brand new way to play, and what it was she will not say, but she takes me out of this world.
I'm sorry.
Now will you go away and leave me alone?
Yes.
Aren't you going to ask me the big question?
No?
Everybody does.
Yeah, well, not me.
You will, sooner or later.
Maybe. Look, can I take you home?
No.
Can I see you again? Please.
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself like anyone.
Trust me, will you?
I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll wait here for you tomorrow night.
All right.
The next night, I went back to the coffee joint to wait for her. I knew she got through about 4 a.m. I got there about 15 minutes early.
Mr. Beniades?
Yes. Say, you're the chief of the security section, aren't you?
You have a good memory. You mind if I sit down?
Well, I'm expecting someone.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I see.
I'd like to talk to you.
Go ahead.
You probably know that we've been trying to gain the confidence of this girl for some years now.
Yes.
And, apparently you've succeeded where we've failed.
Well, not really.
In any event, you seem to be making some progress.
She may not even show up.
I think she will. Now, I'm going to ask you to help us.
Help? In what way can I help?
We have reason to believe that this girl is a courier for some alien power.
On what do you base that?
Well, there was the incident of the saucer, of course. We've definitely established that it came from some other planet. And recently, she's been throwing messages inside bottles into the ocean.
What sort of messages?
They're always the same. I have one right here. You're welcome to read it and see if it makes any sense. We've had every decoding expert in the service trying to break it. But we can't seem to find the key.
I see.
Now, she's throwing literally hundreds of these messages in bottles into the sea. We've got many of them, but not all, naturally. Now, what we're most interested in is locating the contact.
Naturally.
And that's where you fit in. We'd like you to gain this girl's confidence even further. Try to find out just what these messages mean, and beyond that, what the saucer said to her. You'll be doing us a favor and your country a great service.
You're certain this is some subversive activity on her part?
How else can you explain the fact that she won't tell us her secret?
Maybe because it's hers, and everybody has a right to have something of his own.
Are you, trying to tell me that you won't cooperate?
I didn't say that.
I'd like to remind you, Mr. Beniades, that you have a duty to us.
I know that. I also have a duty to myself and to God. If you'll excuse me. I folded the bottle message and put it in my pocket. I waited for her to show up. The minutes went by, and the hours, and I knew she wasn't coming. Oh, she had come and seen me with the chief and changed her mind. That's when I left the cafe and walked down to the beach. That's when I dragged her out of the surf before she could follow one of her bottles into the water. How do you feel now? Are you cold?
Why should you care?
I do.
Is that why you were sitting with the security chief in the cafe?
I didn't arrange that meeting. He asked me to spy on you.
I suppose he told you about the bottles.
Yes.
Wonder how much of the taxpayers' money they spent gathering them up. You'd think they'd get tired of it. All the writing in the bottles is the same.
Maybe you could have saved a lot of trouble.
Do you think so? All of them. Judges, jailers, jukeboxes, people. Do you really think it would have saved me a minute's trouble if I told them the whole truth at the very beginning?
Wouldn't it?
No. They wouldn't have believed me. What they wanted was a new weapon. Some super scientific super science from some alien super race. Science. That's all they think of.
No, it's pretty important.
Would it ever have occurred to them that this super race from another planet might have super feelings? Or super longings? Or super loneliness? No. All they think about is weapons. Isn't it time you asked me what the saucer said?
No.
They all ask me.
I don't have to ask you. I know.
You know?
Let me read it to you. There is in certain living souls a quality of loneliness unspeakable, so great it must be shared as company is shared by lesser beings. Such a loneliness is mine. So know by this that in immensity there is one lonelier than you.
How did you know?
It's the message you put in the bottles. The same message that some lonely, strange being in some other world put into a bottle, only his bottle was a flying saucer and sent across space to you.
You knew.
I'm lonely too. Look at me. I've never had the love of a woman. They think I'm pretty ugly.
You're not ugly.
No. I don't feel ugly right now.
Say it again. The message from the saucer.
Know by this that in immensity there is one lonelier than you.
I wonder if whoever first wrote it has found someone.
I think perhaps he has. She looked at me and said nothing. But it was as if a light came from her. More light than even the practiced moon could cast. Among the many things it meant was the fact that even to loneliness there is an end for those who are lonely enough, long enough.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features I Am a Nucleus by Stephen Barr, the story of a man who felt he was hexed because his comfortably untidy world had suddenly turned into a monstrosity of order. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Saucer of Loneliness, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Theodore Sturgeon and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Elaine Rost as Janet, Nat Polan as Jason, William Keane as the sergeant, Jock McGregor as the cop, Mandel Kramer as the chief, and Wendell Holmes as the senator. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. Just signed up to take some classes this fall. Preparatory school, kinda. They guarantee to prepare you for anything, or your sanity will be cheerfully refunded. One course in better citizenship is titled How to Keep Busy Though Dead. Another popular course is the art of stone sculpturing. The teacher hands you a hammer and a tombstone and then dares you to try something. The length of the course depends on the individual student. It ends promptly when you terminate.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Catch a Killer, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Stitch with Barbara Weeks as Gale.
And now, let's exercise our fears. Tonight's drama is told under the byline of Stitch Thompson, a newspaperman as hard-boiled as a 10-minute egg. The way men get who make murder their business. He's in Joe's restaurant, staring restlessly at nothing. The way men do who are fed up with themselves.
10 years on the crime beat and your mind begins to crack a little. Like a punch-drunk fighter talking to himself. You've seen the sordid side of life and it's crept into your system. You forget more than you remember just to keep from going nuts. But there's one experience I do remember. Because it happened to me last. Began in court. A guy was being sentenced to death.
Marco Chase, you have been found guilty of murder by a jury of your peers. It is the sentence of this court that you be taken to the state penitentiary And kept there until the week of October 20th.
No!
There was a girl, a perky little brunette fainting dead away. A wife or a sister, maybe, or just a woman hearing the bell tolled over a guy who was too young to die. It was a sister, as it turned out to be, a little while later when I ran into her again at Joe's restaurant, a newspaper man's hangout. You better stop it, kid. You'll just get yourself sick. Marco, your husband?
My brother. He didn't do it. He didn't murder Mona Taylor.
It's a little late to go into pros and cons. Mona Taylor was his dancing partner, huh?
Yes, but that was all. He wasn't in love with her, and he didn't murder her. If Mona Taylor was murdered...
If? Well, wait a minute. They'd never have gotten a conviction without a corpus delicti.
They found her in the river. A body that was hardly anything. It had been weak.
And they identified the body.
But how? Teeth. Just a small dental crown and a dentist's testimony, so-called measurements. The measurements fit, but that could have been a coincidence.
Yeah, it could have been. The main gimmick was that dentist's testimony.
All horribly circumstantial.
90% of hanging evidence is circumstantial, kid.
Help him, Mr. Thompson, please.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Yes. You've succeeded where the police failed so many times.
You've been oversold on my reputation.
You won't help me?
I wouldn't know how. Sorry. I said no, but I took her red eyes away with me. Her red eyes were right in front of me a couple of days later. I was on an assignment, the city morgue. A local racketeer had been riddled with bullets and tossed into the streets. There was a woman beside me, a relative. She was there to identify the remains. I watched her look and I listened to her scream.
Mr. Thompson, I prayed for you to come.
There was a corpse in the city morgue just now and a woman screaming. The way I saw it, the corpse was your brother Marco. The way I heard it, it was you screaming come October 20th.
Save Marco, please.
That's if he's really innocent.
He is.
My hat's off to your technique, kid. You sure hopped me up with a sense of guilt, made me feel as if...
As if?
As if I'd be guilty of murder if your brother went to the chair an innocent man.
How will you help my brother? You have a plan?
No, I'll have to feel around blindly. I'll needle the cops into second guessing. Run big hints in the newspaper about how the evidence that convicted Marco was a little lightweight. That maybe there's more to the Mona Taylor murder than was told. It's only an arrow in the air, kid. Don't bank on a thing. The arrow landed right on Tom Ryder's sore spot. Tom Ryder was the county DA.
Have you lost your mind completely, Stitch? 7 stories on the Mona Taylor murder.
On the Marco Chase conviction.
A closed case.
Not until the evening of October 20th.
What makes you think he's an innocent man? He's been tried and judged.
I don't know exactly. Call it a hunch. Or, maybe it's his sister's faith that sold me. I'm crazy, huh?
You're not kidding. Haven't you something interesting and current to write about?
Marco Chase is current and choice.
How far do you expect to go with this nonsense?
I shouldn't tip my hand, but I will. Right now, Marco's sister, Gail, is trying to persuade Mrs. Mary Taylor, that's the victim's mother, to petition for court permission to exhume the body of Mona Taylor.
Exhume the body of Mona Taylor?
That's if we can get the mother to agree.
But why?
Well, we not only think Marco Chase is innocent, but we also have an idea that the corpus delicti might not be Mona Taylor. The DA wasn't the only one. There was someone else really put out and determined to do something about it. About me, I mean. I was telling me and tell me how she made out with Mona Taylor's mother when my door buzzer phoned. There was a kid with a package.
Mr. Stitch Thompson?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, here's a package for you.
Who from?
Well, a man in the Owl drugstore said to bring it to you at 9 sharp.
9 sharp it is, thanks. It's just a package. A box and brown wrapping paper. I opened it. Who wouldn't open it? How suspicious can you get? I got the cover off and the room fell on me. There were bells way off somewhere. I was waking up to bells. I'd been asleep for 1,000 years like a mummy in a tomb. There were bandages all around my head.
Hello, Stitch.
Gail. Where am I?
In a hospital. You've been here 3 days.
What happened?
A time bomb wrapped in a parcel was delivered to you.
Yeah, I remember. At 9 sharp, it went off right on the button. How bad am I?
Cuts and burns. Who did it, Stitch?
Don't know. Someone who doesn't like what I'm up to. Someone who wants the case to stay like it is. Closed. Oh, did you talk Mona Taylor's mother into it?
Yes. She agreed, finally, just this morning. She petitioned for court permission to exhume the body of her daughter.
On the day I was checked out of the hospital, we exhumed the alleged body of Mona Taylor and shipped it to a private laboratory.
Just what do you hope to accomplish out of this grisly business?
A detailed chart of the victim, Mr. D.A., as well as it can be constructed. All measurements, bone widths, body scars, if any, and so forth. The physiological story and the medical story as good as we can get it.
And then what?
Then we compare it detail for detail with the chart we've gotten up on the known Mona Taylor. The idea is to see if the lady now in our laboratory and Mona Taylor are the same people.
But that's already been done thoroughly.
Yeah, I know. By the state, with your experts. This time we're doing it for the defense with our experts. It was all a little speculative, maybe. Just a way of showing we were really in earnest, really dead set on forcing official interest in action. But there was one immediate result.
Stitch.
Yeah.
Her teeth. The dental crown that the state used to prove she was actually Mona Taylor.
Yeah, but the one that dentist swore he'd made for her?
Yes.
So?
Mona Taylor was buried with her crown in her mouth. Her mother insisted she be buried like that. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, the old lady did make an issue of it. What about that crown?
It's gone. Mona Taylor was buried in it, Stitch, but now it's gone.
I beat the DA to the dentist whose positive identification of the dental bridge did so much to cinch the state's identification of the body.
But why come to me, Mr. Thompson?
I'm looking for a dentist. What are you so nervous about, Dr. Penner?
Well, I'm a nervous man.
Just nervous, huh?
Now, look, if you continue like this any further, I'll call the police.
Tell the police you've got my fingerprints on your face, lover boy. Well, I said lover boy, but what do you bet you weren't that lucky? What do you bet you made very slow time with Mona Taylor?
Oh, that's absurd.
Your acting's lousy. Now, where is Mona Taylor?
Where is... Are you insane? She was buried.
They buried a girl they called Mona Taylor mainly because you identified a dental job in her mouth. Strike out your testimony, and the corpse was a practically unidentifiable somebody washed ashore after weeks in the river. I'm not just guessing or bluffing, Penner. We exhumed the body this morning and found the dental crown she was buried with missing.
Missing?
Your acting's still lousy. Now talk.
All right. I lied when I identified the crown.
Why?
Well, I was forced to. Someone kept telephoning threats to kill me if I didn't.
Who kept telephoning you?
I don't know. It was just a voice on the telephone. A hard, determined voice like yours. A voice I became afraid of. He said it was to both our advantages, his and mine, if the body was identified as Mona Taylor.
Why'd you go to the crazy risk of stealing the crown?
Well, your newspaper articles made me do it. Your demands that the body be exhumed and the case reopened. You see, I was afraid another dentist would turn up, the dentist who had really worked on Mona Taylor. You see, I never did any work on her.
Okay, Penner, get your hat.
My hat?
And take it off when you enter the DA's office. Tell him what you've told me. Tell him especially that his corpus delicti is probably not the real Mona Taylor. And tell him that you wanted to prevent exhumation of the body so desperately you tried to blow Stitch Thompson off the face of the earth. You did send that time bomb, didn't you?
Yes, I sent it. I must have been crazy. I knew Marco was innocent.
Not so fast, Gail. Mona Taylor is still a missing dancer who might turn up dead. And the odds are top-heavy that she will turn up just like that.
Why are you so certain, Stitch?
The kind of girl Mona was. All meek and no heart. She made men a career. Bet on it that way, kid. Mona Taylor is dead. We bet on it like that. With the mother's reluctant okay, we holed up in Mona's apartment that night to see if we could get a line on the men in her life from her letters and a stack of diaries. Get a line on one guy especially. The guy who had put the heat on the dentist Penner in the first place and gotten him to perjure in court.
You were right about Mona. About her making a career of men.
Yeah, I undersold her. Men crawl through her diaries like ants.
She hated men. Men loved her, but she hated them.
Yeah.
She was no good, Stitch. If she's dead, I'm glad.
Oh, I get it. She did a good job on your brother Marco, too.
Not for my brother. I don't hate her just for that. I hate her for all the men who fall honestly in love. And for you, Stitch. I hate her for you, too.
For me?
Yes. I've watched you staring at her picture all night. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
But there are other beautiful women in the world.
Yeah, but not like... Now, look, you've got me mooning over a girl I don't even know.
I didn't do it, Stitch. It just happened to you. I watched you finger her trinkets before, and her gowns. The way your hands touched things Mona owned and wore.
How do I touch them?
Tenderly. With a touch of love.
Kid, you're crazy.
Am I?
Sure you are. Sure, I can go for a girl like the next guy can. So what? I could go for Mona, I could go for you.
Can you go for me?
Well, easier than for Mona. She's only a photograph on a bureau. You're alive, baby, right within reach.
Then reach, Stitch.
What?
Reach. Kiss me.
You kidding?
No. Kiss me.
Funny, but I can't.
You can't. In her room with her picture staring at you with Mona alive in the room.
You're trying to hoodoo me into believing I'm in love with a ghost, but the fact is you're jealous of a ghost.
I am jealous of her. It's insane, I know, but I am. I'm sorry, Stitch.
Oh, forget it. It's a kind of a spell in this room anyway. Let's get back to our work. Got a lot of names here for the DA to investigate the 100 men who were after Mona. If Ryder turns a miracle, he'll pull the one man out of the list. The one man who can lead the police to Mona.
What if one woman can lead the police to Mona?
One woman?
Yes, Stitch. One woman. Me.
You? I don't get it.
I know where Mona Taylor is buried. I visited my brother in the death house last night. Marco told me things.
Gail knew all right and showed me. We drove upstate New York into the Catskills and parked outside a big iron gate that had a sign over a main lodge reading Martinson's Bungalows for rent, hunting and fishing. All right, now what?
There are scattered bungalows half-mile up that footpath. We'll have to walk the rest of the way.
And, Mona's up there somewhere?
Yes, where my brother left her. The night she disappeared.
Mona was there, all right. Up where a natural lake had dried into marshland. I got on my hands and knees and turned my flashlight on her, but I couldn't see her. There was a burlap bag over her. Her last resting place was a broken culvert built into a dam that was no longer in use. But Mona was no longer in use. Your brother left her here, you said. What's the rest of it?
Marco rented a cabin up here for the season. He'd driven Mona up. They were to go over a new dance routine. Marco drove to the village to shop for groceries, provisions. He left Mona here, reading. When he got back, she was dead. Shot through the heart. Marco lost his head. He didn't notify the police. He hid her here.
Mm-hmm. Afraid he'd be the fall guy, huh?
Yes. Their names had been linked romantically. They'd fought publicly, backstage, in nightclubs.
Why didn't he open up about where the real Mona Taylor was during his trial?
He gambled on being acquitted. But in hiding Mona, he compromised himself hopelessly. I couldn't advise him. I discovered these things just last night when I visited him.
Whoever sneaked up here to shoot Mona came up on foot. Parked his car at that big gate down there and came up on foot.
He had to.
This was during the daytime, you said. The stores were open for your brother to do his shopping.
It was between noon and 2 p.m. on July 18th.
And that name down there where we parked, Martinson. Who is Martinson?
Flora Martinson, a widow. She manages the lodge and rents out the bungalows.
Let's go have a talk with her.
strange car parked out there on that day, July 18th. It was at 1 o'clock. I took the license number down, and it's right here in my daybook.
I phoned the license number to District Attorney Ryder. But before dropping in on him to see who he'd nailed, I took Gail to Joe's restaurant. And she was red-eyed again like the day I met her. All right, now what's watering your eyes, kid?
Nothing special. I've always cried. Since I was a child, I've cried.
Oh, what for? Or is it for what?
For everything. And everybody. For the mess people make out of their lives. For my brother. For all the men who fall in love with all the Monas. I cry for you too, Stitch.
For a wreck who blanks out here at Joe's 7 nights a week, huh?
For a great newspaper man who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks for the tears, baby. You ever cried for yourself?
I am, now. I'm crying for a girl who could have fallen in love with a guy who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks again, baby.
Stitch, where are you going?
To see what the DA's come up with. Hiya, DA.
Hello, Stitch. Sit down. I checked auto license 6Y410. I wired the state capitol on your tip. Here's what they wired back. Green Coupe, 1946. The owner's vital statistics are age, 36, height, 5'11", weight, 175 pounds, eyes, blue. You sure he was the man who murdered Mona Taylor?
Yeah, I'm sure. What's his name and address?
He lives at 625 10th Street. His name is Stitch Thompson. Why'd you come forward like this now? This late?
I didn't. A brunette named Gail pushed me forward. She knew I was the guy who murdered Mona. She also knew I was a punch-drunk reporter who'd blanked out. So she started a campaign to start me remembering. You know, she did it to save a brother. But a funny thing happened to her. She's in Joe's right now, crying her eyes out for me.
Imagine rolling up your sleeves only to put the finger on yourself. You know, for a guy whose moniker was Stitch, our boy was certainly unraveled. Mona had a way with men, so Stitch did away with Mona. Did some wolf just observe that Mona was more kissed off than kissed? Good thing Gail was able to maneuver Stitch into remembering. Marco my words it was. pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 7 weeks from tonight on Thursday, September 1st.
You are deep in the remote hill country of Afghan, face to face with the fierce Pathan warriors, trapped into a hopeless fight from which there seems no escape.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to the north of India and to a battle long remembered, as Rudyard Kipling described it in his famous story, The Drums of the Fore and Aft.
When I came out from England to serve as a news correspondent with the British troops on the northwest frontier of India, I was attached to a regiment known as the Fore and Fit, Princess Hohenzollerns own Royal Light Infantry. Fore and Fit. But now, behind their backs, men call them the Fore and Aft. When certain words are shouted in front of other barracks, the troops may come out with belts and fists. But the mere whisper of Fore and Aft brings out the men of this regiment with rifles in their hands and murder in their eyes. I think perhaps the story of how the Fore and Aft got its name may be really more the story of Jakin and Piggy Lou, two of the toughest and most lovable little monsters who ever banged a drum or tooted a fife in a military band. They were both about the same age, with curly hair and the faces of cherubs, and inside were two souls that should have belonged to a pair of devils. I must have seen them before, of course, but the first occasion I can recall was at an informal court the colonel was holding in the orderly room one morning. Piggy and Jakin were there, and they were in trouble, as usual.
All right, Sergeant. Read the charges.
Yes, sir. The charge is made by one Smithers, a civilian, that while walking back of the bazaar at 6 p.m. last evening, he was set upon without provocation by two drummers from the regimental band known as Jakin and Peggy Lou, and by them was beaten into near insensibility.
Well, go on, Sergeant.
Mr. Smithers states further that he was struck down by the two defendants and while lying on the ground was kicked repeatedly in the face and ribs, escaping with his life only through the timely arrival of a detachment of the guard. That's all, sir.
Well, what about it? Jakin? Piggy? Is this the truth?
Oh, yes, sir. We gave him what for, all right?
That will do, Piggy.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Turn them over to the bandmaster and have him tan their hides.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Wait a minute. Begging your pardon, sir, but can't we say nothing in our own defence?
Oh, what if a bloomin' civilian said he'd report you for having a bit of a barney with a friend? Suppose he tried to get money out of you, sir, and then he...
That will do, Piggy. You were fighting.
Well, only between ourselves, sir. That doesn't count.
We can't have no blinking civilians interfering with the business of Her Majesty's regiment.
All right. We forget the birching. But you're both confined to quarters for 3 days.
Oh, but, sir...
All right. Dismissed. And throw away that pipe when you get outside, Piggy. You're too young to be smoking.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Confound it, Kipling. I don't know what to do with the lads. They're not really bad at heart, and they've never known any home with the army.
Where do they come from, Colonel?
Jakin is from some back street in London, and Piggy Lou is straight off the Calcutta docks. And in both cases, ancestry unknown.
Well, they seem loyal enough to the regiment, at any rate.
They are, and loyal to each other in their own way. I'm inclined to think sometimes they've got more real spirit than all these new regulars put together.
Aren't you a bit overloaded with green troops, Colonel?
Overloaded? My dear fella, 90% of the regiment were in Manchester factories or Lancashire farms 6 months ago. Can't make a soldier that length of time.
Any chance of action very soon?
Between ourselves, Kipling, we'll probably move north in about 10 days.
Oh.
No, not to the front, of course. We'll give them a few months to shake down before they go into action.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's the only thing to do. There's one thing certain. This regiment is not ready for action yet. Only, don't write that back to your paper.
But the gods who govern armies seldom choose the wisest plan. On the Afghan border, a large force of Pathan guerrillas began massing near the Khyber Valley, being held in check temporarily by a regiment of Highlanders and a regiment of native Gurkhas. A week later, the Four and Fit, a regiment totally unprepared for action, was ordered to march north, contact the two regiments, and carry out a joint action to disperse the enemy. Parade ground and barracks began to hum with preparations for the coming campaign. Privates walked with a new swagger, and the young officers merely shot one another at pistol practice. But to Piggy and Jakin, the excitement was like salt in an open wound, for the band was reduced to 20 men, and the drummer boys were being left behind.
Blimey, I won't let him do it to me, Jakin. Me, what's going to have a career in the army, being left behind like an old boot.
Oh, why should you worry? Now you can stay here with that blooming girl of yours.
Oh, what's a girl when the regiment's going to the front? And besides, how am I to explain to her about being left behind with the women?
What do you have to explain anything to her for? She's only 13.
I've been telling her I'd get myself a medal when the first campaign came along, and how am I to do it now?
I heard in the barracks they're going to take Tom Kidd along. He's to be the bugler. Of course, he's 18, though.
He may be 18, but I can plaster the wall with him any day, and with one hand behind my back.
Perhaps we could bash him round a bit. Oh, just enough so as he can't bugle no more. You could hold his hands, Piggy, and then I'll kick him in the...
No. They still wouldn't take us. Our reputations ain't what they might be, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, for myself, I'd just as lief stay here and do a bit of loafing.
With our own regiment going into action, why, I'd as lief have my...
Oh, look who's coming. It's the blooming colonel himself.
And so it is, all alone. You know, Jakin, my boy, I think I'll go and have a little talk with the colonel. You wait here.
Have you gone daft with the east?
Yeah, catch my pipe.
Blimey, now we're in for it again.
Begging the colonel's pardon, sir.
What's it? Well, Piggy, the drum's in revolt.
No, sir. I'd like the pleasure of a word with you, sir.
All right. Go ahead and have it.
Well, sir, if you thought the world and all of your regiment, and it was going off to active service without you, sir, then how'd you feel?
I'm afraid I should feel a bit left out of things.
Well, that's how Jakin and me feels about it, sir.
You've no idea what a campaign can be like, Piggy. Why, you'd flop in your face in the first 20 miles.
Oh, no, we wouldn't, sir. We're good at marching. I've told my girl I'd bring her back a medal. I've just got to go.
I see. Think you could pass a physical?
Not the slightest doubt of it, sir. We're both of us very healthy for our age.
All right. I suppose it's unheard of for a regiment on the border to take drummers along on active service. But if you can pass the medical officer, you can both go along.
Oh, blimey! We're going to the front! Thank you, sir. Jakin!
The regiment marched out of the station 2 days later, and all those left behind lined the road that led past the parade ground. The band stood by and played them out, waiting to fall in at the rear of the column. And although Jakin perspired and beat on his drum manfully to cover up, it was quite evident that Piggy Lou was not with the band. Jakin kept glancing at the cedar hedge behind him, and I had a pretty good idea why Piggy was being detained.
You've just got to be awful careful and take real good care of yourself, Peggy. You're so venturesome. I'd worry all the time.
It's hard, Chris. I'll grant you it's hard, but what's a man to do when his regiment's called on active service now? Yeah. Give us another kiss.
Oh, Peggy.
That's more like it.
If you'd have stayed here like you'd ought to, you could have had as many as you wanted.
And if I'd done that, Chris, you wouldn't think anything of me.
Like as not, but, well, at least I'd have had you with me, Peggy. And all the thinking in the world ain't like kissing.
And all the kissing in the world ain't like having a medal to wear on the front of your coat.
Oh, who cares about a medal? Just stay with me, Peggy, darling, and I'll love you true forever.
Well, ain't you going to do that anyhow, Chris? You said you was.
Oh, of course I am, but it'd be lots more comfortable if you stayed here.
Don't take on about it, Chris. I'll be coming back, and I'll marry you someday, too. I promise.
Oh, but when? Years and years, perhaps. You'll be careful, won't you, Peggy?
Well, a man has to take his chances in the army, Chris, but if it happens, I'll be thinking of you right to the last.
Oh, don't talk like that.
Oh, now, here. Give us a kiss.
Peggy, come on over here. We're about to fall in.
I've got to go now, Chris, my love. Don't you be forgetting me.
Oh, I won't ever, Peggy. Here, I made something for you to take with you.
What is it?
It's a button bag. All the regular soldiers carry them. I've put some of me hair in it.
No, it's awful kind of you, Chris.
Oh, it ain't made so well, but I didn't want nobody else to help me, not even Mum.
I'll carry it right over my heart, so long as I'm alive.
Oh, don't say things like that.
Peggy, come on.
Give us one more kiss now. I can't stay no longer.
Oh, Peggy.
Goodbye, Chris. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Peggy. Be careful. Oh, be careful.
I'll be coming round to see you, Chris, my love, when I get back from the war.
Oh, Peggy.
Well, it's about time. And lucky we're not both in trouble. Here, stick this blinking pipe in your ugly mouth and blow on it. Petticoat chaser.
Just beat your drum, soldier, before I decide to beat on your ruddy head a bit. Tell the colonel he can shove off now.
A great hour on CBS Friday night is This is Broadway. Rising stars bring you their top acts and their problems for the future to Clifton Fadiman, Abe Burrows, and George S. Hoffman, three show business experts ready with advice. Be sure to hear This is Broadway tomorrow night and every Friday night on most of these same CBS stations. And now, we return to the second act of Escape, and tonight's story, Drums of the Fore and Aft.
And so the Fore and Fit went north to the wars. First by troop train, and then on foot, when the last railhead left them with a 7-day route march before they'd reach the front up ahead. And during those 7 weary days, the regiment began to crack. The men went hardened to the long miles of marching, and they found themselves dead tired before noon of each day. The food was bad, and the water was worse. And on the second day, the snipers started in. They would hide in the tumble rocks of the low brown hills beside the road and wait for the column to pass. The first sign of one would be a flash and a puff of smoke, and some man on the long line of march would die without ever seeing the enemy who'd killed him. And even at night, the tired and nerve-shattered men could find no rest. If anything, the night hours in the dark tents were a good deal worse than the daylight hours on the dusty road.
Oh, shut up, Piggy. I've got to get myself some sleep.
As if I ain't marched just as far as you have. Oh, my feet's fair killing me.
Well, it serves you bloody well right for getting us into this. We could be back in the barracks now, living on the fat of the land.
And halfway to becoming musicians, like as not.
In which case, I'd be sleeping in a regular bed and having some decent grub to eat for once.
I'm afraid you're not the army type, Jake, and perhaps I shouldn't have talked my friend, the colonel, into letting you come...
Shut up in there! Hide that taint before I come in and take a belt to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Don't have to go calling a blinking sergeant, sir.
There ain't no harm in it.
What's that?
That's the left wing. Stay in your tent.
Piggy, that's another one of our sentries got himself killed out there.
Them Pathan beggars can sneak up in the dark without making a sound. Then they take their bloody long knives and slice a man open as neat as you please.
Hold your fire till you see what you're shooting at.
I wonder what they look like, Piggy. These here Pathan.
What's it matter when we can't even carry rifles? I ask you now, Jakin, look at this in my hand. How's a man to get himself a medal when all he's got for a weapon is a bloomin' fife?
Late afternoon of the 7th day, weary, savage, and sick, their uniforms dulled and unclean, the 4 and Fit rendezvoused with the Highland Regiment.
Hey, lads, here comes the new regiment, the 4 and Fit.
The 4 and Fit, eh? And may I ask you, what is it they're fit for?
Some of the men bore wounds, and some with stretcher cases. But the real casualty was the regimental morale. These raw recruits had marched out of their station in the south with the band playing, and somehow they'd imagined they might march gloriously into battle the same way. But no band played when they slogged to a stop at the brigade encampment.
Blimey! Look at them chaps over there wearing petticoats.
A lot you know. They're islanders, me lad, and I've heard a man had best take no liberties with them.
Oh. Well, Piggy, do you think we found the ruddy war at last?
And what else? Ain't that a full-blown general over there talking to our colonel?
Had a bit of a rough time of it coming down, sir. My men have been rather mauled with no chance of a fair return. They only want to go someplace where they can see what's before them.
I understand, Colonel. I wish I could let you have a few days to recover, but I simply can't spare you just now.
Oh, there'll be no need of it, sir. All we're wanting is one good night's rest.
I see. Well, you can pitch your camp next to the Highlanders, Colonel, and I suggest you call a general inspection before dark. We plan to attack the enemy position at dawn.
Very good, sir.
So, it's active service you wanted, Piggy, eh? And how much longer do you think they're going to keep us standing here with the bloody daylight barely coming over the hills?
Just take a look at them Pathans out there on the plain.
Must be 8 of them to one of us, right down the line.
It makes it that much easier to get a medal.
Now, how do you hope to get a medal? Maybe you're going to blow their bloody eardrums in with your little fife.
More like it. We'll not even have a chance to see how the beggars look. The band, as you might have heard, is going to wheel and retire when we reach them rocks out there, while the regular soldiers go in and attack the enemy.
Which, I might say, is exactly the way I'd plan it myself. I got no fondness for being sliced up like a leg of lamb.
Ah, you got no spirit, Jakin.
Them as want spirit can have it. As for me, I... Here we go, Piggy.
Right, you are, Jakin. Ready now.
The 2, either right, quick, march!
Watch yourself now, Jakin, and step lively. Just keep your eye on me, and I'll make a bloody hero out of you.
Only someone had blundered. Someone had misread an order. And the 4 and Fit moved out onto the plain to attack the enemy force alone.
The 4 and Fit's moving out.
At the clump of rock, the band wheeled and halted and continued to play, while the ranks opened to form a skirmish line and moved slowly ahead.
Hold steady, laddies. We haven't any orders to move out, and therefore we'll stand fast anew. If the 4 and Fit wishes to fight like hogs, then they'll fight
At 500 yards range from the enemy line, the regiment began firing at will. At will and wildly. In a few minutes, they'd thrown away half of their ammunition and blinded themselves with their own smoke. And farther out on the plain, the Afghan army stood quietly, firing occasional well-aimed bullets into the milling herd of green
the
troops.
brainless fools, they're bunching like a herd
Suddenly,
of sheep.
from the main body of the Afghan troops, a small band of about 50 Pathan warriors charged forward and fell upon the startled Englishmen. These were the Ghazis, the suicide squad, always thrown out ahead of the Afghan army before any main test of strength. Swinging their long, heavy knives, they struck the close-packed British
In
line.
the name of heaven, don't they extend into open order? They'll be
The
cut
poor
to
and fit wavered, reeling away from the vicious slashes of the murderous bone-handled knives, rallied for an instant and held, then broke, turned tail, and ran.
Will you look at them laddies? They turn and run.
I might say they make better speed to the rear than they made to the fore.
They're anything but poor and fit now. More like it to call them the fore and aft.
It'll take him a long time to live that one down. At the fore and aft.
The regiment took no thought for the wounded, for the men left behind. Nor did they stop until they jammed in the pass that led up to the hill. And the band, too, was carried along with them in their headlong flight. All the band, except 2 men.
Piggy, you think them bloody Pathan beggars can see us hiding here in the rocks?
Oh, of course not.
Well, I hope you're right.
Bloomin' cowards, running away. Now, weren't that a fine way for a British regiment to act?
Had we done the same thing, we'd not be left behind here the way we are.
Now, what's got into you? You're comfortable, ain't you?
I may be comfortable, but I ain't easy in me mind.
Ah, put a sock in it. Hey, look, somebody's dropped their canteen here. Maybe it's got rum in it.
Well, now, how can you hope to tell by shaking it?
Here now, keep your dirty hands off it. I'll do the trying it out.
Well, is it, Piggy? Is it?
No, it's water. Oh. Here, have yourself a free drink on Her Majesty, drummer boy.
Righto.
Shaken, look. What? Them Pathan beggars is starting back for their own lines. Hey, keep your head down.
Well, now with the blooming enemy retiring, perhaps our lads will come out and rescue us.
Not them, the bloody cowards.
Well, don't they know the Pathans ain't chasing them no more?
They can't see nothing but their own precious skins. Mo. Maybe we ought to give 'em a little music. Show 'em it's all nice and cozy out here now.
What? Do you want us to go and get our blinking selves shot?
Oh, they ain't no enemy close by now. Come on, Jakin. Take up your bloody drum there.
Here, are you positive there was only water in that canteen?
Oh. So like as not you're a coward too, the same as the rest of the regiment.
What? I'll show you who's a coward, Piggy, my boy. Here, take your blooming fife. There, and stick it in your ugly face.
Well, now, so you have got a bit of spirit. Maybe I'll speak to my old friend the Colonel about it.
Oh, shut up and start blowing. You ready?
Ready all. Now.
Where is it we're going to march to, Piggy?
Back and forth a time or two in full sight. Then we'll wait in the rocks for the battle to start. Are they watching us?
Yeah, they're watching us. Oh, yes, they're watching us, all right.
Time held still, and even the Afghan snipers forgot their weapons, while 2 armies watched the tiny, red-coated figures marching back and forth on the battlefield alone.
Aye, and I'll tell you for certain, there's a pair of brave laddies down there.
All right, you bleeding cowards! Look at them out there! Are them 2 children the only brave men in the regiment?
The men of the fore and aft lifted their heads, fingered their rifles, and stared without moving. And out there on the silent plain, back and forth, marched Jakin and Piggy.
Have we got to play these blooming instruments all day long? Ain't the blighters ever going to come back?
Shut up, Jakin. Keep playing.
Well, all I might say is, I shouldn't have ever let you talk me into this. I ain't cut out for active service anyway. I should bloody well feel more comfortable if I was back in the barracks. I was back in...
Jakin! Oh, you blinking heathen blighters! You've killed Jakin! All right, I'll show you who's afraid of you! Come on, you bloomin' cowards!
Two armies saw them die from the sniper's bullets. Two armies, and the men of the fore and aft.
All right, men of the regiment. What now? Those two at least were brave enough to know how to die.
Pigs, bayonets! This time we attack, and there'll be no turning back!
Look at them, laddies. The fore and aft, they're going back to fight.
Aye, look at them run. That's how it should have been done the first time.
Aye, laddies, and now is the time for us. Orders or no, here's where we join the fight. Company, prepare to charge. Charge!
Late afternoon saw the Afghan army wiped out, and the general explained to me how everything had gone according to his plan, and how he hoped I'd cable that back to my paper in London right away. I turned and left him then, and walked across the silent battlefield, walked out among the silent dead. The two tiny figures lay quite close together, Jakin fallen across his broken drum, and Piggy Lou with the fife still clenched in his dirty fist. A bulge under his tunic caught my eye, and I reached in and drew out a button bag, embroidered crudely with the name Chris.
I made it for you myself, Piggy, darling. And I put some of my own hair inside of it.
I'll wear it right next to my heart, Chris, so long as I'm alive.
I thought how Chris would soon forget, and how the world's memory is no longer than hers. The sun was sinking away into the west. The button bag in my hand was soaked, damp, and over the left breast of Piggy's grimy uniform, over the pocket where decorations are usually worn, a brighter red stain had spread out through the coarse wool, looking very much like the bright red ribbon that goes with a medal.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight we have presented Drums of the Fore and Aft by Rudyard Kipling, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright as Rudyard Kipling, Hugh Thomas as Piggy Lou, and Terry Kilburn as Jakin, with Colleen Collins, Ramsey Hill, Alec Harford, Wilms Herbert, and Tudor Owen. Special music arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week,
you are hanging by your fingertips on the sheer face of an ice cliff, suspended 1,000 feet above instant death, with your strength running out and with no chance for escape.
Next week, we bring you an adventure tale, Action by C.E. Montague. Be sure to tune in at the same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. In just a few minutes, Casey, crime photographer, embarks upon another adventure with death. Tonight's adventure is called Crazy Like a Fox. Join crime photographer on most of these same CBS stations. Tip Corning speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy in The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Montgomery, Alyssa Landy, Gene Lockhart, Alma Kruger, and Lionel Pape. Our guests, Vince Barnett and Natalie Bucknell. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, welcome everyone to another hour in Hollywood. Attention, housewives. Here are 3 points to bear in mind for clothes protection. Lux Flakes cut down runs in silk stockings by preserving the elasticity of the threads. They keep your clothes new-looking so much longer by doing away with harsh cake soap rubbing. Lux Flakes are so gentle that we include even your daintiest lingerie in saying, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Try Lux tomorrow. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. By birth and circumstance, tonight's stars are well equipped to play the parts of a noble woman and a waiter. Alyssa Landy happens to be the daughter of a countess, while Robert Montgomery proved his ability to wait by waiting 9 years before fame and fortune came to him in Hollywood. Both are under contract to MGM. Bob left a job as a deckhand on an oil tanker to play tank towns and stock companies. He wrote for a while in Greenwich Village, but preferring 3 meals a day to art, went to Otto Kahn for advice and a loan. He got the advice. Once on Broadway, however, Bob's ability was quickly recognized. He turned down silent picture offers, but turned westward when talkies arrived. Off the screen, Bob's as serious as he's carefree on it. He's president of the Screen Actors Guild, an avid reader, an amateur farmer, and enjoys driving fast cars and hard bargains. In spare moments, he writes stories and carries on a perpetual game of backgammon with Frank Morgan. After months of playing, he and Frank each insists the other owes him $9. I first became acquainted with Alyssa Landy's remarkable talents when I engaged her to star with Frederick March in The Sign of the Cross. Not only an accomplished actress, Alyssa is the author of 5 novels, considerable poetry, and a play now pending production in New York. She's a singer and pianist, and knowing several languages, has made pictures in France, Germany, and Sweden. Born in Italy, she's heard tonight as the Grand Duchess Xenia, whom we first meet in a Swiss hotel. All in all, a woman of the world. As the waiter, Robert Montgomery bears a tray in his hands, a napkin over his left arm, and the name of Albert. And with these nutshell introductions, the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alfred Savoy's comedy, The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, starring Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Our scene is the lounge room of the Palace Hotel at Montreux, Switzerland. It's early evening, and except for the presence of Albert the waiter, the room is deserted. Albert, attired in a brass-buttoned waiter's coat and stiff-bosomed shirt, is slumped comfortably in an armchair, idly blowing rings of smoke at the ceiling. Matard, the hotel manager, enters the lounge. He sees Albert, stops short, and then stands watching him with ill-disguised irritation.
Well, good evening, Albert.
Hello.
Quite comfortable, I hope. Got everything you require?
Yes, thank you. There's a draft, though. You might shut that door.
Shut the door? You must be mad. Mad or insane, I don't know which. A fine waiter I've been landed with, sitting in the lounge room. And what's that you're smoking?
That? Oh, that's a cigar. Why?
A cigar? You picked them up in the gutter, I suppose.
No, not as a rule.
Well, that's what you'll be doing soon enough if you don't look out.
You don't happen to have a match on you, do you?
Get out of that chair. Get up, I say.
Well, if you insist.
Do you realize that this is the first time in the history of this hotel that any of its staff, and a mere waiter, too, has dared to sit in the lounge?
You don't say.
Why, I wouldn't sit here myself, even though I am the manager. I know my place. What are you doing here?
Just thinking.
Thinking? Dreaming?
Yes, that's it, dreaming. How did you know?
Well, you're going to have a rude awakening, young man, the next thing you know.
Is that so?
That is so. It was only on Mr. Hapgood's recommendation that I employed you at all. But when he hears how you've been behaving...
Oh, you're going to snitch, eh?
Why, what do you mean, snitch?
Yes.
I said I'm going to tell you.
That's what I thought you said.
Oh, be quiet. Of all the hotels that Mr. Hapgood supervises, he sends you to this one. But wait, just wait.
All right, I will. But what have I done wrong?
What have you done right? That's what I want to know.
Well, I haven't had much experience.
Now, don't talk nonsense. It isn't experience that counts in our profession. It's instinct.
Instinct? Oh, yes.
Now, how many tips have you had during the last week? Tell me that.
Well, as a matter of fact,
None. Not one. I thought as much. Oh, you're of no use at all.
Well, it isn't my fault that people forget to tip me.
Not your fault. Why, of course it is. Nobody's going to tip you unless you insist upon it.
How on earth can I insist upon it?
Quite easily. You have finished serving.
Yeah.
Do you leave? No.
Yeah, no.
You say, will that be all, monsieur?
I see.
Everything quite satisfactory, monsieur?
I see, and then I hold out my hand.
Oh, no, you don't have to. It's merely a question of will, strength of character, the power of the human eye.
No, it wouldn't work if I tried it.
Well, it would if you had any brains, any tact. Oh, but you'll never learn. The perfect waiter is born, not me.
I thought I was getting pretty good at the waiting part of it.
You're lamentable, absolutely lamentable. Directly a crisis arises, you're done.
Yes.
Now, when you're waiting on our ordinary clients, you do manage to make go some sort of a show.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But when it's something unusual, why, you lose your head completely.
Yes,
Now, what happens when you serve vegetables at the Grand Duke's table?
Oh.
You tremble all over.
That's right.
Your knees knock together so loudly it can be heard in the next room.
Yes.
And tonight at dinner, you dropped and spilled the melted butter down the Grand Duchess's back.
Oh, did I do that? It must have slipped.
You slipped. Yes, and you were in such a daze that I don't believe you even noticed it. Well, you must have burnt Her Highness badly.
Burnt her? Good Lord, I must have looked like a half-wit.
You exaggerate by 50%.
Yes, perhaps you're right. The Grand Duchess could never care for a quarter-wit.
Care the Grand... What are you talking about?
Monsieur Macabre.
What is it?
The Grand Duchess. She has been calling for a waiter.
But where is she?
In the private lounge with Countess Avaloff and the two Grand Dukes.
Oh, send Louis, send Ormond.
I've been looking for them, monsieur, but Louis is off.
Oh, why did I ever become the manager of a hotel? Albert, you'll have to go. Now, quick.
I'm on my way.
But for heaven's sake, don't spill anything.
Come in.
Good evening, Your Highness.
What is it?
You asked for a waiter?
That was 10 minutes ago.
Yes, but I...
Never mind now. Coffee for 4.
And one brandy.
One brandy, 2 brandies.
Coffee for 4 and
now,
2
go on, go on.
Yes, Your Highness.
You would order a brandy, Uncle Paul?
My dear girl, why not?
Haven't I just been telling you, all of you, that we're in desperate financial straits?
But, Zany, just 2 brandies? It can't be as bad as that.
Oh, but it is, Peter. What do you think we've been living on? We haven't paid a bill for 2 months.
Oh, but I'm sure the manager trusts us, Your Highness.
Of course he does. But what's going to happen when he presents his bill?
Well, I suggest that we worry about that when the time comes.
I'm not worrying, Peter. I'm merely advising all of you that our funds are very low.
Oh.
And you may be a Grand Duke, Peter. You too, Uncle Paul. But even Grand Dukes must dine occasionally.
But, Your Highness, the jewels, are they all gone?
You've only got to look at me to see. For a year and a half after the revolution, we lived on what I wore on my fingers. My wrists proved enough for the next 2 years. After that, my ears kept us going for another 6 months. Today, there's nothing left but my neck.
Your necklace?
Oh, no, Your Highness, you can't tell that.
Ah, the Empress necklace.
Peter, stop speculating. It's the only thing we have left.
Impossible. I absolutely forbid it. While it was only your rings, tiara, and bracelets, I raised no objection. Those trinkets I shall be able to replace someday.
Someday.
Well, yes, and very soon, too, I hope. But the imperial necklace, oh, that's quite a different matter altogether. Why, it's irreplaceable. Unique.
I entirely agree, Paul. You know, Zania, it's always been a family arrangement, it was the will of the late Emperor, that someday you and I should get married.
Someday.
Yeah. Well, I'm speaking, therefore, with the authority of your future husband when I forbid you to sell that necklace. We haven't sunk to that yet.
My poor Peter.
And I may add that as far as I am concerned, you needn't bother. I'm earning my own living.
You earning your living?
You mean to say that you're at work?
Yes, well, it's not work exactly. It's more what you might call business. It's like this. I buy an automobile on credit, you see, and then I sell it again. A little cheaper for cash.
Is that all?
That's all, but as I've managed to do it
4 times during the last month, I've made a profit of nearly 200,000 francs.
200? How on earth did you get such a wonderful idea?
I don't know, just came to me.
Why, it's an inspiration.
You flatter me, Uncle Paul.
No, I only say what I think. Yes, there's no doubt that men of our class possess a sort of innate superiority over ordinary people, and we can't help showing it. Even when we forsake our own sphere to engage in a vulgar thing like trade.
Peter, how much of that 200,000 francs have you got left?
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, just for the moment.
Nothing at all. That charming lady of the chorus whom you see so much of.
What charming? How did you know?
Well, everybody knows. She's taken everything from you, I understand, even your diamond studs.
Oh.
Really, Peter, as a future husband, you have some qualities that are not altogether attractive.
Zania, now
I'm not jealous. But let me give you a word of advice. Try wearing bone studs in the future, and perhaps you'll be able to keep them.
But, Zania,
I must also ask you not to meddle in my affairs. I do what I do because it's my duty. You believe me when I say that at heart I should have preferred... Oh, but you wouldn't understand.
I'm afraid I don't.
Come in.
The coffee, Your Highness?
Well, don't stand there holding it up in the air. Put it down.
Yes, Your Highness.
Oh, you
Nothing spilled.
Are you in the habit of setting down trays in that
I'm
manner?
so sorry, Your Highness. It slipped a little.
Slipped?
A little. And the table, too. It's a bad table to serve on. You see, downstairs the tables are lower. There are at least 2 inches difference, Your Highness.
Oh, well, that explains...
Yes.
What has that got to do with
Well,
it?
a great deal, Your Highness. When one is used to serving on a low table and suddenly encounters a high table, the impulse is to let the tray down to the height of the low table. Well, that's what I did.
Get out.
Wait a minute. Aren't you the same waiter who poured the melted butter down my back at dinner?
Yes, Your Highness. That was I.
Well, you seem proud of it.
Oh, no, just pleased that Your Highness remembers me.
Get out.
Yes, Your Highness. Is there, will, that be all, Your Highness?
What?
Is everything, quite satisfactory, Your Highness?
No.
Oh. Well, I told the manager it wouldn't work if I tried it.
What did he say?
Oh, the man's demented.
We ought to do something about it.
We will. Remind me in the morning to speak to the manager. We'll have him discharged before breakfast.
Albert.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Polishing the silver?
Well, you can stop.
Oh, thank you.
You're discharged.
What?
Are you deaf? You're discharged.
Have you written to Mr. Hapgood already?
Oh, I don't have to write to him. I'm discharging you at the request of the Grand Duchess Zania.
I refuse to offer my resignation.
Resignation? Are you crazy? You're through. You're finished. Pack your bag and get out.
Where is Her Highness?
Oh, it won't do you any good to appeal to her. Get away from that phone.
Hello, connect me with the Grand Duchess suite.
Stop. Do you hear what I say?
Stop pushing, will you? I'm going to ask her myself.
Yes, this is the Countess of Valoff. Albert? Oh, not Prince Albert of Latvonia. What? Albert the waiter? How dare you?
Who is that, Praskovia?
Oh, no one, Your Highness.
Good. I'm in no mood to speak to anyone this morning.
Your Highness is sad.
Strangely enough, no. Now that I've at last decided to part with the necklace, I feel a sense of relief. After all, what does it matter? What does anything matter nowadays? Peter been here this morning?
Yes, Your Highness. He left immediately. He's gone to speak to the jeweler.
Did he take the necklace with him?
No, Your Highness. It's there in the jewel box.
I suppose Peter will haggle for a week or two about the price.
Your Highness, don't you think you should keep the necklace in the hotel safe?
Don't be silly.
But it's worth a fortune, and with so many robberies...
Well, they won't rob the Grand Duchess Zania. Let that be enough.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, I shall want the car at 4 today, Countess. A ride would be good for me.
A walk would be better, Your Highness.
What?
The chauffeur gave notice last night.
He's gone.
Why? Money.
Poor fool, he should have waited till I sold the necklace. Well, we shall get someone else.
Who is it?
It's Albert.
You. Get out of here.
One moment, please.
I thought you were discharged.
Yes, I was, Your Highness, but you needn't be alarmed. I won't upset anything. I won't break anything or spill anything. You see, I have nothing in my hands except a napkin. This useless and perfectly hateful napkin.
And why is it hateful?
Because it's a symbol of my lowly station, Your Highness. It weighs a ton.
Then why don't you put it in your pocket?
You don't mind. Thank you. There, I feel better already.
Your Highness.
What an extraordinary waiter.
I'm glad I'm able to make you laugh. I know how little gaiety there is in your Highness's life.
What do you mean?
Have I said too much?
It would appear so. You Swiss believe too much in democracy.
Swiss? No, not me. I'm an American.
Really? What's an American waiter doing in a Swiss hotel?
Well, it's a long story, Your Highness.
Then we shan't bother with it.
Very good, Your Highness. But might I be allowed to ask Your Highness a question?
No. Understand whatever your name is.
Albert, Your Highness.
Understand, Albert, etiquette does not permit me to be asked questions.
That must be rather a handicap to general conversation.
Yes.
Well, I promise not to ask any questions, but I've a request to make to Your Highness. A very humble petition.
Impossible. All petitions must first be addressed to Countess Avaloff, my lady-in-waiting. It is for her to decide whether they shall be passed on to me.
I see. Countess Avaloff, I beg of you, I beseech you to convey my petition to Her Highness.
It depends on what it is. Whether I think it's suitable.
I admit that I'm not a very experienced waiter. I'm clumsy, I know. I lose my head when I pass the asparagus.
Yes, go on. We know about that.
But is that sufficient reason to blight my young career, to nip it in the bud? I shall improve. In time, I know I shall. And even if I haven't any of the qualities necessary to a good waiter, I may possess other virtues, unsuspected, hidden away, which are just as admirable. Is it not so?
It's possible.
Undoubtedly. Countess Avaloff, I am devoted to Her Highness.
What?
In a nice way. I am devoted to her with a loyalty, with a passion that mocks the power of words. All that I ask is to be allowed to serve her with the last breath in my body, with the last drop of my blood. In Her Highness's service, I should live in ecstasy. I should die content. That, Countess Avaloff, is the petition I beg you to lay at the feet of Her Highness.
Is that all?
That's all.
I refuse to forward your petition.
You refuse?
It's already in the wastebasket.
Countess Avaloff?
Your Highness.
Forward the man's petition.
It is Your Highness' wish.
It's my command. You may go, Albert.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Schopenhauer was evidently right.
Who, Your Highness?
Schopenhauer, the German philosopher. He said that monarchy was the form of rule most natural to mankind. The common people in their hearts are still loyal to their rulers. And when we find a man like that, a mere waiter, who can express himself on the subject with so much eloquence, so much obvious sincerity, how can we doubt that someday our people will return to a reasonable form of government?
Nothing is more certain, Your Highness.
Yes. I'm glad I told the manager to discharge him. Now I can find something for him to do in my own household.
What?
He might even act as my chauffeur. We need one.
As Your Highness wishes. Your Highness commands, and of course I can only obey.
What's the matter? Have you anything against him?
No, Your Highness, nothing. Nothing. I merely ask if Your Highness is certain she is not making a mistake.
A mistake?
Is that waiter really the devoted monarchist that Your Highness seems to imagine?
Oh, you're absurd. You see spies everywhere.
Oh, I don't for a moment suggest that Albert's a spy. What I think he may be is,
Well, go on.
Well, it isn't altogether impossible that the man may be in love.
In love? With whom?
With Your Highness.
Praskovia, it's a long time since I boxed your ears.
Your Highness.
You're mad, absolutely mad.
Yes, Your Highness.
There can't be anybody so idiotic as you in the whole world.
No, Your Highness.
The terrible times we've been through have upset your mental balance. The whole world's gone mad, I know. But even so, there must be some limits to its folly. There are few things left that one may still regard as impossible.
Yes, Your Highness.
This servant, this waiter in love with me. How dare you to imagine such a thing?
Well, I don't know.
But you must know. Explain yourself.
Well, really, I can't. But, well, you see...
Yes?
For the last week, he's certainly been making eyes at Your Highness.
Making eyes at me? Praskovia, leave the room at once.
Yes.
Go and don't dare come back until my temper's had time to cool down.
Yes, Your Highness, yes.
Matard. Oh, Matard.
What is it?
Come out in the driveway a minute, will you?
What do you mean by yelling? Oh, so it's you.
Will you tell Her Highness her car's here?
You are working for her now, yes?
Well, you fired me. Tell her, will you?
Tell her yourself. She's coming now.
Your Highness.
I asked you to be here at 4, Albert.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. There wasn't any gasoline in the car.
You put some in, I hope?
Yes, Your Highness.
Remind me to reimburse you at the end of the month.
Where to, Your Highness?
Anywhere. But before we start, I hope you're better at driving than you are at serving.
Your Highness will be amazed.
I hope so.
At serving, Your Highness, I admitted that I was totally inexperienced.
Really?
But behind the wheel, I'm a new person. I understand automobiles.
I admire your confidence. You've been driving long?
10 years, Your Highness, without an accident of any kind.
Enviable record.
What the...
It might help if you turned on the switch.
Your Highness. Did you say anywhere, Your Highness?
Anywhere. All I want to do is relax and breathe fresh air, so go slowly.
It will be a pleasure to serve, Your Highness. A great pleasure.
You are devoted. Here, what are you doing? Stop! Stop!
There's something wrong.
Look out! Fool you! Look what you've done. Look at the car. Well, what have you got to say?
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Something must have slipped again.
Before we go on with the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, let's stop in at one of Hollywood's department stores. It's closing time, and Lola and Irene, two salesgirls in the corset department, are totaling their sales for the day.
Haven't you finished adding that yet, Lola?
4 and 3 are 7, and 1 are 8, and 4 are 12. There, that's what I call a record. Over $112 in one day.
Over $112? Mm-hmm. How do you do it?
With the help of Lux.
Lux? You don't sell Lux.
Of course not, silly. But you can't wear a girdle and Lux it at the same time. You need at least 2 if you're to take proper care of them.
Naturally. But then you spend twice as much. How do you explain that to your customers?
Ah, that's easy. Buying 2 is so much more economical in the long run. When you Lux them oftener, they actually last longer.
Lola's right. Alert women are discovering for themselves the economy of Lux Care for girdles and foundations. Frequent luxing not only keeps them fresh and protects their fit, but actually prolongs their wear. These fine tissue-like flakes preserve elasticity, you know. They dissolve quickly in cool water. Hot water is bad for elastic fabrics. Soaps containing harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali. Anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Remember to get a box tomorrow. As you know, these gentle flakes preserve the life and luster of all your dainty things. And now, Mr. DeMille.
With Alyssa Landay as the Grand Duchess, Robert Montgomery as the waiter, and an all-star cast, we continue our play. After wrecking the automobile, Albert was given another chance in Her Highness' service, but not behind the wheel. He's been reduced to the position of footman and general handyman, bearing it with more than goodwill in order to be near the Duchess. It's a week later, and in his royal employer's suite, Albert is very carefully serving breakfast to Her Highness and the Grand Duke Paul.
How many lumps, Your Highness?
2, and if you spill anything, I'll have you flogged.
Yes, very good, Your Highness.
I'll have mine black.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, I suppose Peter's out again this morning, Xenia.
He's out every morning.
I can't understand. He's been haggling for a week with that blasted jeweler.
Uncle Paul.
What? Oh, yes, of course.
You may go, Martin.
Martin?
I said you may go.
The name is Albert, Your Highness.
I prefer to call you Martin. Avoid confusion with the Prince of Latvonia.
Oh, Your Highness flatters me.
Well, never mind that. Run along.
Wait, answer that.
Yes, Your Highness. Hello? Hello? Martin speaking. Martin, Your Highness.
Who is it?
The Grand Duke Peter. Hello, Your Highness? Yes, Martin. No, Your Highness. Albert is no longer here. This is Martin.
Give me that phone.
Yes, Your Highness.
Hello, Peter. What do you want? What? What? Well, where are you? Oh, Peter.
Xenia, what is it?
But, Peter, they can't do that. Oh, I see. I see.
Xenia, for the love of heaven, what?
Speak louder. Yes, of course. Oh, very well.
Xenia, what is the matter?
The Grand Duke Peter's in jail.
What?
In jail.
But what for?
He sold too many motor cars on credit.
Good Lord, I knew that scheme was too good.
What are we going to do?
Do? Well, what is the
Well, I don't know.
If I may speak, Your Highness.
Well?
Under the circumstances, the best possible course of action is to bail him out.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Yes, of course.
If Your Highness will leave it in my hands.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Martin.
I'll see the authorities.
And Martin?
Yes, Your Highness?
Remind me to reimburse you at the end of the month.
Yes, Your Highness.
Albert, why don't you answer me?
The name is Martin. Her Highness changed it.
Oh, bother. Have you seen Her Highness bar salt?
You're the maid here, Henrietta, not me.
Really?
Really.
Then what are you doing in Her Highness' room?
Don't be saucy. It doesn't become you. I'm here because she told me to come here.
Oh, she's getting awfully friendly with you, isn't she?
She doesn't know I exist.
Oh, yes, she does. Ever since you got the Grand Duke Peter out of jail, you've become her little pride and joy.
You don't have to get so upset about it.
I'm not. But every time she wants anything, she calls you. And even if she doesn't want anything, she thinks up something to want, so she'll have an excuse to call you.
Are you sure of that?
You don't have to look so happy about it. If I were you, I'd remember that she's a Grand Duchess, and you're nothing but a waiter.
Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
So are you. Oh, Albert, don't let's argue. I don't like to argue. Especially with you.
Now, the name is Martin.
Well, then Martin, don't let's argue.
Excuse me,
Oh, no, wait. Why do you always run away when I speak to you?
Run away? Don't be silly.
Oh, but you do. Don't you like me?
Of course I like you. I like everybody. It's my disposition.
You know, a girl could get to like you easily.
Is that so?
Albert.
Now, here, stop it. You're choking
Oh,
me. Now, don't do
Albert.
that, please.
Oh, Lord.
Just what is going on here?
Oh, Your Highness.
Silence. Martin, I'm ashamed of you, my own servant.
Oh, but Your Highness.
Get out.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
Nothing, Your Highness.
Fine servant you are. You spill things down my back, wreck my car, and I find you kissing my maid. There no limit to your audacity?
Audacity?
I'll tell Countess Avaloff about this. She'll put a stop to your romance.
Oh, Your Highness, you're not going to discharge me.
No.
Thank you.
Does it really mean so much to you?
More than Your Highness will ever know.
Why?
Your Highness,
Stop. I don't want to know. But I'll keep an eye on you in the future. You've had too much liberty, that's what's the matter with you. In the future, you'll be within call all the time.
Even at night?
Yes. You can sleep outside my room.
What?
Outside my door, on the mat.
On the mat?
That's where Ivan used to sleep. Poor old Ivan. He's now so crippled with rheumatism he can't sleep at all.
Has it ever occurred to Your Highness that poor Ivan may be crippled with rheumatism from having slept on Your Highness's mat?
You would think of that, of course. It's just like you. Anyhow, I give you permission to bring a rug. You'll be quite comfortable.
Your Highness.
Well?
It's quite impossible for me to sleep here outside Your Highness's door. It would be fatal.
You're afraid of Ivan's rheumatism. I'm ashamed of you.
It would be absolutely fatal.
Not necessarily. But if it were, you may be sure you'd be given a decent burial.
Oh.
You may leave now. And don't forget, you're to report to me here at 11 tonight with the mat.
Yes, with the mat. Yes.
Oh, 10:30.
I wonder where Senior is.
I don't know. She said she wanted to speak to us after dinner, and then she disappeared.
You know, she's been acting very strangely of late. Have you noticed it?
No.
Ah, yes, you wouldn't. But she has. And I think she must be in love.
Who?
Why, Senior.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Besides, whom would she be in love with?
Well, she's engaged to you.
Eh? Oh, yes.
Good evening.
Ah, Senior, at last. Well, we've been waiting for you.
Yes, my dear. Where have you been?
I went for a walk. I wanted to think.
Think? Why, my dear girl...
Don't be so horrified, Peter. Some people do think, you know.
Well, you said you wanted to see us, Senior.
Yes. Something astonishing has happened.
Ah, I knew it.
What?
No, nothing. Go on.
Well, listen. For the last 2 weeks, Peter's been trying to sell the necklace.
Sell the necklace?
Well, he hasn't been successful.
No, that confounded jeweler won't meet our price.
Well, never mind. During that time, we've been very hard-pressed for cash.
That's true.
But tonight, before dinner, I happened to look in the drawer of my desk, and I found 25,000 francs.
What luck.
But I can't remember putting them there. That's why before you dressed for dinner, I asked you to turn out your pockets and make a note of exactly how much money each of us had. You, Uncle Paul, had 1,000 francs, and you, Peter, 650.
Yes.
Now, do you mind counting your money again?
Well, it's not if you wish it.
Let me see. 6, 7, 9, 11. Well, this is funny. I seem to have another 400 francs.
That's curious. I've got an extra 200.
There. You see?
Well, this is very, unusual. How did it happen?
Well, that's the problem we've got to solve.
Well, it appears very much as though we're the objects of a secret and generous charity.
But who is our anonymous benefactor? That's what I'd like to know.
You don't suspect me, do you?
No, Peter.
You're right. I couldn't manage it. There's been rather a slump in the motor trade.
Have you cross-examined the servants?
They know nothing whatever about it.
Well, they must have connived at it. Money doesn't drop from the skies. At least, that's not its usual habit.
No, more's the pity.
I don't understand it, and it annoys me.
Well, what shall we do about it?
Nothing. That is until we've had a chance to think it over. Sleep on it tonight, and we'll talk further in the morning. What time is it, Uncle Paul?
Well, it's going on for 11.
11. I must go to my room. Good night, Uncle Paul.
Good night, Zeno.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, my dear love.
Good evening, Your Highness.
Well, what are you doing in my sitting room?
Your Highness told me I was to sleep at her door. I always go to bed at this hour, so here I am.
What's that you're carrying?
It's a dressing gown, Your Highness, and pajamas.
Pajamas? Silk pajamas?
Yes, I've slept in them for years.
But are we coming to the lower classes wearing silk pajamas?
We have to have some enjoyment, Your Highness. Silk pajamas are small compensation for the dreary existence of a waiter.
Yes, I suppose so. You know, Martin, you're a very interesting person.
Thank you.
You're a little insane, of course.
Of course.
But nevertheless interesting. I think I enjoy talking to you.
Every word Your Highness addresses to me is a glittering jewel flung from the stars. I treasure it.
You really feel that way?
That's only part of it.
There's more?
Much more. If Your Highness only knew how I worshipped...
Stop. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to my room.
Yes, Your Highness.
Good night.
Good night, Your Highness.
Oh, by the way, before I go, let me give you a word of advice, or perhaps I should say of warning. I'm of rather a nervous disposition. I keep a revolver under my pillow. And if by any accident you happen to open my door unexpectedly, you'd be greeted with 6 bullets, not one of which would miss its mark. I think you understand.
Yes, perfectly, Your Highness.
Good night.
Good night, Your Highness. Oh, Your Highness.
I can't sleep.
You didn't allow much time to try, did you?
No use, I can't. I want to talk.
Shall I call the Countess Avalov?
No, you do.
Thank you.
You said... One moment, whose keys and things are those on the table?
They're mine.
This your handkerchief, too?
Yes, Your Highness.
Pure silk. Must have cost at least 100 francs.
Yes, that's very likely. It was a present.
From a woman?
Yes, Your Highness.
What's this thing?
It's my wallet. You know, for money.
Shagreen with a gold clasp. Another present?
Yes, Your Highness.
From the same woman?
No, Your Highness, from another one. It was last year.
I congratulate you on your constancy, the perfect lover. And who are you keeping company with now?
No one, Your Highness.
Why not?
I'm in love.
With whom?
I don't dare to tell you, but
It's lucky for you don't.
Yes, Your Highness. May I have my wallet, please?
Why?
Well, it is mine.
Well, what's in it?
Your Highness is too inquisitive.
How dare you? I'll see for myself.
Your Highness.
Stand back. You're well supplied with money, aren't you? There are over 30,000 francs here. Why do you carry so much?
Well, it's just an old habit of mine.
I think I'm beginning to understand something. Those banknotes I found in my desk. The numbers follow these in your pocketbook.
Your Highness, I'm sure that...
So it's you who put those notes in my desk. And not only that, but you've been putting money in my purse, too. Well, speak up. Why have you done this?
Your Highness is so extravagant.
Extravagant?
Well, aren't you?
But why? Why on earth do you do this? What's your object?
It had to be done. The manager's about to present his bill. I knew Your Highness was embarrassed and afraid you might have to leave the hotel. I didn't want that.
Let me see exactly how I stand. I like things to be plain and above board. The simple truth of the matter is that for the last 3 weeks I've been supported by a waiter.
Well, of course, if you put it like that...
I admire your impertinence.
Well,
Liberty's a wonderful thing, isn't it? When it enables a man to take such liberties. A waiter, a domestic servant, there's... But where did you get all this money?
Your Highness,
How on earth could you have so much?
That's the thing I can't
It's
say.
not difficult to guess. Thief, that's what you are.
Thief?
One of a gang of hotel robbers.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
The leader?
Naturally.
A murderer?
Your Highness.
If this were before the revolution, I'd have you sent to the salt mines. Yes. But it's not too late, even now. I shall telephone the police.
The telephone's over there on the desk.
Give it to me.
Certainly, Your Highness. Shall I ring them for you?
Yes, please.
Hello? Give me the police station. What? Oh, no, any police station. We've got a thief here and we want to hand him over. Hello? Is that the police station?
Oh, wait.
Wait, please. Will Your Highness speak to them herself?
No, I can't do it. You know I can't. It's more than I can bear.
No, hello. She can't do it, and you know she can't do it. It's more than she can bear. Goodbye. I love you. I've loved you. I've loved you for so long. I can't help it. I had to.
Oh, stop. Please go, Martin. I beg of you.
No, Your Highness, and after what's happened between us, I can no longer be Martin to you. Call me Albert, like the Prince of Latvonia.
Albert, go away, please, please.
I love you.
I do. But don't you understand? You must go away.
You love me, too? How long have you loved me?
That day you burnt me with that horrible melted butter.
Oh, yes.
It was then I suddenly realized.
Not till then. I realized much earlier.
When?
Well, it was 10 minutes earlier when I was serving the soup. I loved you so much I didn't know what I was doing. Luckily, they took the soup tureen away from me. The manager gave me the devil.
Oh, how unjust it is.
No, I deserved it.
It's too unjust. Here am I, the most virtuous, the proudest of princesses, in love with a waiter.
Xenia.
What did you call me?
Xenia.
So it's come to this. A waiter has the right to call me Xenia.
Now, look here, you're not going to be silly about this, are you?
Don't you understand? I am the Grand Duchess Xenia. For generations, my family's been of noble blood. Our men have married queens, our women princes.
Well, couldn't you make an exception in this case?
Stop.
I'm sorry, Xenia. Look up here. I want you to promise me one thing.
Yes.
Don't marry anyone else until you hear from me. But promise?
I love you, Albert.
Darling.
My stockings, Henrietta.
Yes, Your Highness.
Your
Highness is unusually gay this morning.
Am I Praskovia?
Perhaps. Is there any particular reason?
Perhaps. Will you find Albert, Henrietta? Ask him to come up here.
Yes, Your Highness.
The
Grand Duke Peter has seen the jeweler again, Your Highness.
Well?
They've agreed upon a price.
Good. Did you get the necklace, please? It's in the jewel box.
The jewel box?
Yes.
But it wasn't there early this morning, Your Highness.
What?
But it hasn't been there for days. I assumed Your Highness had placed it in the hotel safe.
Are you mad? Get me that box.
Yes, Your Highness.
I haven't worn it in ages, and I remember putting it back in the case the last time.
Here, Your Highness.
Let me see. It's gone.
Your Highness.
It's been stolen.
But are you sure
Well,
that
Of course I'm sure. I've never kept it in any other place but here.
Oh, Your Highness, what are you going to do?
We must notify the police.
Yes.
Your Highness. Henrietta, quick, tell the Grand Duke Paul I'm to see him at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
Wait, where's Albert?
Oh, I couldn't find him, Your Highness.
What? I asked the manager, and he told me that he'd left.
Oh,
what? He's left the hotel early this morning. Albert's gone, but he's coming back.
I don't think so, Your Highness. He had 2 suitcases with him. Your Highness.
Be quiet. He's gone. I don't understand.
He's stolen your necklace. That's why he's
don't
gone.
Don't be a fool. He couldn't.
But the money. He had all that money.
Oh, would a thief stay here after he'd stolen a necklace? Would a thief put money in my desk?
He might. I always said there was something strange about that man. He's mad enough to do anything.
The money, a week ago. He'd have had time to realize on the necklace.
Yes, it all fits perfectly. It's the only solution.
But last night he said... No, I won't believe it. I won't. He couldn't have been a thief.
No.
He couldn't, you hear? He's only gone out somewhere. He'll be back. He must come back.
Oh, Your Highness, please. Please, Your Highness.
Clerk! Oh, clerk! 1 moment, monsieur. But I'm in a hurry.
Yes, monsieur. What is it?
I want a first-class ticket, please, on the next train to Paris.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We interrupt the Grand Duchess and the waiter to hear from the nation's most notorious head waiter. Employed by hosts for the express purpose of embarrassing guests, all in fun, of course, he's really a character actor, having appeared in 125 films in the last 5 years. As a practical joker, he's told Einstein he knows nothing about relativity, picture stars like Jeanette MacDonald, Jean Harlow, and Mary Pickford, that their table manners were atrocious, Colonel Lindbergh that he didn't know the difference between a cockpit and a peach pit, and he made George Bernard Shaw, England's greatest ribber, call quits after 20 minutes of heckling. Ladies and gentlemen, with full knowledge of the risks I'm running, I introduce Mr. Vince Barnett.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Yes, it's my pleasure to make as big a nuisance out of myself as possible. But though I may be public pest number one, I can honestly say that my victims and I have always parted the best of friends. I've impersonated scores of people, but find that a head waiter offers about the greatest field for a man's talents as a practical joker. You can mix up the food orders, criticize the table manners of the guests, interrupt the speech makers, and shout back when anyone dares complain about the service. I particularly remember a dinner here in Hollywood attended by 400 of the biggest names in pictures, stars and executives. Charlie Chaplin was entertaining some guests at his table with amusing capers. I went over to him in my waiter's garb, flourishing my napkin in his face, told him to stop making a fool of himself. You don't have to balance olives on your nose to attract attention here. Everybody knows who you are, and they're sick and tired of seeing any more of your politics. Chaplin's face turned scarlet. Marion Davies, who was at his table, proceeded to give me a tongue lashing for my impudence, but suddenly recognized me. She suggested I leave the dumbfounded Chaplin and pick a second victim. I did. He was Winnie Sheehan, then head of Fox Studios. He and Winston Churchill were greeting a group of distinguished women when I shoved my way through and shook my finger under his nose. You are offending these ladies, I scolded. Besides, how can the waiters get around you with their trays when you block up the aisles? Mr. Sheehan was so dumbfounded he couldn't say a word, so I continued. The ladies don't matter so much, but the waiters have work to do. Get back to your table or I call the police and have you put out. Mr. Sheehan still remained speechless, but he grabbed the nearest chair and was about to obliterate me when Miss Davies interrupted what might have been an act of public service.
What I fail to understand, Vince, is how, after years of annoying the innocent, you're still all in one piece.
Oh, I've been hit only once.
The others showed rare self-control. Who was the lucky man?
He was the great Arctic explorer, the late Raoul Amundsen. But when he found out who I really was, he was so apologetic that tears actually streamed down his grizzled face.
Of which exploit are you proudest?
The time I told Clark Gable that he made love like a horse. That's as bad as telling the housewives of America there's a better way of washing clothes than with Lux Flakes. Well, one word led to another, and Gable, his patience exhausted, challenged me to put up my fists. You think I fight with fists? I answered. Daggers we fight with or nothing. You, the great Gable, fway. Thoroughly incensed, Gable came back. I'm sick of this great Gable stuff. You'll fight me now or never. With that, he took a swing, and the host, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., having pity on me, intervened, and all was forgiven. Before I go, Mr. DeMille, do you mind just one question?
Oh, I'm suspicious, but go ahead.
You've been in Hollywood since movies began.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me, Mr. DeMille, just what business are you in?
Trying to repeal laws that protect practical jokers. Good night. We continue with The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, starring Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy, with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Several weeks have passed since Albert disappeared from the hotel in Switzerland. We're back there now, in the main lounge. In the far corner, Metard, the manager, is talking to a well-dressed young man who has just arrived. As we come closer, we discover the young man to be none other than Albert himself.
What I want to know is, what are you doing here?
What I want to know is, where is the Grand Duchess Xenia?
She's gone.
Gone where?
I've already told you I don't know. All of them, they left 2 days after you.
Didn't she leave any forwarding address?
No.
But I've got to find her.
Oh, yes, she wanted to see you, too. The Countess of Orloff wanted to put the police on your trail, but the Grand Duchess wouldn't let her.
Police?
What did you do? Steal something?
Do I look like a thief?
Yes, a little.
Thanks. Now, look, Matt, I'll try to think. Did they mention any place, any town, any city, any country where they might have gone?
Well, I think the Grand Duke said something about Milan.
Milan?
Yes, or maybe it was Livorno. No, Milan. But I'm not sure.
That's a great help, that is.
Well, what more can I say? You're going to look for her?
Yes, in Milan or maybe in Livorno. So long, Maton.
Goodbye.
Duchess Xenia, I've been looking for her for the last 2 months.
But you're not sure she came to Livorno?
No.
The police are not magicians, senor, but we will do what we can.
Thanks. If you can pick up any trail at all.
Yes, she was here in Marseille last October.
October?
Yeah, according to our record, she left for Deauville at the end of the month.
Deauville?
There was a little trouble with the Grand Duke Peter.
Trouble?
Yes. He sold some motor cars.
Oh, yes, I know that trick, yes. Thanks, officer.
Found the Grand Duchess for you, monsieur.
Good, where?
Go to this address. You will find her there.
The cabaret, Oh, no. You must be mistaken.
No, monsieur. She is the proprietress.
Praskovia, will you shut that door, please?
Yes, Your Highness.
You needn't bother with calling me Your Highness any longer. I've told you that 20 times.
Oh, but we must keep up appearances. It's good for business.
Yes, I know. How much have we taken in tonight?
Well, the Grand Duke Peter says 10,000 francs. But the Grand Duke Paul says 7.
Yes, probably 5. Where's Peter?
At the hat check counter. He's checking the hats while the boy has his supper.
Grand Duke checking hats in the cabaret. What a world.
Well, if you'll pardon my saying so, Your Highness, none of us would be here if you'd allowed me to send the police after that.
Stop it. I won't have you throwing that up to me all the time. It was my necklace. If I prefer to let him steal it, that's my business.
Yes, Your Highness.
Anyway, working's good for us. Certainly kept Peter out of trouble. He hasn't tried to sell a car for 6 months.
Hello, my love.
Come in, Peter. How's business?
Ah, never better, never better. I've checked 120 hats in an hour.
You get any tips?
Tips? Now, don't be vulgar.
Your Highness.
Yes?
Will you check this bill, please?
Here, let me see it. I'll, 124.36. Why, this seems to be correctly totaled. Yes, it lacks imagination.
Your Highness?
Add another 50 francs.
What for?
What for? The flowers.
But they didn't have any.
Well, what's that got to do with it? I say
Peter, leave that bill alone. Do you want to get into trouble again?
Oh, very well.
Oh, Your Highness.
Yes?
There's a young man at the corner table. He asked to see you.
Well, I'm in for it again.
They all want to meet a real Grand Duchess. After all, you can't blame them, and it's good for business.
I'll see you later, Peter.
Yes, my sweet.
Good evening, Your Highness.
Oh, you?
Oh, here, now, don't faint,
I've
please.
no intention of fainting.
I'm relieved. Will you sit down?
No, not here. Come outside on the balcony.
Thank you.
Well, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same thing.
Well, I should think you'd be ashamed to show your face after what you did.
Oh, you mean my disappearing act? I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to speak to you before I left. I was in a hurry.
I can imagine.
I never thought you'd leave the hotel without hearing from me. It wasn't exactly honest, was it?
Honest? What are you talking about?
Well, you might have left word for me.
If this is a joke, I'm not appreciating it. What did you come here for?
First, to see you. Second, to return your necklace.
Oh, then you did take it?
Yes, of course I did.
But why?
Isn't it obvious? I knew you were planning to sell it. I also knew you didn't want to sell it, so I took it. Took it away with me for safekeeping. There you are.
Oh, good Lord.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm all confused.
You didn't think I stole it, did you?
Oh, I don't know what I thought. That money. All that money you had. Where did you get it?
It was mine.
You were only a waiter at the hotel.
Yes, but I owned it.
Owned what?
The hotel.
You owned the...
Now, control yourself.
I can't.
What's so funny about a man owning a hotel? Every hotel is owned by somebody.
But you a waiter.
I was only learning the business.
Will you please explain what this is?
Well, it's very simple. You see, when my old uncle died, heaven rest his soul, he left me 6 hotels all over Europe, with a proviso that I start from the bottom and learn everything about running them. So I became a waiter. Had to be a secret, of course, so even Matar didn't know.
Oh, but
when I left Switzerland, I went to Paris to see the trustee. I convinced him, and I knew the business. He was easily convinced. And I got control of the hotels.
You owned 6 hotels?
No, I sold them.
Oh, why?
Well, you had to marry a nobleman. A man can't be a nobleman and a hotel proprietor at the same time.
Well, you are crazy.
But I am a nobleman.
How?
On the way back, I stopped in Latvonia. I donated enough money to build a new hospital, and to show their appreciation, they made me something. What was it? Oh, yes, a duke. I'm the Duke of Stetvig.
The Duke of Stetvig?
Yes, is it important?
I never heard of it.
Neither did I. Well, am I noble enough?
Am I?
You?
Well, we've changed around a little since the last time.
I still love you.
I still love you.
There's a justice on the next street. Shall we?
I'll think it over on the way.
My arm, Duchess.
Thank you, Duke.
The curtain falls, and boy gets girl, proving again that everything comes to him who waits, even if he waits on tables. And if we wait just a few minutes, we'll find Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy back at our microphone. Every great picture you see on the screen represents weeks of careful research. Not only must every detail be accurate, but names of characters and places must be selected to avoid any legal complications. Tonight we hear from the head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, Mrs. Natalie Bucknall. Her name is one many will recall from World War days. As a volunteer nurse in Russia, she was personally presented with the Medal of St. George for bravery by Tsar Nicholas. In 1917, she fought with the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Later, she became a British Secret Service agent, and in 1919 was made head of the aid post of the British military mission in Russia. Called a second Florence Nightingale by the British government, she is one of the 3 foreign-born women ever to have been honored with the Order of the British Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Natalie Bucknall.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Such an introduction really makes me feel less nervous when facing, or should I say speaking, to all these thousands of charming invisible people. Rather terrifying even after the war experiences. But here goes. As you said, it is the job of my department to eliminate from our pictures wherever possible what are referred to as boners. I mean obvious errors in fact, and the less obvious errors which would lead to legal complications through unintentional duplication of names of characters and places. Of course, it is impossible always to be absolutely correct or safe, but we do try hard, and I must say MGM have been rather successful. The best way to illustrate this would be to give examples, I think. Someone in our picture after the thin man jumps into a taxi and tells the driver to take him to 346 Smith Street. Well, it would take the driver not only hours, but days and months to find that address in San Francisco, simply because there isn't such a street. And what about opening a nice fat bank account at the Bay City Trust Bank, which you will hear mentioned in the same picture? Just try and do it. It's not there. When you hear a telephone number, don't waste your time calling it, no matter how beautiful the blonde is who lives there on the screen. The number belongs to either a theater owned by MGM, or it's an exclusive number rented by the studio from a phone company. Or you will see a gorgeous dress in Our Lot of Mrs. Cheney, and you will hear it mentioned in dialogue that it was bought from a chic little modiste, Madame Nathalie. You would adore to order the same model. But I know that you will never get it delivered. You see, it's supposedly my shop in London, but I'm not in London, and I haven't got a shop. It's just my name. Suppose we want to show a lovely lady using Lux Flakes. Naturally, we want to show Lux Flakes because we know there is nothing that could take its place on or off the screen. But we would never use that name without getting permission. Do you remember the Devil Doll and a police notice being torn off the wall, and right above that notice was another one with a horrible photograph bearing the significant inscription, Natalie Bucknall, wanted for kidnapping. Am I? I suppose I may eventually develop criminal tendencies for all I know. But you see, after all, pictures must have villains, and villains must have names. And so we get permission from our employees to loan their names to the gangsters and Simon Legrees of the screen. Our work is really great fun, because all the time we come across the most unusual things. But perhaps one of the most amusing but toughest assignments was to check the Italian rules of table etiquette for Romeo and Juliet. And what did we find? But they were as modern as can be. Don't drink too much. Don't test the heat of a soup with your forefinger. Perhaps it was polite to use only the thumb. Say that all the dishes are good. Wouldn't a modern hostess love to hear that? Don't place your elbows on the table. Don't sit with crossed legs or lean forward. Don't gulp. The famous three don'ts of my own childhood. How many times did I hear my nurse repeat them to me? And so no doubt have you. And here I think is the sanest advice of all. It is sometimes better not to seat relatives together at a banquet, but to seat other guests between them. And with this sage bit of philosophy, may I say thank you and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Buckner. We bring back our Grand Duchess and our equally grand waiter. Ladies and gentlemen, Alyssa Landy and Robert Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. This has been a most enjoyable evening, up to now.
Yes, I agree. You see, in pictures, I always seem to be the rather easygoing young man who gets all the smart lines to say, but drop me in front of a microphone, and what have you got? A babe in the woods. At heart, I'm just a farmer.
Well, as one farmer to another, how did you find crops this fall?
Well, fair to middling, Mr. DeMille, fair to middling. And I'll have you know, sir, I'm not fooling. I spent a couple of months early this fall on the Montgomery homestead in upper New York.
Just another of those gentleman farmers, I suppose, who plowed from the easy chair to the front porch?
Is that so? Just take a look at these calluses on my hands. Back on the farm, they say I make a pitchfork pitch like gee whiz. But suppose you tell me what you've been doing.
Oh, gardening, too. The oranges are doing fine, thank you.
And how's the new book?
That'll be something for the critics to decide.
I mean, when's it going to be published?
Well, not before too long, I hope.
Well, then we're just too early to congratulate you on your new novel and just a day too late to congratulate you on your birthday. If it were today, we might have had a party.
It couldn't have been any more fun than being on your show tonight.
I only hope the audience had as much pleasure listening to us as I have in listening to the Lux Radio Theater every Monday evening. And now, Mr. DeMille, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Landy. Good night,
Mr. Montgomery, Miss Landy, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play, may I say that our stars tonight appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Mr. Montgomery will be seen next with Joan Crawford and William Powell in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. And Miss Landy's new film is entitled After the Thin Man. Mr. DeMille, as you know, is from Paramount. Mrs. Bucknell, MGM. Miss Kruger, currently appearing in Love Letters of a Star, is from Universal Studios. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Banjo on My Knee. Mr. Lockhart is seen in MGM's The Devil is a Sissy, and Vince Barnett in A Star is Born. In our cast tonight were Jean Lockhart as the Grand Duke Peter, Alma Kruger as the Countess Zavaloff, Lionel Pape as the Grand Duke Paul, Byron Folger as Mattard, Margaret Brayton as Henrietta, Edwin Max as the Russian waiter, Lou Merrill as an Italian officer, and Frank Nelson as Henry. And here's Mr. DeMille.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Jean Harlow and Robert Taylor with Claude Rains. Our play, Madame Saint-Jean, a story of France after the Revolution, in which Napoleon takes an empire, and Jean Harlow, as the laundress who becomes a noblewoman, takes Napoleon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Harlow and Robert Taylor in Madame Saint-Jean with Claude Rains and C. Henry Gordon. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. You've been tracking a hold-up man for months. You finally get a line on where he's hiding. You know he's dangerous, well-armed. Your job, get him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima,
The difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, March 18th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Ed Walker. My name's Friday. It was 9:48 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Joe?
Hi, you ready to go?
Yeah, we better hustle.
Here's your top coat, Joe. Oh, thank you, Ben. Where's Tom?
We can pick him up down the hall. He's checking out some tear gas shells. Might need them.
How about the address? You confirm it? 2100 Buchanan Avenue. It's a corner house. Skipper?
You know what to expect when you get out there. Don't take any chances.
He's alone in the house, that right?
Supposed to be. Yeah, that won't give you much of a break.
How do you mean?
He's heavy on guns. 2 revolvers and a hunting rifle.
Yeah.
He's not shy about using them. Don't forget it.
Right, Ed. Slats, Ben? Let's go. Okay. It's been a long haul.
Yeah, I hope this washes it up.
Hunting rifle, couple of revolvers. What do you think, Joe? Well, 18 robberies in 3 months. You know the guy as well as I do. Yeah. What's your guess? His name was Hoffman, George R. In our files, his criminal record dated back to high school days. Petty theft, grand theft auto, burglary, armed robbery. His record included 2 terms at Preston Reformatory and 1 at San Quentin. Hoffman's latest campaign was a 3-month run of armed robberies. We tried everything we knew to stop him, but it wasn't enough. We'd failed to get a line on him until one of Captain Walker's informants came up with a tip that Hoffman had been hiding out for the past month in a small bungalow on the corner of Buchanan Avenue and Selma Street. According to the information, the suspect had a good supply of food, ammunition, and 3 guns. 10:15 p.m., together with Sergeants Tom Gaffney and Slats Henry, Ben and I parked our car down the street and started toward the house. It was foggy. The street was poorly lighted. As we approached the house, we could see a light burning in one of the rooms at the rear of the bungalow. The light in the back room, George, just went out. Yeah. Slats, you and Tom want to cover the back?
Right. Let's go, Tom.
Be careful.
Yeah.
All right, Ben. Easy, huh? Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, Joe. Curtains in that corner room. I thought I saw him move.
Come on, get out!
Come on, Ben, the front door. Yeah, come on. Come on, hit it. Yeah. Come on, hit it again. Yeah, all right. Come on. They got it blocked or something. Something piled against. Come on, once more. There we are. Watch the furniture, Joe. Yeah. That front room's clear.
Go! In the back!
Come on.
Went out the side window.
Where'd he go?
Across the street. Got him pinned down behind that car there. He's in the car.
All right, let's go for the tires. All right, Hoffman, give it up. Cover this end, Slats. Right. Ben, that hedge across the street, you see it? Yeah, okay. All right, let's run for it. Come on. You okay, Joe? Yeah. Hoffman, you haven't got a chance. Throw out your guns. Okay, Ben, give it back to him.
All right! I'm coming out!
Throw out your guns. Throw them in the street.
Here they are!
All right, get out of the car. Hands behind your head. Come on. All right. All right, hands behind your back now. Slats!
Yeah?
You want to get our car?
Right, Joe.
Who told you? Who gave you the tip?
Does it matter?
I made it easy enough for you. Lousy car wouldn't start. I'd be 3 miles away if it would have started.
Better call the tow truck, huh, Joe? Let me give it a look, huh?
Lousy luck, that's all it is.
What was wrong with it, Joe?
I tried it. It wouldn't start for me.
You should have turned on the ignition. George Hoffman was taken downtown and booked on suspicion of robbery. At a special show-up, he was identified by more than a dozen of his robbery victims. Between his arraignments and his preliminary hearings, we worked together with the district attorney's office in lining up witnesses and preparing the evidence against the suspect. We figured we had an airtight case. Hoffman's trial in Superior Court was set for May 14th.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Slats. What's doing?
They're still arraigning Hoffman?
Yeah, his trial's coming up. Hey, what happened to your eye?
Yeah, how about that? I'll never live with that down.
Yeah, come here, let's see.
This real black eye I ever had. Had 'em bruised plenty. They hurt, you know.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
Well, every week Gaffney and I go up to the neighborhood boys club after work to help coach the kids at sports, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last week we had boxing lessons.
Yeah.
I was coaching this one youngster. He turned out to be a lot quicker than I thought. You're really connected.
Mm-hmm. I guess everybody in the building's heard the story, huh?
Yeah, just about. Gaffney took care of that. Captain called me in this morning, asked me if I wanted to file assault charges against the kid. Some joke.
Yeah, never fails. You still coaching the kids up there?
No, not this week. Kids are supposed to get lessons in wrestling. I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah?
They've been watching television for months. I'll see you later, man.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks, Lance.
Hi, Ben. How you doing?
Pretty good. Put your coat on, Joe. Yeah? What's the matter? George Hoffman. Yeah? Just broke jail. The morning of his escape, Hoffman was scheduled to appear in Superior Court for arraignment. According to routine, he was taken from his county jail cell on the 12th floor of the Hall of Justice and escorted to the jail shower room on the 14th floor. There he was to take a bath, change to his civilian clothes for his appearance in court. While he was in the shower room, he turned on the hot water faucets, filling the room with steam to hide his actions from the guard. He succeeded in forcing his way out through one of the windows, climbed up one story to the roof. Realizing that he couldn't escape down through the building, he lowered himself over the ledge of the roof and, using the narrow crevices between the bricks to hold on, he climbed 7 stories down the outside of the building. At the 8th floor, he found an open window and got inside. He slugged a bailiff who tried to stop him and then ran down the remaining flights of stairs into the street and disappeared in the crowd. 20 minutes later, he robbed a dentist's office at 3rd and Los Angeles Streets and got away. Police and sheriff's deputies covered the city for him. Ben and I were among them. 11:55 p.m. We checked back in with Captain Ed Walker.
KGP, Los Angeles.
You want to cut that speaker, Ben?
Yeah.
11A, 6th Spring, 118.
Nothing. Not a trace of him.
He must have a good friend someplace in town.
Everything's covered. His friends, relatives, his hideout, everyone he knows, every place he's ever been. We plugged every loophole we can think of. The depots, terminals, the airports, still no trace of him.
I don't know. It sure is a strange one.
No stranger than climbing down the side of a building.
Did you check that story out, Ed?
It's the truth. Apparently, Hoffman planned the thing out pretty carefully.
How do you mean?
The sheriff's men talked to some of the prisoners in the jail. They said Hoffman was practicing for it since the day we put him in there. He'd work out 5 to 6 hours every night, building up his hands and fingers.
How'd he do that?
Use the upper bunk in his cell, hang from the edge of it with the tips of his fingers. He'd do it for hours, pulling his body up and down. Made little grooves in the wall, dug his fingertips into them. Prisoners say he got so he could hold himself up like that 10 minutes at a stretch.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. How about the bailiff he slugged?
He'll be all right. A couple of bad bumps on the head, that's all. Robbery, Walker. Oh, yeah, Little John. I sent him out about 10 minutes ago to relieve you.
Yeah, they ought to be there pretty soon. Right.
How about our schedule, Ed?
As far as I know, we're going all night on this thing. Sheriff's office the same.
Mm-hmm.
You two were relieved at 11:30. Better check back about 5:30 a.m. Okay?
Right. It's a hot shot.
I got it.
What is it?
Drugstore holdup. They think it's Hoffman.
The scene of the holdup was the Rex Lake Pharmacy on the corner of Pico Boulevard and Pine Lake Street. The victim, a Mr. Clarence Geringer, told us that the holdup man had entered through a rear door, slugged him, and escaped on foot with his overcoat and about $150 in cash. We showed him a number of mug shots. He identified George Hoffman as the bandit. A special detail of men were ordered on a thorough search of the general area around the drugstore. No sign of the suspect. The citywide Dragnet continued all that night and into the next day. No developments. The search went on. A week passed. 2 weeks. At 10 p.m. on the day Hoffman was scheduled to be tried in Superior Court, he beat up and robbed a 40-year-old liquor salesman in the Highland Park area. Again, he made good his escape. Routine investigation failed to turn up a single lead. June 8th. The suspect was still at large. The legwork continued.
817, is that the address you got?
Yeah, he said it was near the corner.
Oh, yeah, there it is. The Thompson Hobby Shop.
Yeah, let's go in.
Mm-hmm. Joe, look at the electric train. Look at that one. Beautiful layout, huh?
Mm-hmm. I guess that's all they handle in here, electric trains, huh? Must be money in it.
Look at those signals there and switches. They're all automatic. Wonder if my boy's old enough for a train yet.
That must be the manager over there. Come on. Say, excuse me, sir?
Just a moment, please. Be right with you. Got to check this transformer.
All right.
Uh-huh. Automatic coupling on the tanker car looked out of kilter. My mistake. Now let's see. Yep, she's a dandy, isn't she?
Sure is.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Have to keep up our maintenance on the rolling stock. What can I do for you?
Police officers, we're looking for a Mr. Townsend.
Oh, yes, I'm Roy Townsend. Are you the sergeant I talked with on the phone?
Yes, sir, that's right. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero. Hi, Mr. Townsend. You mentioned that you might have some information for us.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I may have. About that fellow who climbed out and escaped. What was in all the papers?
George Hoffman.
Hoffman, that's it. I'm a pretty good one for faces. I think I might have seen him last night.
Where was that?
On my way home from the meeting. I belong to a model train club. Don't get enough of it here every day.
Yes, sir. We'd like to know about this man that you saw.
As I say, I saw him going into the auto court just down the street from where Mother and I live. It was pretty late, after midnight.
Where do you live, Mr. Townsend?
Over by Pasadena, Royal Oaks Avenue. I know Mrs. Cox at the auto court very well.
I see. Well, this man that you saw last night, you sure it was Hoffman?
I saw his picture in the paper when he climbed down and escaped. I don't say I'm positive it was him, but I'm good on faces.
Well, wonder if you'd mind checking through these pictures.
Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, this one. He's the one I saw. Am I right?
That's Hoffman. Do you happen to know if he's staying there at that auto court?
Oh, yes. He's been there for a month. Say, Sergeant, if you find out it really is this Hoffman, don't tell Mrs. Cox at the auto court. It'd just break her heart.
Oh, is that so?
She's sort of an amateur detective. She thinks she knows faces better than I do.
After we left the train shop, we called the office and filled them in. Captain Walker called Pasadena and notified them. Then we drove out to the auto court where the suspect was reportedly seen.
Yes, you want something?
Yeah, are you Mrs. Cox?
Yes, I'm the manager here. If you want lodgings, we're filled up. You might try the Golden Eagle straight down the street there.
Police officers, Miss Cox. Do you have a Mr. Hoffman staying here?
Hoffman? No, I don't. Got a Hoffmeyer, though. You sure that's not it?
No, would you look at this picture, ma'am? Recognize it?
Well, yes, but his name's not Hoffman. It's Kane. Number 23. He's not in, though. Left this morning.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, won't be back for another hour.
You are listening to Dragnet for the solution to an actual case from official police files. Now, here's a real solution to many of your Christmas shopping problems.
If your friends smoke long cigarettes, Give the best of long cigarettes. Give king-size Fatima.
You see, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give smokers a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes, rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the distinctive royal blue Fatima gift carton. Christmas wrapped and carefully sealed to ensure Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Remember, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
So this Christmas, give your friends the best. Give Fatima the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Before going on stakeout at the auto court where George Hoffman was registered, Ben put in a call to the office. The owner of the court, Mrs. Cox, gave us a pass key to cottage number 23 where the suspect was staying. We advised her to say nothing to Hoffman when he returned. We went to cottage 23 and waited. An hour passed. Hoffman failed to show. Another hour went by. Still no sign of him.
Well, what do you think?
You got me. I don't know.
More than an hour overdue. No chance he could have been tipped.
Well, I don't see how. Mrs. Cox is the only one who knows we're here.
There's no reason for her to warn him. I don't know. His things are all here. His clothes.
Well, we've had longer waits than this. Relax, huh?
Yeah. Now, wait a minute.
Can you see who it is?
Man, coming from next door. Joe?
Okay, I'll cover you. Open it.
Oh, your new telephone directory?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Anything wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong, thanks. New phone book.
Yeah. We waited another hour. George Hoffman still had failed to appear. At 4 that afternoon, we checked with the office. No word. At 5:30, we were still waiting.
I was just thinking, Joe.
Yeah?
That fellow Thompson in the train shop. That sure must be a dandy hobby, electric train.
Yeah, it runs into money, though, doesn't it?
Well, I think I'll talk to the wife about it. Their education, you know. My boy'd sure get a kick out of having his own train.
He's pretty young, isn't he? 3 years old?
Well, I could show him how to work it, put things together for him. I'll get him.
All right.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, Lightning. When? Okay, thanks.
What's doing?
Skipper just got a call from Pasadena.
Yeah?
They picked up Hoffman 10 minutes ago.
The suspect, George Hoffman, was taken back to Los Angeles and lodged in county jail. This time there was no escape. At his Superior Court trial on August 16th, he was convicted on several counts of armed robbery and sentenced to the state penitentiary. From August to January of the following year, the months went fast. We washed up a string of liquor store holdups just before Christmas, got 2 days off. My Uncle George and Aunt Allen came down from Renton, Washington to visit with my mother during the holidays. In January, Ben was off work for a week with a bad dose of flu. Another 5 months went by. Toward the end of June, we got word that George Hoffman was no longer at the state penitentiary. After serving 11 months, the former holdup man had been paroled into the Army with the provision that he serve overseas. Another 3 weeks passed. July 12th, Tuesday, Ben and I had lunch at Koken's Cafe and checked back in at the office.
I wish Koken would change his menus a little oftener. Fried beans and pastrami sandwiches. Seems to have the same thing every time.
Well, you sure dug into them. I got the idea that you like them.
I like them all right. I just eat too much, that's all. 3 sandwiches, 2 plates of beans. No wonder I never eat dinner.
Dan? Joe?
Yeah?
You two back from lunch? I want to grab a sandwich.
Yeah, go ahead, Slats. We can cover.
Okay, thanks. Say, there's somebody waiting in the next room for you. Wants to see you.
Okay, see you later.
Right.
Want to see who it is, Joe? I'll check the book.
Yeah, all right, fine. Yes, sir. My name's Friday. You want to see me?
Yeah, that's right, Sergeant. Remember me? George Hoffman?
Oh, yeah, Hoffman. The Army uniform there. I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I thought it might fool you. I guess you heard about me. Good break, huh?
I'm glad you feel that way. How you doing with the Army, huh?
Pretty good. I like it.
That's fine.
Just thought I'd drop up and see you fellas. You still with that partner you had? What's his name? Rodriguez?
Romero. Yeah, we still work together.
Yeah, Romero. I knew it was some kind of name like that.
Yeah, well, come on in, Hoffman.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Ben. George Hoffman here. He stopped in to see us.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Been a long time, Hoffman. How are you?
Pretty good, Sergeant. Thanks. Just thought I'd stop by, Sure there's no hard feelings?
Oh, sure thing. You got any idea when you're going overseas?
Boys in my outfit figure day after tomorrow. That's kind of one reason why I dropped in to see you.
Well, how's that?
Well, I know it's pretty nervy, but I got lots of that. You see, a bunch of us are on leave till tomorrow noon. Figured we'd go out tonight, and I'm a little short. You know how the Army pays.
Okay, well, how about a couple of bucks, George? Will that do you any good?
Yeah. Sure is swell of you, Sergeant. Believe me, I'll see you get it back.
Well, here's a couple more, Hoffman. Might help out.
Well, it's no use telling you how much I appreciate it. I give you my word I won't forget it. I'm going to pay this money back to you.
Oh, forget it, George. We're glad to help you out.
Well, thanks again for the touch, huh? Sure nice of you.
Okay.
Now, drop a card if you get a chance. Like to hear how you're doing over there.
Sure thing. See you later, huh?
Right. Good luck to you, boy. Well, looks like a turn for the better anyway, huh?
Mm-hmm. But it was my last $2, doggone it. It never failed.
Well, we had to give him something.
Yeah, but what do I do for lunch money tomorrow?
$2 p.m. We drove out to the Wilshire district to interview a robbery victim. We brought him back downtown and took his statement. 4:30 p.m. We checked back in with Captain Walker.
Hi, Skipper.
Henry says that ex-con George Hoffman was in today.
Yeah.
You talked to him.
Yeah, that's right, Ed. Why?
Have a look.
Thanks.
The MP's left about 20 minutes ago.
Swell. Your $2 went for nothing, Ben. Hoffman's wanted.
Huh?
Broke out of Army prison 10 o'clock this morning. Together with the Army authorities, local officers joined in the citywide search for George Hoffman. At 10 o'clock that night, a food market on Santa Fe and Rialto was robbed and the proprietor beaten. From our mug shots, the victim identified Hoffman as the holdup man. Shortly after midnight, a drugstore on Crenshaw was held up. Hoffman was again tabbed as the suspect. The next 2 days, the search was intensified. No leads. 2 more days went by. Late Saturday morning, we got a hurry-up call from the detail on duty at the Union Station. Hoffman had been reported in the vicinity. Ben and I drove down to the depot to check with the officer in charge, Slats Henry.
Spot him, Joe?
No, let's have a look back by the ticket counters, huh? Yeah, there he is over by the phone booth. Come on.
Hi, Slats.
Hi, looks pretty good.
What's the story?
One of the newsboys up the street gave us a tip. About an hour ago, a guy gave him $1 to come down here and buy a ticket for him, ticket to Phoenix.
Yeah?
Kid came in, bought the ticket, went back up the street and gave it to the man.
Mm-hmm.
We showed the kid a bunch of mug shots. He picked out Hoffman's.
Yeah, he's not wearing his Army uniform, huh?
No, brown suit, dark blue overcoat, no hat. That's what the kid told us.
Any idea which train he was taking for Phoenix?
Not exactly. He asked when the first train for Phoenix was. The newsboy told him 3:35.
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes to 12 now.
You got enough men to handle it, Slats?
Everything's covered. Only one thing lacking.
Yeah?
Hoffman.
While the stakeout continued on the Union Station, Ben and I, together with Gaffney and Henry from robbery, covered the bars, restaurants, and hotels in the immediate area for a sign of the suspect. 2:30 p.m.
What do you think?
Well, we better head back down for the station, see what's doing, huh?
Yeah, okay. I'd like to have a dime for every mile we've logged on this case.
Yeah.
Joe, have a look.
Where?
Across the street, dark blue overcoat. Same build as Hoffman.
I'll bet on him. Come on.
He spotted us.
Yeah, that's Hoffman. Come on. Now, pick it up.
I lost him, Joe. Where'd he go?
Turn down First Street. Come on, hurry. Yeah. Across the street, Ben. Yeah. Watch the traffic. Where'd he go?
I see him. That antique store on the corner. He ran in there.
Come on. Yeah. There he is. All right, Hoffman.
Out of the way, mister!
All right, hold it right there, Hoffman.
I'm coming out! Move!
Watch it, Joe.
I said I'm coming out, you hear me?
You're going the hard way, George.
Come on, drop it, drop it!
All right, Hoffman. All right, on your feet. Come on, get up. Now get your hands behind you.
Sure. What good's it gonna do you?
All right, mister, let's go.
What good's it gonna do? I already proved it. I can break jail any time. I proved it twice.
You're going right back in again. What's that prove?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. To get year-round thanks for the gift you give this Christmas, give Fatimas to every long cigarette smoker on your list. Their first pack of extra mild Fatimas will have them convinced, like I am, that in Fatima the difference is quality. And Christmas Fatimas come in a distinctive royal blue slip-over jacket that makes a perfect gift just as is. Remember, Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but in Fatima the difference is quality. Give Fatimas, the quality king-size cigarette, to every long cigarette smoker.
George R. Hoffman was tried and convicted on several counts of robbery and received a life sentence as a hardened criminal. After serving 10 months of his sentence, Hoffman attempted an escape and failed. A few weeks later, he took his own life in his prison cell by hanging.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week, in answer to your requests, Dragnet will repeat A Gun for Christmas, the actual case history broadcast last year during the Yuletide season. That's next Thursday, December 21st.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
This is Bob Hope. Can we steal a second?
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus. See you Tuesday.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
We the People is next with more good times on NBC.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all Maricopa County sheriff's cars. Be on the lookout for a high-powered automobile with two men and a blonde woman in it. These subjects kidnapped the deputy sheriff and later threw him out of their car at Chandler and badly wounded him. That's all.
Years of research and millions of dollars have been spent by the worldwide Sinclair organization, of which Rio Grande is the western unit, to perfect the famous cracking process, which is an exclusive patented process. Sinclair engineers built one of these great cracking plants for the Rio Grande Oil Company. And the only way you can get the advantages of this revolutionary process is to buy Rio Grande cracked gasoline from your independent dealer. The costly cracking process adds very definite advantages to Rio Grande gasoline, but it adds nothing to the cost you pay. You get a livelier gasoline with tetraethyl added at no extra cost. And when Rio Grande cracked gasoline reaches your carburetor, you'll find your car goes faster. The engine runs smoother. You can feel the extra power. All these extra advantages at no extra cost. have induced leading western cities to specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline for their emergency engines. Wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand of gasoline. If you will drive into a Rio Grande service station, you too will experience the thrill of police car performance in your own car. Sheriff J.R. McFadden of Maricopa County, Arizona, sends us the following telegram. We Western law enforcement officers rather enjoy the glamorous tradition of the old frontier, of shafts and six-shooters. But we are really not as colorful characters as the public thinks. The old six-shooters have been long ago supplanted by modern automatics, tear gas bombs, and machine guns. Our police problems are pretty much the same as those of any large metropolitan center like San Francisco or Los Angeles. We are nowadays as well equipped to battle the criminal army on the desert as are our brother officers in the city. How well equipped, you will learn from tonight's story of a manhunt conducted by my predecessor, Charlie Wright, in which every modern weapon we could command was brought into play in our battle to bring a notorious public enemy into custody. It is a late summer evening in 1929. The scene is a modest apartment in Wheeling, West Virginia. That you, Irene? Where you been?
I took Johnny to the movies.
It was a swell picture. Gee, there was all right shooting, and people got killed and everything.
Irene, do you realize that it's past 6 o'clock? Here I get home from a hard day at the shop and there isn't a bite to eat in the house.
Oh, lay off, will you? What do you expect me to do? Hang around this dump all day just to have hot beans on the table when you drag
Well,
me?
that'll be a lot better than taking that child to the picture show and exciting his mind with a lot of gangster pictures. And you gotta stop it, Irene.
I gotta stop it. You're telling me what to do?
Well, I have a right to. I'm your husband.
Listen what's talking. Now, look here, kid, and get this straight. I married you to get out of supporting my old man, see? And I've just about made up my mind I made a bad deal.
Irene.
Sure. This is the lowdown. I got ideas. I got plans. And you don't figure into them, see? There's a devil of a world where the men get all the breaks. I'm going to change all that. I'm going to find myself a real man. And I'm going to take what I want from the world, see?
Look here, Irene, you've been drinking.
Ah, what if I have?
You took Donnie into a speakeasy?
Yeah, I had swell stuff this bubble.
Now, I forbid you to do that again, Irene.
You forbid me? That's hot. Now, you look here, my pretty. You ain't going to have no chance to forbid me again.
Well, where are you going?
What's it to you? You'll never see me again. Come on, Johnny. Sure, Johnny. Plenty of them. You're going to start living, kid. Come on, Pat.
So Irene Schroeder leaves her husband, gets herself a job as a waitress, mulls over the injustice of this man's world, plans how she would change it. But plump, loud, hard-drinking, 140-pound Irene finds it difficult to ensnare a man to fit into her plans. Weeks go by. And then one icy fall evening, as she's on her way to work, she notices a good-looking man in a car stopped by a traffic light. As the bell clangs, Irene deliberately steps forward into the intersection.
Are you badly hurt?
I don't know.
I'm awfully sorry. I didn't see you, I guess. Here, let me get you into the car. Careful now.
My, you're strong.
What's that? Oh, yes. I try to keep in condition. There now, easy. You better let me take you to a doctor.
No, I guess I'm all right. I was on my way to work. I'll be late.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I must have slipped on the sidewalk.
Terribly stupid of me. If there's anything I can do...
Just drive me to work so I'm not too late.
Well, of course. Where is that?
The Monongahela restaurant. Just down the street here.
It won't take a minute.
What would your wife say if she knew you was driving around with a blonde?
Why, I guess I could explain it.
Oh, then you are married.
Oh, yes. Been married for 10 years. I got 2 kids.
Oh, I see. You get much fun out of life?
Yes, I suppose so. I teach Sunday school, and I'm scoutmaster of a Boy Scout troop.
Sounds thrilling.
Well, of course,
I mean fun. Real fun. Dancing and drinking.
I don't drink.
No, I didn't suppose you would. Well, Here we are.
Now, listen. Here's my card, and if I can do anything for you, I'll make it right. I feel responsible, you know.
As far as I'm concerned, there's only one thing you can do to make up for knocking me down.
Oh, what's that? I'll do anything.
Take me out to dinner and a dance some night.
Well,
Don't you think it'd be fun?
yes, I'm sure it would.
Okay, that's the price.
Very well. When shall we say?
Tomorrow night. Meet you at that same corner at the same time.
Well, how about your job?
The devil with the job. I like you, baby.
Thanks.
It's a date?
It's a date. So the fly walks into the spider's parlor. The first date leads to a second, and more follow. Dig, ensnared by the scheming Irene, embezzles money from his employer, loses his job, deserts his wife and family. At last, Irene's plans have reached the point of action.
You ain't got no regrets, have you, honey?
Well, no, not exactly. But it's a little tough on Molly.
Oh, forget Molly. Could Molly ever give you this?
Oh, Irene.
You love me, don't you, honey?
Yes. I love you. I love you.
Now, listen, kiddo. We're going places, you and I. I got plans. We're going to have one swell time. Glenn, how'd you like to travel? Get out for the open spaces out west. Get out of this dump.
Well.
That's just what we're going to do.
Yeah, it's a swell idea, but how are we going to travel?
In my car, first.
Yeah, but what do we use for money? How do we buy gas and oil and food?
Easy. We just knock over what we need.
What do you mean, knock over what we need?
Oh, baby, you're so dumb. Look. Look what I got in this drawer here.
A gun.
A gat, honey. That's the way we're going to travel. This gat's our ticket.
You mean rob people?
Sure. Stick 'em up.
But Irene, I can't do anything like that. I don't want to break the law.
Listen, baby, and get this straight. You're in the deal. I love you, see? You can't do anything else but tag along with me. I won't let you go back to your wife, see? Before I do that, I'd turn this heater on you.
Irene, I believe you would.
You're darn tootin' I would. I know what I want, and you're it. You don't have to worry about the rough stuff. I'll handle that.
You?
Sure. I'll show 'em whether a woman can be tough. I'll show 'em a new kind of racket dame. The kind that runs her own mob. We'll start on Monday when the stores have sales. A couple of stick-ups will finance us out of the state. We'll take my car, my brother Tom, and Donnie.
Well, Irene, you're not going to take that child, are you?
Sure. This is a modern outfit. A 1930 model mob. No one will expect to find a woman and her kid in a mob car.
You can't do it, Irene. We'll all be killed.
Not us. Any killing that's got to be done, we'll do it.
But, Irene, it isn't right.
Listen, sweetheart. You're going along, see? But when it comes to business, I'm boss.
Pick up. Maybe murder.
Oh, forget it. Come on over here to the Davenport. There. Kiss me, baby. Now you're boss. You want to stick with me, don't you, honey?
Yes, Irene. Yes. I want to stick to you. So on December 27th, 1929, blonde, tough Irene Schroeder leads her strange mob of 2 men and a 4-year-old child onto the path of crime. In Irene's car, to which she has affixed stolen Ohio license plates, they visit in rapid succession 6 Wheeling grocery stores, which donate the contents of their cash registers to the yawning folk of the blonde menace. And then, after the 6th job.
Well, that's enough for good old Wheeling.
What do you mean?
We got about $500, I guess. And by this time, most of the bulls in town are looking for us. We got to get out of town.
Where to next?
Cross the line to Pennsylvania. Just Pittsburgh by way of Homestead and New Kensington. Head for Butler.
Why Butler?
I've been there once. I know a good spot to knock over there.
It is just past noon when the Schroeder gang rolls into Butler. Irene directs Dig to the Kroger grocery store. They pull up to the sidewalk, and Irene hands Dig an automatic.
Here you are, honey. Here's your plaything.
I thought you said I was only supposed to drive.
This is a big joint. I'm going to need help.
Yes, but Irene...
Come on, don't give me no argument. You just waltz in with me. show the gun to the ladies and they'll pass out from fear.
Yes, but-
Only don't look so scared or they'll be on to you. Tom, you be on the lookout.
Okay.
Leave the motor running, sweetheart. And, Donna, you stay here this time.
No, Mama. I want to go with you.
Not this time, kiddo. You stay in the car.
Mama.
I told you not to bring the kid with you.
Shut up. Now, Donnie, if you act like this, Mama won't get you that teddy bear she promised you. There. Now, that's better. Now, wait here for Mama like a good little man.
Okay, Mama.
Come on, Glenn. You see, all men are alike no matter how old they are. Promise them something, they'll do anything for you.
Meaning?
Oh, meaning nothing. On your toes now.
Yes, ma'am. Can I do something for you?
Yeah. Can you tell me the sale price on your canned peaches?
Why, yes. Let me see.
Don't bother looking. Just empty out that cash register.
What?
You heard me. Tell out. Come on, darling. Wave your gun at the ladies. All right, you Dane. Sit down on the floor, all of you. I'll just dump all that dough into this shopping bag. Quiet, you hay bags, or my partner will have to drill a couple of you. Now, my friend, let's have the front door key.
The front door key?
Listen, stupid, I'm getting tired of repeating things to you. Give me the front door key and fast.
There you are.
Okay. Come on, baby, our time's up. Back towards the door, you dummy. Keep your gun on him. All right, James, we're locking you in. If you want to live to go home and cook the old man's dinner tonight, stay put for 15 minutes. Okay, Glenn, get behind the wheel. Come on, Tom. We're all set now.
Just the day before, the Pennsylvania State Police had inaugurated a teletype system connecting 95 police departments throughout the state. Only congratulatory messages had so far traveled over its wires. Now, for the first time, a crime of major importance is instantaneously ticked across the police network.
Pennsylvania State Police, broadcast 1, woman, blonde, aged about 22, weight 140 pounds, and man about 30, struck up grocery store in Butler at 12:15 p.m. Traveling in high-powered car, believed heading toward Newcastle. Stand by. Double Powell. Private Moore. Yes, sir. The teletype just came through. These bandits are thought to be heading this way. I want you to go out on the Butler Road and stop all cars coming toward Newcastle. Yes, sir.
Now, boys, you keep your eyes glued ahead. I'm going to change my costume.
What's the big idea?
Those old hens will tell the bulls every detail of the silk dress. I got to get into something new. Move. Gosh, this thing is cold. Move. There we are. Now you can look. Oh, boys, this is a life. It's a pushover, a sin. How about it, Ben, honey?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm right. But, honey, I'm warning you. You learn to hold that rod steady, or somebody will see your hand shake and let you have it. What's the matter? Ain't you got no guts?
I'll be okay the next time.
You better be. And take that. The first good lookout you come to, stop.
Fine.
We're transferring. When they stop looking for this bus, we won't be in it, see?
Okay.
Now, who would suspect that the beautiful young traveling with her son, her husband, and her brother would be a hold-up artist? Feel as a zap. Oh, God.
Hey, Irene, here's a car up here. No houses around. Looks like a Packard.
Good. Pull up. Oh, it's a honey. All right, boys, pile out. Len, help me move these bags. Tell him you yank those stolen plates off our car. Come on, work fast. Come along, Johnny.
Where are we going now, Mom?
No, I don't know. Texas, California, out west somewhere.
And will I see Indians?
Sure, you'll see Indians. Now pile in.
This is far.
Sure, a lot of difference. This is a real bus. Get those plates, Tom?
Yeah.
Bags all in, Glenn?
Yep.
Didn't leave any signs of us in the old bus, did you?
Not a thing.
Okay, let's go. Boy, what a difference.
Some car, all right.
Oh, I got the jump on them now. None of these hick towns will know about this stick up until tomorrow morning when they get the Pittsburgh papers. And by that time, we'll be halfway across Ohio. Halfway across Ohio. Halfway across Ohio.
Irene, look ahead. One of those highway patrol tanks.
Oh, you're seeing things.
No, I'm not. 2 state cops in the car. They're blocking the road. I guess we'll have to stop.
Let me handle this. Oh, what's the trouble, officers?
I'm Corporal Paul, ma'am. This is my partner, Private Moore.
Oh, yeah?
This can't be the car, Paul. 2 men and a kid in it. And this dame isn't dressed according to the description.
Oh, we'll see. Where are you from, ma'am?
From Greensburg. Just out for a ride.
I see. You there in the front seat. Let me see your license. Okay. You might have switched clothes.
Yes, but the teletype didn't say nothing about a kid.
Oh, Corporal, my friend's just driving me. I have my license here.
Oh, may I see it, ma'am?
Yeah, just reach in here. Stop the other one, Glenn. Okay, honey, now drive like you never drove before.
Look here, Irene. This is too much. I didn't contact the murderer.
Oh, shut up. You're in this deal with me. And if you try squirming out, I'll put you where I put that cuff. Now drive.
You hadn't ought to plug that cop, Irene.
Oh, you yell it, too. Because I was right when I figured I had more guts than a dozen men.
Mama, you dying well, didn't you?
Okay, I did, Donnie. Right through the bread.
Yeah, just like in the movies.
Hey, Glenn.
What?
There's a car coming towards us. Block the road.
Now, Irene, let's not have any more shooting.
You feel that in your neck, honey? Now shut up under what I say.
All right. Hey, what is this?
Come out, you two.
Oh, he's got a gun.
Keep your trap shut and I won't use it. Now get out. All right, Tom. Get Donnie and the bags into this car. Glenn, you take the wheel. Hurry.
What are you going to do to us?
Nothing. Just bore in your car. All set, Glenn?
Okay.
Just a minute.
What's the idea of shooting the tires?
Just so they can follow us. Let's go, honey.
Where's Tom?
What?
He isn't here.
He got yellow and took a powder, huh? Beat it into the brush. Oh, that's okay. We can't waste time looking for him. Only don't let that give you any fancy ideas, my sweet. You're sticking, see? To the very end. Now let's go.
Well, here we are in Newcastle. Where to next?
Let me see. The best way to throw him off is to go right back the way we come.
Irene, that'd be suicide.
Yellow?
No, but every cop in the county will be on that road now.
I'll stop that. Here. Pull up by this drugstore.
What are you going to do?
Leave that to me. Where's your phone?
All right, over there.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Hello, operator? Hurry, please. Give me the state police barracks. Hello? State police? Well, I just passed a green car that had a blonde woman in it. Yeah. And two men and a little boy. I think it's a bandit car you're looking for because the woman was waving a gun. Which way? Well, they was heading toward the Ohio state line. Yeah. Yeah, heading west. Well, not at all. Goodbye. Okay, sweetheart. Back to Butler and then to Wheeling.
Irene, I'll tell you, it's a death sentence to go back
Forget
there.
it. I got that all fixed. By the time we get to Butler, they'll be looking for us in Ohio.
While the Ohio State Patrol blockades roads from Pennsylvania and a vain search for her, Irene rides unmolested back along her murder trail. Back in Wheeling, she buys Johnny a teddy bear, kisses him and leaves him with his grandfather. Then she and Dig drop from sight as baffled police of 3 states fail even to identify the daring blonde bandit and murderess. While the public clamors for police action, officers are slowly piecing together their meager evidence. From witnesses of the holdup, from Private Moore, from the couple who were deprived of their automobile, they get descriptions. In the first car Irene abandoned, they discover an overlooked handbill from a store in Wheeling. Backtracking, they swing their search from western Pennsylvania into West Virginia. Finally, to the city of Wheeling. And at last, the search develops into the most tedious type of police work, a house-to-house canvass. And then one spring day, in a modest residential district of Wheeling, 2 state officers are half-heartedly conducting their futile search when a little boy playing with a teddy bear on the doorstep of a house waves to them.
Hey, my mama shot 2 men like you.
What's that?
Look, it's like in the movies. She pulled out a gun and let him have it.
Where's your mama now?
She's gone automobile riding with my new papa.
Thus, from the innocent, excited lips of little Donnie Schroeder, do police discover the identity of the blonde murderess. They question the child further. Eagerly, he tells them the details of the most exciting moment in his little life, unable to know that he is signing his mother's death warrant. From Irene's father, police obtain her photographs. They get her fingerprints. They issue circulars, broadcast them all over the country. But for 2 years, Irene Schroeder remains an unseen, unknown fugitive. 2 years, during which little Donnie is watched day and night, in the hope that the powerful force of mother love will bring the murdering mother back to her son. But Irene has disappeared completely, it seems. Florence, Arizona, January 13th, 1931. A tall, lean man lounges in the shade of a hardware store, watching a stout young woman, clad in short khaki skirt, helping 2 men in Levi's load some supplies in the back of a car. There is something familiar about the woman. The tall man slowly saunters toward them.
I tell you, Irene, you ought to wear pants. All the dames do out here.
Listen, baby, I'm a woman, see? And I'm going to stick to skirts. I'll show all you guys I'm tougher than you are, and I'll never have to wear pants to do it.
Hey, get a load of this desert rat coming over this way.
The devil he wants.
Looks like the law to me.
Guess we know how to handle the law, huh, Glenn?
Right.
No shooting here in town, get me?
Beg your pardon, folks. Deputy Sheriff Chapman. Do you mind letting me look at your driver's license?
Yes, we'd mind.
Take him up. Hey, now look here now.
Shut up. Get in the car.
Go on. What's going on here?
Okay, Glenn, let's go. 10 for the mouth.
Kidnapping the deputy sheriff in broad daylight from the main street of Florence, the daring bandits swing out of town, head toward Superstition Mountain. But not before astounded onlookers have seen the sheriff snatched and realizing that the outlaws must pass through Chandler, have telephoned ahead and spread the alarm. Doing better than 70, Dig burns up the desert road. Then as the squat buildings of Chandler appear ahead,
Chandler, cut her loose. Don't stop for nothing.
Hey, they got a mob out waiting for us.
I'll take through them. They're going to shoot. That's all. Good boy, Glenn. You're getting better all the time. Okay, let's get rid of the excess baggage. Come out, the sheriff, Jimmy.
Okay. Come on, you're leaving.
What?
You heard me, you're leaving.
Hey, get your hands off
Come
me.
on.
There it goes.
No, everybody take a crack at him.
See, look at him bound.
Move! Somebody bring him! All right, Glenn, head for the hills. You know, Jimmy, it was just like the trip we turned back in Pensy when I bumped off that copper. I'd have been on that job with us.
Yeah, I bet. Only look, Irene, you don't know this country as well as I do. I've been born and raised out here. You got any idea where you're going now?
Sure, we're hiding out in the mountains until the boys cool off. And if they come up for us, we'll shoot it out. We got lots of machine guns and plenty of gas. What's the matter with you, Glenn?
Nothing. I was just thinking about my kid.
That's hot. Thinking about your kids, huh? How about me? Ain't I a mother? Don't you think I wish my Donnie was here to see me handle a gat again?
I wasn't wishing my kids were here.
Oh, stop it. Don't get sentimental on me now.
Now, listen, Irene. If you want to get out of this mess at all, you got to get off the road.
What do you mean?
There's an Indian reservation up the road here. We'll have to get horses and beat it back into the Salt River Mountains.
Real Wild West stuff, huh?
Well, call it what you like, but it's our only chance.
Okay, we'll take it. We'll hold that posse off as long as we got a single slug left.
at the reservation, the 3 fugitives hire horses from lone Sundust, an Indian trader. Hoisting provisions and ammunition on the saddles, they head for the high mountains. In a little sheltered patch of sagebrush, they throw their tired bodies on the ground for a brief rest. And then Irene busies herself cooking a thick steak for her men. Dig is lying on his back, looking up at the sky when...
Irene, there's a plane above us.
What of it? Watch a mail plane fly over the desert. Don't worry so much. What you need is some of this steak.
Listen, Irene, that plane isn't going any place. It's circling over us.
I'll fix him.
Drop that rifle, Irene. That'll give us away for sure. He's seen the smoke of our fire. Here, Glenn, help me throw this sack over it. Now dump some water on it.
Hey, that's the last of our water.
I can't help that.
He's diving on us.
Knock him in the back. They open up the tomcat. Boy, look at those bullets kick up with the sand.
Lie down. Don't lose anybody.
Okay. That means they found out where we are.
What do we do now, Irene?
Dig in. Back in those rocks there. Build ourselves a fort and fight it out. Come on, get busy.
Feverishly, the fugitives work to build themselves a fortress against the hill. After 2 hours of Herculean effort, they dig themselves in and wait for the arrival of the posse. Another hour passes, and then Irene, scanning the valley below them...
Well, boys, the British have landed.
What do you mean?
There's the posse. Must be 100 of them.
Open fire.
Irene, listen, don't murder anyone else. Surrender.
Let go my gun. Come on, let them have it.
Irene, please.
Come on, sweetheart. Don't be a coward. Don't let them take us alive. Come on. better shoot. Shoot, kill the dog. Shoot him down.
Okay, darling. Let's die together. I love you.
And I love you. You yellow. Live it. Darn.
I'll smoke, darling.
What?
Come on, little panic attack, ma'am. Now stick your hands
I
up.
didn't know that you'd be coming that way.
That's what we figured. Okay, Sheriff. Cease firing. We got him.
Kiss me, Irene, once more. The show's over. Oh, but it's been worth it.
Ooh, come on, stop the mush. We got to get you down to the jail by sundown.
Okay, Mug. See you later, Glenn.
Irene Schroeder and Glenn Daig were quickly extradited to Pennsylvania, where in Newcastle they were tried and sentenced to die in the electric chair for the murder of Corporal Paul. Jimmy Wells, their Arizona partner, was sentenced to die for the death of Deputy Sheriff Chapman in Arizona. Until the moment she sat in the electric chair, the first woman to be executed in Pennsylvania history, Irene Schroeder never knew that it was the childish prattlings of a beloved Donnie which brought about her identification as the murderer of Corporal Paul. The Sheriff's Office of Maricopa County, Arizona, polices a large and difficult territory. We are flattered that they have chosen Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power all emergency cars. Records show that these cars daily perform unusual feats of power and speed, yet get splendid mileage. Sheriff McFadden's judgment in selecting Rio Grande cracked gasoline is vindicated by his brother officers. Chief Davis of Los Angeles uses Rio Grande in all police cars under his control. So does Chief Wallman of Oakland. Chief Wallard of Tucson, Arizona, also thinks Rio Grande makes the best gasoline for police cars. But I imagine you and millions of others wonder why cracked gasoline gives such unusual speed in all types of motors. I'll tell you why. It's because millions of dollars have been spent in research by the worldwide Sinclair Oil Organization to find a better way to refine gasoline. Sinclair engineers built the finest cracking plant in America for the Rio Grande Oil Company, and only Rio Grande can supply in this market gasoline that is cracked by this amazing process. From Rio Grande's refinery comes gasoline of unequal liveliness and energy. Energy which motorists know as police car performance. Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the western United States, the deeds of the famous masked rider of justice will never be forgotten. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto and his great horse Silver, he fought crime wherever he found it. No odds were too great for him to face. And to the mysterious phantom figure of the plains belongs the greatest credit for the triumph of law and order in the Old West. And now, adventure beckons on the trail ahead once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There are rustlers in Blackhawk Valley. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that rustlers were active. Between the Blackhawk Valley and the border lay a range of hills, cut by numberless winding canyons. Most of these canyons were covered with what is known in the Southwest as malpais, that is, hardened lava, spilled there by volcanic disturbances ages ago. The rough canyon floors, too flint-like to receive the marks of hoofs, served the purpose of rustlers who wished to move stolen cattle without leaving a trail behind. It is night as our first act opens. A small herd of cattle bedded down near the hills is suddenly disturbed by shots and approaching horsemen.
Get them! Come on, get them! Get them moving, boys. Start these cows toward the hills.
I'll head them off from this way, Rusty.
Don't let them circle. Keep them on the run till we get into the canyon. Get along there, you blame critters. Get along there.
Them cows are sure running their legs off, Rusty.
We ain't got much time. There's a bunch of the ranchers over to Clay Remsen's place right now. They heard them shots. They'll be hightailing after us as fast as they can.
We won't waste no time.
We'll head them for the canyon we used last time. That's the nearest. It'll do as good as any.
Sure. Get along. Come on, you critters. Keep moving.
How many cows you figures in this bunch?
Well, I'd say there couldn't be less than 400.
That'd be my guess. The boys have sure got things figured slick.
We're doing all right. Say, ain't that the mouth of a canyon right ahead?
That's it. Ain't got much farther to go till we're safe. All right, you blame ornery critters. Step along there. Keep moving before I speed you up with hot lead. On him.
Get up.
Yeah.
Clay Remsen, the largest cattle owner in the valley, had taken the lead in the fight upon the rustlers. A meeting that included the sheriff and a group of valley ranchers was in progress at Remsen's home when they were disturbed by the shots of the rustlers. They immediately left the house and rode in pursuit. Now we see them on the rocky approach to the hills. The sheriff is speaking to Remsen.
Well, Clay, I reckon we'll have to give up. There ain't a chance to pick up the trail of the rustlers once they get into the hills.
But confounded, Sheriff, we got to do something. They got most 400 head of my stock this time.
I know that, Clay, but what can we do?
There ain't a man alive can read the trail of your cattle in the canyons, in spite of this bright moon we've been going by. And in 24 hours, they'll be across the border, and I'll never see them again.
Clay, we'll catch them rustlers one of these days.
I'm beginning to wonder about that.
Yeah?
There's been rustling in Blackhawk Valley for the past 3 years, and not a blame rustler's been jailed yet. Look here, Matt. How many of your cows been stole? 2 years ago, I was ranging more than 5,000 head. Now I ain't got 2,000. And I've lost twice that many. Tompkins down the valley's just about wiped out. Shelby come to me yesterday to ask if I'd buy his brand so he could get a start somewhere else. And it weren't a month ago I bought Sanger out for the same reason.
I've been doing the best I can.
Then your best ain't good enough.
Meaning
I'm sick of losing cows every week or so. I'm thinking it's about time we got a sheriff and give us some protection.
Now, hold on a minute.
I want results, and by golly, I'm going to see that I get them.
You feel the same as Clay does, Matt?
Well, Dave, I always liked you, but things can't go on like this any longer. I've been thinking of selling out myself.
You have?
Only I don't know who'd want to buy the way things is. I never figured you was a man to give up. There ain't much choice left. I can tell you there ain't a rustler living who'll force me out of business. I'm going to see this thing through to the finish. The odds are against you, Clay. I wouldn't advise you to buck them. If the rest of you fellas won't back me up, I'll fight them coyotes alone.
You will?
I never yet said anything I didn't mean.
You're taking on a mighty big task, Clay. Look at the way this here valley lies. All that's between it and the border is these hills, and there's at least 50 canyons cutting through them with solid rock bottoms that don't show trail signs.
I know that.
It'd take 100 men to do any good. We'd have to block every canyon, and that just ain't possible.
Maybe it ain't for you, but I got a plan.
What are you figuring on, Clay?
First off, I'm buying Shelby's spread, just like I bought Sanger's. And I'll buy yours too, Matt, if you want to get out. I want men that can fight in this valley. Are you serious about buying my spread, Clay? I sure am. Then I'll take you up on it. You're a single man, and you can afford to stay here. But I got my family to think about. I got to make a living for them. And drop around and see me in the morning. We'll talk terms. I'll do that.
I'm blamed sorry about this, Matt. There ain't a finer range in the valley.
I ain't blaming you, Sheriff. Neither am I. But I ain't sitting back no longer doing nothing either.
We're always willing to do what we can for you, Clay.
You've failed too many times. From now on, I'm dependent on just one fella. And that's myself. I'm getting back to the house now. Yeah, we might just as well. Them rustlers stumped us this time for sure.
But there'll be a next time. And that's when they better watch out. Get up there. Get up. Come on, get up there.
Later that same night, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, camped beside one of the narrow canyons leading southward through the hills toward the border. It was scarcely 5 minutes after they'd extinguished the flame of their campfire when Silver uttered a shrill whinny.
What is it, Silver, old fellow? What's the matter?
Something wrong.
Trying to give us a warning. Do you hear anything, Kemosabe?
Me hear plenty.
What is it, Tonto?
You wait. You hear? No?
Yes, I do. Cattle are moving down this valley. And horsemen are driving them this way.
That strange thing.
It is. And there's no good grazing land south of the hill except beyond the border. The cattlemen would wait until daylight to drive their stock. Unless...
What you think?
Unless they're rustlers.
Oh.
The herd will go directly past us. And I don't believe we can be seen up here.
Them not see us.
Tonto, it was only one chance in 1,000 that led us to camp beside this valley tonight. But we're going to take advantage of that chance. Here, Silver. We're going to learn where this herd is being taken.
That's plenty good plan. White feller.
Yep. It'll be easy to follow them. The noise they make will guide us while we stay out of sight.
That right.
They won't be out of the hills until daylight, and then we can drop still further behind and follow the trail they leave.
That's plenty easy.
Someone across the border is receiving these cows. First, we'll find out who he is.
What then?
And then perhaps we can find out who's in charge of the rustling on this side of the border.
Right,
Tonto. They're almost below us. We'll let them pass before we take up their trail.
The masked man and Tonto followed the herd throughout the night. In the morning, when the cattle were permitted to halt for water, they remained carefully hidden. When at last the herd reached its destination across the border just after nightfall, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were close behind. They watched from shelter of a grove of trees while the cattle were driven into a large corral.
This is where the cattle are taken, Kemosabe. On this side of the border, the law can do nothing.
That bad thing.
These men are getting rich, and the cattlemen in the valley are losing everything they own.
Tonto know that.
Tonto, look at that man in charge.
Him feller named Dawson.
Rusty Dawson.
That him, all right.
And Rusty is Remsen's foreman. That means that at least one of Remsen's men is dishonest. He's selling out the man he's working for.
Him plenty bad feller.
That explains why the rustlers always took cattle that weren't guarded. And it explains why none of the traps set for the rustlers by the cattlemen succeeded. Rusty had that information and could act upon it.
That's right.
I wonder, though, if Rusty is the real head of the rustlers.
Me not think that.
How do I? Maybe the man who receives the cattle. And maybe someone in Blackhawk Valley. From what I've heard of Rusty, I doubt that he could organize a thing as big as this.
Maybe Sheriff Rustler.
It could be the sheriff. In the 3 years the rustlers have been active, he's never captured one of them. But these are only guesses. Now's our chance to learn more. The men have finished with the cattle.
You got plan?
Rusty went into the house with the man who seemed to be in charge here.
Me see feller.
Come, Tonto. The men have gone to the bunkhouse, and it's too dark for us to be seen. We'll get as close to the house as we can. Perhaps we can hear enough to help us. They've left no guard outside. I suppose they feel safe this side of the border.
Well, you can handle them cows from here on, Buck.
You just leave it to me, Rusty.
There's about 400 of them by my count. Did you look them over?
400 is right.
When do you think you can turn them over to the buyer?
Oh, it'll be another week, anyhow. It's a hard drive for them cows from the valley. I'll let them rest for a couple of days before I send them out on the trail again.
That's a good idea.
But there's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah?
Did you bring any money this trip?
Well, you see, Buck.
So you didn't, huh? Just how long do you figure I'm going to wait for my cut?
You won't have to wait much longer, Buck.
You're darn tootin' I won't. You can tell...
Hold on there. Don't you go mentioning the boss's name.
Oh, what's the harm? We're alone, ain't we?
That's orders, and you know it. You and me are the only two fellows that savvies who the boss of this setup is. And even we ain't to mention him by name.
But,
There's a couple of your men in the next room. And maybe they ain't sleeping. We're not to take chances.
All right, all right.
All I'm doing is telling you what the boss said.
Just the same, that don't change what I was going to say. You tell the boss for me that either I get the cash that's owing to me, or we're not doing business together anymore.
You don't need to worry about your share, then.
I never did like this way of doing things anyhow.
Yeah?
I turn the cattle over to the buyer, but I don't collect no cash. The boss does that himself.
Sure he does.
And that means I gotta wait for my cut. Now, why in blazes can't I collect and send him the cash?
You ought to know better than that. The boss don't take chances on nobody.
A fair down double-cross him, huh?
That's the way he looks at it. It ain't none of my doing, though.
If I sort it
Now,
was...
take it easy, Buck. It won't do you a mighty good to kick any. When the boss decides on something, that's the way it's got to be.
Well, you can tell him for me that I don't trust nobody either.
Meaning just what?
Meaning that I want my cash dern soon. He was to bring me my cut for the cows that was brought over the trip before. But there's been 4 trips in a row now without no payoff.
How much you figure is owing you?
$4,000. And that ain't enough when you stop to consider he's using my men for his work.
The boss reckoned you might be getting kind of restless.
Yeah?
So we said to tell you there were some other things you needed the cash for right now.
Now, look here.
But if you had to have it, he said he'd raise it somehow and send it over.
Oh, that's more like it.
I gotta head back for the valley right soon. I can't be staying away too long or someone will be suspicioning me.
Uh-huh.
Won't take me long for the trip riding alone. I'll tell the boss what you said, and I figure I can be back here with the cash by Thursday night. That suit you?
If you ain't here Thursday night, I'm going to raise plenty of trouble. I'm telling you that right now.
I'll be here. I'll come in after dark.
And when you bring the cash, you can let me know when you'll be needing my boys for another raid.
I'll do that. But from the way things look, I reckon it'll be a couple of weeks or more before we'll be helping ourselves to valley cattle again.
Come, Tonto. We didn't get the information we needed most, but we can't stay here longer. Rusty will be leaving soon.
No, we not learn much.
We don't know who's at the head of the rustling gang. We do know it's neither Rusty or Buck.
Ah.
What's more, Rusty and the chief of the gang must be the only two who are on the other side of the border. From what they said, Buck's men are brought over to do the rustling.
That right.
And that means that unless Buck's gang can be captured on the other side of the border, the law can't touch them.
That make it plenty hard.
Here we are, Kimasabi. Quiet, Silver.
What we do now?
Tonto, we're going to make our camp as close to this ranch as possible. I believe I have a plan that will trap both the chief and the gang. Come on,
Get
Silver.
on, white fellow.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, hearing rustlers driving stolen cattle through a narrow canyon leading from the Blackhawk Valley to the border, followed them to their destination. In the meantime, the ranchers in the valley decided they could no longer afford to raise cattle when rustlers could steal them so easily. Our second act opens the next morning in Remsen's large ranch house. The sheriff and Matt Gilroy, another rancher, are present. Clay Remsen is speaking.
Well, Matt, do you still figure on selling out? I do if you ain't changed your mind, Clay. But I wouldn't blame you if you had. These rustlers are a darn tough proposition. They ain't going to drive me out in the valley. Where'd you drop in for, Sheriff? I reckon you know you ain't too welcome here.
I didn't come from choice. Matt asked me to witness agreement between you.
That all right with you, Clay? Yeah, but I shouldn't think you'd be feeling very friendly toward the sheriff either. If he'd done his job like he should have, you wouldn't have to sell out. Shucks. I ain't holding nothing against nobody but them blamed rustlers. Well, then let's get down to business. What kind of a price do you think you can give me, Clay? How many head of cattle you got left? They ought to run close to 2,000 head. I ain't so sure. You've been losing a heap of cows. Oh, I don't reckon they'll run much under that.
Hey, there's Flint Shelby outside.
I've been expecting him. Didn't you say something last night about him wanting to sell out too, Clay? Uh-huh. Looks to me like there ain't a one of you with nerve to hang on when things are going tough. Come on in, Flint.
Well, Clay, I rode over like you told me to. Howdy, fellas.
Hello, Flint. Matt here wants me to buy his spread. So I figured as long as the both of you want to sell out, I'd talk to you together.
That suits me.
But the only reason I'm buying is to show them rustlers that all the ranchers in the valley ain't yellow.
No need to talk that away, Clay.
Well, Dad, rat it all, it makes me sick to see a bunch of thieving polecats drive common out of the finest grazing land in these parts. And I'm blaming you most of all, Sheriff, for letting them get away with it.
Now, look here.
Argument won't get us no place.
All right.
I feel like Matt does. If I can't make a living here, I'm going where I can.
How many head of cattle you got left, Flint?
I can't say offhand. Maybe 3,000, maybe more.
I got a proposition to make. In the first place, I ain't going to pay the market price for cows that maybe will be stole off of me. We don't figure on holding you up any. I'll pay you a flat price of $10 a head. Half down the rest a year from now. And that's as high as I can go.
I don't know.
If that's your price, I'll take it. I ain't in no position to bargain.
And if you're willing, Matt, I'll take the same.
Good enough. And I'll send my riders with yours to make a count of the cows you got left. We can get a close enough estimate that way. Just as you say.
I'm agreeable.
Then when the count's made, we'll get together again, and I'll pay your first half.
Where are you going to get the cash to swing a deal like that, Clay?
The bank in town will lend me the money. They've got it. If all the cattlemen leave the valley, they'll go bust. You fellas agree to the terms I just stated? It's settled as far as I'm concerned.
And the quicker I sell, the better pleased I'll be.
Then we'll start the count the first thing in the morning. I'll send my men around at daybreak.
While the ranchers counted their herds, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the ranch across the border that received the stolen cattle. On the night appointed by Rusty to deliver the cash to the outlaw Buck, they rode to a position beside the trail leading to Buck's ranch.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, white fella. Oh, white fella. These trees will hide us from the trail, Tonto. This is the way Rusty will have to come when he brings the money to Buck. That's right. Quiet, Silver. When he arrives, Kimosabe, we must make sure he doesn't escape us. If he does, our plan will fail.
He'll not get away.
We know he hasn't delivered the money yet. But it's possible he may be delayed.
What you do then?
In that case, we'll have to wait until he does arrive.
Maybe
Listen,
him...
Tonto. I believe I hear a horse now.
Huh? That horse, all right.
It may not be Rusty, but we'll soon know.
There, feller, come.
And it is Rusty. We got here just in time. Get ready to stop him, Tonto.
Me ready.
Now, Tonto, come on,
Get
Silver.
off, white feller.
Stop your horse!
Hey, what is this? What the...
Stop or I'll fire!
A man's way. Get up there! Get up there!
Oh, you don't!
He get him bridle! Let's do it. Let
You
go
stop.
of the horse. Get your brother. Oh, my head. You smashed my hand.
You're not first. Now, let's stop the gun away. Oh, Silver. Oh, steady there, old fellow.
Oh, what's the game? What did you stop me for?
You have money on you. Give it to me.
I ain't.
Give it to me, I said.
How'd you know I had money on me?
That doesn't matter. Hand it over.
Me get him. Oh, wait. You stay away from me, Injun. I'll give it to you.
Quick.
Just a second. I got it right here. Here it is.
Good.
Now can I go? I ain't got nothing on me you want.
You're staying here. Tonto will watch to see that you don't get away.
Me watch him, all right. But listen, wait, I
And if
can't...
you try to escape, it'll be the worse for you. Come on, Silver.
Blast it. Look here, Injun, let me go. I'll pay you plenty. I'll give you all kinds of cash.
You keep him still. Tonto fix him you.
Oh, Gully, the boss is sure going to be sore when he hears about this.
While the Lone Ranger raced away on Silver, Buck awaited the arrival of the money that was due him. He's complaining to one of his men.
What in blazes is keeping Rusty anyhow? If he don't show up with that cash right soon, I'm going across the border after him.
No use getting excited, boss. It ain't late yet.
It's late enough.
You don't figure anything could have gone wrong, do you?
The only thing I figure is that maybe they got a notion that they can keep me from getting my money.
Oh, they wouldn't do that.
Things have been going mighty funny lately. I should have had most of this cash a month ago.
Yeah, that's a fact, all right.
And all Rusty's been doing is stalling me off. Well, if he don't come tonight, there's going to be a showdown.
Can't say as I blame you any, boss. But I wouldn't fly off the handle if I was you. Maybe Rusty just got delayed.
Well, I ain't standing for no...
Boss, look, it's a masked man.
What in
I
thunder?
tell you that Rusty won't be here.
Who are you? What do you know about him?
I'm here in Rusty's place.
Huh?
You've seen Rusty for the last time. And there'll be no more stolen cattle coming this way.
What's he mean, boss?
I don't know, but I'm blamed soon going to find out.
Steady. I have you covered.
Oh,
You were expecting money for the cattle you handled. Well, here it is.
They sent you with the money?
You see it there, don't you?
Boss, that ain't the money. There ain't enough of it.
There's $500 there.
$500?
Yes, and don't ask for more. That's all you're going to get.
Look here.
We're cutting you out, Buck. That $500 will cover your expenses. But we're keeping the profits for ourselves.
Boss, you was right. They're double-crossing us.
If you think you can get away with this...
We are getting away with it.
Double-cross me, will you?
You're lucky to get $500. Take my advice and don't try to make trouble. You'll regret it if you do.
I'm going to show you. You fellas will pay for this.
Stand where you are. Don't try to follow me.
If only I had a gun.
I value your health. Stay on this side of the border. We have a way of dealing with people who try to make trouble.
Let's get him. Wait, let him go.
Huh?
Call the boys instead. We'll show him if we're going to stay on this side of the border or not. There he goes. The blazes with him. Call the boys, like I said.
We're riding to the valley?
You bet we are. If we ride hard, we can be there by morning. Then you watch the fur fly.
Flint Shelby and Matt Gilroy kept their crews working steadily in an effort to get the count of their cattle as soon as possible. They finished at last. On the following morning, accompanied by the sheriff, they went to Remsen's home to complete the sale of their stock. We see the four men in Remsen's living room. Matt is speaking.
1,700 head is what I got, Clay. That's a tally made by my men and the fellas you sent over.
Uh-huh.
That's what they said. How many did you find, Flint?
2,300. And I can't hardly believe it yet. Just a year ago, I was grazing more than 5,000.
It's darn lucky for us Clay is willing to buy. We wouldn't have a cow left in another year if he didn't.
I can't get out of the valley too soon to suit me.
It's sure a shame things had to happen this way, fellas.
If that's the way you feel about it, Sheriff, why didn't you do something to catch them rustlers?
I ain't going to argue with you no more, Clay. I done the best I could, and no man can do better than that.
Well, when election time comes, it ain't likely you'll be sitting in office again. Maybe we can get somebody that'll be some good to us.
You got our checks ready, Clay?
In just a minute, I'll make them out.
I figure my check will come to 8,500.
I'm writing it out now.
And mine's 11,500.
There'll be no rush. I'll get to yours in a second, Flint.
I got the papers and everything ready for signing and turning over to you, Clay. The sheriff and Flint can witness mine, and me and the sheriff will witness Flint's papers.
Yeah, there. $8,500. It's all made out and signed. And I still ain't sure but what I'm a darn fool for paying that much.
Hey, who are them fellas?
Strangers to me.
Strangers to me, too. But they're mighty tough-looking hombres.
All right, you dirty double-crossing snake. Put up your hands.
Who are you talking to? What's the meaning of this?
Keep your guns on these fellas, boys. I'll talk to Clay here.
You're outlaws.
What is this, a hold-up?
I belong here. You can't do this.
Shut up. My business ain't with you. It's with this double-dealing coyote over here.
Get out of here. I don't want talk like that.
I didn't think you would.
What's their business with you, Clay?
I'll tell you our business. This crooked snake's been stealing your cattle. Then when me and my boys do most of his dirty work for him, he tries to cheat us out of our cash. And by golly, he's going to eat lead for it.
I never, I tell you.
You sent me 500 when you owed me 4,000.
It's a mistake. I sent the 4,000. I said it was Rusty last night.
You're lying. I never got it. And anybody tries to cross me ain't got long to live.
So you're the ornery skunk who's been doing all the rustling.
Sheriff, listen to me.
And you was going to buy me out after you stole most of my cattle.
That blasted polecat, he was going to buy me out, too.
And that's the reason you sent the masked fella to tell me you weren't going to do business with me no more. You took the money you owed me to help buy them out. Then, with you owning most everything in the valley, there wasn't no need for you to rustle cows anymore.
That's part of the truth,
It's the same mess, fella.
What? What's your gun, Buck? And tell your men to do the same. Not only I have you all covered.
But
if we don't, he'll shoot, boss.
I reckon they got us, fellas. Better do what he says.
Stick up those guns, Sheriff. You and Matt and Flint can guard these men.
We'll guard them, all right.
Say, stranger, where did you come from?
Tonto and I followed Buck here. We set a trap for him, and he was caught in it.
What do you mean, a trap?
I stopped Rusty last night and took the $4,000 from him. Then I delivered $500 to you. I knew you would be angry enough to go after the man you thought had cheated you.
Then you did send the money, Clay?
You blame fool. You fell for a trick and gave the whole game away.
And a darn lucky thing from Matt and Flint here that he did.
Rusty's outside tied to his horse. We made him talk on the way here. Remsen stole from himself as well as the other ranchers in the valley, so that suspicion wouldn't be pointed his way.
He was plenty smart.
but not quite smart enough to fool the masked man.
And I'll see the whole lot of you jailed for this, Clay.
You'll find the rest of the money I took from Rusty on the table here beside the door.
Yeah, but
Sheriff.
wait. Hey, don't leave. I want to thank you.
Don't let him leave, Sheriff. He saved my ranch.
Come here. Come back here.
There ain't no chance of thanking him the way he's traveling. But there's one thing we can do, and that's finish the job he's done for us. Come on, you ornery thieves. You're going to jail.
Adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Death Plant.
It is 11 o'clock on the night of September 18th, 1946. 14 miles east of Pembroke, Texas, on State Route 70 stands the First Community Church. Each Wednesday night, members of the congregation have been donating their services to the construction of a recreation hall. The evening's work is just over, and Tom Peters, a farmer, stands in the parking area waiting for his wife to catch up to him.
Sylvie! All right. And don't forget, Mrs. Sweetie, when you mix the flour in, be sure you blend it first with a couple of tablespoons full of...
Sylvie! You're going to stand there at John the whole night?
All right. Oh, that man of mine's got no more patience than a bull in fly time. I'll call you tomorrow, honey.
What makes you always in such a hurry?
Somebody in this family's got to be in a hurry. Leave it to you and never get anywhere.
Oh, now, Tom, you know you don't. Tom, you left the motor running.
I sure left it running. Told you I was going to. Battery's almost dead.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
That no good, Will Fenton. Sell me a heap like this and call it a pickup truck. It's getting so a man can't trust nobody nowadays.
You know what I'm going to do, Sylvie? I'm going to take him to law, just like I told him tonight.
You'll do no such thing, Tom Peters.
Will, too. Man still got some rights around here. Gotta let people like Will
Wasn't
Fenton
that
know...
a pretty dress she had on tonight?
Who?
Will Fenton's wife. Oh, she's such a pretty little thing anyhow. He sure is good to her. Why, I bet that's the third new dress she's had in 4 months.
There, you see what I mean? Goes around cheating on his people so he can buy dresses for his wife.
Tom, now, don't take on so. You know how hard trucks are to get, and we waited a
Not
long...
for this piece of junk. I tell you, Sylvie, I'm going to take him to court.
Oh, you've told him that every day since you bought the truck.
And I'll do it, too. And see if I don't.
You oughtn't to argue with him like you did tonight. At least not so close to the church. Well, here's the outer gate already. Don't take long when you got something to ride in. Maybe I better get out and open the gate so you can keep the motor running.
No, I'll open it. You just sit there. Now, look what it's gone and done. Died on me.
I told you.
You didn't tell me no such thing. Well, I reckon maybe you did.
Oh, you get it started again.
Oh, that no good, Will Fenton. Well, reckon I better get out and open the gate. If I can push over that little rise, we can coast down the slope and maybe she'll catch.
Now, you be careful, Tom Peters, pushing trucks at your age.
Just don't you worry about me.
Tom?
Yeah, what?
There's a funny sound in here, like something ticking.
Oh, it's just the engine cooling off. You women. You never understand nothing. I got to get me a bumper gate one of these days. Business getting out every time you want to open.
The ticking don't sound like no engine cooling off.
Now, Sylvie, I told you it was just... Sylvie!
The explosion of the truck killed Sylvie Peters immediately. Her husband was found unconscious and taken to the Pembroke Hospital, where his condition was pronounced serious. The sheriff investigating the case requested the help of a Texas Ranger, and Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned, joining the sheriff at the scene of the explosion a little after 2 a.m.
Yeah, there's the truck, Jace. What's left of it. Not a very pretty way to die.
Murder's never very pretty, Sheriff. That gate, was it open when you got here?
Yeah, Tom must have got out to open it. That's how he missed getting killed. This bomb, Jace, you reckon it was tossed at him?
Not likely. The way the cab of the truck's blown, I'd say the bomb was planted in there. We'll have to...
You see something?
Yeah. Here, hold my light, will you, Sheriff?
Sure.
You're right on that spot.
Yeah.
Here's part of your bomb, Sheriff.
Why, it's just a hunk of split lead pipe.
That's right. Plumbing pipe from the looks of it.
How do you know that's part of the bomb? Tom might have been carrying lead pipe in the back of his truck.
Look at the way it's split down the seam. The powder burns. Move the light around a bit, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. Here's something else.
What is it, Jace?
A mainspring out of an alarm clock. I'll call Austin and get a lab crew to give this place a good going over. At least we know what killed Sylvia Peters. A homemade time bomb. We went to the hospital and waited. A little after 7 that morning, Tom Peters was conscious and strong enough to answer questions. He was covered with bandages, but he opened his eyes when we walked into his room.
Hello, Tom. Tom, this is Ranger Pearson. He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Mr. Peters.
Oh, now easy, Tom.
Sometimes when I'd be working out in the fields and it was hot, she'd come all the way out just to bring me a pitcher of lemonade.
Oh, now, Tom, you don't have to talk about it.
32 years we've been married. 32.
Mr. Peters, do you have any idea who might have done this?
Will Fenton is the one that just... I'll kill that dog.
Now, easy, Tom. Easy, boy.
What makes you sure Will Fenton set that bomb?
I was going to take him to court on account of that truck he stole me. That's why he blew it up. So I couldn't prove nothing.
But, Tom, Will Fenton wouldn't try to kill you just because he was scared of going to court.
How long ago did you buy that truck, Mr. Peters?
5, 6 days ago.
Fenton lived far from here, Sheriff.
10 miles. A little less, maybe.
You gotta get him, Sheriff.
Don't worry, Mr. Peters. If Will Fenton set that bomb, we'll get him. We drove out to the Fenton farm and found an attractive young woman in the kitchen whom the sheriff introduced as Vern Fenton, Will's wife. She told us Will was expected any minute. We settled down over some coffee and waited. Mrs. Fenton had already heard about the death of Sylvia Peters.
I just can't understand it. Who'd want to do something like that to poor Sylvie?
That's what we're trying to find out, Miss Fenton.
She was so sweet. When we moved here, she was the first one to come visit us.
You and your husband aren't from around here then, ma'am?
No. I was raised on a ranch about 100 miles east. Will worked on a ranch near us.
How long have you had this place?
Since right after we got married. Not quite a year now. Ranger, you haven't said why you wanted to see my husband.
We just want to ask him a few questions about last night.
But I don't understand.
Hi, Sheriff. Howdy, Will. Yeah, this is Ranger Pearson. He wants to have a little talk with you.
All right, sure. Glad to oblige.
You want some coffee, Will?
Yeah, don't bother, honey. I'll pour it myself.
I'll do it.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ranger, what can I do for you?
Mr. Fenton, I suppose you heard about what happened to Tom and Sylvia Peters last night.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's an awful thing. Awful. Makes me feel real bad. I sold Tom that truck.
We heard there was a lot of hard feelings between you and Tom about that truck.
Tom says you cheated him, Will. Says he was going to take you to court about it.
Well, that's crazy, Sheriff. Tom knew that truck is in bad shape when he bought it.
But you did have some hot words over it later, huh?
Well, Tom gets a little excited, that's all.
You were at the church last night, weren't you?
Sure, me and Vern both.
Did you stay inside the recreation hall the whole time?
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I stepped out for a little air. Not sure.
I think you'd better try to remember.
You saying I set that bomb in Tom's truck?
I'm not saying anything yet. But how did you know it was set there? It might have been thrown in when Tom stopped at his gate.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody's saying. It was a time bomb. Look, Ranger, I admit Tom and I had a few words, but you don't think I'd kill him, do you?
There's been a murder. It's my job to ask questions.
Oh, sure. You're only doing your job. You're barking up the wrong tree if you think I killed him. You better find somebody who really hated Tom.
That's just what we're going to do. Don't go too far from your farm, Mr. Fenton, because we might be back to see you. We spent the rest of that day and half the night checking on people who knew Tom Peters and his wife. It was about 2:30 the next morning when we decided to turn in. The sheriff suggested a cup of coffee at the diner across from the courthouse.
Man, I know one thing, Jace. I sure am tired.
Yeah, I could use a little sleep myself.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger, what'll it be? Coffee for me, Eddie. Ranger?
Same.
2 coffees. You fellas up pretty late tonight. Working on that Peters bombing? That's right. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find the fellow that did that.
How do you mean?
Well, now, I don't want to be talking behind nobody's back, but appears like everybody in town knew old Tom was feuding with Will Fenton about the pickup truck Will sold him. I wouldn't want Will to be sore at me. Excuse me a minute, Jen.
Yeah, looks like everywhere we turn, we get the story about the fight between Will Fenton and Tom. Must have heard it 20 times already.
Yeah, we'll head out there again in the morning. Have another talk with
Okay,
Fenton.
I'll get him for you. The phone operator wants you, Sheriff. Says it's right important.
Oh, thanks, Eddie.
How's old Tom, Ranger? Heard he was hurt pretty bad.
Well, he'll pull through all right. The doc said tonight he was out of danger.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to hear it. Old Tom, you know, he blows off a mite of steam, but...
What?
He don't mean nothing.
We'll be right out.
He's sure gonna miss Sylvie, though.
Right. Jace, come on. We're not going to get to sleep yet.
What's the matter?
That was Will Fenton. He just found a bomb under his house.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Whenever you drive the car, there is always an unseen, unwelcome passenger with you. That passenger is danger. The danger of a traffic accident. Unfortunately, every person seems to have the absurd notion that he bears a charmed life, that no traffic accident can happen to him. But it can, and too often it does. So when you're behind that wheel, don't take chances. Obey all traffic rules. Drive safely for life, your life, and the lives of others.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, Death Plant, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The sheriff and I rushed out to the Fenton farm. We spotted Will standing in front of the house in a bathrobe. When we pulled up, he came running over to the car. Where's the bomb, Mr. Fenton?
It was in a box. It's ticking like a clock.
Where is it?
I'll show you. I moved it away from the house out in that field there.
Yeah, it's a good way to get your head blown off.
My wife, she's still asleep. I didn't want to scare her none. There it is by that mesquite over yonder.
All right. You stay here with the sheriff.
What are you figuring to do, Jace?
Deactivate that bomb.
Yeah, well, now, don't be crazy, Jace. It won't hurt nobody where it is. Let it go off by itself.
I need it for evidence.
Do you want some help?
No, thanks.
Be careful, Jace.
Yeah.
How are you making out?
It's all right now, Sheriff.
Sure now, Ranger?
You sure that thing's out of commission?
Well, it should be. I pulled the wires and stopped the clock mechanism.
Another homemade job, Jace?
Yeah.
Hey, if I'd have thought of that, I probably should have dumped it in a pail of water and saved you all that wrist ring.
That's the worst thing you can do with a bomb, Mr. Fenton, unless you know what it's made of. It might have chemicals in it that get set off by water. How'd you happen to find it?
Oh, yeah, well, I woke up maybe a few minutes before I tried to get you. I thought I heard somebody walking around outside the house, and I come out to look.
How come you don't keep a dog out here, Will?
Well, all kind of my wife, Sheriff. She's scared of him.
Exactly where'd you find this bomb, Mr. Fenton?
Right under where our bedroom is.
You think of anybody who might have planted it there?
I don't have to think. I saw who did it.
You what?
Yeah, I saw his car when it drove away. I knew that jalopy anywhere. It was Clint Mockler.
Who's Clint Mockler?
Young cowpoke I used to work with before I got married. He's no good. Never was. Used to bother Vern all the time, and he stole a diamond ring from the boss's wife. Got sent to Huntsville for 2 years.
How long ago was that?
Maybe 15 months.
Probably out on parole, Jace.
Uh-huh. You sure it was him here tonight?
I saw him, I tell you. And a little over a week ago, when I was coming back from town, he was parked in his jalopy a mile or so down the road. He was just sitting there looking up toward our house.
Did you tell your wife about that?
No. It'd get her all upset.
I see. Then tonight was the second time you've seen him around here.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Only way I can figure it is, when he got out of jail, he heard about Vern and me being married. Made him sore enough to want to kill us.
You sure you didn't see him around church Wednesday night?
No. That don't mean he couldn't have been there.
I've been thinking like you, Jace, but it just don't make sense. If this fellow was mad at the Fentons here, why would he want to kill old Tom and Sylvie unless he was crazy?
Don't think he was crazy, Sheriff. Got a hunch he just made a mistake.
How do you mean?
Don't forget, Sheriff, Tom Peters only bought that pickup a week ago from Mr. Fenton here.
Yeah? Oh, then it was the Fentons he was after all the time. Only he didn't know the truck had changed hands.
Could be.
You gotta get this Mockler, Ranger. He's no good. He'll try to kill us again. Maybe next time we make it. You gotta get him.
We have to find him first.
He's working over at the Williams Ranch now. Place about 50 miles from here near Delby.
Will, something wrong?
Oh, Vern, honey. Thought you was asleep.
I heard you talking. What's that thing?
We had a little excitement, ma'am. It's all right now.
Honey, I don't want you to get upset, but I reckon I have to tell you sooner or later. Might as well be now. Clint Mockler tried to set this bomb under our place.
Clint? But he couldn't have. He's in jail.
Not anymore, Miss Fenton, but don't you worry. We'll get him.
He couldn't have tried to kill us. I don't believe it.
Honey, you don't know him the way I do. I worked with him. He's no good. He's rotten clear through, like I always told you.
Well, Jace, I reckon we better get going.
Yeah, I want to get this bomb to Pembroke for the lab crew to check over. Then if we hurry, we can make the Williams Ranch before breakfast. At the ranch, they told us our best bet for finding Clint Mockler was to take horses and look for the foreman, Hank Snyder. He described Clint and told us he was at a loading pen near the Santa Fe tracks. As we approached, we saw several men loading cattle into the cars.
Reckon that's him over there, Jace, astraddle that fence.
Yeah, we'll soon find out, Sheriff. Whoa. Whoa, Sharky. Whoa, whoa. Hey, you.
Yeah?
You Clint Mockler?
That's right. What you want?
Come here a minute.
All right. Shove up next empty, will you? What you want, Ranger?
The sheriff and I want to talk to you.
What about?
You been over to Pembroke lately?
Maybe. Why?
Did you see the Fentons?
Hey, what's all this about? You're still on parole, aren't you, Clint? So what? Ain't against the law to go to Pembroke.
Why did you want to see the Fentons?
Vern's an old friend of mine. Guess I just want to talk to him.
Did you talk to him?
No. Why not? Oh, when I got out of jail, I wrote Vern a letter. She didn't answer, but last week I decided to drive over anyway.
What kept you from seeing her?
Nothing. But after I got there, I started thinking maybe he didn't want to see me. Then Will drove past in his truck, and I knew when I saw him it wouldn't be any good for me to go up there.
Did Will stop and talk to you?
No. Slowed down, just looked at me. Look, Ranger, what's all this about, anyhow?
Somebody put a bomb in that truck. It killed a woman named Sylvie Peters. We figured the killer meant to get Will and his wife, because last night he put a bomb under Will's house.
What? Did Vern get her?
No, she's all right. What about you? You were seen driving away from the Fenton farm early this morning.
That's a lie. I wasn't anywhere near.
Where were you?
In town.
Anybody with you?
No.
What time did you get back to the ranch?
I don't know. Maybe 3. Out till 3 in the morning and got to get up at 5? What are you trying to hand us, boy? I don't need much sleep. I got plenty of it down in Huntsville.
How about Wednesday night, Clint? Where were you then?
Wednesday? Well, I drove over to see a friend about 15 miles south of here.
What's your friend's name? I want to talk to him.
It won't do any good.
Why not?
Because when I got there, it wasn't home.
I think you better come back to Pembroke with us.
Honest, Ranger, I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Come on, Clint. Let's go.
Look, Ranger, how long I gotta stay here? I told you everything I know.
I'm afraid it's not enough. Unless you can prove where you were the last 2 nights.
Well, how can I prove it? Nobody saw me.
You know why, don't you? Because you're lying. The first night you were over at the church, planting a bomb in the Peters truck.
I don't even know the Peters.
Of course you don't, but you know Will and Vern Fenton, and it was them you were trying to kill.
That ain't so. Why would I want to kill Vern?
How long have you known Vern, Clint?
Going on 4 years.
You knew her pretty well, didn't you?
I was crazy about it. We're going to get married. Would have, too,
if you hadn't gone to jail.
Yeah. I don't blame her, though. Not wanting to wait for a jailbird. Sure, I got a little sore when I heard she married Will, but I wouldn't kill her. You gotta believe that.
Are you still in love with her, Clint?
Yeah, I guess I am.
And you didn't try to kill her?
No. Somebody's trying to put the finger on me, just like last time when they said I stole a diamond ring.
What about the ring?
I never took it. Somebody must put it in my pocket. Didn't even know it was there till they searched me. Now you're trying to put me away again for something I didn't do.
You were seen driving away from the Fenton farm just after the bomb was planted.
Who saw me?
Will Fenton.
Oh, it did. Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to get it.
What?
What a dope I am. All the time I was in the pen, I tried to figure you planted that ring on me. Now I know. It was Will Fenton.
Making up lies won't help you none, Clint.
Why would I want to lie now? I served my time for stealing the ring, didn't I? But I didn't steal it. Will Fenton did.
What makes you think so?
That ain't hard to figure out. He was always jealous of me and Vern. Wanted for himself. That's why he got me out of the way before, and that's what he's trying to do now.
Sheriff, you got somebody we can leave Clint with for a while.
Deputy's in the next room.
Take him in there, will you?
Yeah. Come on.
Look, he's trying to frame me again, Ranger. That's what he's trying
Hold
to do.
Hold this fellow for a spell, will you, Charlie? You ready to file charges against him, Jace?
Not yet, Sheriff.
What's the matter? You don't believe the stuff he was handing us, do you?
I don't know. There's still a few things that don't feel right.
Like what?
Like Will telling us where Clint Mockler worked. How did he know?
Well, probably from that letter Clint wrote to Miss Fenton.
Yeah, that's probably the way he found out. But I got a hunch he opened the letter and she never saw it.
What makes you think that?
Because she didn't even know Clint was out of prison.
What does this all prove, Jace?
That maybe a husband's jealousy is behind the whole thing? How would you say Clint felt about Will's wife?
I'd say he was still pretty sweet on her.
So would I. And if he is, why would he want to kill her?
Are you saying Fenton planted that bomb under his house himself?
I'm not saying yet.
Then there's something I don't get. If that's true, it was Will Fenton who killed Sylvie Peters.
Uh-huh.
But that don't make sense.
It does if Fenton wanted Clint to have a real murder to answer for. Get him out of the way for good.
He'd have to be awful smart to plan it that careful. What's our next step, Jace?
Talk to Mrs. Fenton. Find out if she still cares anything about Clint.
And if she does?
And we'll see what makes a jealous husband tick.
Oh, howdy, Ranger. Sheriff.
Will?
Come on in. Did you pick up Clint Mockler?
Your wife around, Mr. Fenton?
Yeah, sure.
You mind calling her?
Oh, sure. Vern, honey?
Yeah?
Want to come in here a minute? I still don't see why you want her.
What is it? Oh.
I'll answer your question now, Mr. Fenton. We picked up Clint Mockler today over at the Williams Ranch.
Oh, that's fine, Ranger. Yeah, we can all breathe easier knowing he's behind bars now.
You mean he did it?
We don't know yet, ma'am, but we're holding him for investigation until we get this bombing business straightened out.
But he wouldn't do it. I know he wouldn't.
Looks pretty bad for him, Miss Fenton.
Honey, I've been telling you all along. You don't know him. He's just no good.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Mr. Fenton, when you saw Clint's car down the road about a week ago, did you stop and speak to him?
No. Why should I?
Then how did you know he was working over at the Williams Ranch?
Well, I don't know. I could have heard it in town.
We understand that Clint wrote your wife a letter after he got out of prison. Could you have learned it from that?
Clint wrote me a letter?
That's what he says, ma'am. How about it, Mr. Fenton? Did he?
I suppose he did. I suppose I opened it. Nothing wrong with a husband protecting his wife against a criminal, is he?
What do you mean, opening my letter?
He's no good, honey. I tried to tell you. I only took that letter so you wouldn't get upset.
That's not it. You kept his letter from me because you were afraid.
Honey, will you listen to
I've
me?
listened to you long enough telling me not to wait for Clint, talking me into marrying you when I didn't love you.
Honey,
You told me I'd learn to love you. Well, I didn't. And you know why? Because I still
That's
love
enough.
Clint.
Talk about our private affairs when we're alone. Anything more you want from us, Ranger?
We'd like to search your house, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what for?
I think we might find some things that'll help us clear up this case.
Suppose I say no.
Maybe this warrant will change your mind.
Okay. What do you want to look at?
We're looking for any pipe or wire you have around.
Sure. I got some sewer pipe and baling wire out in that shed. You're welcome to see it.
That's not what the ranger means, Will, and you know it. Lead pipe and electric wire, the kind they use to make a bomb.
What'd it prove if you found it?
Nothing till we get it to the lab. Then we could tell if it was the same kind used in both bombs.
There's none of that stuff around here.
How about the pipe in the
I
closet?
told you once before, Ranger. I tell you again. You're barking up the wrong tree. You
Well,
just have...
how about the pipe in the closet?
How about it, Mr. Fenton?
Oh, that stuff, that ain't what you're after.
I'd like to take a look at it.
I'll show you, Ranger. Closet's right this way.
I know the pipe she's talking about. That ain't what you're after, Ranger.
Let the ranger be the judge of that, Will.
Sure.
It's in here, Ranger. Saw it last week. It's right in here. One large and...
Now, wait a minute, honey. I know where it is. Women don't know anything about pipe. Look behind these boxes. Here it is. Right here. Hold it, man. I'll kill you. Hold it, I say. I'll kill her. Drop that pipe. Let me get her. Go. Oh, let me go. Let me go.
As soon as I get these cuffs on you...
Now, you're all right, Miss Fenton. Just scratch.
I want to kill her. I can't have her, neither can he. I'm killer.
You've done all the killing you're going to do, Fenton. Now it's the state's turn.
Faced with the laboratory evidence against him, Will Fenton made a full confession to the murder of Sylvie Peters. On October 16, 1946, he was tried and convicted. On November 22, 1947, at Huntsville Penitentiary, he died in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Bill Johnstone, Parley Bear, Charlotte Lawrence, and Lamont Johnson. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Now enjoy The Big Show with guest stars including Gene Carroll, Ed Archie Gardner, Ann Southern, Hildegard, Robert Cummings, and your glamorous hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. Then it's mirth and music with Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Later, Theater Guild on the Air co-stars Brenda Marshall and William Holden in the exciting story of The Lost Weekend. The Big Show, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, Theater Guild on the Air. Hear all three on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Friday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X.
Science discovered it. You can prove it. No unpleasant aftertaste when you smoke Chesterfields, the biggest plus in cigarette history. Science discovered this fact. Of all cigarettes tested, Chesterfield, and only Chesterfield, leaves no unpleasant aftertaste.
You can prove it. Smoke a pack of Chesterfields. They're always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking. And Chesterfield is the cigarette that leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
Science discovered it. You can prove it.
Buy Chesterfields today.
The startling news stunned official Washington. If true, it meant the destruction of 2 full years of top-secret diplomatic and military work, that the entire fate of Western Europe was trembling on the brink of destruction. But an hour after the discovery was made, when a telephone rang in a suite at the Hotel Vendôme in Paris, the man who answered it had no foreboding of the responsibility that was about to be his.
Hello?
That you, Thurston?
That's right, who's there?
Slade, at the American Embassy. Can you and the chief get over here?
What's up, Slade?
Operation Zero.
We'll be right there.
But that's incredible, Slade.
Incredible or not, Chief, 2 of the boys in Washington, our #1 experts on Operation Zero, have disappeared off the face of the earth. And we've got to find them again before it's too late. Before they wind up in Moscow.
Who are they, Slade?
James Everest, David McDonald.
McDonald?
That's right.
He's an old friend of yours, isn't he, Ken?
Yes, Chief, and there's one thing I'd bet my life on. David McDonald's no traitor.
Well, that's not what the facts say, Thurston.
What do they say?
McDonald and Everest left Washington en route to London. They were going to clean up the last unfinished details on Operation Zero, the Atlantic Defense Pact plans for defending Europe in the event of unprovoked aggression.
So?
So they never arrived. They left the plane at Shannon Island. Haven't been seen since.
When was that, Slade?
12 hours ago. If they're not taking the plans to Russia, we've got nothing to worry about. But if they are, well, we've got to find out.
Yeah. But how? They've got a 12-hour start. They could enter Russian territory anywhere from the Baltic to the Adriatic Sea.
I think we can narrow it down, Chief. MacDonald has a small chalet in France, at Montigny. He spends his summer vacations there.
I'm afraid your friend MacDonald's not on a vacation trip this time, Thurston.
Nor is Marshal Petrov.
Petrov? The Politburo's military commander?
Yeah. We heard yesterday that he just arrived in Berlin, remember?
Well, what's that got to do with this? With MacDonald and Everest taking the plans of Operation Zero to Moscow?
Suppose I let you know, Slade. From Montigny, France.
Hello there.
Well, hello.
Why so surprised? You knocked, didn't you?
Yes, but I wasn't expecting to find you here, Miss...
I'm Anna Werner.
Miss Werner?
And if you weren't expecting me, then who?
Well, this chalet belongs to a man named David MacDonald, or didn't you know?
Oh, sure, but it's a cinch MacDonald wouldn't be in Montigny now.
Why not?
Do I really have to tell you, Mr. X?
Huh?
Surprise number 2?
Frankly, yes.
Well, good. It's always easier for me to work on a guy who's a little off balance.
Just what kind of work did you have in mind?
Oh, I've got lots of answers for that one. Suppose we talk them over inside, Maybe I can come up with another surprise or two.
I'll bet you can. Okay. What about those answers?
Well, I'm a freelance newspaper girl, and I got a tip in Paris that MacDonald might be wearing a red wolf skin under his sheep's clothing with Operation Zero in one of the pockets. So I came down here to check.
And what have you found?
You. MacDonald's private hangar out at the airport, empty. That makes the tip sound 24 karat. You don't like the story,
Should I?
Well, sure, we're going to work together. And they tell me at the airport that Mac's got a 4-hour start on us. We better get going.
Not we, Miss Werner.
Oh, okay. I'll stick around for a while. I've got a hunch. I wonder.
I'll let you know.
Yes, do that little thing.
Hello?
This is Mr. Pagan Zelschmidt speaking.
Oh.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Thurston, please.
Pagan.
That's right. Pagan Zelschmidt speaking. I'd like to... Oh, it's you. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Where the devil are you? What do you want?
Boy, have I ever got hot stuff news for you, Mr. X. A real scoop on that MacDonald guy. Believe me, this'll knock your head off. Ready? Hey, what happened there, Mr. X?
Sorry, but I did promise you another surprise, didn't I?
Hey.
Mr. X.
Mr. Thurston, do you hear me? What happened? Hey, Mr. X!
Wake up, Mr. X. Please wake up. Oh, why do you have to stay subconscious like that? Wake up.
What's the Pagan?
That's right, Mr. X. That's right. Boy, what happened to you anyways?
The girl, where is she?
A girl? You mean a girl slugged you like that? What was she, a female wrestler?
Oh, never mind. How'd you get here? Last thing I remember was talking to you on the phone.
Oh, that was from the airport. When I heard something funny over the telephone, I beat it right out here.
All right, Pagan. What was that red-hot news you were talking about?
The chief sent me after you with it. It's about that big-shot Russian military guy, Marshal...
Petrov?
That's him, that's right. The chief said to tell you that Petrov left Berlin on an aeroplane trip a little while ago. He didn't know where to, but it was someplace southwestern Germany.
Southwestern Germany?
That's right. I told you I had really... Does that mean something?
Could mean that MacDonald and Everest are heading to the Russian zone of Germany. And Petrov's intending to meet him.
So what? There's hundreds of miles of borders to the Russian zone. He could be meeting them anywhere.
That's right, but I've a hunch that 3 people know where he is. Know where it is. Everest, MacDonald, and a girl named Anna Werner.
Mademoiselle Werner? Oui, monsieur. The lovely mademoiselle departed from this airport in a chartered plane not 10 minutes ago.
Did she file a flight plan?
Pardon, monsieur?
Or did she tell you where she was going?
Oh, mais oui. Their destination was Le Havre.
Le Havre.
But that's not in Germany, Mr. Thurston. It's on the British Channel or something.
You sure that's where she said she was going?
Mais certainement, monsieur. I remember most distinctly. A very stubborn young lady, mademoiselle. I warned her that she could never succeed in reaching there.
Why not?
There was not enough fuel in the airplane, monsieur. That is why not.
Oh.
At the most, she could fly but 300 kilometers. But she would not listen. A most stubborn young lady. She will never arrive at Le Havre.
I see, but if you'll get me a flight map of Western Europe and a pair of dividers, I think I can show you where she will arrive. There it is, Sonneberg, Germany. The only town in the Russian zone within a radius of 300 kilometers.
And that's where you think she's going, Mr. Thurston, eh? Following those MacDonald and Everest characters?
It's the nearest Russian territory, and it's directly southwest of Berlin.
Hey, that's the direction Marshal Petrov was flying. It really figures, eh, Mr. X?
Worth finding out?
Huh? But we can't go flying behind iron curtains, Mr. X. They'd shoot us down like clay ducks. If you don't believe me, ask Grisha.
Who's Grisha?
A cousin of mine. He lives in Neustadt, in the American zone, right across the border from Sonnenberg.
Good. Let's pay him a visit.
Sure. Huh? What for?
Well, he's a Zellschmidt, isn't he?
So what's got it to do with it?
Pagan, don't you know you can always depend on a Zellschmidt?
Yeah.
But I'm operating a strictly legitimate business, Herr Thurston. I don't know how to smuggle people across the border into Sonneberg.
You sure, Grisha?
I swear it by the father of my father, Herr Thurston.
He's a liar, all right. That proves it.
Pagon, you wound me deeply, my beloved cousin. What I say is true. Smuggling watches, American cigarettes, coffee into Sonneberg. I do these things, yes. But people, never.
Strictly legitimate business.
Yes,
oh, sure.
Exactly. I'm afraid there is nothing I can do for you, my friend.
Oh, too bad. I thought that this, might...
Hey, that's money you're showing.
That? Let me see. 20, 40, 50. Do you know something, Herr Thurston? I've just gone into another business, strictly illegitimate. Well, there is the farmhouse, Herr Thurston. The 2 men who arrived in Neustadt just before you did are in there now.
Thanks, Grisha. Wait here. Come, Pagan.
You think those 2 men are MacDonald and Everest?
It figures. Those pillboxes are a couple of 100 yards down the road at the entrance to the Russian zone. They'll probably wait until it's dark and then make a break for it.
So why don't we call in the police or the APs or something? Hey, that car coming from the farmhouse, it's heading right
off
for
the road,
us.
Pagan, fast, off the road.
Hey, what's the matter with those jokers? They tried to run us down.
Everest and MacDonald, heading for the Russian zone. Come on. Let me have the wheel, Grisha.
But
let me have it.
What are you doing now?
I'm going to try and stop that car before it reaches the border.
Oh, but the Russian guards, Herr Thurston, they'll never allow you to do that.
Got to force that car off the road before they can stop us.
You know something, Mr. X? They stopped us.
Yeah, looks like MacDonald and Everest made the Russian zone. With Operation Zero.
We'll continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Every day, you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. Two of the top men in Washington have mysteriously disappeared. Ken Thurston, the Man Called X, has trailed them to Neustadt, Germany, in an effort to determine if they're carrying the Atlantic Pact defense plans into the hands of the Russians. But his attempt to stop them from crossing the border has been halted by the chattering burp guns of the Russian border guards.
So they made it, Ken.
Looks like it, Chief.
Oh, it's too bad. Well, there's nothing we can do about those plans now.
I'm not too sure about that.
What do you mean?
Marshal Petrov flew down to meet him, all right. Pagon's cousin, Grisha, verified that for us.
Well, what of it?
I've a hunch Petrov will fly them to his headquarters in Berlin instead of direct to Moscow. He'll want the honor of taking those plans to the Kremlin himself.
Could be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad someone can't get into the Russian zone before he gets the plans from MacDonald and Everest.
Of course, there's nothing we can do about it officially.
Oh, of course not. No. And with all the dope the Bureau must have on Petrov's headquarters, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But the fact that we know Petrov's got a secret suite on the 12th floor of the Felserhof Hotel, that isn't a bit of help to anyone under the circumstances.
Not a bit. And we probably know where to get some inside help at the Felserhof, too.
Yeah, but even if we do know that the assistant manager there, Vladimir Grigorsky, has been very helpful cooperating with G2, so what?
Yep. Well, looks like I better get back to Paris.
Yeah, looks like it, Ken.
You don't mind if I take my time, dear Chief? Look around the country a bit first?
Oh, no, not at all. No, you've got a vacation coming. Take your time. Take plenty of time.
Thanks, Chief, I will. Be seeing you. Hello, Miss Werner.
Oh, well, fancy meeting you here, Mr. Thurston.
How'd
and
you
in
find
a phone booth of all things.
How did you like the eavesdropping?
Oh, it was excellent. These phone booth walls are paper thin.
Yeah.
And how lucky for you.
Is it?
Yes. You see, I am your only hope of getting to Berlin in time. Or didn't you know your plane had been sabotaged?
No, I didn't, but there'll be others.
Oh, I'm afraid not. I made it my business to be sure that no others were available.
You're a busy little bee, aren't you?
Well, that's how bees make honey. And I expect to make a good deal of honey syndicating this yarn when it's all over.
So you're still trying to play newspaper woman?
Of course.
Wasn't that tap on the head you gave me a little out of character?
Not at all. You were obviously determined not to let me go along with you, and I was just as determined to get the story. Even if I had to... What's the cliché? Go to any lengths to get it?
And you expect me to believe that, too?
I'm afraid you'll have to, Mr. X. If you expect to get to Berlin on time. Well?
Okay, Anna, let's go.
Look, Mr. X, so that cookie Anna flew us into Berlin. That don't mean we have to go into the Russian zone with her.
We are not Pagan.
Well, that's a relief.
We're going in alone.
Oh, sure, that's the ticket. We're going... Alone?
Yeah, we got some business with the assistant manager of the Felserhof Hotel. Name of Vladimir Grigorsky. I am certain that you will find these accommodations all that you desire, comrade. However, the tenants on this floor, particularly Marshal Petrov, are very sensitive to any form of disturbance. That's why I bring you up in the service elevator. You understand, comrade? I understand, Comrade Grigorsky. There, I was certain that you would. So, the 12th floor. This way, please. At the far end of this corridor is Marshal Petrov's private suite. This room is one he reserves for special guests. So, now I have done all that I can do, Mr. Thurston. I believe that the American McDonald will come to this room. But here, one can be certain of nothing. From now on, your actions must be your own responsibility. Thanks, Grigorsky. I'll take over from here.
One more thing. What about your man, Zelschmidt? I can keep him hidden for perhaps an hour, but then the manager comes on duty.
Then an hour will have to be enough. If I'm not out of here by then, get Pagon back into the Allied zone. You'll phone what's happened to the chief.
Very well, Mr. Thurston. As you wish. I should like to say something, but what is there to say except perhaps good luck?
Hello, mate.
Ken!
That's right.
What the devil are you doing here?
You don't need an answer to that.
You're a fool.
What about the plans for Operation Zero, Mac?
You'll never get out of here alive.
What about those plans?
Should have known you'd follow me. Ken, I haven't got him. I didn't bring him with me. I couldn't. Swallowing their lying propaganda, getting sucked into their filthy, rotten scheme.
What happened?
It's the old story. Jim Everest sold me. I was to get copies of Operation Zero, and we'd take them to the Russians. Oh, yes, I was helping to be the savior of the entire world.
What changed your mind?
Everest and a couple of his comrades. The night we were to leave Washington, they couldn't help boasting, and... Well, I guess I woke up.
Too late then, wasn't it?
Sure, sure. If I tried to break away, they'd kill me, and Everest would still be in Washington building up another sucker. This way, at least, he's been tagged for what he is, and Operation Zero is safe.
Yeah? But what about you, Mac?
Well, what do you think? I've stalled Petrov so far, but I'm supposed to be getting the plans now. And when he learns that I haven't got them, well, it means curtains for Everest and me. But, Ken, you've got to get out of here before he finds you.
Suppose we both take a crack at it. The service elevator's only a few feet down the corridor. Come on.
Ken, I tell
you...
Come
on.
Going somewhere, comrade.
Petrov!
If so, I would not advise it.
You'd better follow that advice, boys. Comrade Petrov's an awfully quick man on the trigger.
Well, Anna.
Another surprise, Ken?
No. You're obviously fighting a rearguard action for Everest. The only paper you could report for would be Pravda.
And quite a story it will make, too. Not only have we uncovered the traitor MacDonald, but we have captured the rarest of prizes as well. The man called X.
You haven't anyone yet, Petrov! Ken, run! Run! Oh,
You stupid fool. Did you actually believe that you
Let's
could...
have that gun, Petrov.
Let go!
Let go!
Thank you, Anna. My dear.
I told you were a fool, Ken. Look what it got you, coming after me.
Oh, things aren't too tough, Nick.
Are you kidding? Me with a bullet in my side and you with your shoulder in a sling, underarm guard here at the Leninstrasse Hospital. How tough do things have to get?
Grigorsky knows what went on at the hotel, but you didn't have Operation Zero with you. He'll send Pagon into the Allied zone with the news.
Okay, so you did your job. But the NKVD's going to pick us up today and take us to Moscow, and you know what that means?
They're not there yet. They've been in the hospital 24 hours. Chiefs have plenty of time to get to work on it.
Oh, sure. Sure, I suppose he's going to walk right in here and take us out. You hear that? It's The secret police. What can the chief do now?
Easy, Mac, easy. Prisoners, we are from the NKVD. You are now in our custody. We have orders to transport you to Moscow. Grigorski.
And look who else. Boy, I bet you're glad to see us, eh, Mr. X?
On your feet, prisoners. You have no time to waste. On your feet. Are you both able to walk, Mr. Thurston? I'm okay. What about you, Mac?
Walk over live coal skin if it meant getting out of here.
It's a cinch. We got forged secret police papers, a private ambulance without waiting for downstairs. A cinch. I hope.
We shall have to hurry, Mr. Thurston. We may be discovered at any moment.
Oh, don't say things like that.
All right, let's go. There is the ambulance now, Mr. Thurston. Okay.
Wait. Ken, look. They are coming toward the ambulance entrance. It's Petrov.
Petrov?
What do we do? We have to make a break for it. Come on.
You there! Why are you running? Stop those men. They are coming. Stop them.
Get in, all of you. Get in. All right, Mr. Thurston, we are in. Okay, here we go. How does it look back there? They are still about a block behind, but gaining fast.
They'll catch us. They'll catch us.
They'll have to hurry, Pagon. There's the American zone dead ahead. But look, wooden barricades. Armed guard. We cannot get through. I wouldn't bet on that, Grigorski. Hang on to your hats.
We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We made it.
Looks like it, Pagon. Not all of us, Mr. Thurston. What? MacDonald? Yes, he.
Oh, the poor guy.
Well, at least he died with a clean conscience, which is more than you can say for some others back home.
Others?
Yes. Traitors, saboteurs, trading in American lives. Wonder how they're going to feel when their time comes. How happy they'll be when they have to face their conscience and find it black and red.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. If you own an RCA Victor television set, or if you're planning to buy one, the RCA Victor factory service contract is yours for the asking. You can be assured of top performance year after year from your RCA Victor receiver. And with RCA Victor's factory service contract, you get expert, prompt service, replacement of any part or tube, including the picture tube for 1 full year, and the best standard RCA antenna for your location. It's the only national service of its kind in television. A wonderful, practical buy. The RCA Victor Factory Service Contract. Attention electronic engineers. Right now, RCA has career openings for experienced engineers. If you're a qualified radio electronics engineer, RCA offers you lifelong opportunities. Just send a complete resume of your education and experience to Radio Corporation of America, Box 1, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Your resume will be kept confidential. Now, here again is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And my thanks to Will Wright, Mary Jane Croft, Stacey Harris, Ted Von Eltz, Harry Lang, Gerald Moore, and Stephen Garay. Next week, Algiers. The Casbah, no less, and a plot that I'd like to dare you to figure out right up to the end of the story. And I warn you, you won't get any help from Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear The Magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. William Bendix stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma brings you as star Mr. Peter Lorre. The suspense play which stars Mr. Lorre and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called Back for Christmas. In this series, Roma brings you tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Back for Christmas and with the performance of Peter Lorre, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride a one-horse open. Yes, Marie?
What on earth are you doing down here in the cellar?
Oh, just doing a little digging.
And why, may I ask, have you chosen this day of all days to dig up the cellar floor?
Oh, I thought because the weather has been so damp, this would be a good time to plant that little devil's garden I told you about.
Devil's garden? Whatever nonsense is that?
Don't you remember that was my little joke about it? You see, I've managed to get hold of the spores of several unclassified wild orchids. In our wild state, they bloom under damp masses of leaf mold. The South American Indians call them devil flowers because they appear to bloom under the ground.
Well, I'm sure the South American Indians will be very interested if you succeed in growing these ridiculous flowers under the cellar floor. Whom else it will interest, I can't imagine. Oh, what's that terrible smell?
Oh, that's the leaf mold, chemically identical with the earth blanket they grow under in our wild state. And I want to get these started before we close the house.
Do you realize that we're sailing for America a week from today, and you've made no arrangements whatever? Unless you call digging a hole in the cellar making arrangements. I certainly don't. Devil's garden, indeed. Sometimes I think you're going soft in the head, Hubert.
Oh, I suppose it is inconsiderate of me. You see, and I've been wanting to try this experiment for a long time, but with all those lectures and seminars at the university, there never seemed to be enough time.
Well, there certainly isn't any time for it now. I suppose you've forgotten I made an appointment for you at the barber's this afternoon.
Oh, must I shave my beard off, Hermione?
I thought we'd been through all that. Of course you must. They don't wear beards in America. Bad enough you're speaking with that accent. They'll probably think we're Germans as it is.
Oh, I should think it would be quite easy just to explain that I'm Swiss.
Now, Hubert, don't be argumentative. Go and get your jacket on and do as I tell you.
Yes, Hermione.
And don't forget to take your umbrella. It looks like rain.
Yes, Hermione.
And don't look so put upon, Hubert. Someone has to plan things in this house. Never even get to the university in time for your lectures, much less make arrangements for a trip to America.
I know, but what about my specimens?
There'll be plenty of time to plant your precious devil's garden when we get home from America. We're not going to be gone forever, you know. We'll be back here for Christmas.
Yes, of course. Back for Christmas. I'd forgotten.
We'll try to remember it. And if you can't do that, just do as I tell you. I've been making the plans in this house for 20 years. And if there's any digging to be done, I'll manage that as well. You understand, Hubert?
Yes, Hermione.
Good. Now, you have just 20 minutes to clean up this mess down here and keep your appointment at the bars. And when you're finished there, I want you to come straight home.
All right. I wanted to stop at Miss Markham's and pick up some books I ordered.
Well, all right. But don't loiter there the whole afternoon mulling over those old books the way you usually do. Now, hurry and clear up this rubbish. Get rid of that smelly stuff. And no more digging, mind you.
No more digging. I'll show her. I'll have my devil's garden, and if I... No more digging, eh? No more digging. Oh, 15 men on a dead man's chest. Yoo-hoo, and a bottle of rum.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Markham.
Why, it is Professor Schumacher, isn't it?
Do you like me better this way?
You look ever so much younger without the beard. 20 years at least.
20 years.
Oh, you'll be glad to know those books you ordered have finally arrived.
Oh, yes, the books.
Let me see. The phytotomy of phalloid gametophytes and coniferous shrubs of North America. Those are the ones you ordered, aren't they?
Yes, thank you. You're very kind, Miss Markham.
Why kind, Professor Schumacher?
Well, not many young ladies in bookshops would go out of their way to look up rare books for an old professor of botany.
Why, you're not old, Professor Schumacher. Really, you look...
What do I look like?
And besides, I adore botany. It's my particular hobby.
Oh, really? You've never told me that before, Miss Markham.
Well, I was afraid to. You looked so imposing with the beard and all.
Miss Markham, forgive me if this sounds foolish, but since talking with you today, I feel that shaving off my beard is the most important thing I've done for 20 years.
Oh, it is? I'm sure it is.
For 20.
I'm so sorry that I've been so distant with you all this time. Oh, there were times when I almost spoke up.
Oh, really?
Times when you came in here, tired after a day with your students at the university. You seemed so alone. The way I'm alone in the world.
Alone?
I'd like to have asked you to stay a while and talk with me, but some way or other, I always wound up giving you your change and letting you go on your way.
Say you're alone in the world?
Since my father died.
Oh, Miss Markham, did you never think of marrying?
My father was a very remarkable man. I never found anyone who seemed to measure up to what he led me to expect of men.
Miss Markham...
Oh, it's been so long since anyone called me by my first name. I'd like you to, if you want to. It's Marion.
Marion? Oh, how nice.
And yours?
Well, Hubertus. but in English, Hubert sounds better, huh?
How long have you been alone, Hubert?
Alone?
I knew you were a widower, of course. The first time I saw you.
A widower?
I can always tell. There's a certain sadness in a man's eyes. A sweet sadness, I think, when he's been married and then lost...
A widower. I never thought of it in quite that way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been talking like this, I suppose, but I've often wondered what she must have been like. Your wife, I mean.
Hermione? Not an easy woman to forget. Very strong. Always managing things. The house, my wardrobe, my friends. Even when we dined at a restaurant, she even then ordered my food. She was always managing things. Her whole life. Managed herself to death.
Poor woman. She must have loved you very much. But she needn't have put herself out so. It's plain to see you don't need things managed for you.
No.
You need companionship, I think. Someone sympathetic with your work. But the last thing on earth you need is a manager.
How well you put it. The last thing on earth.
Operator, are you there? I'm still waiting on that call to Salisbury. Well, put them on quickly. Hello. Is this Paul Holt and Sons? It's Mrs. Hubert Schumacher. Did you receive my letter? Good. Now remember, we'll be back for Christmas and I want the job done without fail. What's that? No, I'm sure he doesn't suspect anything. Send it to me in New York as I instructed you, addressed in my name, of course. Yes. I've already put them in the mail. You'll get them tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, here you are, Hubert. Where have you been?
Oh, backstairs. I dismissed the servants.
Dismissed the servants?
Mm-hmm.
But I've asked some friends of mine into a farewell luncheon. Go and tell them it's a mistake.
Well, I'm afraid it's too late now. They've packed and gone.
You have messed things up properly. How many times have I told you to leave things to me? I make the plans around here.
Yes, Hermione.
You have to do better than this when I plan the trip home, or we'll never in the world be back for Christmas.
Back for Christmas. Back for Christmas. Must you keep saying that?
Why not? We are coming back for Christmas, aren't we?
Well, supposing I were offered a professorship in one of those wealthy American universities.
Nonsense. Americans care nothing for botany.
Well, Luther Burbank was an American, wasn't he?
That's different. What have you ever done except muck around in the dirt with a lot of roots and tubers?
Well, they asked me to lecture, didn't they?
All right. Now, there's no use getting yourself in a state about this, Hubert. No doubt this extra money will come in very handy when we arrive back...
Back for Christmas. I know.
Precisely. No good to make a joke of it. Heaven knows where you'd be today if I hadn't got a sense of time.
Yes, Hermione.
And as you've been so foolish as to dismiss the servants, you may empty the ashtrays and straighten up this room while we're waiting for the guests to arrive. I'm going in to have my bath. Call me when they get here.
Marion? It's Hubert. No, darling, no, nothing is wrong. Oh, my plans are the same, unless you have changed. No? Oh, we'll meet in New York then and be married there. Huh? Oh, I'll explain to you why later. You just have to trust me. Yes. Yes, my darling.
Hubert?
Oh, I'm so sorry I can't talk any longer. Yes, I'll meet you in New York without fail. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Liebchen.
Hubert, were you talking on the phone just now?
Yes, Hermione.
Whoever was it?
Oh, Freddie Sinclair.
Didn't I hear you say something about meeting somebody in New York?
Why, yes. Freddie said he might possibly get over there before we even leave. And I said, of course, we'd meet him there if he decided to go.
That seems very peculiar. But then all of your friends are peculiar.
Yes, Hermione.
And just look at your jacket. Have you been digging in that cellar again?
Yes, Hermione.
Well, there's no need for it. You can't possibly get that Devil's Garden thing finished before we sail for America. Go and change your clothes before the guests arrive. Oh, never mind. I see somebody coming up the walk now. Go and let them in.
Yes.
Hubert.
Yes?
Look out the window. There's Professor and Mrs. Goodenough, but who's that with them?
Well, who...
Precisely. Freddie Sinclair. Peculiar you should have been talking to him on the phone not 3 minutes ago, and now here he is.
Yes, isn't it? But then, as you say, Hermione, all of my friends are peculiar.
Not half so peculiar as you. Digging in the cellar the very day we leave for America. Just look at yourself. And now that I think of it...
Yes?
Oh, never mind. Go and let them in.
Oh, you were going to ask me something, Hermione, about... the hole I'm digging in a cellar.
Good heavens, stop rolling your eyes about that way. One would think you were digging a grave down there instead of a storage bin.
Yes, Hermione.
What's that?
I said yes, Hermione.
Father, open the door and please stop saying yes, Hermione.
I think, my dear, I have said it for the last time.
Professor of botany, his loving wife, and an oblong pit in the cellar. Just the right size for his botanical specimens, his devil's garden. With these ingredients for a story of a perfect crime, Back for Christmas by John Collier and starring Peter Lorre, the Roma Wine Company closes the curtain for a moment on another breathless study in suspense.
In this brief intermission in the play, it's pleasant to think about the holidays. Not everyone celebrates the holidays against a background of snow and pine trees. Somewhere south of the Gulf and the Caribbean, in a gracious home surrounded by palm trees in the warm sun, you might find holiday dinners ending this way.
One moment, please. Our North American guest wishes to propose a toast.
Yes, mis amigos. I drink a toast in gratitude to you for your gracious hospitality and the enjoyment you've given me, an American so far from home.
It is only a fair exchange, my friend. This wine in which you drink your toast, it brings enjoyment to us from your country, from America. It is Roma wine, made in your own California.
Yes, and when you choose the wine for your holiday table, remember this. Only a few wines are so fine that many countries of the world import them. And among these greatly enjoyable wines are the wines of Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Yet here in America we are truly fortunate, for we may buy Roma wines at a very low cost, since we don't have to pay import duty or costly shipping charges. So serve Roma wine with pride on any and all holiday occasions. Serve Roma, too, for everyday dinners you can afford to. Ask your dealer tomorrow for your favorite Roma wine, America's largest selling wine. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Mr. Peter Lorre in Act 2 of Back for Christmas, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Back for Christmas. Hermione was so positive we would be back for Christmas. That last afternoon, pouring tea out for a few friends who had come in to say her last-minute farewells, she kept reiterating it.
Now, mind you, Hermione, don't let those Americans lure your husband with one of their fat university jobs. We absolutely must have you with us for Christmas. He shall be back, I promise you.
Well, it's not absolutely certain, of course.
Hubert, now what do you mean it's not certain? Of course it's certain.
After all, Hubert, old boy, you've contracted to lecture for only 3 months.
Oh, that's quite right, but then, of course, anything may happen.
Hubert adores being unpredictable. Now, what other man would decide the very day, mind you, before leaving for America, to dig a great hole in the floor of the cellar? In the cellar? Yes. He's going to put some unclassified wild orchids down there. A devil's garden, if you please. It sounds so mysterious. That's Hubert, though. It's really quite simple, however, once you find out what he's up to. Now, take that telephone call he put through to you a few minutes ago, Freddie.
To me?
Of course. Now, Hubert wanted to surprise me about your plan to meet us in New York next month. Wasn't that why he called? To ask you not to mention it?
My dear Hermione, Hubert couldn't possibly have telephoned me within the past hour. I've been walking in the park since 3.
He didn't telephone you?
Well, how could he? As for my going to America...
No. Come, Freddie, come. You may as well confess. Hermione has just found me out again.
But, Hubert, old chap, I really
Do you
don't...
see what a poor liar Hubert makes? He's red as a beetroot. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Professor? Stringing poor Hermione along like that. And as for you, Freddie, I'm furious you said nothing to us about going to America.
But look here, old girl. I've been trying to tell everyone here that I'm...
Stuff and nonsense. The game's gone on long enough. Besides, we must start getting ready. Now, it was marvelous of all of you to come in to say goodbye. And don't worry about Hubert's little jokes. I will bring him back for Christmas. You may rely on it.
They all believed her. For years, she had been promising me for dinner parties, garden parties, committees, and the promises had always been kept. This time, they would not be. I had seen to that. The servants were gone for good. The farewells all said. I had timed to the minute how long it would take to fill in a hole in a cellar. My devil's garden. Upstairs in a bedroom, I undressed and put on my old bathrobe, and then I opened the door into Hermione's room. Hermione, have you a moment to spare?
Of course, dear. I'm just finished.
Oh, then, will you come in here for a moment, please? There's something rather extraordinary here.
Oh, good heavens, Hubert. What are you lounging about in that filthy old bathrobe for? I told you to put it into the furnace.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it today. Yes, really, I will. I promise.
Well, high time. Now, what is it you want to show me?
Oh, here, in the bathroom. Just look. Who in the world do you suppose dropped a gold chain down the bathtub drain?
Nobody has, of course. Nobody wears such a thing.
Then what is it doing in here?
I don't see anything.
Well, look. I'll hold this flashlight here for you. If you lean right over, you can see it shining. It's deep down.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense, just as we're... Well, I don't see it, Hubert.
Go on looking, Hermione, in just a moment.
Hubert, I absolutely refuse... Hubert, what are you doing? Take your hands off my neck.
I will, Hermione. Just as soon as I've finished the arrangements for my trip to America.
What are you talking about?
You thought you were the only one who could plan things, didn't you? Didn't you, Hermione, huh? Well, I've been making some plans of my own this past week. In exactly 2 minutes and 16 seconds, you'll be dead. You see? You see, I have planned it very accurately.
You'll never get away with it.
Oh, I thought you would say that, Hermione, but I will get away with it. You won't mind the smell of the leaf mold down in a cellar when I take you down there today? Yes, that is where you are going, Hermione. Right into my devil's garden that annoyed you so much.
My friends all expect me back for Christmas.
They do.
If they don't hear from me, they'll start asking questions.
No, they won't. Because you'll write them letters, Hermione, on a typewriter, as you always do. They'll be signed H, in that neat, correcting way you always sign your notes to your friends.
Here, let me up now.
No!
It won't work, Hubert. You were never any good at planning.
Oh, but I have changed. I've learned from watching you all these years.
The lecture people in America. They'll expect you to be traveling with your wife.
I will be traveling with my wife, but not my present wife, Hermione.
Hubert! It won't work, I tell you. That pit you dug in the cellar...
Oh, it will work. It'll serve its purpose well.
Hubert!
No, I'm sorry, dear. This thing has to be done exactly as planned. You have just 5 seconds to say your prayers.
Hubert, you must listen. The cellar, it... Don't do it, Hubert!
Yes, Hermione! Steward?
Yes, sir?
Oh, my wife, she's in this post. She'll be taking her meals in our stateroom.
For the whole voyage, sir?
Yes, for the whole voyage.
I trust your wife is feeling better this morning, Professor Schumacher.
A little. Not yet well enough to leave her cabin.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, Professor Schumacher.
Yes?
Here's a copy of the radiogram you sent for your wife last evening.
Oh, thank you. I'll just check it over. Oh, but look here.
What? What's the matter? Did the typist make a mistake?
No. It's nothing important. She can correct it later. For a moment, I had a feeling that Hermione had been leaning over my shoulder again, correcting what I had written as she always did. I had written a radiogram to Professor Goodenough and his wife. Haven't been out of my cabin the whole beastly trip, Hubert. Well, no doubt we'll be back for Christmas. But the operator had left out the W, and it read, "No doubt we'll be back for Christmas." Exactly what Hermione would have written. Well, the rest of the trip was uneventful. Marion and I met in New York just as we had planned. Just as we had planned. hand. Professor and Mrs. Schumacher, we have reservations, I believe.
Oh, yes, we've been expecting you, sir. Boy, take Professor and Mrs. Schumacher's luggage up to their suite. You know, Mrs. Schumacher, you're quite a surprise.
Oh?
Your letter reserving the rooms was so thorough, I was expecting an older, more forbidding sort of person, frankly, ma'am.
No. As a matter of fact, we're just married, but my letter reserving the rooms.
Oh, I wrote the letter, my dear, and I signed it Mrs. Hubert Schumacher. Just a joke.
What a cunning old fox you are, Hubert.
Now that I think of it,
I almost forgot. There's a letter for you, Mrs. Schumacher.
That's peculiar. I wonder who on earth...
Oh, well, we'll soon find out in good time. Come along, darling. Oh, we are keeping the boy waiting. Come on. Nothing like a cold, brisk shower to put a man to rights.
Hubert, this letter.
Oh, yes, the letter. Oh, dry my hair, will you, darling? Please.
It seems to be a bill of some sort from a building contractor in Salisbury.
Oh, really?
Oh, bother, dry your own hair.
Thank you, darling. Let's see this bill, or whatever it is.
It's very puzzling. Hubert, you were a widower, weren't you? I mean, Hermione isn't still alive.
Good heavens, no. Well, let me read that. Dear Madame, this is to acknowledge your order together with the keys to your house in Launceston Place. Our man had no difficulty in finding the place where your husband had begun the excavation in a cellar, but apparently he changed his mind at the last moment and filled it in again.
What is it, Hubert?
Our man will begin digging tomorrow, and the job will be completed in ample time for your surprise Christmas present to your husband. We are happy to be conspirators with you in this thoughtful gesture and hope that Professor Schumacher will be pleased at the results of our work on his devil's garden. Very truly yours, Paul Holt Sons, Contractors.
What does it mean, Hubert?
Means that Hermione was right. I will be back for Christmas. I will be back for Christmas. I will back for Christmas. Back for Christmas. Yes, Hermione.
And so closes Back for Christmas, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we shall hear again from Mr. Lorre. But first, just a word that seems appropriate. One of the world's oldest customs is the Christmas toast, and traditionally, down through centuries of war and peace, the Christmas toast has been drunk in wine. This year, when the glasses are filled and raised once again, we know that in every home the toast will be to a speedy victory and a speedy return of those we love. And before we set the wine glasses down, let us all resolve to do everything within our power to help make that toast come true. Let us resolve to help supply the weapons of war by buying even more and more war bonds. Let us resolve to face our own inconveniences without complaining. And above all, let us resolve that when this war is at last over, each of us will exert all our effort to see that future Christmases truly express peace on earth, goodwill to men. This thought, together with our very best wishes of the season, is the Roma Wine Company's Christmas message for you, its friends, here in America and throughout the world.
This is Peter Lorre. Thank you for listening to our suspense play this evening, and I know you're looking forward to next week's show as I am. It is called Finishing School, and its subtitle might be the famous quotation, "The female of the species is more deadly than the male."
Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Margot, Elsa Lanchester, Janet Beecher, and a distinguished all-feminine cast in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. It gives me a fiendish delight to invite you on a very unusual expedition. For in our tale to come, we are going to travel not to distant shores, not to outer space, but instead backwards in time. Time as the archaeologist knows it. The depths of time. Strange thing about archaeology, it seeks to understand life by the study of death.
Can we try to uncover the rest of the body, Professor?
Of course. Jimmy, get the 3 or 4 fellows to help you, and do it carefully. There's no way of telling the body's position.
Sure thing, Professor.
Oh, this is awful. What are we going to do?
Don't worry. Ancient bodies are your specialty. Fresh ones are mine.
But how do you know it's murder?
You surprised me. A suicide may dig her own grave, but you'd hardly expect her to pull the dirt in after her.
Our mystery drama, Dig Me Deadly, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by S.J. Wilson and stars Louise Larrabee. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K presents
Last Tango in Pittsburgh.
There I was at Raoul's All Right Tango Lounge.
My little orchid, will you tango with me?
It was Raoul.
You're a splendid dancer. But what was that?
I was what?
That sound effect.
Oh, I'm a few pounds overweight, and this ball and chain points out how my extra weight can get in the way.
I'm pointing you back to your chair.
Our heroine decided to lose that extra weight. She exercised and ate smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast. A bowl of Special K, skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and 100% delicious. After a while, she was rid of the ball and chain and back at Raoul's.
Darling, you're looking fantastic.
What a happy ending.
What ending? We're just getting started.
Raoul, get lost.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Frank Lieber with a special announcement exclusively for Radio 1080 listeners. Metroplex Tire and Appliance stores are offering a front-end alignment that's guaranteed to last for 5 years or 50,000 miles. A regular $20 value, but just for our listeners, the price is, you guessed it, $10.80. $10.80 for most American cars. And the guarantee is good nationwide. But you must ask for the Radio 1080 special at Metroplex Tire and Appliance. In Carrollton at Beltline and Josie Lane. In Town East at Town East Boulevard and Gus Thomason Road. Ask for the Radio 1080 special at either location, and for just $10.80, you'll have your car's front-end alignment taken care of for the next 5 years or 50,000 miles. And at no extra charge, your 2 front tires will be expertly balanced. Metroplex Tire and Appliance in Carrollton and Town East. And watch for their new location opening soon at 4102 Lemon Avenue, just 3 blocks north of Oak Lawn.
I know that death is no respecter of time. It often comes unbidden, unexpectedly, even fiercely and murderously. So, get your pith helmets, your sunglasses, your axes, shovels, and all the other paraphernalia you will need to join us in Dig Me Deadly.
Young man, why aren't we on a road? Why do we have to cross the desert?
Because it's the fastest way to where we're going, Detective Scrubshaw.
Not Scrubshaw, Trubshaw.
Trubshaw.
Detective Claudia Trubshaw. And I bet your last toothpick, which I wish you'd take out of your mouth, that we're really crossing the Rocky Mountains.
But they're in Colorado. This is Arizona.
I know it's Arizona, Sheriff Wiley. It's where I came to spend my vacation with my sister before you showed up with all your hornswoggling.
Well, ma'am, I did no such thing.
Now, what else would you call it? I came here to get away from L.A. and all that smog and to breathe in the pure, fresh, clean air of Tucson. Now, thanks to you, I've got more sand in my mouth than the whole Sonora Desert.
That's Mexico. This is Arizona.
I've got news for you. It's left Mexico and settled in my lungs. Now, do you mean to tell me that in the entire state of Arizona there isn't a police officer, anybody who can cover this case, that you had to drag me into this no-woman's land?
Those are my orders, ma'am.
But why would my boss in Los Angeles assign me to an Arizona case?
Well, I guess he knew you were in the neighborhood.
That makes as much sense as kissing one of those cactuses.
They're called saguaros.
Now, stop changing the subject. Now, will you tell me where we are going?
Like I said, west of Naco.
Good for you. You have advanced to the next plateau. And why are we going there?
Because that's where they're digging.
Superb. Now, who are they?
The kids that are digging.
Wiley, did you ever have your IQ tested?
Not so to know.
Well, don't. It's probably lower than Death Valley. And I know that's in California. Now, why are they digging?
For dead bodies, I think.
Stop this car at once.
Well, what's wrong, Detective?
Now, I'm not riding another minute until you tell me what this is all about.
Well, what more do you want to know?
Why I'm sitting in this rolling junk heap on my way to West Naco or wherever.
Well, there are these kids there.
What kids?
These kids from some school near L.A. Every summer they come, and they dig up things. They're supposed to be real old.
In other words, students working on an archaeological dig.
Never could pronounce that word.
Forget the pronunciation. Just try and make some sense.
Well, a few days ago, I am sitting in the sheriff's office when this here girl comes by.
Excuse me.
Sure, miss. Come on in.
Is the sheriff here?
Well, the truth is, there is no sheriff.
Then who's in charge?
Well, I guess I am. Sort of deputy sheriff, you could say, and name's Wiley.
I'm looking for help.
That's why I'm here. What can I do for you?
But you're not a real sheriff.
Well, I don't get paid for it, but they give me the badge. Why don't you try me?
I'm one of the students working at the Broadfields. The dig.
Why don't you sit down?
And there's some trouble there.
And what kind of trouble?
Well, it's just it. I can't tell exactly, but someone's following me. Wherever I go, I have the feeling someone right behind me or hiding and waiting to do something to me. Something terrible.
Isn't there anyone in charge?
Well, Professor Wilkerson, but he says I'm imagining things.
Well, now, have you ever really seen anyone following you?
No, but only the other day someone went through my bureau and my luggage.
And are they messing?
No, but things were all messed up.
Now, what's your name?
Rogers. Edith Rogers.
Miss Rogers. Now, do you have any idea why somebody'd be tailing you or looking through your things?
I think someone's trying to kill me.
Kill you? Hey, that's serious. Why would anyone want to do that?
Because they're afraid of me, scared of what I could do.
Well, you don't look like you could trouble a horned toad. What are they scared of?
Well, you see, no, I can't tell you. If they found out I came here, they'd do it faster. Anyway, you can't help me. Maybe nobody can.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait there.
Then what did you do?
I phoned that Professor Wilkerson. Say, Detective, can we get this thing going again?
All right, but only as long as you tell me everything you know.
Well, I called up that professor, and I told him about it. And he said that it was the girl's first summer there, and that working in the hot sun and seeing all those graves and skeletons was something she just wasn't used to. Then he said he'd take care of it and for me not to worry. Well, now, at first I thought I'd better leave well enough alone, except that the whole thing just kept pecking at me. So, a couple of days later, I dropped by the Broadfield spread and was told by a girl who roomed with this Edith Rogers that that is to say, this Edith Rogers here, she had left.
Did she say when?
I didn't ask.
Did she say how or why?
No, I didn't ask that either.
Were her clothes and luggage gone?
Gosh, I didn't think to ask that neither.
Then how come you thought to ask for me?
Well, I called this friend of my father's who is Assistant Deputy Chief of Police.
Say no more. You called my boss, Morgan. In other words, this isn't an official assignment, is it?
Well, he told me you were in Tucson and to speak to you.
And dragging me through this sand heap is your idea of speaking to me. Wiley, if I admit something to you, will you promise never to tell anyone?
Sure thing, Detective.
I know of only one person who's a bigger fool than you.
Who'd that be?
Me.
Detective Troopshaw? I'm Julian Wilkerson. One of the students tells me you'd like to see me.
Only in an unofficial capacity, Professor. If you can be of assistance, fine. If not, I'll understand.
Well, I'll try.
Professor, this is Sheriff Wiley.
Oh, yes. How do you do? Hi. What's it all about?
The Rogers girl. I understand she's not here any longer.
Yes. I knew that girl would be more trouble than it was worth to bring her out here.
Then why was she here?
Oh, she was thinking of archaeology as a major. You see, she apparently comes from a difficult home. She had nothing to occupy her this summer, and the dean asked me if we could fit her in. Try to make her feel she belongs to something. A group.
Apparently it didn't work out.
No. She moped a lot. Got depressed, suspicious. Felt she wasn't wanted. I did everything I could. I got two of the nicest girls in the room with her.
Who are they?
Oh, Janine Boulanger, a French exchange student. Specializes in atomic physics. And Susan Lathrop, a straight-A student, very outgoing, very bright.
Were there any young men?
Yes, and I didn't like doing it, but I got Jimmy Trumbull to spend some of his free time with her. He's our prize. He's a brilliant fellow. We call him our Libby.
Libby? Well, now that's a girl's name, eh?
Wiley, you're famous for not asking questions. Why not live up to your reputation? Professor Libby developed the carbon-14 dating system.
Oh, he did he?
Yes. Anyway, Edith didn't take to the work or to anyone. It's no surprise that she just dropped out.
Are her belongings still here?
Well, I wouldn't know, but Susan would. She's in the specimen shed next door. Let me call her. Sue Lathrop.
Yes, Professor?
Well, can you come to my office for a minute?
Wiley, why don't you do something constructive, like seeing if you can get me something to wash down this sandstorm I swallowed, thanks to you.
Sure thing. Detective, anything special?
Just something soft, wet, and cold, please.
I'll be back in a minute. Oh, sorry, miss. I didn't mean to knock.
Oh, that's all right.
Susan, I'd like you to meet Detective Troopshaw.
A detective? From the police?
Yes, but not on official business.
What for, then?
I was wondering if Edith Rogers' belongings were still in her room.
Oh, Edith? Oh, no. She took everything when she left.
When was that?
Oh, about 4 or maybe 5 days ago. I'm not sure.
Do you have any idea why she left?
Not really. She didn't tell anyone she was going, but then she just didn't get... Well, what can I say?
Susan's tried to be discreet. The fact is the girl just didn't belong.
Did anyone notify her family?
I know I didn't.
We just assumed that she hitchhiked her way home, or perhaps to one of the youth communes around here.
Then, at this point, we don't know if she left or disappeared.
But what would make you think she disappeared?
She went for help to what's supposed to be the local sheriff's office. She was frightened, thought she was being followed, that someone wanted to kill her.
That's just like her. She was so silly, so romantic, always making up stories where so-and-so loved her madly and so-and-so was terribly jealous of her. But of course she was always at the top of the trying.
I suppose we could phone her home and see if she got there.
You fool! You stupid idiot fool! Stop the
Well, no call to get yourself all heated up. It's just an old arrowhead.
That is radioactive area. Do not enter.
Sounds like Wiley tried to get me a bottle of atomic soda pop.
Oh, that's Shanine. Let's see what the fuss is about.
Now what, Wiley?
Well, it beats me. I just picked up this here arrowhead in that shed, and she comes down on me like an eagle on a stray lamb.
That is not an arrowhead, young fella. It's a spear point that happens to be about 12,000 years old. Trouble is, it's recently been through carbon-14 dating.
That?
Yes, and it may still be hot.
Like an atom bomb?
Hopefully, Wiley, you'll go up in a mushroom any minute.
Oh, Professor, I am so sorry.
Wiley, just give that arrowhead to Janine. She's wearing protective gloves. And then follow her. She'll take you to the decontamination room. You'll probably be all right.
Don't look so worried, Wiley. There's no chance of it affecting your brains.
You sure now, Detective?
Absolutely.
Follow me, you goose, quickly.
So that stone point is 12,000 years old.
Yes. Well, it's as close as we can get within the margins given by C14. But Jimmy is now working with radioactive potassium, which can give us an earlier reading.
I thought 10,000 to 15,000 was about the earliest records we have of man on this continent.
Well, we've got some surprises in store. Not only for you, Detective, but for the world.
Really? Care to give me a clue?
I already have.
I filed that one away.
Which one?
With C14, you can date back some 50,000 years, but with potassium, you can go back to at least 1 million years, right?
Yes, that was the clue.
Interesting. What are you hoping for?
It's no longer a hope, Detective. But you'll have to be patient and wait until we release our reports.
What's that all about?
I don't know. The kids seem to be heading for the northwestern bridge. I've got to go.
I'll bet it's Wiley again.
Nothing like this has happened before.
Nothing like Wiley has happened
Susan?
before.
Susan, do you know what's happening?
No, Professor, but it's something exciting. Maybe a new find.
I hope they didn't have have to dig as much sand as I've got in my shoes. I'll catch up with you.
Hi, Detective, aren't you coming? Someone scream!
Riley, where have you been?
I've been in that shed with that French refrigerator.
I need your shoulder.
Well, what for?
To lean on so I can get the Sahara out of my shoes.
Okay, but you better hurry.
Riley, no matter what has happened up there, you've got to do something for me.
What's that?
In that shed, can you remember what you saw there?
Pretty much.
Then listen carefully.
Oh, mon Dieu, it's a woman's hand. And I know whose it is. By the ring. The silver band.
Well, whose is it?
Edith Rogers.
Oh. All right, no one touch anything until Detective Troopshaw gets here.
A detective?
A lady detective in here.
Okay, kids, one detective coming up. Let me through.
Yes. Let the detective through, please.
Well, from the looks of it, here's a lady who definitely needs a hand. Who found her?
I did.
And who are you?
James Trumbull. I told you about him, remember?
Oh, yes, you're Libby, as you call him.
Yes.
But there doesn't seem to be any digging around here. Is this the way you found her? Just one hand sticking out of the sand?
No. I was on my way to the datum point to figure out what the next grid would be when I passed this place and noticed that someone had been digging around here. The sand wasn't as flat as the surrounding area and not as compact. So I began to brush away the top layer until I uncovered this one hand.
Professor, have I your permission to supervise this matter until I get official regulations?
Well, yes, of course.
Thanks. Has anyone been able to identify the hand?
Susan, she said it is Edith Rogers.
What makes you think that?
The silver band. I was with her when she brought it in town a couple of weeks ago.
She bought a silver wedding band?
I asked her why, and she said she expected to be married very soon. It just sounded like one of her crazy stories, so I forgot about it.
I see. Well, rings have been known to change fingers. Can we try and uncover the rest of the body?
Of course. Jimmy, get 3 or 4 fellows to help you. Do it carefully, please. There's no way of telling the body's position.
Sure thing, Professor.
Oh, this is awful. What are we going to do?
Don't worry, Professor. Ancient bodies are your specialty. Fresh ones are mine.
Yes, but this is liable to stop our work. This place will be crawling with police, newsmen, television crews, what all.
Really? Why? Isn't murder a little too common to rate that kind of attention?
But how do you know it is murder?
Miss Lathrop, you surprise me. A suicide may dig her own grave, but you'd hardly expect her to pull the dirt in after her.
Pit's very shallow, Professor. I don't think we should use shovels. Shall we use the brushes from here?
Sure, but let's get a move on, eh?
Look, the hand is attached only to bones, to a skeleton.
Oh, no, I've never seen it.
Oh, now, will you all stop crowding? You'd think this was a Hollywood opening.
Oh, Janine is right. There is no body. The hands are attached to a skeleton.
Fully fleshed hands attached to a body that is nothing more than bones. A skeleton. You know, Mother Earth is very miserly about giving up her secrets. But little by little, man has dug them out of her. But never before has there been this kind of puzzle, in which the hands belong to the present and the body to the past. We'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Hal Linden. There's a lot of talk these days about America's energy crisis. Talk about doing without heat, about doing without our cars, about what's going to happen if we run out of fuel. Well, we may not have to run out of fuel if we all work together to conserve the fuel we have. That means turning your thermostats down to 68 degrees during the day and turning them down to 60 at night. It means turning off lights, TV sets, and electrical appliances the minute we're finished with them. It means driving no faster than 50, starting or joining carpools, avoiding the kind of stop-and-go motoring that eats up gas by the gallon. In short, it means saving every ounce of energy we can, every chance we get. So please, do your part to make the fuel supply stretch a little further. For your own sake, don't be selfish. Don't be foolish. Don't be fuelish.
This message from the Federal Energy Office and the Advertising Council.
You don't just make a profit in the beef business. You work for it. Working to keep your feeders out of a growth slump. Fighting the diseases and everyday stress that threatens your herd. And always sweating it out with a tight profit margin. Through it all, one name is there to help you. When the going gets rough, nothing works harder, more ways, to give you the kind of protection you need. Terramycin. Depend on it. From Pfizer.
solution to our dilemma. The question is, what is a bunch of young, bright college students going to do about a body that has fully fleshed hands attached to the bones of a skeleton? And what is our lady detective, Claudia Troopshaw, going to do with this seemingly improbable corpse?
Yes, Captain. You've got to tell me under whose jurisdiction this case belongs. No, there is no local police department. The hands may be the Roger girls, but the body, wait till you get this, it's a skeleton, and the professor tells me is over 2,500 years old. Stop yelling. I know it sounds crazy, but they just did a C14 test on one of the bones, and that's the result. 2,500 years old. But not the hands. Whose case is it, I want to know? Mine? Why mine? Well, will you get in touch with the FBI at once? No, I can't use anyone here to help me that's already here. Why not? Because they're all under suspicion. That's why not. Lunkhead. It's nice of you, Miss Boulanger, to take time off to have this little talk with me.
Professor Wilkerson said I should answer all your questions to the best that I can.
Do you always do what Professor Wilkerson asks?
Oh, yes, he is a marvelous man. He is so brilliant.
I'm sure. Tell me, do you have many friends among the other students?
I don't think so.
Not even Jimmy Trumbull?
Oh, he is nice, but he is such a little boy.
And the others?
I am afraid they're all too jealous.
Do you know why?
Oh, they think that the professor treats me like a favorite.
Well, does he?
Of course not. But I have studied all this and done it in France before, so I know it very well. And they do not.
I think I understand. This body we found, you've seen it?
I could not bear to look.
Oh, but you did. Now tell me, in all your work, both here and in France, have you ever seen anything like it?
No, absolutely not.
And you couldn't explain how two perfectly fleshed hands could be attached to a prehistoric skeleton?
It's against all possibilities.
What did you think of Edith Rogers?
She was very unfortunate.
In what way?
Oh, she so badly needed some kind of an attachment. With a boy, I mean. And I think she almost found it. But then that Susan Lathrop got in the way and kept it from happening.
How do you mean?
Oh, I don't like talking gossip. But Edith Rogers liked very much this Jimmy Trumbull. But that Susan, who blows hot one day and cold the next, makes up her mind that Jimmy is her property. And she says to that Rogers girl she shall stay off her property.
Anything else, Janine?
No. That is all.
Thank you. You've been very helpful. Come on in. Oh, hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Detective Troopshaw. Professor Wilkerson says you want to see me.
I have just a few questions that may or may not help clear up some of your problems.
My problems?
No, not yours personally, but the outfit's.
But where's the problem?
Well, if those hands belong to Edith Rogers, it means she's dead. And that, I'd call a problem.
This whole thing's crazy. It's some kind of gag. I mean, it's not possible for a skeleton of someone who's been dead for over 2,000 years to have the hands of someone who was alive a week ago, or less.
Did you see Edith Rogers about a week ago?
Yes, ma'am.
I understood you were one of the very few who was sort of interested in Edith Rogers.
Well, I was sorry for her. She was lonely and frightened.
Did any of the others talk to you about her?
No, but Edith had a lot to say about us.
Can you give me some idea?
Edith thought Susan was a fake, that Janine was phony, and the rest of us pretty silly digging away in over 100 degrees temperature. She just didn't understand why we were doing it.
Didn't that make you wonder what she was doing here?
Oh, sure. But she was lonely, and she would have done anything to be anywhere. Oh, say, I almost forgot. Something funny happened this morning, and I meant to tell you about it, but with all the rumors and gossip, well, it just slipped my mind.
What was it?
On my way to the grid we're working on, I ran into this Indian, a really strange guy. He was dressed in some weird Mexican costume and had long drooping mustaches. And he asked me in this queer accent if I knew where Minnehaha was buried.
Minnehaha? Was he kidding?
Who knows? When I told him I didn't know, he became very sad. And he said his name was Tepexpan, and that his wife had died 10,000 years ago.
Tepexpan, no less.
The name's sort of familiar.
Oh, come on, Jimmy. Even I know that for years the Tepexpan man was considered the earliest specimen of man found in the United States.
Oh, of course.
What else did he say?
Now, let's see. Oh, I wrote it down here. Here it is. He said, "She who seeks shall find the answers in her mind if she can find the man that is called Tepexpan."
You're putting me on.
No, I'm not, honestly. And then he said that she would find the star of Tepexpan in the south of Tuxpan.
Can I have that paper, Jimmy?
Of course.
Thanks. Tepexpan, my foot. Wiley must be a genius to be able to drive this kidney buster. I can just about manage to keep the wheels straight. Now, where am I? Tuxpan, Tuxpan. Ah, here it is, Tuxpan Avenue. Now turn south. How am I supposed to find the building? Star of Tuxpan. Ah, lo and behold, a building with a star over the door.
Enter in peace, old ancient squaw.
I'll fix that one's TP. I was told you've been to the ancient burial ground.
You have been told well. I go to see my wife.
Is she one of the workers at the dig?
Oh, no, she toils no more. Your people toil for her.
Hit me with that one again.
She has been dead for over 10,000 years.
I thought it was 2,500. But what's a few years in a romance that's lasted that long, right?
Her spirit gives me many answers to my prayers.
Do the answers to mine happen to be among them?
Well, if you open the pouch, I will place a magic message within.
Gracias, senor.
It is but the will of the gods that I obey.
Incidentally, Senor Tepexpan, the next time you speak to the spirits of the gods, find out the name in Indian for fruitcake.
As ancient squaw commands.
And take that silly toothpick out of your face.
Who's there?
Shirley Holmes.
Who? Oh, it's you, Detective.
I was just being cute, Miss Lathrop. Shirley, Sherlock Holmes, get it?
What's there to get cute about?
I see you're packing.
I'm leaving.
I'm sorry, Miss Lathrop, but you're not going anywhere.
Why not?
Because everyone stays put until I get the answers to a thing or two.
Such as?
If the body we found yesterday was Edith Rogers...
I told you it has to be Edith. They are her hands.
Attached to a prehistoric skeleton.
I don't care what the radiocarbon dating says. I was with her when she bought that wedding band.
She didn't say anything about when she planned to get married.
No.
And you didn't ask?
I thought she was clowning.
So she impressed you as the sort of person who would clown about getting married?
I guess she wasn't old-fashioned enough to be serious about it. But most of the girls here aren't into things like getting married. We don't have such hang-ups.
And Edith Rogers was a square. Very square. You must have found it a bore to room with her.
Frankly, she was a bit of a drag.
How did Janine get along with her?
They hardly spoke to each other.
Because of Wilkerson?
How did you know?
Do you think either of them got anywhere with him?
Janine was making points. Not that she's so hot, but her father's an important politician in France, and Wilkerson is impressed by that sort of thing.
Ambitious, eh?
Even at his age.
Oh, come on, Miss Lathrop. He's not that old.
Old enough to have a son who's in college. As a matter of fact, it was good old Edith Rogers who told me that.
Did she tell you anything else?
Nothing important.
Have you ever seen anything like that body before?
Never.
Think hard. Maybe an experiment done on an animal in a lab or in the dating shed?
No. Besides, I'm not allowed in the shed.
Why not?
I don't get to work on dating until next term.
Oh, I guess I'll have to take my own advanced course with Professor Wilkerson.
That's Janine.
I was waiting for the second moccasin to drop. Let's go.
It is written in the book of Proverbs, and wisely, I believe, that whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein. Our problem is that all our characters are diggers in pits. Even our ardent detective Claudia Trubshaw had been digging through level after level, but getting seemingly nowhere. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
There's no satisfaction quite like the satisfaction of getting a bargain. It brings a smile to your face, partly because you've saved money, mainly because you've beat the system by paying less when everything seems to be costing more. Hi, I'm Frank Lieber. Right now, True Value hardware stores have 14 of those smiles of satisfaction in stock. They're kitchen helpers from Echo and from Foley. You can get 2 for just 88 cents. Choose a can and bottle opener, a fruit and vegetable slicer, or a serving fork, or get a nylon baster. Its tube is graduated for measurement. And there's a 2.5-inch strainer for making egg coffee, for straining loose tea, or for separating orange juice from its pulp and seeds. You can get 2 of these kitchen tools for just 88 cents. That should make you smile with satisfaction. You'll grin from ear to ear when you see the rest of the 2 for 88-cent bargains at the True Value hardware store near your home.
Do you realize that the gunshot we heard at the end of the second act was the first time anyone has used a conventional weapon in our story? Well, gunshots may not only be used to signify someone's end, they may also be fired to start something.
Isn't that typical of a woman? She calls for help but doesn't bother to tell where she needs it.
It sounded far away. Maybe from the northern bridge section.
You mean where the body was found?
Yes.
What could anyone be doing out there? Looking for clues?
They may be hiding.
Well, why didn't I think of that?
Oh.
There's Aunt Anne.
You mean Professor Wilkerson?
Yes. Hey, Professor.
There, Detective, over here.
There he is. He turned on his flash.
Professor, hold it a minute. Let me catch my breath. Did you hear Janine call?
No, I was covering grid S42. We were working late there. Are you sure it was Janine?
Pretty much, unless someone's imitating her accent. We don't know from where she called.
I think it came from that north grid.
First we heard what may have been a gunshot, and then we heard La Belle Janine calling for help.
Hey, has everyone around here gone bananas? They say they heard a gunshot.
Detective Troopshaw says Janine cried for help.
And where were you, Mr. Trumbull?
In the barracks, doing some research.
Well, anyway, the detective thinks that Janine is locked in somewhere.
How about the lab shed?
A thinker in the tank. Come on. Who has the key to the shed?
I do, but you'll have to wait out here.
What for?
I'll have to go in first to check on possible radioactivity inside.
Just 1 second, Professor. Janine? Janine, are you in there?
Yes, I am.
Is it safe for us to come in?
Yes, it is very safe.
All right, I got my key here on it.
Professor.
That girl faints easier than I can think.
Janine, are you all right?
Don't ask her. She'll say no. Get her back inside. Now, for the rest of you, please, stay out here. Don't go anywhere, anyone.
Still planning to leave, Susan?
She wouldn't let me. Besides, what difference would it make to you if I did?
I'm just being friendly.
Isn't it a little too late?
What do you mean?
Well, now that Edith Rogers is dead, do you think I'd be waiting around to catch you on the rebound?
Look, I was just being kind to her.
Kind? Isn't there a phrase about someone being killed with kindness?
What are you getting at?
Now listen, James Trumbull. Because Edith Rogers was a fool doesn't mean all girls are.
No one ever said you were. Look, the only reason I took her out a couple of times was because the professor asked me to.
Aren't you the obedient student? What professors say, Jimmy do.
I don't know how else I can convince you.
You can't. And if I were you, I wouldn't try. Look, you can count on my being fair and keeping quiet. I'm not out for revenge. But I'm also not about to stick my neck out for anyone, including you.
I still don't know what you're getting at.
I'm getting at who killed Edith Rogers.
I don't know why it is, Professor, but I've never seen a woman in a faint whose legs didn't look lousy.
Oh, what happened?
That did it. It always does.
Janine.
I don't want to interrupt, but like a good archaeologist, would someone please get to the bones of the matter?
I'm speaking as fast as I know. I heard a noise at the window.
What kind of noise?
The window was opening.
Wasn't it locked?
It's always locked.
So I went to see what could be happening, and already there was this man climbing inside.
What was it like?
He was an old Indian man with long mustaches. I told him to get out, that it was dangerous to be here.
And then?
He would not say anything, but stood there. So I ran back to the lab room where I have my pistol. And when I returned, I found him in the specimen room, in a leather bag tied around his waist. It was open.
Did you see him put anything in it?
No, but I held up the pistol and told him I would shoot if he didn't put back whatever he took. So he put his hand in a bag and took something out and threw it in my eyes. Then I pressed the pistol.
What did he throw?
Little things. I don't know.
Let's take a look.
All right. Now, wait. Here on the floor. It's thin slivers. It's maybe wood.
Let's take a closer look.
No, don't touch them.
For heaven's sakes, why not?
They may be hot. I'll get the counter.
Is anything missing, Miss Boulanger?
I have not looked.
Well, do that little thing. And, Miss Boulanger, the next time you find that you're stuck in here, just open the lock and walk out. Okay, folks, time has come to stop playing games.
What kind of games?
The game where one hand washes the other. Now, since you've got seniority, Professor, we'll start with you.
What kind of a game could I possibly be playing?
Well, as a professor, you're a great show. As a poker player, you're stupid.
Oh, really?
You don't know how to bluff. Remember how you insisted that spear point Wiley took from the shed had to be radioactive? Well, you were lying.
How dare you?
When it comes to the truth, Professor, I'm very daring. That spear point was in perfect condition. If it had been dated, a piece of it would have had to be missing.
How could you know that?
What do you think they teach us at the police academy? Home economics? Now, putting it simply, the less carbon-14 in an object, the older it is, right?
That is correct.
And the older, the more valuable.
Sure, that's what we're here for, to find evidence leading back to the first human being in America.
And when you can't find it? Well, then you can fake it, can't you?
What do you mean, Detective?
There's no dating equipment in that shed.
You are preposterous.
Wait till you hear how preposterous I really am. Only 2 people have been allowed in that shed. You and Miss Boulanger.
Yes, those are the rules.
Well, a certain friend of mine broke those rules. Senor Tepex Pan, if you please.
Thank you. How about that?
Now, if you'll just get rid of those tired handlebars from under your nose.
Glad to. They sure itch. Wiley.
Monsieur.
The one who asked me questions about Edith.
Right. And he got into that shed not to take things, but to return them. Didn't you, Wiley?
I sure did.
But, what did you take that had to be put back?
That old spear point and the nozzle on that machine.
The head? The bombarding head?
And I took them both to Tucson to have the experts there take a look at them.
And they confirmed my best suspicions. Professor Wilkerson, you and Miss Boulanger were faking your specimens, making them older.
That's one accusation I won't buy.
You can always return it for credit when I open that department. Meanwhile, you were bombarding those specimens repeatedly, trying to get them to date more than 50,000 years.
Professor, did you do that? I just can't believe it.
Why not, Trumbull? You invented the machine.
Well, only by accident. It was a fluke.
And you told your esteemed professor about that fluke, and he told you to keep it under wraps.
Yes, I did keep it under wraps. I never wrote a paper.
Well, how'd they know about it in Tucson?
Well, I sent them a report, but only for their opinion.
Trumbull, you're a damn fool.
You know, Professor, you're just plain not nice. Here we girls spend fortunes trying to keep young, while you try to make a fortune aging us. Which brings me to Edith Rogers. Of those present, only Wilkerson, Trumbull, and Miss Boulanger knew how to operate that machine.
They ought to be arrested at once.
You'd like that, Miss Lathrop, wouldn't you? It leaves your hands clean, so to speak.
Now, listen, Detective, I had no reason.
Getting her pregnant and being blackmailed to marry her isn't a reason? Come off, Professor.
He did? The professor?
Surprised, aren't you, Miss Lathrop?
But why would I want to hurt that Edith Rogers?
You knew she had something on the professor, else she wouldn't have been here. But when you heard about the wedding ring, you thought you just might lose not only your professor, but more importantly, that machine.
I'm sorry. What's going on here? I'm all along.
So am I, Trumbull, when it comes to you. I can't figure what you had to do with all this.
Well, he may not be that innocent. He did try and make time with Edith Rogers until she dumped him.
Well, that's not true, Susan.
You're calling me a liar? I think you and your 2 pals are all to blame for that girl's death. You all deserve to be murdered.
And this time, Miss Lathrop, you'd do it properly, wouldn't you?
What are you talking about?
Trumbull, did you ever tell Susan here about the machine?
Well, yes, sort of, but not how to work it. I hadn't finished it then.
But she was smart enough to know how it could be used.
You're just guessing.
True. But then came the monkey wrench. Trumbull began dating Edith Rogers.
I didn't care.
Not until she bought that wedding band. Now, why would that girl buy her own ring? You know why. Because no woman would go to a doctor for that kind of an examination without the necessary decoration on her finger.
What's that to do with me?
While Janine thought it was the professor, you thought it was Jimmy Trumbull, who might be the father. First, you threatened Edith Rogers. But when Jimmy tried seeing her again, you took no chances of ever losing that machine, and you just removed her from the scene.
You're crazy.
Not crazy enough to use a machine I knew nothing about, because that's what you did. You know your biggest mistake was in tying Edith Rogers' hands over her head before opening that machine full blast. Those hands were protected by the lead shield over her head.
Of course. Only the lead shield could have saved those hands, kept them from dating back.
The result? A 2,500-year-old skeleton with Edith Rogers' hands.
Okay, Detective. Who saw me? Where's your proof?
Yours were the only fingerprints found on the bombarding head Wiley took to Tucson.
Susan, you didn't work that machine without gloves, without protection.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh, good Lord. You didn't.
What are you saying?
Oh, no. Your body's probably got more than 600 radioactive units in it right now.
You're trying to scare me. It's not true.
Susan, 400 units are fatal.
Help me. Someone help me. Or I die. Help me. Help.
Obviously, Miss Susan Lathrop got a dose of the same medicine she gave Edith Rogers. Except in her case, its effects will be much slower and very much more painful. Sad. Very sad. But it will save the state a great deal of money. I'll be back shortly.
Well, it's all right to tell one lie, isn't it?
You can't.
Then how about lying just a little bit?
Not a little bit.
You mean you can never lie?
Never.
Well, why not?
Because when you tell a lie,
Yeah.
it gets dark inside your heart.
You mean that just one lie will make your heart dark?
It makes you sad, too.
Oh, then what should you do if you tell a lie?
Well, you just say I'm sorry.
And then what?
Then the light goes inside your heart.
Oh, the light goes on?
Yeah.
Oh, the light doesn't really go on in your heart, does it?
Yes, it does.
Well, how do you know?
Because the light in your heart will shine in your eyes.
Oh.
And then you'll be happy.
I wonder why people tell lies.
I wonder why, too.
From the Franciscans, with love.
Here's a little thought to take to sleep with you. Never indulge in excesses. Eat moderately, drink moderately, and murder moderately. Our cast included Louise Larrabee, Mason Adams, Ralph Bell, Corinne Orr, Ann Costello, and Christopher Tabori. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
I saw the glowing tips of 2 flipped cigarettes. And then...
Kiss me, Richard.
I'm crazy about you. Stop it! Stop it!
Tom!
What are you... Marianne, go inside. Go inside, I tell you. Now, wait a minute.
Why? If you have anything to say, you can say it here in front of Richard.
Go inside.
Let go of my
Now,
arm.
listen, you leave her alone. Let go of her. He broke my grip on her arm and pushed me away. His shove made me slip to my knees. I came up swinging at his face and missed. He pinned my arms from behind.
What's the matter with you? Are you crazy?
I broke out of his grip, stepped back from him, and fell across the shovel. I grabbed the handle, jumped up.
No!
And swung at Emery. Too late for me to stop the swing.
No!
As she rushed in between us, the sharp edge of the shovel hit her in the back of the head. I stood there, holding the shovel, unable to move.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent Z for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent Z reporting for duty.
Agent Z, I have an unusual assignment for you. You are to accompany a certain high-ranking official on a secret mission to the Far East. Adjoining cabins have been reserved aboard the Empress of the East. A separate stateroom has been provided for Miss Norwood. The diplomat will travel under the name of John Mason. You sail tonight. Your sole duty is to see that the official arrives safely. Here are the tickets. Report to me by ship-to-shore telephone if anything unusual occurs.
That evening, Agent Z and Pat watched as passengers boarded the great liner that was to carry them to the Orient. They stood on the freight deck and watched from the shadows through a cargo door so they couldn't be seen. Sailing time approached. They'd seen nothing suspicious.
Everyone's aboard, Z. I haven't seen anyone who looks suspicious. Certainly no one who's on our wanted list.
No, that's true, Pat. But don't forget, the photographs of wanted spies in our files contain few Orientals.
You expect an Oriental? Z?
Yes?
What is this all about? Who is the man traveling under the name of John Mason?
I didn't ask questions, Pat.
You mean you don't know?
I haven't met him yet. I suspect that he's traveling east in connection with the lending of a large sum of money to a certain government. However, that's none of our business, Pat. To us, he's John Mason. Our only duty is to see that he arrives safely.
They're pulling in the gangplank.
Yes, it's time for us to go to our cabins. I want to meet the man I'm traveling with. Well, Pat, here's where we separate.
What do you mean, Z?
For the time being, we're to be strangers. We won't be seen together aboard ship. I'll send my instructions to you. Keep your eyes open.
But, Z, we watched everyone come aboard. We won't have any trouble.
I'm not so sure, Pat. Now, let's go to our cabins.
As the great ship left the harbor, the passengers prepared for their long trip. On deck, a small man called for a deck chair.
Steward, bring me a deck chair. Place it here by the companionway.
At once, Excellency.
Is he aboard?
Yes, Excellency. Cabins 14 and 15. A deck.
Good. Thank you.
Excellency, there are 2 who travel with him. A man occupies cabin 14. There is also a girl. She is in A deck 21.
You are sure?
Yes. They watch the passengers board from the cargo deck.
Then they will be taken care of. That is all, steward. Thank you.
That evening, Agent Z and the man he guarded, John Mason, dined alone in the latter's cabin. As the man who served them cleared the table and left them to bring the coffee, Agent Z spoke.
Mr. Mason, while we're alone, there are several requests I want to make.
I am in your hands, Agent Z.
Well, for the first few days, I don't want you to go on deck alone. It has been arranged for the captain to introduce you to Miss Norwood this evening. She and I will never be seen together, but you're to be with one or the other of us whenever you are out of your cabin.
If Miss Norwood is the young lady in 21, being with her will be a pleasant experience. But isn't it usually the man who protects the lady?
Miss Norwood is as efficient as she is decorative, Mr. Mason. Here's our coffee.
Will that be all, gentlemen?
Yes. You may go now.
Thank you.
I don't like the way that fellow looks at me. Oh, this coffee's bitter. I don't like it.
It is a little strong.
I can't drink that stuff. I'll have tea later. I say, what are you doing over there at the drain?
Oh, nothing. Our waiter failed to leave finger bowls. Oh, I'm sleepy. It must be the sea air. I'm a bit tired myself.
Odd. So early?
Perhaps it would do us both good if we slept for an hour or so before we go on deck.
Good idea. I was about to suggest it.
Well, I'm going to my cabin. Oh. I'll see you in an hour or so.
Call me before you dress for the evening.
Yes, I will.
Drug has worked. They both sleep.
Good. You will stand guard here in the passageway. If anyone comes this way, knock on the door as if you had been called.
An hour later, the Oriental, faultlessly dressed, mingled with the other passengers in the main saloon. At his request, he was presented to Miss Norwood by the captain. The two talked at a quiet table.
You travel alone, Miss Norwood?
Yes, I'm all alone this trip. I'm to meet my father in Shanghai. He's been traveling in the South Sea.
So, well, I hope you will do me the honor of talking to me often.
You travel for pleasure, Mr. Matsumoto?
Yes, I have been in England and on the continent for several months. However, there is a little pleasure in being alone on such a long voyage as this. I'm glad to find my fellow passengers so charming. Pardon me. I believe my steward is looking for me. I expect a message. Over here, steward. Your pardon, Miss Norwood.
Of course.
Excellency, there is someone in your cabin. I saw them enter.
Who is it?
I don't know. I only saw their back.
Go below at once. Wait for me. I'll come down immediately.
The Oriental made his apologies to Pat and went below. A moment later, Pat followed him. Below, he let himself into his cabin.
Have your gun ready when I open the door.
There is no one here.
Wait. All right. Wait for me outside.
But, Excellency, I'm sure I saw someone enter.
He left when you came on deck to warn me. Close the door and wait. I must see if the papers are safe.
Don't attempt to move, Matsumo.
What are you doing here?
I think you know. Mr. Mason drank some of your drugged coffee. I poured mine down the drain. I saw you steal the papers and bring them here. I knew that if I hid behind your shower curtain, you'd show me where you had them. I'll take them.
Steward.
It'll do no good to call for help from your steward. Unless I'm mistaken, Miss Norwood already has placed him under arrest outside. Well, Pat?
I have the steward, Z.
Good, Pat. Matsumo, this ship is under the British flag. I have the authority to place you under arrest as a spy.
Z, he swallowed something.
Quick, the telephone, Pat. Send for the ship's surgeon.
Yes.
That will not be necessary. The drug I took is powerful. In my country, an officer who has failed his superior prefers death.
An attempt was made to steal the papers carried by John Mason. It failed. One man is dead. Another, a steward, is under arrest. I'm convinced there's no more danger before we reach our destination. I'll call you from Shanghai.
Tension grows in the East. The spies of many great powers are matching wits. Another account of Agent Z's activities in the East will be heard soon. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
And in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. What have you got there, Chester?
Half bug, half kid, Mr. Dillon. I'll smack you flat on the
Hold
way.
it now.
You don't stop that kid.
Now hold it. You want me to take a strap to you? Now hold it.
You best lock him up somewhere, Mr. Dillon. It's safer that way.
All right, Chester, just calm down. Now you come over here, son. Sit down. Come on.
Look out, Mr. Dillon. He's got hold of your gun.
Okay. Now you sit there. And don't you move an inch. You hear me? Not 1 inch.
He is a mean little bug.
Now what's it all about, Chester? What's he done?
I ain't done nothing.
Now you hush your mean little face. This here place is the law, and you're talking
What's
to the
he
marshal.
done, Chester?
I ain't done nothing.
There, you hear that, Mr.
Chester?
Dillon? Yes, sir. Well, sir, I don't rightly know what he's done.
That's what I told you. I ain't done nothing.
Mr. Dillon, I was walking down to the office when I see this kid. I know most all the sprouts in town, but not him, so I says, hello, and he starts running.
That's what he did?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you brought him in here?
I sure did, Mr. Dillon. I figured if a kid runs away from me for doing nothing, then he's been up to something, so he must have done something. You know what I mean?
No. Now, what's your name, son?
I ain't done nothing.
All right. Now, what's your name?
I ain't saying.
There, you see what I mean, Mr. Dillon? Just plain, ornery, mischievous.
You live here in Dodge?
I ain't saying.
All right. Well, he's probably a runaway, Chester. I guess we'll have to lock him up until somebody comes looking for him, huh?
Best thing in this whole wide world to do, Mr. Dillon. Just look at where he gnawed my thumb. Best thing to do. Come on,
you. You ain't gonna lock me up?
Have you got a better idea? We got to do something with you.
Let me be on my way.
Well, where do you live?
About 4 miles out.
Oh. Oh, sure. I know you. You're the Macklin kid.
No, I ain't. I'm Danny Birch, but I ain't saying.
There, I knew he wasn't town kid. I just knew that, Mr. Dillon. What did I tell you?
Nothing. Now, if you'll just close up a minute, Chester, we can get this settled, and Danny can go on his way. Now, you say you haven't done anything wrong, son?
No.
Your ma know you're in Dodge this morning?
Guess so.
All your chores done before you came?
No.
Well, maybe you better go on back then, huh? Your ma might be kind of worried.
Guess so.
You, got a horse?
Yeah.
Okay. So long. And take it easy.
I can go now?
Sure. Go ahead, Danny.
You're Marshal Dillon, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I guess I come to Dodge to fetch you. My sister sent me.
Oh?
I wasn't going to, but I got to now because I promised Lily. She made me swear on Rattler's buttons, and I figure if I didn't see you, I wouldn't be telling no lie if I told her you wasn't around. But now I seen you.
No, hold on. Your sister wants me to come out with you to your place, is that it?
Yeah.
Why?
On account of Pa. None of us gives a hoot excepting Sister Lily, and she's just acting like a girl.
Oh, what's happened to your pa?
He's gone off again, shooting up the cattle. Thing is, he took 2 guns with him this time and a whole mess of bullets. Lily's just scared.
Your pa been drinking a little, maybe?
I guess. Anyhow, he goes loco and stays that way for a long while. But it's like Dave and Donald say. He'll get over it. He always does. They're my brothers, Dave and Donald.
They ain't worrying.
Uh-huh. Hey, you want me to go out with you to help find him? Is that it?
I don't want it. Lily does. And I just swear on rattler buttons that I'd fetch her.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's good that you did. Chester, get your stuff, will you? We'll ride out with Danny. I didn't get anything more out of the boy on the way out to the Birch place. No one in town knew much about the family. They'd moved in about a year earlier, came up from the territories. The folks about said Birch and his brood kept pretty much to themselves. There'd never been any trouble with anybody. I looked at the boy riding his horse bareback. He was nice looking enough, but there was something the matter with his mouth. It was too hard. You could tell he wasn't a kid who did much smiling. Maybe with his paw acting that way, I didn't blame him. He sure rode his horse proud, though. It was hot and dry, and by the time we were in sight of the Birch place, the sun was burning down hard.
Oh. That'd be Donald, I figure. Yeah, there he is.
Kid, get off on that horse and get over here. You're going to get yourself a licking.
Lily made me go. It's not my fault.
Do as I say. Now, you, mister.
The name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. Your brother asked me to come out and help.
Don't need no help. Shut up, Ham. Nothing to help with. Danny, you heard. Put the horse away and get in the house.
You ain't giving me no licking.
Put up your gun. I'm coming over to talk. Come on, Chester. It's against the law to shoot a man in cold blood. You know that?
Shucks, I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at a rabbit up in the rise there. Your horse has scared it away.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, what about your paw?
What about him?
Have you found him?
Shucks, he don't need to be firing. He'll come back when he's good and ready. Pa's off hunting.
That's not what your brother says. Where'd he go?
Oh, he's going to get himself a licking, that's what, and he knows it. Got himself away, that's what.
Donald, that's your name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm not one to interfere in family matters, but if you do need help, I mean, if your paw's shooting up cattle like Danny says, well, maybe he'll be practicing next on people, and that wouldn't be so good.
That brother of ours, he's a dirty little liar.
No, he's not, Donald.
I'm glad you came, Marshal. You come into the house, please?
Chester and I followed the girl into the house. I knew it was the sister Lily. All the family I'd seen up to then had a great likeness to each other. Donald slouched in behind us and moved around the room nervous-like. It wasn't by rights a house, and it was too big for a cabin. I had the feeling that they'd put up boards and studs where the fancy took them, and the place just grew another room like a lizard's new tail. I don't know what it was, but I got a funny feeling. It was too hot, and something was wrong. All wrong. And the girl Lily looked square at me with hard eyes.
Donald.
Huh?
Sit down. You make me nervous.
Oh, sure.
Marshal Dillon, I want you to help us find Paul.
Oh, Lily, Dave's going to be awful mad.
Somebody's got to do something around here.
Did your paw take a horse?
No.
Oh, where do you think he went, Miss Lily?
I don't know. Maybe up to Horse Flats. Maybe over by Gorman's Creek.
Creek's all dried up. There's got to be no water in there.
Did he take a water skin with him?
Uh-uh.
No, he didn't.
Kind of bad wandering around without no water.
When did he leave?
Yesterday morning. We heard a couple of shots along about noon. Dave found a calf laying dead over in the North Range. You can see it there through the window. Haven't had time to bring it in yet.
Was he drunk?
Well, sure. Drunk as you can get. Weren't you, Lily?
I'm afeard for him, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it makes good sense you sent for me. Well, I'll try and find him and bring him back.
Well, I ain't gonna do no such thing. You that Marshal fella out of Doc?
This is Marshal Dillon, Dave. My brother, Dave Birch.
How are you?
I told you, Lily. Told you keep our business to us, not outside.
It's got to be somebody else's business the way it is, Dave. And you know it.
No such thing, Lily. I told her, Dave. I told her. I knew you was going to be mad.
I figure the four of us, you and your brother here, and Chester and me, ought to be able to get him in before night.
Now, mister, I told you we don't need you. Nor no one else. I'll be obliged you get off this property.
Dave!
Shut up, Lily. I'll see you and your fella there to the door, Marshal.
I'm sorry, but if your paw's running around dangerous, it's my duty to find him.
Donald.
I got him. Get up slow, Marshal. And you, fella, reach up high. Okay, Dave. Take the guns.
The younger brother, Donald, had got behind my chair, and now he was covering us with a shotgun. Dave took our guns. It was kind of crazy, and I almost wanted to laugh when I saw the kid, Danny, peeking in around the door. But then I saw his eyes, and there was the same thing in them. Hard, angry, as in the others. The girl started to say something. Then she shut up.
Now get on your horses and ride back. And I don't want you out here again. This ain't no matter for the law, and you're trespassing.
You're making it a matter for the law right now. You know that.
Start walking.
Them guns is U.S. property.
Okay. I ain't no thief. Here, bullets I'm keeping. Figure they're worth about 2 bits. Donald, give him 2 bits.
Sure. Here.
All right, now here's your guns. Now get out fast. You come snooping back again, me and my brother's going to be shooting at you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, for centuries, arthritis and rheumatism have plagued mankind. And it's only in the last few years that science has begun to find hopeful avenues to explore toward relief and cure. The Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation, established in 1948, holds a yearly drive to obtain funds for yet more concentrated research. A contribution to this year's drive, sent simply Arthritis, in care of your local postmaster, will help this fine work to continue for the eventual benefit of everyone. And now for the second act of Gunsmoke. The two brothers followed us out and over to the horses. As hot as it was in the house, it was worse in the open. The saddles were burning. There wasn't another word passed between the Birch boys and me. They just stood covering us. And when I looked back 100 yards or more off, they were still there.
Well, sir, that's what comes of trying to do a kindness, Mr. Dillon. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve whatever happens.
I can't make it out, Chester. You'd think from the way they talk they don't care what happens to their paw.
Mean bunch of children. They probably don't. My, Mr. Dillon, you ain't even riled they pulled guns on us.
I guess I'm not, Chester. You know, there's something awful wrong back there. Those boys don't look the kind to pull a gun. And the girl wanted to talk, all right, but they wouldn't let her.
Just mean, that's all.
Oh.
You aim to go back, Mr. Dillon?
It's like I said, Chester, if it's just a family affair, you and me don't belong in it. But if the old man's as drunk as he sounds, he could make a lot of trouble. No, we're not going back right now. We're going to have a look around this country for a spell. Chester and me covered a lot of ground that morning and into the afternoon. I had an idea that we might find Birch wherever we could find water. Without a horse, he couldn't get too far, and without water, he was going to get sick pretty quick. We rode over by Gorman's Creek, and then up to Horse Flats, and there was nothing. Along about 2 in the afternoon, Chester spotted a carcass lying off the trail. It was a cow. She'd been shot 3 times in the head.
Could have happened this morning or yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Hard to tell in this weather. Oh.
Well, the ground's too dry to pick up a track. Might as well take a chance and go over to the hills.
Yeah, might be water there. Boy, I could do with some right this very minute.
Oh, I got a funny taste in my mouth looking at that dead cow. When a thing dies natural or gets killed for food, that's one thing, but even an animal has a look about it when it's been murdered. We rode the 6 miles to the hills. They weren't rightly hills, maybe more like humps rising up from the brown, dry earth. And we could get a good view across the plain. There was a patch or two of wild oats up there, long turned to rust, and foxtails. Maybe it was in our minds, but just those few feet higher made us seem closer to the sun and hotter. You ought to be able to see if he's out there anywhere.
Mr. Dillon, he'd be dead if he was. Man couldn't live a morning out there on foot.
Well, I don't think he's going to find water up here. Now, look at that.
Dry as a bone. You see something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, tracks, I think. Yeah, he's been up here. I went down again, though. Over there.
He sure made a long way on foot. Must be more than 8 miles from his place.
Yeah.
Oh, you darn fool.
Rattler.
Yeah, I saw. Blew his head clean off. I was afraid you was going to step on him.
Well, we'll follow the tracks until they give out. Come on. Those tracks kept going in and around the hills. In a couple of places we saw where they'd stopped by a dry water hole, then went on. Then as the hills sloped down to the plain again, we lost them. But the direction seemed to be headed back to the Birch place. That's the way we rode. We hadn't gone more than 15 minutes along when we saw the body of a man and a horse some few feet away. They were both dead.
He wanted to make sure, didn't he, Mr. Dillon? Birch must have emptied his gun. Look at that.
Isn't it Jack Mason, one of old man Gorman's hands?
Yes, sir. That's who 'tis right enough. Nice fella, too. I knew him a bit.
Get him on your horse, will you, Chester, and take him over to Mr. Gorman.
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I'm going to go back to the Birch place.
I'd rather come with you, Mr. Dillon.
No, meet me there, huh?
Yes, sir.
And if you see Birch on the way, watch your step. Try not to kill him. But don't take any chances.
No, sir, I surely won't.
There was killing now, and I wasn't in the mood to talk gentle and kind with the sons and girl at the house. It was the boy Danny that saw me first. He was sitting on the doorstep. He ran inside. And a second later, I saw Dave come out with a shotgun. I didn't give him a chance to make up his mind.
Dave! What did you shoot my brother for? What happened to
Shut up, kid. Get inside. Ain't nothing.
your arms?
Get inside now, you hear me?
I'm sorry, but I'm not arguing with you anymore. Where's your paw?
I don't know.
He killed a man back on the plane away.
You're a liar.
Told you get in the house, kid. Now get.
I'm staying. He's a liar. Paul never killed nobody.
Where's Donald and your sister?
Outlook. Mr. Did he? Did he kill someone?
Yeah. Jack Mason, one of Gorman's boys.
Don't you say that. Don't you say
Danny, get me some whiskey, will you? My arm pains.
Yeah, I will. But you ain't gonna tell no lies about my Paul. You tell him to quit, Dave.
Where do you think he is?
Donald Hurst shot up Horse Flats when they'd gone up there.
And he must have doubled back from the hills. Listen, you told the boy to ride into town and fetch the doc out here. He'll take care of that arm.
Okay.
When my deputy rides in, Chester Proudfoot, tell him where I've gone, will you?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah.
Marshal, you gonna kill our Paul?
I don't want to. Not if I can help it. Over at Horse Flats, I caught up with Donald and Lily Birch. I told them about the killing. And a half mile further on, the three of us saw the old man. He was crouched down on his haunches by a parched water hole, stripped naked. He was crying. It was a bad sound. And when I saw his eyes, I knew he wasn't drunk. There was no sign of his guns or his clothes.
Come on, Paul. It's okay. It's Donald. You're okay, Pa. Come on, home. Come on, Pa, please.
I knew it would happen like this. Someday. I knew it would. Boys figured it'd be shame on us all. Word got out Pa had spells.
Your brothers were wrong.
Pa, please, will you? Pa. Come on.
It was all right till after Ma died. And he started to act this way. That's why we had to leave our last place. People found out. Try to keep him home, but it weren't no good.
Give your old Pa a cup of water. And your Pa's thirsty now. Come on, Pa. Get up. We're going to bed.
Funny. Pa never took a drink in his life. We always said he was drunk when he carried on like this. People could figure a man drunk.
I'm sorry, Miss Lily, but I'm going to have to take him in. I got to.
Well, they do, too.
I don't know. But he's done murder. It's my job to take him in.
They'll hang you.
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Son, where's your brother? He didn't want to let you come out here alone. You're too young now. Where's your ma? She ought to know better now.
Miss Lily, come over here.
Oh, no, son.
Now, I want you to listen to me. It's not my business, but will you let me give you some advice? Miss Lily?
Huh?
Now, you sell this place. I'll see what I can do to help. And you and your brothers go somewhere else and start afresh. You can get a good price for your land. You do that. It's best.
Yeah. We'll go.
I'm not saying you've got to. I'm saying it'd be better. It'd be better for the kid. He's seen too much of this. It's not good. You gotta teach him to smile again. Act like a kid again. You understand? You understand?
Sure. I understand.
Okay. I'll be taking him along now. We'll stop off at your place for some clothes.
All right.
We took the old man back to his place. Got him dressed. His children said goodbye to him like they knew that they'd never see him again. Like there was no hope. Chester rode in, and the old man seemed real happy to go back with us to Dodge. He didn't know. He didn't care. On the way, we passed the Doc and Danny riding out to take care of Dave's arm. It's a funny thing, the old man didn't even see the kid. He was prattling to us about the Indian Wars. The last I saw of Danny Birch, he was looking back over his shoulder at his paw. And we heard him still crying a long way off.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals as Danny and Michael Ann Barrett as Lily, with Lee Millar, John Boehner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The New York Philharmonic celebrates its 110th birthday tomorrow, and in observance, there will be a repeat performance of Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. This work was featured on the first Philharmonic broadcast over 100 years ago. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Before I was a private detective, I was a cop. Homicide. Working out of the 5th Precinct. Homicide means murder. And there are a lot more murders committed in a big city than you'd think. More than make the headlines in the newspapers. And for everyone, there's the same impersonal routine, the same hard work, the same check and double check. With every cop in or out of uniform doing his best to put the case in the closed file. But there's one kind of murder that will really tear the department to pieces. And that's when a cop is killed in line of duty.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If your husband's dead and you pull the trigger, Diamond will help, but the fee is bigger. Hello?
Oh, Rick, what can I say?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, no, that's nice. Now try Hello, Rick.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, dandy. Call back tomorrow and we'll start on Hello, Rick. This is Helen.
You idiot.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
What's doing?
Oh, I was just a little lonesome. Wanted to know if you were coming by tonight.
Oh, you know it. Should be there around 8. How about a little...
Hey, Rick, what's that siren? Is there a fire?
Could be. Sounds like it's pulling right up here in front of my building. Wait a minute. I'll open the window.
Now, Rick, if there's a fire, you get right out of there.
Honey, if this building caught on fire, I'd be Mr. Confronting of 1950.
Well, what is it?
Ambulance.
Oh.
Oh, and here comes a prowl car. Must be a traffic accident or something.
Well, thank goodness.
Well, somebody probably playing in the traffic.
Oh, Rick.
Okay. Some guy forgot to step down getting into his new Hudson. You know, I make remarks like that. I'm not trying to be... Oh, wait a minute. No combination, friend. Just turn the little old knob and push.
Who is it?
Somebody at the door. Well, Pop.
What?
Pop Scholes.
Oh, the nice old blind man who sells pencils on the corner.
Yeah. Hello, Pop.
Please, Mr. Diamond, I've got to talk to you. I ain't got much time.
What does he want, Rick?
Oh, to talk to me. I'll call you back, dear. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, Pop. Not at all. What can I do for you?
I can't stay long. I have to hurry, but I was wondering if you'd come to my place later on. It's pretty important.
How important, Pop?
I can't explain now, but I got a big trouble. I sure could use some help for old time's sake. Huh?
Sure, for old time's sake. Where do you live, Pop?
A little shack on the waterfront, end of River Street, 622 and a half.
When do you want me to come down?
About an hour. I got to be going now.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, Pop. Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks. I could make it with this stick, but it takes time. I ain't got a lot of that.
Ah, there you are, Pop. See you in an hour.
Thanks, Mr. Diamond.
Name's Rick.
Okay. See you in an hour, Rick.
Asher's residence.
Oh, hello, Francis. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll call Miss Asher right away.
Thank you.
Rick.
What? Oh, Walt.
Mind if I sit down?
No. What are you doing down here?
Hello, Rick.
Hold the phone, honey.
Came down on a homicide.
Homicide? Oh, that squad car right in front of the...
Right in front of your building, yes. Shooting.
Well, what are you doing up here?
I done all I could down there.
Rick.
Just a minute, baby.
Thought you might want to hear about it. Bill Walton.
What?
Friend of yours, wasn't he?
Yeah, darn good one.
Hello, Rick.
Somebody put 3 slugs in him.
Rick, I can hear somebody talking. What's going on?
Oh, I'll call you back, baby.
What?
Helen?
Yeah. You know, I worked with Bill on robbery for 3 years. Got any idea who did it?
He left the robbery detail 2 years ago. Been with the narcotics division. Haven't checked with them yet, but he might have been working on something. Might give us a lead. You want to go down to the station with me?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay. I've got some witnesses to the shooting. They'll be down there for statements.
Bill's got a wife and 3 kids.
Yeah. Well, aren't you going to lock the office?
For what? Even the termites gag on the furniture. Let's go. Well, that's the way a quiet day could work itself into a lot of trouble. And like always, if trouble's around, yours truly's bound to get a chunk of it. Walt and I went downstairs, climbed into the prowl car, and 10 minutes later we were walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. The first thing I saw was the zoo's best argument for not taking in boarders.
Lieutenant, I got statements from all the witnesses. You want to talk to them?
No, he thought he'd read their palms, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, what did you have to bring the shamus along for?
Just relax, Otis. And Rick, you lay off here.
Well, I wouldn't needle him if he'd just stopped that terrible habit.
What habit?
Living.
Oh. Come on, Rick.
Oh, look at that wall. 4 heads, and they all need haircuts.
Come on, Rick, come on. This is a swell time to make jokes.
Can you think of a better time?
Okay. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Send in the first one. Then check with narcotics and see what Bill Walton was working on.
Right.
Boy, I hate things like this.
What about his family?
Oh, I know all of them. I guess I'll have to go over and tell them.
First one, Lieutenant. Arthur Phillips. Go on in.
Come in, Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
Have a chair.
Yes, okay. Look, I don't know much about this thing. I was
Mr. Diamond,
just on...
Mr. Phillips.
How are you?
How do you do? As I was saying,
You
I don't...
saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I saw it. It all happened so fast that I don't think I can really be...
What were you doing when you saw the killing, Mr. Phillips?
Walking. But I didn't see...
Walking where, Mr. Phillips?
Up the street to my office. Oh, look, I gave your sergeant my statement. You'll find it all
What's
in
your
order.
business, Mr. Phillips?
Insurance. Liberty Insurance Company, 41st and Broadway.
You saw Officer Walton killed?
I saw a man, his name, I didn't know he was killed.
You heard the shots?
Well, yes, but it was all so fast.
Just what did you see?
Well, like I said, I was walking down the street.
To work?
Yes, Liberty Insurance
We've
Company.
got that.
Oh, yes.
You were walking?
Yes, and I heard this noise.
The shots?
Yes, but I didn't know it at the time. It was just a loud noise, but it made me jump, and I looked.
You just jumped, Mr. Phillips?
Yes. Well, then I saw this guy grab his stomach and fall flat on his face, and then I saw the guy with the gun.
What did the guy with the gun look like, Mr. Phillips?
Well, it all happened so fast.
Sergeant Otis showed you our rogues gallery. Did you see anybody who looked like him?
No. I didn't see anybody that looked like him. I didn't get a good look at his face.
How tall was he?
Tall.
Like 6 feet?
Yes, or close.
What was he wearing, Mr. Phillips?
Brown suit and hat, brown hat.
Stocky? Well built?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Phillips?
No,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
all.
Phillips. We may want to talk to you again. Don't leave town on a business trip or anything.
Oh, I can go?
Good day, Mr. Phillips. Thank you again.
Oh, anytime. Oh, if you ever need any insurance, Lieutenant.
Liberty Insurance Company. Yeah, I'll remember.
Yeah, well, so long.
Cigarette?
Thanks. We still work pretty well together, Rick. Why don't you come back on the force?
Lieutenant.
There's your answer, Walt.
What is it, Hammerhead?
Well, I went over and talked to Fisher. He told me Bill Walton was working on a narcotics case, but he had no leads. Stuff's been flooding the city.
Bill must have picked up a lead and got shot for it.
Well, that's all, Otis.
Fisher doesn't know anything else. Walton just started on the job.
You got some more witnesses?
Yeah, a lady, Mrs. Margaret Walker. Okay, you can come in.
Thank you. Come in, Mrs. Walker. Take a chair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. This is Mr. Diamond, Mrs. Walker.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Walker?
Do you work, Mrs. Walker?
All the time. I'm a housewife.
You saw the officer killed?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know it was an officer. He wasn't in uniform, you know.
Would you mind telling us just exactly what you saw?
Well, it all happened so fast. I was standing on the corner and just...
What corner, Mrs. Walker?
Why, the corner where the poor man got shot, of course. 51st and Broadway.
Just standing, Mrs. Walker?
Young man, the traffic was very heavy. I was waiting for the signal.
Sorry.
I just want you to understand, I don't usually just stand around on street corners.
Go ahead, Mrs. Walker.
Well, I was standing there, and I noticed an old man selling pencils.
An old man?
Yes, he was blind.
Hey, Pop Scholes did time about 15 years ago for peddling junk.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
I don't know what all this talk is about, but if you don't want to hear my story,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Walker. Of course we want to hear your story. Please go ahead.
Look, Walt, I just remembered something. I was supposed to see a client in an hour, and the hour's just about up.
What?
I'm sorry, Walt, but this is business.
Now, you wait a minute.
I'll talk to you later.
Well, I never...
Now, that's only because you don't have any friends named Diamond. All right, Mrs. Walker. Go on with your story.
I went out of that station like Noor in the stretch. The minute the little old lady had mentioned a blind beggar, I remembered Pop Scholes in my office, and I grew the biggest hunch of my career. Something had really been bothering Pop, and a cop killing could have been it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of an old weather-beaten shack at the end of River Street.
Who is it?
Diamond.
Oh, wait a second.
Am I late?
Look, Mr. Diamond.
Rick.
Yeah. Look, Rick, I'm sorry you came all the way down here, but, well,
You wanted some help, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did.
You did. Well, you could at least ask me in.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, but you see, I don't need no help now.
No? Well, you seemed pretty worried about something when you came up to my office an hour ago.
I was, but it's all straightened out now.
Well, that right? Hey, I didn't know you smoked cigars, Pop.
What?
One in your ashtray here. Pretty expensive for you, Pop.
Oh, well, you see, I kind of splurge now and then.
Come on, Pop. Somebody been here and changed your mind about talking to me?
No, that's my cigar. What makes you say a thing like that?
There was a cop killed right in front of you today, Pop, a good friend of mine.
What's that got to do with me? I'm going straight.
He was after somebody who's been peddling junk.
I don't touch the stuff anymore. I don't go near it.
Don't you, Pop?
No, I put it down 15 years ago.
You did time for it, too.
Sure, and lost my eyes in stir. You think I want to go back to that? You think I'm a fool? There's a car pulling up out in front.
That should be the law.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't.
Better tell me quick. Who's throwing his weight around, Pop?
I had nothing to do with that cop killing. I'm clean. You can't prove a thing.
Come on, open up. It's the police.
You're sure you don't want to tell me anything?
No, I got nothing to tell.
Busted in, Pop.
Come on in. It's open.
Okay, Pop, you're coming.
I might have known it. Why didn't you wait for me, Rick?
Oh, believe me, Walt, I had an appointment with Pop.
That's right, Lieutenant. He did.
Oh, sure. Talk over old times, huh? Otis, take Pop out to the car.
Come on, Pop.
Sorry I got you in trouble, Rick.
Forget it.
Ah, just what have you two been stewing up? What did he tell you?
He was showing me how to throw darts in the dark.
Oh, that's a pretty bad one.
Yeah. What did Mrs. Walker tell you about Pop?
I don't know why I should tell you.
Well, don't be so grouchy. I've just been trying to find the guy who killed Bill. Pop's had it pretty tough already. I thought maybe I could make it easier than having you third degree him all over the office.
Well, you sound like I'm going to use a hose on him.
But the way you're burning up, you'll probably hit him with Sergeant Otis. No, I'm going home.
Now, wait a minute.
What for? To watch you blow up like Old Faithful?
Mrs. Walker told me she saw some guy walk up to Pop like he was going to buy some pencils. Then another man busted through the crowd. That was Bill. Grabbed this guy with Pop. The guy pulled a gun and shot Bill, and then he beat it.
Did Mrs. Walker give you a description of the killer?
Sure. Short, dark, just the opposite of the one the insurance man gave us. The only thing that fits, they both said the killer wore a hat.
Oh, dandy.
Where are you going?
No, back to my office. Pop knows something, Walt. Don't work on him too hard.
Okay.
Now, been over to Bill's family yet?
Right after I get through with Pop.
No, I'm sorry I got sore.
So we all get sore. So what? I'll give you a call.
I got back in my cab and headed for the office. On the way over, I kept trying to reason it out. Somehow Pop was mixed up in this thing, and he was scared stiff of something or somebody. I paid the cabbie off in front of the building and took the elevator up to my floor. I headed down the hall to my office, still thinking, still trying to put two and two together. That was a mistake. I never could add. When I walked in, I was too busy to notice much. All I got was a whiff of cigar smoke.
You fall easy, Shamus. Now let's see how you bruise. So long, Shamus. I left a note for you. Read it when you wake up.
Everything about a beating like that is so unpleasant. The first swat isn't so bad. It's hitting that cold floor and fighting to stay awake. When you start getting kicked around, that's the time to face facts and give it up. But you don't. You keep on working until your senses get kicked loose and the world comes down around your ears. You fight it because you think maybe you're not ever going to wake up again, and when you finally do, you wish you never had. Anyway, like I said, it's so unpleasant. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that lamp was pretty silly anyway.
All right.
Don't jump, but you're talking to a ghost.
Rick?
At the sound of the groan...
What's the matter with you?
Well, that's a pretty good question. I don't know how to answer it without a head.
What happened?
Somebody worked me over. Oh, and how they worked me over.
You want me to send an ambulance?
No, just a shovel. What's this?
What's what?
There's something in the typewriter here. A note. Well, I'll put my eyes in straight.
Now, Rick, if you're hurt badly...
Oh, I'm not hurt that bad, Walt.
Well, what about this note?
Says, lay off the cop killing. That's all. Oh, and, yeah, look at this.
Find something else?
A souvenir. Butt of a cigar in my ashtray. There was one just like it in Pop's place.
Well, hang on to it.
All right, sure. What about Pop?
Won't tell us a thing.
Well, I'm getting sick and tired of this. Now, I got an idea. Wait 10 minutes and then take Pop back to his house.
Look, Rick, if somebody knows you're working on this thing, they must have found out when you went to see Pop. Probably spotted you going in. They certainly must know that we picked up Pop, and if they think he told us anything, they'll sure try to get him.
I know it. Now, you drive Pop home, pretend to leave, but don't.
And what'll you be doing?
I'll be inside when he walks through the door.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
So do I. 10 minutes, Walt.
Okay, Pop, here you are.
Thanks for driving me home, Lieutenant.
That's okay. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Lieutenant. Who's in here? Who is it? Chick! I know you're here. I can smell your cigar smoke. Chick, please, I didn't tell the law a thing. Chick, say something. Honest, I didn't crack. Look, if you want to get rid of me, okay, but not the girl. Please, I swear I didn't say anything to anybody. I'm an old guy. Go ahead, knock me off, but don't do anything to the girl. Please, Chick. I'll peddle your stuff for the rest of my life if you leave the girl alone. Chick!
Relax, Pop.
What? You're not...
No, Pop.
Diamond.
Didn't like to do it this way, Pop.
But that cigar...
The guy who saw you earlier came up to see me. Left me a cigar, too, along with a few bruises.
Well, you just about know everything.
Who's the girl you're protecting, Pop?
I can't tell you that.
Who's Chick?
I can't tell you anything.
Look, Pop, a cop's been killed. A great guy with a wife and kids. Now tell me, who's Chick?
I ain't going to say anything.
If the girl is a reason you won't talk, Pop, I'll find her. And if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll make you both sweat. Well, I'm on my way.
Wait a minute, Rick.
All right. Go on.
Okay. If you'll give me your word, you won't say nothing about what I'm going to tell you.
I give you my word about nothing yet, Pop. Now tell me, and if I think it should be kept quiet, that's the way it'll be.
I got a daughter, Rick.
What?
That's right. Right after I went to stir, my wife had a baby. My wife died, and the kid went to live with relatives. Rich relatives. She's getting a good home and good schools.
She doesn't know about you?
Panhandling, no. She don't know about me, and she ain't going to.
Go on.
Only one guy knew about her. My ex-partner, Chick Russo. He got away when they picked me up, and after 15 years, he comes back operating again.
The guy with the cigar, huh?
Yeah.
How did you figure?
The stuff was in the pencils. He delivered it to me, and I'd pass it.
Why would you pass it?
Chick had me over a barrel. He told me if I didn't play along with him, he'd tell my daughter who her father was. I'd do anything to keep from ruining her life.
Now, what about Bill Walton?
Well, he was going to grab Chick, but Chick shot him. That's why I came to see you. I didn't want no part of a cop killing, but I couldn't say anything then because I had the stuff on me and I wanted to dump it. I didn't want to go back to stir.
Then Chick came to see you here, huh? Threatened you. Told you to keep your mouth shut?
Yes. Told me in plain words that if I cracked, he'd kill my little girl and me. That's why I froze on you. You going to say anything?
About your daughter? No, Pop.
Oh, thanks, Rick. No, I don't care what happens.
Well, I do. This guy's still loose, and he's done a killing. I want him.
I don't know where you can find him. He never said.
Well, maybe I can find him. Take off your clothes, Pop.
Take off my clothes?
Yep, you're going to get yourself a new suit. I'm going out and see Lieutenant Levinson. I'll be right back.
You sure you know what you're doing?
No, but why spoil a good surprise?
Rick.
Where are you, Walt?
Over here by the pier.
What's that with you?
That's Otis.
Well, tell him to hide his tail. Some guy from Oklahoma's liable to shoot him.
Oh, that's very funny.
Shut up, Otis.
Okay.
Seen anything, Walt?
Very quiet.
Now, look, here's the idea. I'm going down to 51st and Broadway and stand with Pop's clothes and dark glasses on.
You're what?
From what Pop told me, Chick Russo will certainly try and get him.
Chick Russo? Are you crazy? He's been out of circulation for 15 years.
Well, I got a big flash for you. He's back.
But at 51st and Broadway, I can't give you any protection. Russo could step out of the crowd, and that's the end of it.
Well, I'm counting on one thing. That he thinks I'm Pop. He knows Pop's blind, so he'll get in close to do it. Maybe even with a knife.
You're crazy.
Walt, not in front of Otis.
Oh, that's all right, Diamond.
Now, I'm going down and change clothes. And then you, Walt, drive me to the corner and let me off. Then beat it. I left Walt then and went back to Pop's shack. We did a quick switch, and finally the dapper Richard Diamond stepped out complete with torn trousers, sweatshirt, and sneakers. I carried his cane with a white tip and kept his old hat pulled down over the dark glasses.
Well, I'll be darned. Yeah, he looks just like the old man.
Yeah, let's go, Walt. Otis, you stay here with Pop just in case our pigeon doesn't go for the bait.
Oh, Lieutenant, can't
Otis.
Okay.
Don't look so unhappy, Otis. Who knows? Maybe I'll get shot.
Oh, I gotta miss everything.
Isn't he a dream?
Okay, here you are, Rick.
Thanks, Walt. Say good night, Pop, real loud.
Okay. Good night, Pop. Sorry if we caused you any trouble.
Oh, that's all right, Lieutenant. Thanks for the lift.
Here you are, my good man.
Bless you.
Piker. Well, I stood there for 2 hours, getting a few dimes and selling a couple of pencils, but nothing happened. Now and then I'd pull my arm down against my side and feel a nice little .38 in the shoulder holster. I kept moving from one foot to another to keep my legs from going to sleep. I was getting a first-hand example of the tough role poor old Pop had to hold. By 10:30, I was ready to give it up. Then I spotted the cigar.
Bless you.
For what, Pop? Cop's driving you to work now, huh? That's enough. I'll take your arm and you start walking. I'll lead you.
Chick, is that you?
Shut up. Walk. All right, we're going in the building. Down in the basement for a little talk.
And that's just what we did. Chick held onto my arm and led me into my own building and down into the basement. I could have taken him right there, but I kept remembering Bill Walton. So I let it go until just the right time.
Okay, Pop. You know what's coming.
Yeah, Chick. I know what's coming.
Don't act much scared. I guess it ain't so tough for a blind man. You can't see it coming.
You'd be surprised what I can see. What did I tell you?
Busted my arm. You hit me with that cane like you could see you hit me.
You go for that gun, I'll break your fat skull.
You ain't Pop.
No, Buster, I'm the fellow you gave the bruises to, just returning the favor.
Boy, you dirty...
Don't do it! Papa spank.
My shoulder.
All right. Now let's go back up where we can find a cop.
Oh, no, you're not going to take me.
Come back here, Russo. Stop, Russo. I've got a gun.
Nuts to you, Shamus.
Skeptic.
Yes? Oh, hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Yes, he's right here. Rick, it's Walt.
Oh.
Oh, this is for Wong. Mr. Diamond Valley dead.
Now, you stop that. I just had a long talk with Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he said absolutely nothing. I still don't know where he figures in this thing. Would you mind telling me?
Well, anything Pop did was under duress.
If it was illegal, I want to know about it.
Yeah, and if it was illegal, Pop would stand a good chance going back to prison.
He might. You better let the law decide that.
You haven't got any proof?
How could I? Everybody's dead, except you and Pop.
Pop won't say anything?
Not yet, he won't.
Walt.
Yeah?
Die.
Now, you wait.
What in the world was that all about?
Oh, that Walt. When he dies, he'll have the penal code written on his headstone. But he's a good cop. And there he is again.
I can't stand to let a phone ring.
Oh, he'll get tired.
Rick, I'll go crazy.
I'll drown it out.
Well, do something.
I've got a lovely bunch of coke.
It stopped.
Oh, good.
Well, don't you stop. That was pretty.
Well, all right. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist, that's what the showman said. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a bowl, a ball, roll a bowl, a ball. Sing and roll a bowl, a ball, a penny a pitch.
Aye, there you are, my lad. Step right up here. I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, all up, stand up in a great big row. I got big ones and small ones, some of them as big as your blasted head. Yeah, you give 'em a twist and a flick of the wrist. Oh, what lovely fun. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Every ball you throw will make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of me life. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a pitch. Sing and roll a ball, a ball, a penny a pitch. Roll a ball, a ball, roll a ball, a ball. Sing and roll a ball, a penny a pitch. Oh, my dear, how was that, honey?
Oh, wonderful. Oh, darn. Yes, Walt.
Helen, you put Diamond on the line.
It's Walt, dear.
Oh, never mind him. Come here, honey.
Oh.
Hello. Hello. Helen, did you hang up? Helen, put Rick on this phone.
This is Fu Wong. Missy Diamond, not so very dead. Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Larry Dobkin, Ann Morrison, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Later today on most of these NBC stations, you'll want to hear two great stars, Kirk Douglas and Walter Houston, in the Theater Guild on the Air presentation of Heaven Can Wait. This is the comedy fantasy which you may have seen as the motion picture, Here Comes Mr. Jordan. It's a great comedy, yours for the listening, today on Theater Guild on the Air. And for another fine mystery program today on NBC, listen later to the adventures of Sam Spade, as Sam slams his way through another of his amusing and mystifying capers. Hear the lovely duet from Madame Butterfly on Harvest of Stars, next on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment the Shadow will be on the air with a thrilling new adventure. But first, let me tell you about a new kind of tire that makes wet weather driving safer than you've ever dreamed possible. It's the new Goodrich Silvertown tire with the Lifesaver tread. Next time it rains, just notice the way your windshield wiper sweeps the water right and left to give you clear, safe vision. Well, that's how the amazing Lifesaver tread on the new Goodrich Silvertown tire performs on a wet road. It sweeps the water right and left, forces it out through the deep drainage grooves, makes a dry track for the rubber to grip. gives you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever seen. And you get this life-saving skid protection plus golden ply blowout protection at no extra cost. So play safe. Equip your car with Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Tomb of Terror.
And so, gentlemen, we are gathered here on the grounds of the City Museum to pay tribute to those who have successfully brought to this country the building that stands before you, the authentic tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh, King Khufra-Tep. It is my pleasure to present to you now the man who is largely responsible for its discovery, transportation, and reassembly. The director of the expedition, Dr. Romney Hale.
Thank you. Thank you. Directors of the museum and fellow workers, I am very grateful. It has been through your cooperation that this work has been made possible, although perhaps we owe a vote of thanks to good King Khufra-Tep himself. In spite of the legendary curse that all who gaze upon King Khufra-Tep's mummy shall die, the bulk of our job is finished. Now, before you are admitted for the inspection, will you excuse Mr. Avery, Mr. Johnson, and myself while we make a brief check of the interior of the tomb? Harry, Jack, will you come with me?
Oh, surely, Doctor.
Oh, certainly, Doctor. Well, gentlemen, how does the place look to you?
Why, Doctor, you've done an amazing job.
It looks exactly as it did when we first unearthed it in Egypt.
Thank you. Would you like to pay your respects to His Majesty?
Oh, indeed I would, Doctor.
Very well. Will you help me with the lid of the mummy case?
Oh, sure.
There you are. Khufra-Tep the King, Lord of Egypt.
My magnificent face.
Yes, wonderfully preserved.
We are defying the ancient curse by looking upon that face.
Oh, come, Dr. Hale. Surely you don't believe
Look.
those...
Look at the mummy's eyes.
Why, that's strange. They seem to glow.
Yes, I see it, too. A sort of unearthly light.
What is this, Doctor? A trick?
No, gentlemen, I give you my word. I don't know what it could be.
The light's growing brighter.
I don't like this. It's uncanny.
Close that case.
Let's get out of here, Doctor.
Yes. I can't understand it. If we hadn't all seen it, I would... Oh!
Dr. Hale, what's the matter? Take his arm, Jack. Let's get him outside.
Where did you... Oh, what's wrong? What's the matter with Dr. Hale?
I don't know. He suddenly collapsed. He was...
Jack, what's the matter with you? Someone get a doctor, quick. These two men are very ill. Harry, what happened in there?
Well, Mr. Rafferty, I was...
Harry!
Catch him. He's falling.
Harry. Here, man, tell me what happened.
Mr. Rafferty, it was... The eyes. The eyes.
Yes.
It's King Khufra-Tep. Curse.
Doctor, tell me, how are they?
All three of these men are dead. Hold those presses.
What do you got, Chief?
A terrific yarn. Dr. Romney Hale, the archaeologist, and two of his assistants died mysteriously an hour ago in King Khufra-Tep's tomb. Play up the curse angle and spread it for all it's worth.
Right, two, cream on its side.
Some of those donuts, too, please.
Oh, donuts? Lamont, do you suppose we can dunk?
Well, certainly, Margot. Lunch wagon etiquette not only allows dunking, it encourages it.
There's your donuts, Chief. That'll be 20 cents.
Here you are. Just keep the change.
Ah, thanks. Say, Bud, is there anything new on them guys that kicked off over at that coffee, the kipper, you know, that Egyptian king?
No, nothing new.
Hey, how about my ham on rye?
Right with you.
Just what do you make of that tomb affair, Lamont?
It's most amazing, and the newspapers are playing up the superstition fallacy.
You don't think that all three deaths were due to coincidence?
Hardly that, but I certainly don't hold to the Khufra-Tep curse theory.
But something strange must have happened in that tomb.
Unquestionably.
According to the newspaper reports, one of the 3 men before he died was heard to mutter something about eyes, terrible eyes. And his last words were King Kufretep's curse.
They were undoubtedly terrified by something they saw in there. Did not die of fear.
Oh, I know. According to the doctors, they all died natural death.
Yes, that's quite true.
One of pneumonia, one of typhoid, and one of heart disease.
That's the way the doctors had to write their death certificates. Perhaps when the truth is known, they'll have to be changed.
Changed? What do you mean, Lamont?
You finished eating?
Oh, yes.
Should we take a walk?
All right, let's go.
Good night, boss.
Good night.
Night. Lamont, what did you mean the death certificates will have to be changed?
3 men do not die within seconds of one another of different diseases without a single underlying cause.
Oh, that's true.
Margot, the mysterious deaths of those 3 men must challenge the imagination of the shadow. I must find out the medical details of the deaths of those men.
Then you think there's more in it than the papers have printed.
I know there is.
I can get those details for you.
Good. As soon as you have the necessary information, communicate with me. The shadow will await your call. Hello.
Lamont, this is Margot.
Oh, yes, Margot. What did you find out?
I just talked to Dr. Burley, he's in charge of the case.
Yes?
He said that the 3 men actually died as the papers said, but there was one detail that was not printed.
What is that?
Well, the doctors themselves don't seem to understand it, but an examination of the victim's blood has shown in each case a complete absence of leukocytes.
Leukocytes.
Yeah.
Those are white corpuscles.
Yes.
Do you realize what that means? Without white corpuscles in the blood, the human system would have nothing with which to combat disease. No wonder they died. Margot, this is the first key to the mystery. Perhaps the shadow can find the answer to the next question within the museum walls.
I tell you, we must go through with the public opening of the tomb, as originally planned.
But will the public be there?
We'll have to take that chance. Gentlemen, I wish we had never started this project.
Now, see here, Kent. You've been acting like an old woman about this whole thing.
But, Mr. Rafferty,
We've poured thousands of dollars of the museum's money into the tomb, and it's up to us to dispel this nonsense about the Kufretep curse.
I am not so sure that it is nonsense.
Rubbish.
No, you can't dismiss the fact that 3 men died.
They all died natural deaths.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Mr. Rafferty.
Who's speaking?
Who is that?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? What's it?
I've heard of you. What do you want of us?
I've been investigating the deaths of your 3 colleagues. I've come to warn you that no one must be permitted within the walls of the tomb.
Why do you say that?
Because anyone who enters may not come out alive.
Are you implying that there is truth in the Kufretep curse?
I am telling you, Mr. Rafferty, I've reason to believe that the name of the curse of Kufretep is cold, premeditated murder.
Nonsense.
Not nonsense, Mr. Stevenson.
With all respect to your unsolicited information, we are not going to be intimidated by an unknown voice.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Stevenson. I am inclined to respect the Shadow's warning.
Quiet, Kent. On what grounds, Shadow, do you base your statement?
You will have to accept what I've said on faith.
I've had enough of this.
Wait, Mr. Stevenson.
No, I'm going to rid us of this hocus-pocus once and for all.
Yes, what do you propose to do, Stevenson?
I'm going into that tomb tonight, right now.
Don't do that, Mr. Stevenson.
I know what I'm doing, Shadow. Well, who'll accompany me? Don't tell me that you're all afraid.
Why, no, not at all. But perhaps none of us should be too hasty.
Very wisely spoken, Mr. Rafferty.
Very well. Then I shall go alone.
You are very foolhardy, Stevenson.
We shall see. Who has the key to the tomb?
I have, Mr. Stevenson, but...
Well, give it to me.
Mr. Rafferty, can't you persuade him to change his mind?
Don't you think, Stevenson,
Kent,
we might...
give me the key.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now, wait. We'll accompany you to the door of the tomb.
All right.
You may be going to your death, Stevenson.
I'll chance that. Come along, men. Well, here we are. Have any of you changed your mind? Mr. Rafferty?
No, thank you.
Hawkins?
I prefer to wait outside.
I know there's no use asking you, Kent.
Don't go in there, Mr. Stevenson. Don't go in. There may be something horrible waiting for you in there.
Give me that flashlight. I'll find that out for myself.
He's in the tomb.
Nothing horrible has happened in here yet.
Don't touch the mummy case.
Why not? Might as well make the investigation complete.
Don't, Stevenson. You mustn't. Can't any of you stop him?
What can we do?
I'm opening the mummy case.
We've got to get him out of there. I'll go myself.
Here, come back here, Ken.
Stevenson!
Stevenson!
I'm looking at the mummy's face. Hey, that's strange. There's something peculiar here.
Come away from that mummy, Stevenson.
Kent! Stevenson! I insist that you both come out of there at once.
But there's something here that I don't understand. There seems to be... Kent, help me.
It's happened. He's choking.
Kent, bring him out here.
I'm trying to. Here. All right, Stevenson. Here, now just lean on me.
Stevenson. Man, what happened?
I looked at Gufra. He's dead! He's dead!
It's not possible.
The shadow was right.
Yes, gentlemen. Stevenson ignored my warning. This perished. This should convince all of you that there is a ruthless killer masked behind the Confronting curse.
Ladies and gentlemen, one warning from the shadow strikes fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Yes, and just one skid is enough to put the fear of wet, slippery roads into any motorist's heart.
The shadow knows. The thousands of motorists who are killed or injured every year when slithering skids throw cars out of control would never risk the danger, grief, and expense of riding on unsafe tires if they had another chance.
Motorists, I've already told you that the new Goodrich Silvertown tire will stop you quicker, safer on wet pavements than you've ever stopped before. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here are the facts. Exhaustive road tests of both regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers were made by the nation's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. And here's what they found. The new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread gave greater skid resistance than any other tire tested. Yes, and that included those tires listed at from 40% to 70% higher in price. The Goodrich Safety Silvertown gave more non-skid mileage than any other tire tested in its own price range. Averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires were smooth. That's performance in any car owner's language. The kind of performance that spells safer, more economical driving for you. Remember, there's double protection in these life-saving Goodrich Silvertowns at no extra cost.
Margot, what did you learn about Stevenson's death?
Well, Lamont, the doctors officially called it influenza.
What about the blood test?
It was the same as the others. The white corpuscles had been destroyed.
Just as I thought. That proves that Stevenson was murdered, too, and by the same instrument.
But, Lamont, what can that instrument be?
It may be a serum, poison gas. I don't know. More important than the killing device is to find the killer's motive.
You found out something, Lamont?
Not exactly, but I saw a man at the museum about whom I should like to know more.
Who is he?
Aldous Kent, an assistant curator. I'm sure that he has more knowledge of this affair than he allows himself to show.
Why do you suspect him?
For several reasons. His apparent concern for Stevenson's safety was a bit overdone. For a scientist, he was surprisingly naive about the Confronting curse, and, most important, in spite of his outward fear, he followed Stevenson into the tomb. I'd like to know more about that man, Margot. And that's where you can help me.
Yes, Lamont, but how?
By visiting Kent as a newspaper woman. Interview him about his career. Find out whether he's interested in any branch of science other than archaeology. Well, Margot?
I saw Aldous Kent.
Yes?
He hasn't always been an archaeologist. He worked at many things.
For instance?
Well, before he went to work for the museum, he was employed as an assistant by Dr. Faber. You know, the well-known biologist.
Very interesting, Margot. I think that's all I'll have to know.
But, Lamont, does that have any bearing on the murders?
May have everything to do with them. I'll be able to answer that question after the shadow pays a call on Dr. Faber.
Dr. Faber.
Eh? What? Who's that?
Don't be startled, Dr. Faber.
Who are you?
I am the shadow.
Are you in this room? I can't see you.
I regret that I must remain in the shadows.
What do you want?
I am seeking information.
Well?
I would like to have you tell me what you know of Aldous Kent.
Kent? Aldous Kent? Well, he worked for me.
He was my assistant for several years.
Yes, I know that, Dr. Faber. What kind of a man was he?
Very efficient laboratory man.
Why did he leave your employ?
Well, frankly, because he was dissatisfied. Kent was a very moody man. Felt that his work should be more fully recognized.
What sort of work did he do?
He was active in all the routine laboratory experiments.
Can you recall what some of those experiments were?
Well, let me see. Well, he made some really brilliant contributions to our work with the Röntgen ray. That's the X-ray, of course.
Yes, I know. Exactly what were those experiments?
We were varying the ray to determine its effect on animal life.
What was that effect?
Well, at one stage of the game, it was destructive. We developed a ray that was capable of destroying the white corpuscles in the blood of the laboratory animals.
It's enormously interesting, Doctor. Tell me, does such a ray have the same effect on human beings?
Oh, yes, probably does.
Thank you, Dr. Faber. You have given me the solution to the mystery of the Kufratep curse.
I feel certain, Margot, that the machine of death is concealed somewhere within Kufratep's tomb.
But why must you go there tonight?
Because I can investigate without danger of interference. There's no time to be lost.
Well, can't you confront Kent with the information you already have?
No, Kent's a clever man. He might give him time to destroy the evidence. And we could pin nothing on him.
Yes, I see.
If I can uncover the deadly ray and positively identify Kent with it, he can be tricked into capture.
Here's the museum.
I'll turn in this driveway. It's a precaution. I'll switch off the headlights.
Lamont, I hate to have you going into that tomb alone. It's an eerie-looking place.
No, nothing will happen to me.
Yes, that's what the others thought.
The others weren't aware of the real danger as I am. Hand me the flashlight, Margot.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Wait, what's that over there among the trees?
Appears to be someone carrying a lantern.
He's approaching the tomb. Lamont, who can it be?
Wait. I think I recognize him. Yes. The old watchman.
Oh. Shall you wait now until he goes?
I'm not sure that he's going. He seems to be entering the tomb.
Lamont, isn't it strange, after all that's happened, that he should dare to enter there alone?
Very strange, and I'm going to find out why. I need this flashlight, Margot.
What are you going to do?
It is the shadow who will enter that tomb for a little conversation with the old watchman.
Shall I wait for you?
No. Take the car and return home. Stand by for the shortwave wireless. I may need your help in communicating a message of vital importance.
Good evening, Your Imperial Majesty. I've come again to see that you are resting well. Your work is nearly done. Only one more to gaze into your eyes. And then... then the vengeance is complete.
You have served me well.
Who speaks?
Who indeed would speak within the resting place of the king?
Are you the...
Yes. It is I, Kufratep, Pharaoh of Egypt.
Oh, Your Majesty.
Rise up. You need not kneel in my presence.
Yes, Your Highness.
Do not tremble. You have nothing to fear.
You are not angry?
Angry? Why should I be angry toward one who serves my interests? I have come to reward you.
To reward me?
Yes. But first I must have an accounting.
What do you mean?
You must tell me how you brought death to the defilers of my tomb by the curse which bears my name.
Oh, the credit is not mine, Your Majesty.
Whose then?
Aldous Kent.
Aldous Kent? Why should he concern himself with me?
It is not your vengeance alone that he seeks, but his own as well, and mine. Kent is a great man, but no one will recognize him. They keep him slaving in the museum day after day, doing all the real work. Well, some others get the glory, just as they did to me. Now he's evening his score. Hale, Avery, Johnson, Stevenson, all those have paid for their stolen fame. But one more must die. Hawkins. And then Kent will achieve the position that is rightfully his.
Do you know how Kent destroyed those men?
Of course. I helped him, Your Majesty. Yeah, it was clever. So clever. They all scoffed at the legend of your curse, but it was really you who killed them.
I killed them?
Yeah, no one would dream that within your mummy there lies concealed the generator of the ray.
What ray?
The ray that shines from your eyes and destroys all who look upon you.
Show me how this is done.
It's so easy, Your Majesty. Here. Hidden here in the wall is a switch. You see? It is thrown like this. Then whoever approaches the mummy case, as I'm doing, and lifts the lid, so, and gazes into your eyes, the gleam of death shines upon them. Oh, what have I done? I didn't mean to look. I couldn't. Save me. Save me.
I cannot save you. Your own evil knowledge has destroyed you. But by your death, you have pointed the way to Aldous Kent's undoing. Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane, calling Margot Lane. Communicate with Rafferty, the director of the museum, at once. Tell him to arrange the public opening of the tomb tomorrow as planned. Be sure that both Kent and Hawkins will be there. This is important. Margot, tell Rafferty that he must follow my directions implicitly. A man's life is at stake.
Before admitting the public, I have invited you, gentlemen of the press, to gather here to dispel once and for all this nonsense about the legend of the Kupratep curse.
Well, just how do you propose to do that?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Burke, as you know, the tradition is that everyone who looks at the face of the mummy dies.
Sure, I know that.
I know that.
Now, this is Mr. Hawkins, gentlemen. He is the sole survivor of the Kupratep expedition.
Yeah, we know Hawkins.
He has volunteered to show you that there is no truth in the stories that your newspapers have played into national prominence.
What's he going to do?
The mummy case will be opened in your presence, and Mr. Hawkins will personally gaze on Kupratep.
Now, this ought to be good.
Are you ready, Mr. Hawkins?
Well,
Very well, you may proceed.
So, Mr. Rafferty,
Go ahead, Hawkins.
Mr. Rafferty, I can't. I've changed my mind.
What? But, Mr. Hawkins, do you realize what this means?
Yes, Hawkins, you must go through with it.
I'm afraid not, Kent. I've lost my nerve.
The prestige of the museum is at stake.
Well, you seem to have changed your attitude, Kent.
Well, I disapproved of this plan at the beginning, but as long as you've gone this far, I think you should carry it out.
Well, Kent is right.
Well, I'm sorry, but, well, when I think of the others, what happened to them, and seeing them die, I just can't.
Well, boys, looks like the show's over. Let's go.
Wait, gentlemen, don't leave. Now, Mr. Hawkins, if I volunteer to look on the mummy's face first, will you follow me?
Well,
That's certainly fair enough, Hawkins.
Very well.
Have I your permission to open the mummy case, Mr. Rafferty?
Yes, you have.
You're very brave, Mr. Kent.
Who's that?
It's the Shadow.
The Shadow? Boy, what a yarn this is going to be.
Shadow, why are you here?
I anticipated your performance, Mr. Kent, and I came to see that it was carried out properly.
What do you mean by that?
Before you proceed, I suggest that somebody throw the switch concealed in the carving on the wall.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know, Mr. Kent. I want your demonstration to duplicate Hale's, Stevenson's, and the others. The switch was thrown then.
Oh, this is absurd.
Here it is. I have found the switch.
Please turn it on, Mr. Rafferty.
There you are. It's on.
Good. Now you may continue your little performance, Mr. Kent.
This whole thing is ridiculous. I refuse to be made a fool of.
Are you trying to back out,
I
Kent?
will not continue under these conditions.
I thought you wouldn't. You know that to look on the mummy's face when the switch is on would mean death.
That is not true.
But it is. And no one should know better than you. Concealed within that mummy is a murderous ray. That ray is your own conception.
That's a lie. There is no ray.
Then why don't you look on Kupratep now?
Because
Then you shall be forced to do so.
Oh, no.
Rafferty, Hawkins, Reamp the mummy case.
Come on, Ken. I won't. Let go, man. Let go.
Somebody lift the lid of the case.
Let go. I won't look.
Now, Aldous Kent, stare long into the eyes of Kufratep. You see the evil light that glows within them? That's what the others saw.
No. I did it. I killed him, I confess. I killed him, but don't make me look at it. Ah!
He's dead.
Then it's true. There is a ray.
Not any longer, gentlemen. I removed the machinery that generated that ray. All that you have just seen was carefully staged to trap Aldous Kent. He is dead. He died of fear. Fear of the thing which he himself created. You have all witnessed the end of the curse of Kufratep. A curse which fell justly on the true desecrator of the tomb.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myra. Oh, thanks for calling, but I can't make it tonight, Angel. Now, I have a client who's getting a lot of help from her boyfriend, and if I'm not careful, he's going to help her right into the electric chair.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the broken fingerprints. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the broken fingerprints. It's Wednesday night in New York, and the apartment of Barry Barrow in the East 60s is in darkness. Ethel Barrow sits in the darkened apartment, drumming on the arm of her chair with her fingernails. Now she reaches out to the table beside her and fumbles about on it for a cigarette lighter. She finds the lighter, lights it, and uses its light to show her the time on her wristwatch. But when she hears voices outside the apartment, she flicks out the light quickly and stands up facing the door. A key turns in the lock. The front door opens. The light is turned on. And a man and woman enter.
Ethel.
Hello, Barry.
Oh, well, when did you...
I decided not to go away after all. I thought things might be more interesting around here.
Huh.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Yes, Barry. How about it? Who is this?
Norma, she.
Perhaps I'd better, since he's having so much trouble. I'm his wife, Ethel Barrow. And you're Norma Wallace. You live at 321 Pierce Place. You work at Corby's department store, and you've known Barry for 3 months. I know all about you, Miss Wallace. Though I can't say I'm pleased to meet you.
Barry, you never told me.
I was going to.
When? When you got tired of me?
Or me.
What can I say?
If we give you a couple of minutes to get over the shock, darling, I'm sure you'll think of plenty to say. But it's what you do that interests me.
What do you expect me to do?
I expect you to act like a heel. You always have.
You want a divorce, Ethel?
I'm not so sure I want to make things that easy.
Do you want a divorce, Barry?
I don't know what I want.
I know what you want. You want an easy out. This is one of those times when 3 is a crowd. Somebody has to be eliminated. The only question is, who is it to be?
Yes, what can I do? Oh, Ted, what are you doing here?
I'm just shopping. I'd like a 5-pound box of chocolates. Send it to Norma Wallace, 321 Pierce Place, with all my love.
Ted, please.
I'm taking you to lunch.
You won't believe it's all over between you and me.
Just because of Barrow? Oh, he's got money, but I've got charm. Besides, I'm serious.
So's he.
Want to bet?
He asked me to marry him.
You're not going to.
As soon as he gets his divorce.
Divorce? I didn't know he was married.
Neither did I.
Nice guy.
He was going to tell me.
Was going to? Does that mean that you found out for yourself?
I met his wife.
Well, it gets better all the time. You picked a Lulu. Now, look, Norma, no matter how things are between us, you can't go on with a guy like that.
No lectures, Ted. I'm not a child.
Then don't act like one. You've got to break this off
We're
now.
settling it tonight. He's coming up to my place. We're going to make our plans.
Does his wife know?
No.
Norma, you
Let's
can't...
not discuss it here.
All right, at lunch.
If you insist. But I'm warning you, you'll be wasting your time.
I'll risk it. If there's any chance I can keep you from wasting your life. Hello?
Ted, can you come here right away?
Where are you?
At home.
What happened?
It's awful. I should have listened to you.
What is it?
I told you Barry was coming up here.
Yes?
When I got home, he was already here.
Well?
I found him on the floor. He's dead. Ted, come in.
Yeah.
There he is.
Did you touch anything?
No, that's just the way I found him.
How'd he get in? Did he have a key?
No. I don't know how he got in. Maybe the door was open.
Oh, that's no good.
Well, he doesn't have a key.
Norma, I'm trying to help
If you don't believe me, search him.
All right, he doesn't have a key. Then how are we going to explain his being here?
I don't know.
We'll have to think of something. Can't afford any holes in your story.
But what can we say?
We'll have to make up some explanation that'll hold water.
Maybe I'd better just call the police and tell the whole truth as far as I know it.
You asked me to help you, didn't you?
Yes.
Then do it my way.
But he was here. That's the truth. Why can't I just say
They'll
it?
never believe it. I don't believe it.
It's the truth.
There's no use repeating that. It's just no good. Now, let's see. He was killed here. There's no avoiding that. But the door being unlocked will never stand up. I know.
What?
You can say you were here when it happened. You let him in.
Oh, no, Ted.
Don't worry.
But then I'd have seen.
Not necessarily. I'll drag him over here to the door. Then I'll tell you what to say, and then you'll call Michael Waring.
Michael Waring?
Yeah, the Falcon. He's a private detective.
But what do I want with him? He might find out something the police overlooked. If it's something we're trying to hide...
That's the chance we'll have to take, and that's just the point. If you were guilty, you wouldn't want to take that chance. By hiring Waring, you convince the police of your innocence.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry, darling. You can stake your life on it.
I'd better be able to, Ted. Because that's exactly what I'm doing. When I found out he was married, I didn't want to have anything to do with him. But you know how it is, Mr. Waring. He wouldn't take no for an answer. He found out where I lived and came up to see me.
And you gave him the final brush,
Yes.
And then?
He went to the door, opened it, and then he saw someone in the hall. They had a few words, and then there was a shot.
What words?
I don't remember exactly. He said something like, "Oh, it's you." And she said, "Yes. Surprise, isn't it?" I think that's what it was.
You say she said.
Yes, it was a woman's voice.
But you didn't see her.
No, he was in the way.
No? Where were you?
Right over here.
That's funny.
What is?
That he blocked your view of the doorway. You say he dropped immediately when he was shot, and you haven't touched anything, huh?
That's right.
And to block your view, he would have had to be standing in the doorway. And he fell forward because he's lying on his face, so he should have fallen into the hall. Instead, he's in the room into the side of the door so that we can swing it open and closed without hitting him.
Oh, maybe he staggered back.
Did he?
I don't remember. I was too startled. He must have.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
What you should have done when it happened instead of calling me or calling the police.
But you are going to help me.
Well, I'll try to find out who the murderer is if you still want me to. But I'm not so sure that comes under the heading of help. Are you?
Hello, Mike.
Well, hi, Ed. How's business?
Oh, hectic. And for you, too.
Huh?
Yeah, Sergeant Corbett has phoned 3 times for you this morning.
Oh, thanks, Ed. I told him I was having lunch here. What does he want?
Oh, I don't know, but he sounded sore.
Well, now what can be troubling him? I called him in on the case as soon as things broke yesterday.
Well, all I know is he keeps calling here, and he sounds like he has more than hamburger and coleslaw on his mind.
Well, maybe he has. But you know, right at this moment, I don't. I'm hungry.
All right. What'll it be, Mike?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Well, as far as I'm concerned, Ed's Luncheonette serves the best hamburger in town.
That's right.
All right, make it a nice big one. Some French fries.
And some of my special coleslaw.
Yeah. Trying to sneak a salad in on me again, huh?
Now, Mike, you know you've got to eat salad. They got lots of vitamins and minerals, the stuff you should have.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, you think they didn't taste good the way you talk.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well, I should hope not. My salads taste mighty good. And you know why?
Yes, because you make them with your own lily white hands from recipes handed down from your great-great-grandmother on your father's side.
Yes. No, Mike. Not at all. It's the salad dressing I use. It's Miracle Whip.
Shh, not so loud. Somebody might be listening.
Oh, it's no secret, Mike. Folks everywhere know about Miracle Whip. Why, the craft salesman told me just yesterday that more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. So it's America's favorite salad dressing. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, I'll try. Does it come in a solid gold jar or something?
No, Mike. It's just mighty good tasting. And folks know a good thing when they taste it. Miracle Whip has a swell, peppy flavor. A flavor that isn't too sharp either. My customers call it just right. And you know, Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Because it really is a different kind of salad dressing. That's why they call it the one and only.
Ed.
Yes, Mike?
Now that I've succeeded in getting you all excited about what seems to be your favorite subject, I better tell you.
Well, tell me what?
I've been enjoying Miracle Whip on salads for years.
No kidding.
Yeah, sure. After all, I should know my salad dressing.
How come?
Well, I've had dates with lots of peaches. But I'll settle for an order of coleslaw right now.
Well, that'll be a pleasure, Mike. I know you'll like it. Uh-oh. That's more than I can say for your interview with Sergeant Corbett. Oh, here he comes. And if you think I was kidding about his being sore, catch that look in his eye.
All right, Waring, where is she?
Where is who?
Of course you don't know who I'm talking about.
Well, I'm glad we agree on something.
The girl, Norma Wallace, you're working for.
And you found it out all by yourself. All right, what do you want, a pat on the head or a recommendation to the chief?
I want to know what's become of the girl.
Well, I assume she's done a vanishing act.
You assume. I questioned her last night. Went to talk to her again today.
And she stood you up. Well, you better start reading the ads, chum.
You know where she is.
Your confidence is touching. But as a matter of fact, Corbett, I haven't the slightest idea.
What are you working for?
Yeah, so you said. So I ought to be the one who's excited, not you. Seems I've lost a client.
Oh, stop being funny.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
Are you going to talk?
Gladly. What about?
All right, Waring, all right. But I'm going to prove you've been holding out, and when I do...
Oh, I shudder to think of it. Come on, sit down, Corbett. I see they have brains on the menu today. Why don't you try some?
Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Barrow?
Yes?
My name is Michael Waring. I'm investigating your husband's murder.
Are you a detective?
Yes.
That girl sent you.
What girl?
Norma Wallace.
What do you know about her?
Enough.
Enough to be jealous.
That's
huh?
what she'd like you to think, Mr. Waring. She wants you to believe that I killed Barry.
You had motive?
So did she. It takes 3 to make a triangle. And then there's Donahue.
Who?
Ted Donahue. He fits another triangle, and I'm not in that one.
Oh, how so?
He was the Wallace girl's boyfriend. He could have resented Barry's cutting him out.
Yes, so he could. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Barrow. I knew you'd help me.
You're easy to satisfy.
Oh, I'm not striking you off my suspect list yet. But right now, I'm not looking for the murderer. I'm looking for my client.
Yes? What do you want?
You Ted Donahue?
Yeah? Who are you?
Mike Waring. May I come in?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
What about?
Norma Wallace.
We can talk here.
Yes, but it would be more comfortable inside.
What do you want to know?
Where she is.
What makes you think I'd know?
Well, you're trying to keep me out, for one thing.
You think she's here?
I'm beginning to.
All right. Come on in. Look for yourself.
Thanks, that's better.
I haven't seen Norma in weeks.
Why not? You get the air?
No, it's just that, I never knew Norma very well.
That's not what she says.
What do you mean? She didn't tell you anything about me.
How do you know if you haven't seen her?
There's nothing to say.
Okay, if Norma isn't your girl, who is?
I don't have a girl.
Then who's the girl who was up here a little while ago?
What girl?
The one who left the lipstick on that glass.
Well, just a friend?
No. Well, do you mind if I take this glass?
What do you want with it?
I'm looking for Norma. I think you're a lead, but in case Corbett needs convincing, it may be the prints on this glass that will change his mind for him.
Put that down.
Look, I'll buy a dozen like it.
I said put it down. Hey, watch out. Give me that glass.
Now, you shouldn't have knocked it out of my hand. Now it's broken.
Isn't that a shame? Here go your fingerprints.
No, not mine, Norma's.
You can't prove that.
Looks like you've already done it for me. Are you going to tell me where I can find her?
I don't know where she is. Now get out of here.
Okay. But when you see Norma, tell her...
I'm not going to see her.
Yes, I know, but when you do, tell her that if she wants me to help her, she'd better call me.
Hello?
Norma, listen quick. Right after you left, Mike Waring was here.
He was? How did he know about you?
Oh, I suppose he's not a detective for nothing.
Oh, Ted, I'm afraid my running away was a mistake.
There was no use taking chances. But I've got to talk to you.
All right, where shall I meet you?
Well, you can't come here, and I've got to be careful I'm not followed. Waring may think I'll lead him to you.
Well, what are we going to do?
Go to Penn Station. You can keep yourself lost in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
At 3:30 by the station clock, go upstairs on the 7th Avenue side. You know, where the big columns are.
Yes.
At exactly 3:30, walk out to the curb. I'll drive by and pick you up.
All right.
I'll make sure I'm not being followed. But if anything goes wrong, you just wait 2 minutes. If I haven't come in that time, get away from there fast. Then call me from a phone booth.
All right, Ted, but I wonder if it wouldn't be better if I...
It'll be better if you do just like I tell you. I'll see you at 3:30.
All right, Norma, quick.
Yes, Ted.
3:30 on the nose.
I don't like this hide and seek, Ted. It's going to mean trouble.
Will you leave things to me?
But how will I explain it?
You won't have to. You and I know that Mrs. Barrow killed her husband, and the police are bound to find it out. Once they do, it won't matter what you've done.
Then why is it necessary for me to run away?
I told you, they can't prove anything against you, but until they have a case against Mrs. Barrow, they may suspect you. They could lock you up and make things pretty unpleasant.
Well, this isn't exactly my idea of pleasant. Only there was some way to speed things up.
Well, maybe there is. That's why I wanted to see you.
You think there's something we can do?
Yeah, but first you'll have to get rid of Waring.
But you wanted me to hire him.
I know, but he's getting in the way. And for what I have in mind, Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Police car. I think it's following us.
I thought you said no one...
I did. I was positive nobody followed me. I can't understand it.
Maybe they're just cruising this way.
I'll turn this corner and see.
All right. If they are following, what'll we do?
Try to shake them.
Hate to get you involved.
I'm glad I have a chance to help.
Here they come.
And here I go.
I'm afraid this isn't such a good idea.
What else can we do?
I don't know, but trying to outrun a police car...
Hang on, corner coming.
All right. If they catch us, it's going to mean trouble for you, too.
I know.
They're gaining.
And look at that. Traffic's against us. We'll never get through. Well, this is it. Sorry, Norma.
You couldn't help it.
All right, buddy, what's the hurry?
What?
Didn't you see that red light back there?
Red light?
Yeah, when I tried to call you on it, you stopped playing tag.
You want me for going through a red light?
You're hitting 60 in city traffic. Your girlfriend thinks it's funny.
Officer, she has a screwy sense of humor. Don't pay any attention to her. Here's my license.
Hello?
Hello, is that Mr. Waring?
Yes. This sounds like my disappearing client.
Oh, ex-client, Mr. Waring. That's why I'm calling.
You picked a great time to fire me.
I don't think I need you anymore.
If Sergeant Corbett catches up with you, you'll think differently.
Does he really think I killed Barry?
You lied, you ran out. What do you expect him to think?
But I hired you.
Yes, and now you're firing me. Your hands look about as clean as some of the Kefava witnesses.
But it was Mrs. Barrow who killed Barry. You know that.
Corbett doesn't. He's satisfied with her alibi.
Oh, she has an alibi?
Yeah, she has. So you better come clean, Angel.
I have. I didn't do it.
But then why this weird routine?
I have my reasons.
Well, they better be good ones. You're on a spot, baby.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Well, I'm still willing to listen if you want to forget about firing me. Provided, of course, that you have something to say.
I have.
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's just that Ted and I thought that...
Who's Ted?
A friend of mine. I called him when I discovered the body.
Oh, before you called me?
Before I did anything, I decided I had to have help, and luckily he was home.
Wonder if it was so lucky.
Why do you say that?
His help didn't turn out so good.
Well, it was his idea that I hire you.
Was it also his idea that you fire me?
Yes.
Well, he seems to have a lot of ideas. Look, where are you? I think we better get together.
At the Burroughs Hotel on 43rd, room 405.
Okay, sit tight. I'll be right over.
All right, goodbye.
Is that the way you fire him, Norma?
Ted, I didn't know you were still here.
Looks like it's a good thing I am.
Yes, Ted. The only question is, good for whom?
Well, I can answer Norma's question. Good for whom? They're good for everyone. I mean, salads are good for everyone. And they're mighty good eating, too, when you make them with Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring talked himself off the unemployment line. Ted had objections, but he seems to have been overruled, because when Norma opens the door for the Falcon, Ted is nowhere in sight.
Hello, Mr. Waring. Come in.
Thanks. What's the matter with you? You look frightened.
Frightened? No, just bewildered.
About what?
You said Mrs. Barrow has an alibi.
According to Corbett.
I don't understand it.
Why not?
I told you Barry went to the door, and I heard him talking to someone just before he was shot.
Yeah.
I said it was a woman's voice. I'm almost certain it was Mrs. Barrow.
Well, why didn't you say that before?
I didn't like to accuse her without being sure.
What made you change your mind?
I haven't. I just want you to check. Couldn't there be something wrong with her alibi?
Yes, there could be, but not as wrong as with your story.
What do you mean?
You're lying again.
I'm not.
You didn't hear Barrow talking to anybody.
What makes you say that?
When you spoke to me on the phone, you used the phrase, when I found the body.
But...
If Barrow had been killed in front of you, you wouldn't have talked about finding the body. You wouldn't have had to find it. Would have been right there.
I meant when I found he was dead.
Well, that's not what you said.
You misunderstood me.
Yes, and apparently I still do. I suppose we go see Sergeant Culprit and get this straightened out.
No.
Look, you can't keep running.
I can try. And in case you have any idea of trying to stop me, this gun should change your mind.
Well, it's changed. But not as often as you change yours. Goodbye, Norma. Well, Angel, have you changed your mind again?
Let me in.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, before we go any further, I'm taking the gun, just in case you decide to make another switch.
Here it is. It's not loaded.
Now she tells me.
I'm sorry about what happened. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, well, I can't help yourself either unless you start telling the truth for a change.
I will.
Okay, at least that'll be a novelty. Go ahead.
I didn't see the shooting. I didn't hear any voices, Mrs. Barrow's or anyone else's. I just said I did because Ted told me it would sound better that way.
Mm-hmm.
Ted told me what to say. He told me to run away.
Look, did you have to take orders from him?
I thought he was trying to help me.
Some help.
I was frightened. I had to turn to someone. I trusted Ted. Then he told me to fire you. I tried, but you talked me out of it.
But somebody talked you out of that.
Yes. Ted overheard my conversation with you. He was furious. He made me say what I did to you when you got up there. He was hiding in the next room.
And if you had disobeyed?
He had a gun, and his was loaded.
Does he know you came here?
Of course not, if he finds out.
Well, he won't find out. Where is he now?
He went home. Thinks I went home.
How come he trusted you?
He said if I didn't do exactly what he told me, he'd prove that I killed Barry. But I know he can't, so if you'll help me,
All right, I will. Now call him. Tell him you've got to talk to him. Ask him to come right over. It'll take him 20 minutes to get to your place. By that time, we can be there, too.
But what are we going to do?
Well, first, I'll have to have all the facts, so for a change, let's have exactly what did happen today from the beginning.
All right. I'd let myself into the apartment, and there was Barry on the floor. Blood still running out of that hole in his head. It was awful. Who's that?
I don't know.
What if it's Ted? What if he didn't go home, if he followed me?
All right, I'll handle it.
Can I get out the back?
Now, just sit tight. If it is Ted, now's the chance to wrap this up, and I can't do it without you. Yeah, I'm coming. You'll be all right. Just leave it to me.
If you say so.
I do. Oh, Sergeant Corbett, this is a surprise.
Oh, I see. You didn't know where the girl was, did you, Waring? You couldn't help me find her. Oh, no.
That's right, Corbett.
Sure. Well, Miss Wallace, has Waring finished coaching you on what to say?
No, I didn't have to, Corbett. She had lessons from an expert.
Huh?
Yeah, she called him in as soon as she found the body. He told her what to say and do.
That's right.
Who's this we're talking about?
Ted Donahue.
And he told her to run out on me?
Yep.
I'd like to talk to this Donahue.
Well, that can be arranged. But first, I'd like to hear the medical examiner's report.
Well, what's to hear? Bullet in the brain, died instantly. 32 caliber.
Okay, that's enough.
All right, Waring. Do we see Donahue?
If you like.
I like. But don't get the idea that because I'm willing to listen, you're steering me off your girlfriend here.
But, Sergeant...
And as for you, Waring, I'm going to prove you knew where she was.
Oh, think whatever you want about me, Corbett. But you can't think that Norma did the shooting.
Oh, can't I?
Of course not.
Why not?
Because she did.
What's that?
Sure, Norma, you killed Barry. So with Corbett's habit of always being wrong, he can't possibly think it was you. Coffee and Danish head, please. I missed dessert before.
Well, Mike, we've got the motive. When it came to a showdown, Barrow decided to stick with his wife. So Norma plugged him.
Keep it up, Corbett. You're doing fine.
Well, what's to keep up? That's it?
Well, not entirely. How about the clue that gave her away?
She must have said something to you.
Well, don't you want to know what it was?
All right, Waring. If you've got to strut your stuff, go ahead. How did you happen to stumble onto this one?
Stumble, he says.
Well, what do you want me to do? Beat my head on the floor in appreciation?
That's an idea.
Well, if you want to tell me how bright you are, go ahead. I'm listening. But get it over with.
Well, Norma played along with Ted Donahue in order to have a fall guy in reserve. And he was crazy enough about it to try to keep her out of trouble. Anyway, when it turned out that Mrs. Barrow had an alibi that satisfied the police, Norma decided to make use of Ted. Only she went a little too far.
How so?
Well, if she'd just left it at the things he actually did, she might have been all right. But she tried to tell me he pulled a gun on her and threatened her. Well, he only would have done that if he were actually the killer.
Well, that's what she was trying to prove.
Yes, but since he couldn't be the killer, it gave her away.
Couldn't? Why not?
Well, you said Barrow was killed instantly. And Norma admits that when she found him, he was still bleeding. Now, bleeding stops a few minutes after a person dies.
Well, so why couldn't she have found him in the first few minutes?
Because she told me that as soon as she found the body, she called Donahue at his home. Well, Donahue lives at least 20 minutes away from Norma. If he was home, he just couldn't have been at Norma's.
Oh, huh? Well, Waring, nice try.
Try? Solve the case.
Yeah, but you were trying to show me how bright you are. Can't say that I'm impressed. After all, you pulled quite a boner.
What?
You pinned the murder on the girl, and she happens to be a dainty dish.
Mm-hmm.
But who wants to go dating at Sing Sing?
Well, you got a point there, Corbett. But you're overlooking one thing.
What's that?
Mrs. Barrow. Now, she's going to be lonely. A few months from now, she's going to want someone to cheer her up, to wine her, dine her, do the town. And speaking of dishes, Corbett, that's mine.
Did you know that you can make a rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malted milk right in your own kitchen? Well, you can, and easily, with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk, stir it again, and there you are. Your Kraft malted is delicious, and it's mighty nourishing, too, because it's full of all the food values in milk. Enjoy a Kraft malted often. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Nervous Shakedown. The Case of the Nervous Shakedown. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that what some people try to get away with is pure, unadulterated murder. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Laugh with Groucho. He's next on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is room. R-O-O-M.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again tonight when one of our couples might take $6,000 away from me. George, that's a lot of money. An all-time record for You Bet Your Life. Now, Mr. Fenneman, who's first to try for the $6,000?
We invited some people from the Coast Guard to the show tonight, and also some daughters of the Army. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Nancy Dunn and Yeoman Gene Scarcliffe. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. You're Nancy Dunn. You're an Army daughter?
Yes.
I didn't know the Army had any daughters. Those new secret weapons, I suppose. Where you from, Nance?
I was born in Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
And you're from the Coast Guard?
Yes, sir.
Gene Scarlett, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Gene?
Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. How old are you?
23.
20, and why are you 23?
Well,
you don't know why you're 23? Couldn't you say that was because you were born 23 years ago? I hope you're more alert when you're on the coast looking for shits. Are you married, Gene?
No.
You know, you answered that pretty quick. You're an Army daughter?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Just what is an Army daughter?
It's a daughter of an Army officer that was born and raised in the Army.
I see. In other words, you've been in the Army since your early infantry, is that right?
That's
right. Jokes like that will bring back the cavalry. What does your father do in the Army, Nancy? What's his rank?
He's a colonel.
Oh, he doesn't do anything, huh? Where's your old man stationed? Fort McGraw? What happened? Did he get his pants stuck on a nail? What does he do there?
He's a post commander, and he's the district commander of the Southern California Military District.
Are you married, Nancy?
No, I'm not.
You're not married. Why not? Aren't there any young men in the Army?
Oh, there are lots of them. I just haven't found the right one.
You haven't found the right one, huh? Where are you stationed, Gene?
Coast Guard recruiting station in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. And what do you do there mostly?
Recruiting.
Really? That's odd, isn't it? Is that a recruiting station? He does recruiting. Tell me something about the Coast Guard. Is it a branch of the Navy?
No, it's under the Secretary of the Treasury.
Well, that's a nice warm place to be in times like these. How is it you're under the Secretary of the Treasury? Don't sailors belong in the Navy?
No, well, the Coast Guard was founded in 1790.
Who founded it?
Alexander Hamilton.
Oh. Well, that floored me, all right. I always thought that was a shoe company. And why don't sailors belong in the Navy?
Well, the Coast Guard...
Hamilton wouldn't know anything about it nowadays.
The Coast Guard was formed before there was a Navy. It was originally the Revenue Cutter Service.
I see. Well, I think we'd all be interested, Nancy, to hear the difference between being brought up in the Army and being brought up as a civilian. Could you give us some idea?
Well, when you live on a post, your life is more or less regulated by bugle calls.
You live on a post, you say? That's rather uncomfortable, isn't it? How do you mean your life is regulated by a bugle call?
Oh, the bugle gets you up in the morning and feeds you and puts you to bed at night and more or less runs your life in between.
That's quite a remarkable bugle, isn't it? If you ever meet one of those bugles single, my advice is marry it, Nancy. How about your private life in the Army? Do you ever go out with second lieutenants?
Oh, yes.
Do you also go out with officers?
A second lieutenant is an officer and is supposed to be a gentleman.
Wasn't that way at Gettysburg. Now, how long have you been in that uniform, Gene?
4 years.
Has anything exciting happened to you in the service?
Not while I was actually on active duty.
Well, I understand that, but what happened when you were on inactive duty?
Well,
apparently that's where most of the warfare is in the Coast Guard.
When I was in New York Christmas shopping once, I went to a department store to...
You were Christmas shopping in New York while you were in the Coast Guard?
Yes.
That's a pretty cushy job you've got. How come?
Well,
you wound up in Saks Fifth Avenue.
No, I didn't go there.
Where'd you go? The Army and Navy store? Where were you shopping, Gene?
Macy's.
Macy's. Upstairs or down?
Downstairs.
And what happened?
Well, I went into another store, and when I was coming out, well, they had a revolving door, and I dropped my packages in the middle of it, and while I was picking them up, well, some big lady came in the other way, and I went out on the sidewalks on my hands and knees, and there's a police officer there. He thought I was drunk. He was going to arrest me.
Well, let's find out something about the Coast Guard, Gene. What's the job of that branch of the service?
Well, we're known as the Police Force of the Sea. Our main function is to protect life and property at sea and ashore.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose I'm out yachting between here and Catalina, and I'm having trouble now. What would you do?
Well, we'd go out and bring you back.
You're a big help. The trouble I'm having is with a blonde, and the trouble is she's heading for shore. Well, you're a very attractive couple, and Nancy, if I call to ask you for a date, I'll call Jean first, just to make sure the coast is clear. Now, let's see how well you work together as a team. You just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $6,000 question. But first, here's something of interest to everyone.
Folks, one of the most important things you look for in a new car is real honest-to-goodness comfort. Well, you can stop looking right now, because you'll find that the new 1951 DeSoto is the most comfortable car on the road today. For when you slip behind the wheel of this proud new car, you'll be sitting on comfortable chair-high seats that give you a good, clear view of the road, and more real leg room and head and hat room as well. And when you get the new DeSoto actually on the highway, you'll feel DeSoto's new advanced design Auraflow shock absorbers go to work. No matter what kind of highway you're on, from a gentle rolling road to one with plenty of bumps and holes, you will enjoy the comfort that comes from a really smooth ride. Yes, these are a few of the reasons why we say no other car rides like the beautiful new 1951 DeSoto. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So, folks, see the new DeSoto. Buy the new DeSoto.
No other car rides like a DeSoto. All right, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $6,000. Mr. Fenneman, would you explain the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $6,000 question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of motion pictures. Here's your first question. How much will you try?
15.
15? Who plays the aging Broadway star in the picture All About Eve?
Betty Davis.
Betty Davis is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $6,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 are you going to try?
34.
34. Who is the male star of Harvey?
James Stewart.
James Stewart is right.
You have $69.
$69. Here's your third question. How much of the 69?
68.
68. What singing star is the lead in Mr. Music?
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
You climbed to $137.
You know, I'm quite offended at that answer. I was in that picture, too, you know.
What did you say?
I sang a little with Bing, yes. I drowned him out. That's why the picture did so well. How much have they got?
$137.
All right, now here's your last chance to beat the other. Next time anybody asks you about Mr. Music, just say that I was the singing star. How much are you going to bet of your $137?
All of it.
All of it. What comedian played the lead in Watch the Birdie?
Red Skelton.
Red Skelton is right.
You wind up with a grand total of $274.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a man from a pet shop, Mr. Phil Blanchard. His partner is a housewife from our audience, Mrs. Leah Ray Ross. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. You're from a pet store? Where are you from, Mr. Blanchard?
I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, the furniture capital of the world.
Furniture capital of the world. Is that the capital of Michigan?
No.
Well, what's the regular capital of Michigan?
Lansing.
Lansing, yes. I know, because I was once operated, and that's what they did. They did a lot of Lansing, and I'm sorry I started the whole thing. And, how long since you left Grand Rapids?
13 years ago.
13 years ago. And, what does your husband do, Mrs. Ross?
He merchandises women's dresses.
And do you allow that?
Brings in money.
Does it bring in your husband?
Well.
Do you have any hobbies?
Oh, yes.
How do you spend your spare time?
I give all my spare time to the Red Cross.
Well, I can't think of a more important way to spend your spare time. What do you do for the Red Cross?
Oh, we In case of disaster, we help. We drive the bloodmobiles, and we get women to help in the volunteer work in collecting funds.
Well, what other kind of jobs are there for Red Cross volunteers?
Oh, there are gray ladies and...
Gray lady?
Mm-hmm.
What does a gray lady do? Take care of Confederate soldiers?
No, she goes into hospitals and reads to the boys and writes letters for them, entertains them.
Mm-hmm. This may be bold of me, but wouldn't the boys find it even more entertaining if you mixed up a few blondes and redheads with the gray ladies?
Oh, well, there are gray ladies or blondes and redheads.
Isn't science wonderful? Are there many volunteers working for the Red Cross these days?
Yes, but we can always use more, and we can use more blood donors.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the American people realize the importance of the work you're doing. We need more women like you, Mrs. Ross. What is the name of your pet store, Mr. Blanchard?
Beverly Pet Shop, 448 North Beverly Drive, Crestview, 50820.
And if the St. Bernard answers, hang up. What kind of pets do you sell in your store?
No, cats, dogs, fish, birds.
Well, what do you feed your different pets?
Oh, we feed the cats cat food, and dogs dog food, fish food.
So you get logical answers from these people. Anything unusual ever happen in your pet shop? Like your customers giving you the bird?
Oh, well, we have had a biology teacher come in and ask for a female mouse that was with mouse. And
the mouse was with mice?
And definitely.
And what happened?
Jokingly, I stated that if the mother had any babies before the sale was completed, that it would cost him 25 cents for each additional mouse. Before I could complete the sale, why, the mouse had her first baby. And he laughed quite a bit and laid down a quarter. And with that, 4 more came along. Boom, boom, boom. So before the man left, he had 18 mice.
Good thing he didn't come in to buy an elephant. He'd have known immediately. I've always wondered about pet stores. Why do you always put puppies in the window?
Well, they have the most appeal.
I'm sure I can think of something that would have more appeal than that. You ever been down to the beach, Mr. Then you know what I'm talking about, huh?
I understand.
You put a live whale in your window, old boy, and I guarantee it. I told you, didn't I, huh? You thought I was going to say an octopus. Well, you make a very interesting couple. And if I want a pet, I'll be sure to keep out of your store. Now, let's see how well you work together as a team. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $6,000. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Coast Guardsman and the Colonel's daughter won $274.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Name the Fruit. How much you going to bet?
We'll bet half of it.
Half of it. That means you're going to bet 10?
That's right.
What kind of fruit is a Valencia?
Orange.
And orange is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
Good thing we didn't have the Coast Guard boy. He'd have probably said a navel orange. Now, remember, you're going for $6,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 are you going to bet?
You want to bet half of that? 25? 25?
Over your partners.
Fine.
25. What kind of fruit is a concord?
A grape.
Grape is right.
Now you climbed to $55.
Here's your third question. How much of the 55 are you going to bet?
Let's make it 50.
50.
50. What kind of fruit is a bellflower?
Apple.
An apple.
You now have $105.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. What kind of fruit is a green gauge?
Plum.
A plum is right.
And you'll wind up with $210.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
If you're in the market for a used car, remember this. The place you buy it is your best assurance of getting a real value. That's why it will pay you to get your used car from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here's where you can buy with confidence from a reliable and respected business organization that's proud to be a part of your community. Rest assured that the used car you buy from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, regardless of its make or model, is a good car. Because he has modern equipment and scientific reconditioning, a DeSoto Plymouth dealer is able to offer you really excellent values in used cars. That's why at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, you're certain to find the used car that best fills your needs and best fits your pocketbook. And you'll be amazed at the low prices, the easy terms. So if it's a used car you're after, remember, get it from a dealer you know you can trust. For a fair and square deal every time, get your used car from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, we asked for married couples with unusual occupations who were present tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Hal Linker. And here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Hal Linker. Linker, eh? Mr. Linker, you certainly have an attractive wife.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. I had nothing to do with it. Where are you from, Hal?
Well, I'm from Washington Heights in New York City.
Oh. Why did you come out here?
Well, I came out here to make a career of lecturing.
Of lecturing?
Yeah.
I see. And Mrs. Linker, that's you, I suppose, huh?
Yes.
What is your hometown?
Hafnarfjörður.
Well, Gesundheit. Now then, I asked you, where are you from?
Hafnarfjörður.
Still the same old place, eh? I gave you a chance to change. Now, how do you spell Hafnarfjörður?
Hafnarfjörður.
Are you sure you're not reading the eye test at the Department of Motor Vehicles? Now, just what is Hafnarfjörður?
It's a suburb of Reykjavik.
Oh, well, you should have said so in the first place. Now, where is, what was that you said?
It's a suburb of Reykjavik.
Yeah, well, where is Reykjavik?
It's the capital of Iceland.
Oh, you're from Iceland, huh? Then you must be cold. Here, let me rub your hands. There, do you notice any difference?
Oh, my hands are still the same.
I'm not talking about your hands. Mine are red hot. I can't keep calling you Mrs. Linker. What's your full name?
Halla Guðmundsdóttir Linker.
Is that on the Rillaround? Would you mind spelling the whole thing out?
Oh, it's a little bit long.
Well, we have plenty of time tonight.
H-A-L-L-A, my first name, and then Guðmundsdóttir, G-U-D-M-U-N-D-S-D-O-T-T-I-R.
By the time you get through with that, the train has left and you're probably around Kansas City. Well, before you married Hal, what was your maiden name, Hadla?
Halla Guðmundsdóttir.
Hadla Goodman's daughter? Mm-hmm. Was your father named Goodman's daughter, too?
No, my father's name was Gudmund Þórðarson. See, in Iceland, the children, they get their last name from the father's first name by adding son and or daughter to it. The father's first name.
Let me rub your hands again, man. Now, let's see if I get this straight. If I were in Iceland, my little daughter Melinda would actually be known as Melinda Groucho's daughter. Is that right?
That's right.
Be a fine name for a kid to carry all through life. Well, I like her better the way she is. Melinda Hasenpfeffer. Hal, you were chosen for your unusual occupation. Just what is it?
I'm an illustrated lecturer.
You're illustrated? You mean you're tattooed?
No, I show motion pictures and I lecture while they're running.
Well, wouldn't it be safer if you were running while the lecture was going on?
Well, they're really quite interesting. They're color films of various parts of the world, and people find them very entertaining and very instructive.
I imagine they are. Now, Hadla, what's your occupation?
I help my husband.
What do? Sell popcorn in the lobby?
No, I act as a secretary to him. I cheer him up and travel with him. Make sure that he doesn't forget appointments.
Does Hadla really do all that for you?
She's my girl Friday.
Hadler, what are you doing Saturday? Hadler, where did you meet your husband? Did you meet him in Melinda's daughter?
No, I met him in the Gildaskallen restaurant in Reykjavik.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Would you break this down? How did you meet Hadler?
Well, I was in Iceland making my newest motion picture, and a mutual friend of ours introduced us in this restaurant, and I asked her if she'd like to be in the movie.
You say you asked her if she wanted to be in the movies, and that broke the ice, eh? I've tried that same line 100 times. Maybe I should go to Iceland. It doesn't seem to work at RKO. Hal, getting back to your lecture racket, tell me, what are some of the places you visited?
Oh, I've been to many places in the world. Tokyo, Hong Kong, Canton, Bangkok, Rangoon, Singapore, Paris, London, Rome, Copenhagen.
Well, you've certainly covered all the spots, haven't you? You've mentioned every place in the world and a couple that are out of this world. Hadler, can you think of any place that he might have skipped?
Well, he didn't mention Hafnarfjörður.
No, he didn't, and we're all very grateful to him, too. Well, it's nice meeting you two from Iceland, and as the sun slowly sinks in the west, we leave this beautiful conversation. Now, let's see how well you make out in the battle for the $6,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Coast Guardsman and the Colonel's daughter are still ahead with $274.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Name the Profession. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15? 15.
$15. Okay. What does an astronomer study?
The stars.
The stars is right.
On your way, you have $35.
Remember, you're going for $6,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 are you going to try?
30? 30.
What does a zoologist study?
Animal life.
Animals is right.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65 are you going to go for?
60?
Yeah.
Let's try 60.
$60. What does a zoologist study? A zoologist.
Insects.
Talk it over now.
Would you pronounce it again?
Seizmologist. It was my stupidity, yeah? Earthquakes is right, huh? Now, how do you pronounce it?
Seismologist, I believe.
Seismologist.
You now have $125.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to go for?
Let's try 120.
120. Okay. What does an archaeologist study?
Ancient history. He studies the remains of ancient civilizations.
That's true enough. Ancient things is right. Which
means you wind up with $245. And that means the Coast Guardsman and the Colonel's daughter with $274. Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $6,000 question.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Now, I'll ask them the big question in just 1 minute. But first, George, I want to have a serious talk with you. Fenneman, what do you know about your DeSoto Plymouth dealer?
Well, Groucho, I know that he has a beautiful showroom. He has...
Did you know that every DeSoto Plymouth dealer really tries to do his best for a customer?
Oh, I was going to say Groucho.
You were going to say Groucho. Why weren't you going to say that DeSoto Plymouth dealers are interested in seeing folks treated fairly and squarely?
And in addition, Groucho...
I never was very good at addition. Now, look, Fenneman, I've been all over the country, and that's the way DeSoto Plymouth dealers are. Friendly, fair, and square.
So no matter why you come in, whether it's to buy a new car, a used car, or a simple repair job, the best place to go...
is to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
You're so right.
Now, let's get on with the big question.
All right. Here's the Coast Guardman and the Colonel's daughter, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $6,000 question.
Well, if you win $6,000 here tonight, you can buy Macy's. And you can buy yourself a General, Nancy. Isn't that right, Nancy?
Yes.
See what a memory I have, huh? All right, here we go for $6,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and of course, no help from the audience. Here it is. William H. Bonney was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett. Who was William H. Bonney? A famous outlaw. what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Billy the Kid.
Billy the Kid. Well, Sailor Boy, that was wonderful. Which one had the answer, huh? You did, huh? What are you going to do with all that money?
Oh, goodness.
Buy a new army, huh? What are you going to do with all that money, Nancy?
Help support this one. Buy some war bonds with some of it.
Well, that's a wonderful way to spend the money. And what are you going to do, kid?
Well, I think I'll split it up with some of the fellows up the office and keep the rest to send my little kid sisters to college.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, let's see. Now, you won $6,000 in the quiz, and plus how much in the quiz?
$274.
$6,247? $74. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. There's no trick to safety. It's just common sense. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Back in the cow towns and mining diggings of the Old West, gun smoke from blazing 6 guns sometimes ran the local sheriff to cover. It was then that he would send for the famous United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok. It was just such a situation which brought Wild Bill and his big sidekick Jingles into the Choctaw Indian country one hot afternoon and confronted them with the mystery of Ghost Town Gold.
Nobody but a whimpering idiot would ride through this Choctaw country without a heavy guard, Bill. We ought to have our heads examined.
Quit worrying, Jingles. Choctaws won't bother you if you leave them alone.
Well, I don't like it. I just don't like it, that's all. You know, I got a feeling like there's eyes watching me from all sides.
Relax. We'll be pulling into Dragoon in about an hour or so, then we'll see what Rod Roberts wants with us. After that, we can move on.
Well, that moving part is plenty all right with me. Rod who?
Rod Roberts. He's a sheriff in Dragoon.
Oh, yeah. What's his trouble anyway, Bill?
How should I know? You were there when I got the message to ride over this way.
Oh, that's right, I wasn't. Well, I've been bouncing in this saddle so much I forgot all about it. Bill, if you ever asked me to ride 60 miles over hot desert again just to
Hold
see
it, Jingles. Hold it. Whoa, Buckshot. Listen.
Whoa. Whoa, stand still, Joker. Now, there, you see, Bill? I told you I didn't like this Indian country. They've started beating those war drums.
They're drums, all right.
That ain't all, Bill. Look at that dust cloud coming down the hill. Bill, that's Indians, and they're headed this way.
You're right, Jingles.
Well, pull your hat down tight, Bill. They're coming after our scalp.
No use starting trouble, Jingles. Let's get back in these rocks and see where they're headed.
You said it. Jump, Joker. You heard what Bill said. Jump. Bill, they got us sure.
Relax, Jingles. They were just chasing a buffalo for dinner.
Shoo-wee. Then I know just how that buffalo feels. I thought they were after us.
No, but just the same, I think it would be a good idea for us to go into Dragoon around this way. Come on.
You two ain't going no place. Throw up your hands.
Bill, a posse. Now, how'd they sneak up on us?
We didn't. We were waiting here for two strangers who killed a man here this week.
Oh, well, then.
Keep reaching. Scratch leather and I'll drill you.
Oh, I wasn't scratching leather. I was just about to scratch my nose, that's all.
Where are you two headed?
Into the town of Dragoon.
What for?
To see Sheriff Rod Roberts. You know him?
I did.
What do you mean you did? He's a sheriff of Dragoon.
He was the sheriff. I'm the sheriff now, and you two'd better come along with me. I'll find out whether you got business in Dragoon or whether maybe you're a couple of killers.
Killers? Oh, Sheriff, we wouldn't kill a thing.
Never mind, Jingles. Tell me, mister, what happened to Rod Roberts?
If you don't know, you're lucky. But if you're the two men I'm looking for, you'll know that Sheriff Rod Roberts has been dead 3 days.
Hi, partners. Panhandle Jim, your old saddlemate speaking. Say, you know what corn pops look like? They look kind of like small gold nuggets, and they're the color of fresh honey. Why don't you see for yourself? Get a few boxes at your grocer's, then eat 'em like I do. Right out of the box is the way I eat my corn pops. At breakfast, though, I go for corn pops in a bowl with milk. But hold the sugar, partner. The sweetening's already on corn pops, and milk is all you need. And Kellogg's corn pops contain lots of things that are good for you, just like it says on the box. That means you can eat all you want of those golden hearts of corn puffed up big and crisp. And that silver-like bag inside the corn pops box is pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's corn pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom's going to like it for storing things in the refrigerator and for wrapping up sandwiches. But best of all are the Kellogg's corn pops inside the bag. Now, you know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. Right. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles are riding to help Rod Roberts in the town of Dragoon. But on the outskirts, they are stopped by the Dragoon sheriff and arrested for the murder of the very man they have come to help and are thrown into the Dragoon jail.
That'll hold you for a spell.
Hey, turnkey.
Huh?
Come back here a minute.
Yeah? What you want?
Well, me and my partner here was just wondering how Rod Roberts got himself killed.
Hey, that's a hot one. You kill a man, then forget how you did it.
Now, you listen to me, Anvil Head.
Don't you be yelling at me. I'm the deputy.
I don't care if you're the president of the Pea Pickers Club. I ask you a civil question. Remember, a man ain't guilty in this state till he's hung.
All right. Ease off, I'll tell you. The sheriff, Rod Roberts, that is, he rode out of here about 3 days ago, and his horse was picked up just yesterday. Had blood all over the saddle.
Now, wait a minute. Who found the horse?
Same sheriff what brought you in here. Of course, he was only the deputy then.
Well, Bill, I think there's something fishy going on here.
Hey, what did you call him?
His name. What do you think I'd call him?
Wild Bill? Is he Wild Bill Hickok?
He sure is, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, Sheriff, this is Wild Bill Hickok.
Oh, that?
Of course not. Him.
You're Wild Bill?
I never owned up to that wild part.
We better let him out, Sheriff.
Sure. Sure, why not?
Hey, you mean we can go?
I'll let you out on one condition, Hickok.
Name it.
That you leave town now, tonight.
What do you think, Jingles? It's up to you.
Well, I ain't hungry to get a haircut from a Choctaw barber, but I don't like old Clabberface here either. Now, let's get out of here, Bill. Why did we have to build a fire out here for, Bill?
If we act like we've got nothing to hide, maybe they'll leave us alone.
Well, I don't like it. Indians just scare the living britches off of me. The way they sneak around with them Tommy Hawks and, well, it just don't seem sociable to me, and, well, I don't...
Hold it, Jingles. Over by the horses. I saw something moving.
Oh, Indians, I knew it. Oh, where?
There it is again. It's a man and it's coming low. Slow.
Well, I'm leaving tall and fast.
Well, hello there. You have to excuse my barging in here like this. But I was on the way home when I happened to see your fire. I'm Goofy.
That's so?
No, I mean that's my name. Everybody calls me just plain Goofy.
What's your business, old-timer?
Gold? Oh, of course, I ain't never found none, but I only been at it mite over 60 years. Here, see this?
Now, keep them away from the fire. But Bill, that's 3 sticks of dynamite he's holding in his hand.
Oh, well, don't worry, boys. I never had a stick go off in my hand yet.
Well, what in thunder you carrying that dynamite around for, anyhow?
Just keeping it ready, that's all. Been carrying these same sticks for 30 years, just waiting for the right hole to drop 'em in.
That's kind of dangerous, old-timer.
Yeah, but not no more than camping out in Choctaw country, it ain't. Come to think of it, you'd better get your war bags packed.
All right, but where we're heading, Goofy?
King City.
King City? I never heard of it.
You will. Just fall in behind me.
Whoa, boy, whoa, watch out.
Whoa. Well, sir, here she is, gents. King City. Go on, look around.
Doggonest town I ever saw.
Well, it looks natural enough, but there's nobody here.
Hey, Bill, listen, the music.
Yeah, I heard.
Seems to be coming from the old cafe. Hey, there's a light in there, too. I think we ought to have a look.
So do I. Come on.
Right behind you, partner. Hey, Bill, take a look through this window. It's a girl.
It sure is.
Wonder who she is. Hey, Goofy, who's the... Billy's gone.
Yeah, and so are the horses. You know, maybe we were too trusting. This could be a trap.
Well, if it is, I sure like the bait. Hey, come on, let's get a good look at her.
Howdy, ma'am. That was sure pretty music.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm Bill Hickok, and this is Jingles.
Howdy, ma'am.
I'm glad to know you, boys. I'm Susan Foley. Well, I hope you'll excuse the looks of the place. We live upstairs, and I didn't get a chance to clean up down here today.
Ask her about our horses, Bill.
Oh, don't worry about your horses. Dad'll take care of them.
Dad? You mean Goofy?
Oh, I see he's been pulling your leg, too. No, his real name is George Foley. We've lived here in King City for 8 years now.
That's another thing, ma'am. This town, well, where is everybody?
Oh, this is a ghost town. It's been this way ever since the King's mine gave out. Everyone just pulled stakes. Everyone but Dad, that is.
I'll bet there hasn't been a rider through here in the last 6 months.
You're wrong. Why, only the other day, 2 men rode through town, Rod Roberts and his deputy. Of course, they were chasing a couple of hold-up men,
Did you say Rod Roberts, ma'am?
Why, yes. Do you know him?
Yes, ma'am, I do. You say he rode through here a day or so ago.
Yes, said he was going up toward the King's mine. Oh, you two must be tired. I'll get you something to eat, and then we'll find a place for you to bunk down. Just make yourselves at home. I'll be right back.
What do you think, Bill?
I think we're going to have a look around the King's mine tomorrow morning, Jingles. Who knows? Maybe we'll find our own pocket full of gold.
Yeah, just so we don't run into a pocket full of flying hot lead.
Ooh, easy, boy.
Steady, Joker. Whoa.
That the King's mine, Goofy?
Yeah, it's her.
Sure, forsaken-looking place, real doleful.
Yeah, but just wait till you get inside of her. They say she's haunted.
Haunted?
Well, you stay here, Goofy, and we'll bring you back a ghost or two.
Now, don't talk like that, Bill. You know I don't get along with ghosts.
Come on, Jingles.
Smells like a musty old bank vault in here, don't it, Bill?
Hold it, Jingles.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw a light up there ahead. Looked like a lantern.
Ouch!
Jingles, what are you doing?
Well, I couldn't help it, Bill. I stumbled over something. It bent down here and light a match.
Okay, but... Well, you look at there, Jingles. Express bags.
Yeah, there's money still in them. Hey, no wonder this place smells like a bank vault.
Oop, there goes the match. Jingles, light another one so I can see.
Bill, hey, Bill, here comes that lantern again.
Yeah, I see it. If it's a man, we jump him.
And if it's a ghost, let him go right on by.
Now.
Gee, I hate to hit a man in the head like that. What do we do now, Bill? Tie him up?
No, he'll lie still for a while. Let's get out of here.
Now you're talking. Hey, Bill, not that way. The entrance is behind us.
Yeah, I know, but I want to find out where that gent came from.
Oh, can't we leave bad enough alone and get out of here?
Not if we want to find Rod Roberts or where those express bags came from. Come on.
Oh, sometimes I think you press your luck too far, Bill.
Look up ahead there, Jingles. Huh? You see what I told you? There's daylight. That means there's a back entrance to this tunnel. Come on.
Boy, this air really smells good.
Hey, Jingles, look how that tunnel leads right out onto this cliff.
Yeah, and look down below us there, a hidden valley.
A regular ranch down there, Jingles, cattle and all.
Well, would you look at who's riding up the valley towards that house, as big as life and twice as ugly. It's that old clabber-faced sheriff from Dragoon.
He's got a posse with him, too.
All right, keep your hands clear of them gun butts and start walking for that ranch house down there.
Oh, I just knew I didn't hit that varmint hard enough.
Like I said, Sheriff, these two saddle tramps laid for me in the mine, and when I come to, I found them at the back entrance.
Now, watch who you're calling a saddle tramp, mister.
Shut up, you. I told you two there'd be trouble if you didn't stay out of my way. And that's just what there's going to be. Harris, go get the rest of the boys in here.
Yes, sir.
And have them bring a rope with them.
I'll bring it myself.
Now, you two get in that back room there.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Get in there.
Oh. You know, Bill, that's just about the meanest man I ever met.
Hey, Jingles, look over there in the corner. Here, give me a hand. We'll turn him over. Easy now. Take it easy.
Wonder who it is.
It's Rod Roberts.
It is?
Let's see if we can bring him around.
Here, Bill, slap him a little like this.
Not so hard, Jingles.
Oh.
Rod.
Oh. My head, it feels like it's about to... Bill Hickok, what are you doing here?
You sent for me, remember?
Well, sure, but...
Now, you just take it easy, Rod. This is Jingles, my partner.
Hi, Rod.
Glad to know you, Jingles.
I only wish we had time to get better acquainted. Seems they're planning on hanging us.
How do we get out of here, Rod?
That's rougher than it sounds. I've been over every inch of this room. Almost got out the door once, but somebody hit me.
Let's look around anyway, Jingles.
Man, this place is built like a brick stockade.
Tell you, Bill, it's airtight.
Rod, before this fellow gets a chance to make his threats good, I'd kind of like to know what's behind all this.
Yeah, every time I get strung up, I always ask him why.
Well, when I sent for you, Bill, I figured you'd get here before Buckner made a play.
Who?
Buckner. He was my deputy.
Oh, he's the sidewinder that's calling himself sheriff. So that's his name.
Yeah, him and his bunch have been holding up stages and hiding a swag up in the King's mine. I found out about it and sent for you. He's also been stealing cattle from the ranches and blaming it on the Choctaws.
Nice feller, this Buckner. I'll bet he'd beat his old grandma out of her last glass of buttermilk. Hey, Bill, what's that? Oh, look there behind you, Bill. The floor's moving.
Hi, partners. So you know, Wild Bill Hickok is a two-gun man, which makes him a right hard fella to fuss with. And Kellogg's Corn Pops are a two-way cereal, which makes it a right hard cereal not to eat. It's as simple as this. You eat 'em out of the box or out of the bowl. Either way, they're already sweetened for you. Just dig in and enjoy 'em right out of the box. But come breakfast time, eat 'em in a bowl with a little milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and plenty of it. They're sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. Tell your mom that corn pops give you B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better saddle up and ride down the store as soon as you can and get a load of them. You'll need plenty because the whole family's going to be getting into them. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Good for you. Right now, I'm busting to get back to the show. Let's listen.
Wild Bill Hickok, Jingles, and their friend Rod Roberts are locked in Buckner's back room with no way of escape. It looks like curtains for them, with Buckner and his gunslammers gone for ropes to hang them. Then suddenly, Jingles looks around at the floor in the middle of the room and says,
Yeah, look there behind you, Bill. The floor's moving.
Jingles, it's Goofy.
Yeah, that's right.
Where'd you come from?
Well, I thought you boys might be needing a way out long about now.
But how'd you know there was a trap door there?
Well, of course I built it. Built this house, too. Used to live here years ago when I worked the mine.
You mean you can show us how to get out of here?
Well, if you can bend down again. This tunnel leads right out into the front yard.
Oh, boy, we can get free.
I knowed Buckner'd catch you boys sooner or later, the way you was poking your noses around.
You mean you knew about Buckner all along?
Oh, sure did. Not much goes on around here that I don't know about.
Well, you ring-tailed old Gila monster, how come you didn't tell us about him?
You never asked me. Well, you going to stand there all day and palaver, or are you coming with me? Buckner and his boys is going to get ropes to hang you with. Come on. Well, here we are.
Oh, man, am I glad to get out of that back room.
We won't forget you helping us like this, Goofy.
Well, now that you're out, you better hightail it up into them hills. Look at there, see? There goes the boys into the house with a rope.
Goofy, you still got that dynamite on you?
Sure thing. Never without it.
Let me have a stick.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Oh,
Here.
Now, Bill, you ain't going to do anything silly, are you?
No, Jingles. I'm just going to put a match to this fuse and go calling on a hanging party.
Bill, are you crazy? There won't be nothing left of you but a grease spot on the grass.
Strike up a match, Jingles.
Oh, now, Bill, I don't like
That's
it.
Now stand back, Jingles, while I kick this door in. All right, you stand still, all of you.
That's dynamite. Hickok, you crazy fool, you'll kill us all.
I will if you don't drop your guns on the floor. Here, catch.
No. Do like he says, boys.
Oh, Bill, I can't let you do it.
Calm down, Jingles. Get those guns off the floor.
But, Bill, the dynamite, it didn't go off.
Here, give me one of those guns.
But the dynamite.
Oh, yeah, I better pinch the fuse out. Of course, Goofy's been carrying this stuff around for 30 years, and I doubt if it could blow a hole in a cloud of smoke.
Well, Bill, that's got to be the bravest thing I've ever seen. Backing them varmints up with a lit piece of dynamite in your hand.
Oh, I don't know. Here, give me a stick of that stuff. Now, I'll just put a lit match to the short fuse, like this. There she goes. Now, I'll just hold it in my bare hand, like this.
Sure burns pretty, don't it, Jingles?
Well, I'll just step outside, boys.
You know, that fuse is getting kind of short, Jingles.
Yeah, kind of short. Yeah, I think I'll just throw it out this side window there.
Why'd you throw it away for, Jingles?
No, I don't know, Bill. You never can tell about things like dynamite, and I guess I figured that it was...
It sure did. Ooh,
Whoa. It's Miss Susan and Goofy.
Whoa.
Hello, Miss Susan.
Howdy, ma'am.
Well, Rod Roberts said you two were riding away before I got a chance to thank you for all you did for me and Dad.
It's the other way around, ma'am. You know, if it hadn't been for Goofy, I mean your dad, they'd have hung us to the nearest tree.
And that's a fact, ma'am.
Oh, sure, 'twarn't nothing.
Oh, 'twere too, and you know it.
Well, I just want to say that I hope you'll be riding this way again one day, and if you do, well, You're more than welcome in King City.
Well, thank you, Miss Susan.
Yeah. You know, the way Bill and me gets around, you never can tell when we might be sashaying back around here.
Well, good luck to you on the trail, boys. I got to get back to looking for my gold strike now.
Good luck on that, too, Mr. Foley. Sure hope you find a bonanza.
Oh, I don't want to find it, Wild Bill.
What? You don't want to find it? Now, what makes you say a thing like that?
Well, sir, because after 30 years having such a good time looking for gold, if I found it, it'd spoil all the fun.
Bill, you know, I'm beginning to think this Jasper's goofy after all.
No, Jingles. Didn't you ever look for something you didn't want to find?
Yeah. Come to think of it, every night before I go to sleep, I look for something in my blanket roll that I don't want to find.
What's that?
A big old fat rattlesnake.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
We'll be around this way again with another adventure story for you, folks.
Yes, sirree, Bob, sir. And we got a rip snorter for you. All about... Say, what is it all about, Guy?
Never mind, Andy. You just be here same time next week to find out. Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Marion Richmond, Clayton Post, Fred Shields, Forrest Lewis, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
There's something loose on that mountaintop that's bigger than any man I've ever seen, and stronger. Before I leave, I intend to find out what it is. Have gun, will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
You will not change your mind, Mr. Paladin? You still go?
I'm afraid so, hey, boy. Oh, by the way, send a dozen long-stemmed roses to Miss Julie Parker. And regrets.
Oh, do not go there, Mr. Paladin. Please.
Why not? Why does this trip bother you so much?
Oh, I read a newspaper. Monster at Moon Ridge. Lady bewitched by apparition. Oh, please, do not go there, Mr. Paladin.
I've already been hired and accepted. I'm leaving right away.
Oh, then, let me. Please?
Well, What have you got in that jar?
Please? Yeah, dragon tooth powder.
Dragon tooth?
It's one here, and one here. Keep you from harm. Dragon's tooth powder, very powerful protection.
Your new country has a better formula for destroying superstition, hey, boy. Equal parts of reason and daylight. But I thank you for the friendship behind the thought.
Oh, then you go. You see Mr. Vito Bella?
That's right, Vito Bella, Bowtown, California. Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch, quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too. Use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents. The Indians have a name for the high mountain lands back of Placerville. They call it Shadow Ground. Indians have a way of seeing things in the shape of a piece of land that no white man can see, so they always bypass it. Like the thunder that boiled up against the peaks and rolled down canyons. But then the Indians had little use for gold and silver, and the white men did. And the white men built their town where a teepee village might have been, close to the top of Moon Ridge. It was after dark, and the sky was heavily overcast when I pulled up in front of the sheriff's office in Bowtown.
Hold it right there.
What? I'm looking for the sheriff.
That's me. Who are you?
My name is Paladin.
Riding in at night with black horse and black trail clothes. I'm surprised you didn't get your head shot off.
Well, do you have to hold that gun on me?
Come on in.
Who's he, Dan?
He's a hobgoblin, ain't you heard?
Oh, yeah, very smart.
This is Jake Kelly, Mr. Paladin. He carries silver bullets in his gun.
Really?
Claims something grabbed him on top of Moon Ridge one night. Oh, sit down and I'll pour you some coffee.
Thanks.
Where are you from, Mr. Paladin?
San Francisco.
Oh, that's a long way.
Are you the fellow Vito said he was sending for? About Emily?
He wants to know what's bothering her. I'm going to try to find out.
Well, I'll tell you what's wrong with Emily. She's hexed, that's what. And you know I'm talking true, Dan, if you'd ever ride up there and see her yourself.
Sheriff's got to stay around town. Now, you know that.
Oh, yeah. You ain't set foot out since the time your posse got scattered. No.
That was a little accident. A few horses run away and folks build it into something big. There ain't nothing up there.
Oh, Miss Paladin, I was as far from it as I am from you. And I seen it. Half man, half bear. Yeah, and footprints this long. Human at one end, claws at the other.
Well, I guess I'll have to see them, too.
Boy, you don't believe me. All right. When you get to that Bella place, you ask Emily Bella what carried her off, Yeah, but no, don't ask Dan here. No, yeah. He's sheriff. And if he admitted there was something up there, he'd have to go on out after it.
Get out of here, Jake. Now go on.
Yeah.
Crazy old coot.
Sheriff, is there anything valuable up there? Minerals,
Grazing lands any reason for someone to scare people away?
No. Formation ain't right for gold or silver. Indians didn't want it. Said it was full of spirits.
You know, a short time ago, I was feeling superior to a Chinese friend of mine when he sprinkled dust on my coat. I forgot that he came by his superstitions honestly, that he learned them from the cradle. I can't find the same excuse for you, Sheriff.
Oh, I ain't superstitious.
Why the mistletoe above your door?
Oh, that. Forgot it from Christmas, I guess.
There's an old belief that it wards off evil spirits.
All right, Paladin. The Bella place is north out of town. The last house on the way to Moon Ridge country.
What makes the different sound and sound difference that you hear on this station? It's the teamwork between the CBS radio network and its affiliated stations. This teamwork combines the far-flung resources of CBS News with local programming that helps you know your neighbors and neighborhood. Your listening post on your town, your nation, and the world is this station backed by CBS Radio. Don't settle for less.
The Bella place was run down and listless, with a small light gleaming in the window, and the figure of a woman seated on the porch steps, a young woman, dark, plain, no shoes or stockings, long hair, and the most vacantly staring eyes I have ever seen. Good evening. Miss Emily Bella?
Dark.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Bella?
Yes?
My name is Paladin.
Oh. Mr. Paladin. Call me... Oh. Memento, please. Emily. No, you promised you'd tell Papa when you stepped outside. Remember? It's cold here. And when a visitor comes... A big girl says what, huh?
How do you do?
How do you do, Emily?
Very good. Now you come in the house with us, huh? Emily, you can go to your room. A dozen years ago, there was, in this valley, epidemic. Took my wife, almost my daughter.
I'm sorry.
Afterwards, Emily's body grew, but her mind... she remains a child. Wine?
Please. Well, this epidemic, what was it?
Oh, we don't know. No doctors here. There was a young boy who was affected the same way. People treat him like an animal. They call him names. They kick him until he's a mother. She took him away. I saw I have to leave, too. Bring Emily here, far from a town. The land here is... It's no good, but we manage.
Those dolls are hers?
See, she is of an age where toys are pleasant.
She's fortunate to have you as a father.
I think she's fortunate in other ways. Maybe you don't know what I mean, huh?
Perhaps I do. There's nothing shocking, ugly about remaining a child. It's the best age of all. Their world is wonderful, mysterious, half real, half make-believe. The world you and I live in, Mr. Bella, is not always as pleasant.
I think you're a wise man, Mr. Paladin. We drink. Salute.
Salute. The newspaper said Emily was this way because of shock, some unusual experience.
A spell cast by the monster of a Moon Ridge.
Since that story is untrue, why do you want to pay me $200, Mr. Bella?
You telegram said $500.
You haven't answered my question.
Mr. Paladin, there is something on Moon Ridge. He took Emily away from me for a week, and she wishes to go back to it. I don't want to lose my daughter.
Go on.
For that week, I search for her. I find her prints and other prints which I will not describe because...
Half bear, half man.
You have heard, huh? Now, she will not tell me, even her father, what kept her there. But she was not harmed.
She wishes to return to this
Yes.
thing? Oh.
Yes. She has tried twice to run away.
Then I think it's time you let your daughter go back to Moonridge, Mr. Bella.
What?
The three of us will leave first thing in the morning. The morning was dark and foreboding with the threat of rain in the air. Low clouds hung over the peaks and in the valleys, twisting the trees into gnarled shapes and making the rocks grotesque and sudden to come upon. All very unreal. But the track we came across on the top of Moonridge late that afternoon was real enough.
Half a man, half a bear, huh?
Maybe.
Emily? No, Mr. Paladin, be honest with me, please. What make this print?
I don't know, Mr. Bella.
No, it's going to be dark less than an hour. Hey, what is that?
I'd say it was a bear.
Emily! Emily, come back! Paladin, she's going down the canyon.
You follow with the horses. I'll try to catch her. The canyon walls were steep and rocky, and it made the climb down them treacherous. By the time I was standing on the floor of the canyon, darkness was coming overhead. I walked toward what I thought might be the head of the canyon, only to find a wall of granite blocking my way. But no Emily. No sign of Bella. No way out. But something watching me. Something old and bent in tattered clothing, witch-like in the quick look I had, and then gone suddenly. You come back here. All right. I know whoever you are. Listen to this carefully. I have a gun. I'm not going to be frightened away. Are you there? Can you hear me? Now, I warn you that I'm going to... When I regained consciousness, I was inside an old mine shaft, a chain on my leg, minus guns. A very real-looking bear was chained across from me. There, in the dim light filtering back from the opening of the mine shaft, I saw something moving slowly toward me. Something which seemed only half human. Something old and horrible. I waited there, quiet, as the thing came closer. What do you want with me?
Leave while you can.
She had dropped a small sledgehammer before she turned and left. It took me the rest of the night to pound out the connecting pin so that I could remove the shackles from my leg. Outside it was morning, bright and clear. What? Bella! Over here!
Oh, I've been riding all night. You seen Emily?
No.
Here, I found your gun and a belt, Paladin.
Oh, thank you very much.
I didn't know what to do. I half expected to find your body.
Now, let me ask you something. Bella, has anyone ever been hurt in Moon Ridge country here? Actually physically injured?
No.
Only frightened?
Yes.
I've been frightened, too, but I'm not hurt. Bella. I think I know where Emily is.
Where?
I would say up there.
Huh?
Beyond that cliff that backs the canyon.
The cliff?
possibly a meadow behind there.
Oh, the trail would be worse than in Sicily. That would frighten a bad rider.
And with a little clever discouragement, even a good rider. Come on.
Now there's a luxury car that fits regular parking spaces and ordinary garages that's easy to handle in traffic. It's America's compact luxury car, the Ambassador by Rambler. Now, medium-priced car buyers can have the room, comfort, luxury, and performance they expect in a fine car, but without excessive length, width, and bulk. If other medium-priced cars have sized and priced you out of the market, then you owe it to yourself to test our best. American Motors' finest, the luxuriously compact Ambassador. Note the quality construction and careful attention to detail. Enjoy the most favorable power-to-weight ratio on the medium-priced field with Ambassador's 270 horsepower V8 engine. Try luxury features like individually adjustable front seats that glide back and forth separately. 5 minutes at the wheel of an Ambassador will change your ideas about luxury cars. Test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler. Finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. See, drive the luxurious Ambassador, now at Rambler dealers.
It was a steep trail, but a worthwhile one to follow because at the end of it, there was a meadow brilliant in the high sunlight, and there was a house with a fireplace and smoke coming from a chimney. Not very mysterious at all.
Hey, someone living up here.
Very comfortably, I'd say.
Hey, Paladin, look there, across the meadow. Emily, my Emily.
Wait.
No, wait for what? She may be hurt.
Does she sound like she's in trouble, Bella? Look, there's a boy with her.
Ah.
Do you recognize him?
Maybe. It could be Maria's boy, the one I told you who was afflicted like Emily?
Yes, the mother and son, the ones they ran out of town.
I think it's time that we visit her, huh?
There's no need.
Maria?
Yes, I watched you two climb the trail up there. You have no respect for witches.
But I have a great deal of respect for a clever woman.
So, where else could I take my son? I had no money. I had to find a place where people wouldn't ridicule him.
Mr. Bella suffered from the same things.
Gee, and once we were old friends, Maria. You should have had faith in me.
Well, I should have sent her away the first time she wandered up here, but it's just so good to see children happy together.
The soil is good up here?
Better than below. More sun and more water. Why talk of it?
Why not?
Because there's always a man somewhere who won't scare off, like this one.
I'm sorry.
Materialize an apparition on a broomstick in front of him, and he'll ask it to sweep the floor. The monster footprints I made, half mine, half a bear's, they meant nothing. I've run out of tricks. I've moved before. We can do it again.
Why move?
See, why move, huh? If I lived here, there would be no man-bear track, no cave to put foolish men in and then release him to run frightened, shouting foolish things. I think since I am a man, there would be a gun in my hand, and friends would be welcome, others would not.
If a man has something to say, he comes right out and says it.
Yes, well, Maria, I think perhaps I like your land.
And I think I'll be going. I'll expect $200 to be placed in my San Francisco account, Mr. Bella. And I suspect that you got more than you bargained for.
But you will get what you bargained for, Mr. Paladin, $500.
You have to ride through town, I suppose, and talk to the sheriff?
No. Ignorant and prejudiced people like to be deceived, and they deserve it when they are. Why confuse them with the truth?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you back safe all in one piece.
I'm glad to be back, hey boy.
Was it bad?
Oh, bad for people who believe in witchcraft. Any messages for me?
Oh, yes, sir. Many messages. Let me see. Lady send note and say you call on her when you come back.
Uh-huh.
Another lady send servant over and tell you not to call on her when you get back.
What else?
Is all.
Well, in that case, tell me the name of the lady over there, hey boy.
Oh, yes, sir. It's Miss Romero from Spain.
Uh-huh.
Very new in this country.
Thank you. Miss Romero?
Oh, why, yes.
My name is Paladin. May I be of service to you?
Service, senor?
Si. It is the custom for a gentleman to offer his services to a lady in this land.
Oh? What kind of services?
Any kind the lady wishes. Dining in fine restaurants, the theater, the opera. Perhaps a carriage ride to historical points of the city. Your heart names it.
I like these customs, senor. But isn't such a relationship fraught with possibilities?
Oh, it is, senorita. All kinds of possibilities. Shall we begin with the possibility of dinner this evening? Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Gene Bates. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro.
The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.